Game of Thrones. I became the crown prince for a day. Author, Fong Zhou. Synopsis. In the prequel of House of the Dragon, having become the crown prince destined for an early demise, Rhaegar tenaciously survives. Weakness cannot vanquish him, and losing his claim to the throne does not lead him to despair. He embarks on a quest to seek lost treasures, embarking on a legendary journey to conquer the Seven Kingdoms, exploring the skull of the Black Death, gaining the legacy of the Great Dragon with a 50 resistance to fire, exploring the auspicious White Stag, receiving the blessing of the Divine Beast, wishing for longevity, exploring the Blackfire and the Dark Sisters, obtaining the King's Gaze and the Knight's Oath. Rhaegar rides the mighty dragon, seated upon the Iron Throne, disdainful of the schemes of all who harbor ambition. Winter is coming, and I shall soar upon dragons. Chapter 1. The Crown Prince for a Day. In the land of Westeros, since Aegon the Conqueror rode his dragon and, alongside his sisters and wives, Visenya and Rhaenys, vanquished the Seven Kingdoms, this realm has witnessed unification. From the ascension of Aegon, the year is termed Aegon's Year, or 1 AC. Before this unification, the years are denoted as BC, while those following are labeled AC. The year is 111 AC. Early summer dawn. In the capital of Westeros, King's Landing. To the east of the Red Keep, a wall stands adjacent to the coastline. Within lies a small garden, rarely accessible to outsiders. A white stag, a dirty handkerchief, a bear in the sea. A young boy, around 5 or 6 years of age, with silver golden hair and purple eyes, reclines beneath a sturdy fish beam, murmuring in boredom. Another nightmare, never-ending. His name is Rhaegar Targaryen, a true scion of dragon blood. His father is Viserys Targaryen, the 5th king of Westeros, the sovereign of the Iron Throne. Your Highness Rhaegar, your birthday celebration is about to commence. The queen is calling for you. A young maid approaches, gently reminding the little prince. Rhaegar lifts his gaze, his face thin and pale as parchment, with deep, melancholic eyes framed by dark circles. He regards the maid, his voice low. I have expressed my distaste for birthday celebrations. The maid clasps her hands, striving to muster a smile. I apologize, Your Highness, but the queen truly beckons you. Understood, I shall go. Rhaegar nods, not wishing to burden the maid caught in the middle, and rises, following her into the Red Keep. He is the first son of King Viserys. His mother, the late Queen Aemma Arryn, perished during childbirth. His birthday also marks the anniversary of his mother's death. Thus, to have a celebration every year in my honor is a gratitude owed to the current queen, Lady Alicent Hightower. The interior of the Red Keep is vast, grand, and solemn. Upon reaching a certain room on a higher level, the sounds of child's cries resonate from the ajar door. Rhaegar gestures for the maid to leave and approaches the entrance. Inside the room, a young, elegantly dressed woman cradles a wailing boy, while a little girl at her feet drools over a cake. Out of the corner of her eye, Alicent caught a glimpse of Rhaegar's slender figure and immediately turned around, apologetically saying, Aegon is eyeing your cake if you do not come soon. I may struggle to keep him entertained. Note, it is customary in the West to name descendants after their ancestors. Rhaegar entered the room. It matters not if he wishes to eat. Let him. How much can he consume? You truly resemble an elder brother, Rhaegar. Alicent entrusted Aegon to a nearby attendant, taking his small hand in hers and guiding him to sit at the low table. Gently, she said, Your father is occupied with state affairs, and Rhaenyra seems to have vanished into her own amusements. This year, I shall celebrate your birthday. Let's first blow out the candles and make a wish. Rhaegar remained silent. Together, they extinguished the birthday candles, clasping their hands and closing their eyes. Afflicted by a frail constitution, he possessed a rather quiet demeanor, often speaking very little. Due to a difficult birth, his mother, Aemma, was compelled to undergo a cesarean section to bring him into the world. Yet, this did not grant him a robust physique. Before the age of 3, he had only cried once upon his arrival, spending the remainder of his early days in a state of unconsciousness, relying on human milk for sustenance. At one point, the Grand Maester believed he would not survive to see the next day. Thus, he bore the title of the Onedi Heir. Fortunately, he did not succumb. At the age of 3, under the care of a foreign witch, he awakened from his stupor. However, his health remained poor. Additionally, he suffered from a side effect, recurring nightmares. He was often haunted by bizarre and fragmented visions in his sleep dragons, flames, wars. In short, they were quite terrifying. He frequently awoke, further exacerbating his already feeble condition, leaving him in a prolonged state of lethargy. "I want to eat. Give it to me now." Suddenly, Aegon's voice rang out, causing Rhaegar to instinctively lift his head. With a splat, a small chubby hand plunged into the cake, scattering crumbs as it waved. A dollop of cream landed squarely on Rhaegar's face. "Oh heavens! Someone keep an eye on Aegon." Alicent hurriedly reprimanded the inattentive attendant, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe Rhaegar's face, explaining, "I sincerely apologize, Aegon is quite the mischievous little monkey. If you find the cake unappealing, I can request the kitchen to prepare another." Rhaegar, relishing the queen's attentiveness, replied calmly, "It is of no concern if my brother enjoys it. We can share a piece." Alicent gazed at Rhaegar's composed visage, then at Aegon, who was happily gnawing on the cake. For a fleeting moment, she felt a pang of emotion within her. Fortunately, a voice shattered the dismal atmosphere. "Your Grace, the king requests your presence regarding the hunting arrangements." A knight clad in silver armor, draped in a white cloak, approached the doorway, his expression grave as he delivered the message. He was one of the White Knights, the king's sworn protectors. There are 7 such knights, entirely devoted to the king, obeying any command issued by him. Due to their white cloaks, they are referred to as the White Knights. "Very well, I shall go." Alicent cast a regretful glance at Rhaegar, gently saying, "Your father has called for me. I must attend to him immediately. If there is any gift you desire, you may express it now." "None." Rhaegar responded succinctly. A thought struck her. "If it were true, I would wish to consume less medicine, as it is quite bitter." Alicent managed a reluctant smile. "You ought to ask your father about that." With that, she rose to follow the White Knight, not forgetting to remind her attendants to look after the prince and princesses, ensuring they did not overindulge. As Alicent stepped outside, the little princess, sitting aside and picking at cake crumbs, turned her gaze toward the window and uttered nonsensically, "Do not disturb the sleeping beast." Rhaegar cast a curious glance at her. The little princess, Helena, was the daughter of Queen Alicent and was 2 years old this year. Their interactions had been limited. According to the attendants, Helena seemed to be unlike ordinary children, often lost in her own world, occasionally uttering whimsical remarks, appearing rather eccentric. It seemed the attendants had not erred in their observations. Once Alicent had departed, Rhaegar directed his attention to the voracious Aegon. "Do you take pleasure in eating?" Rhaegar approached Aegon, inquiring gently. Aegon did not even glance in his direction, casually tossing a piece of cream into Helena's hand before resuming his feast. Seeing this, Rhaegar smirked. "How thoughtful of you to share a piece of cake with your sister. Truly a commendable brother, deserving of a reward." "What?" Upon hearing the word reward, Aegon finally looked at him, his eyes reflecting a pure, foolish innocence. "If you enjoy eating, then indulge yourself, it's all for you." Rhaegar reached out to ruffle Aegon's hair and, aiming for the cake on the table, pressed down forcefully. Bang! Little Aegon's face plunged into the greasy cake, eliciting gasps from the nearby attendants. Helena watched the scene with curiosity, her small tongue licking the cream. Rhaegar released Aegon and approached her, gently stroking Helena's silver hair. "Your Highness, please do not behave like this. The Queen will be displeased," one attendant exclaimed in alarm, cleaning Aegon's mess while pleading for the little princess. Rhaegar paid no heed to her concerns. He merely tousled Helena's little head. "You should take food for yourself. Do not pick up what is on the floor or rely on others' charity." "Brother, hee." Helena, puzzled, clapped her tiny hands, mocking Aegon, whose face was smeared with cream. "Such a silly boy." Rhaegar withdrew his hand, now clean of cream, and stepped past the now crying Aegon as he exited the room. Chapter 2. The Skull of Balerion. Exiting the chamber, Rhaegar freed himself from the following attendants and descended the staircase alone, appearing somewhat anxious. After all, who wouldn't feel urgency after striking the queen's son? Yet, fear did not plague him. Just as he extinguished the candlelight, a voice resonated in his mind. "The Explorer system has successfully loaded. Please seek the lost treasures." Rhaegar initially dismissed it as a remnant of a nightmare. However, upon opening his eyes, he was not only met with Aegon's cream assault, but also a peculiar panel. Rhaegar Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, bloodline, ancient Valyrian dragonlord, 5, skills, literature, novice, history, novice, relics, none evaluation, a feeble human whelp, destined to perish before the age of 10. A pity for such a precious talent. The panel was simple and unadorned, outlining Rhaegar's personal attributes. He was taken aback, bewildered, yet accepting. In the brief moment Alicent wiped the cream from his face, he gathered his thoughts. elated by the advent of the system. Over the course of 3 years filled with nightmares, he had dreamt of many things, including fragmented visions of an unknown continent, green-skinned serpents, iron dragons, and towering concrete edifices. The term system resonated with him. It seemed to be a tool designed to assist the inept in reclaiming their fortunes, perfectly suited for a pitiful, weak, and helpless human whelp like himself. In his exuberance, he could not resist bestowing a reward upon his beloved brother Aegon, hoping he would appreciate it. Explorer relics. Coupled with the system's reminder, it appeared he was to seek out ancient and valuable artifacts. Rhaegar, in his youthful visage, analyzed the situation with surprising seriousness. Before leaving the room, he had already conceived of something sufficiently ancient and valuable. Navigating through the bustling halls of the Red Keep, Rhaegar arrived at a spacious great hall adorned with a statue of the Virgin Mary. At the very center of the hall stood a circular platform constructed of stone, upon which rested an immense dragon skull, the skull of Balerion, the Black Dread, the dragon of Conqueror Aegon. Balerion was a legendary creature, having accompanied the Targaryen family from Old Valyria, safeguarding the fleet during their migration. Upon Aegon reaching adulthood, Balerion aided him in his campaigns, conquering the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. After Aegon's demise, the dragon was tamed by his descendants, continuing to serve faithfully until, at over 2 centuries old, Balerion was tamed by Rhaegar's father, Viserys. This formidable dragon once soared thrice over King's Landing with a youthful Viserys upon its back, marking its final appearance before the populace. Shortly thereafter, Balerion passed away, having reached the natural limit of a dragon's lifespan, over 200 years, succumbing to the inevitability of age. In tribute to this extraordinary dragon, the Targaryen family placed its skull in the Great Hall of the Red Keep, where it would be venerated by future generations. Gazing at the colossal dragon skull before him, Rhaegar could conceive of nothing more ancient or valuable. Balerion, I thank you for your contributions to the Targaryen family. I implore you to aid me once more. Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he silently prayed before the altar. Standing on a round stool, he ascended the altar, which towered over 1 meter high. His fingers brushed against the grotesque, interwoven dragon fangs adorning the skull, each one more formidable than himself. Cautiously, Rhaegar stepped into the interior of the cranium from the unobstructed rear of the skull, his small hands gliding over the pallid bone. The exploration mission commenced, targeting the skull of the Black Death, Rhaegar. Suddenly, the system prompt echoed, startling Rhaegar, who nervously glanced around. Mischievous children often face consequences for their antics, and he too feared the discovery of his secret. Fortunately, the Grand Hall was seldom frequented. Rhaegar sighed in relief as a prompt panel materialized before him. Rhaegar's skull, exploration progress, 0. What does this mean? Rhaegar withdrew his hand, and the panel shifted. Rhaegar's skull, exploration progress, 0. Paused. Does exploration of the relic require physical contact? Realization dawned upon Rhaegar as he resumed his touch on the skull. Indeed, the exploration progress continued to advance. So it was. Now, all that remained was a patient wait. Rhaegar plopped down, leaning against the skull to rest, occasionally using his face and tiny feet to make contact. His frail body struggled with even a few steps, panting heavily. Today, his excitement had fueled him with adrenaline, enabling him to endure the exploration of Rhaegar's skull. As dusk settled and the sun gradually descended, a voice pierced the tranquil air, awakening the slumbering Rhaegar. Exploration complete. Please retrieve the lost treasure. With sleepy eyes, Rhaegar beheld the system panel that appeared. Rhaegar's skull, exploration progress, 100 completed. What treasure awaits? Rhaegar instantly perked up. He examined the panel, which displayed only a few lines of text. Puzzled, he tilted his head, recalling the word retrieve from the recent prompt. Standing up, he scanned the surroundings. A red halo, the size of a watermelon, floated above the closed fangs of the colossal dragon skull. Intrigued, Rhaegar approached and reached out to touch it gently. As if poking a bubble, the red halo burst, transforming into a small cluster of red motes that danced like fireworks into his hand. Relic retrieval successful. Scanning. Scanning complete. Classified as a legendary relic. The Dragon's Legacy. Legendary level, This seems like quite a fortune. Rhaegar whispered to himself, a vision of a dragon scale named Dragon's Legacy appearing in his mind. With a mere thought, the scale manifested in his grasp. This scale, pitch black and scarred, was only the size of an adult's palm. How to utilize this dragon scale? As Rhaegar examined it, the system panel's text morphed. Blood and fire share a common origin. To harness the dragon's legacy, one must be a true dragon. Blood and fire share a common origin. Rhaegar's mind sparked with insight. It is widely known that dragons are synonymous with fire. Therefore, the method of activation must involve blood, specifically the blood of a true dragon. A smile spread across Rhaegar's face. Though he was not a dragon, he was a true Targaryen. With one hand gripping the dragon scale and the other poised near its sharp edge, he steeled himself. This is it. With a sharp sound, dragon scales sliced through the thumb, and crimson droplets began to flow. The scales, stained with blood, radiated a brilliant red glow. Congratulations. The legacy of the dragon has been activated. You have acquired Bloodfire Convergence, Level, Legendary, Red, Effect, Flame Resistance 50 Evaluation. A true dragon fears, not the flames. And the Targaryens are no different. The dragon scale shattered, turning to dust and drifting away with the wind. Before Rhaegar could react, a faint blush appeared on his pallid face, and his skin gradually heated. This sensation was not unpleasant. It resembled curling up in bed during winter, with a warm hearth nearby. His body was enveloped in warmth. The feeling came swiftly and departed just as quickly. The heat dissipated, leaving Rhaegar's skin smoother, and his formerly pale complexion showed signs of improvement. At least he no longer appeared on the brink of death. He bore the appearance of one recuperating from a grave illness. Increasing flame resistance. What manner of ability is this? Rhaegar approached the edge of the altar, where a multitude of candles formed a tight circle. He ignited one candle and placed his hand above the flame. Rather than indulging in idle thoughts, he decided to experiment. As his hand made contact with the fire, the initial sensation was warmth. As time progressed, the heat intensified, and he began to feel a burning sensation. A droplet of wax fell onto his hand, causing Rhaegar to furrow his brow at the slight sting. Blowing out the candle, Rhaegar understood the essence of flame resistance. The fire still hurt, yet the damage it inflicted was remarkably limited. Chapter 3. The Light of the Kingdom. Rhaegar Targaryen. Talent. Dreamer. Gold. Bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon. 8. Skills. Literature. Beginner. History. Beginner. Artifact. Bloodfire Connection. Fire Resistance 50. Evaluation. Signs of revival in the ancient bloodline are emerging. Should a miracle occur, it may break the current predicament. Rhaegar gazed at the panel, lost in thought. The bloodline, artifact, and evaluation displayed changes. The ancient bloodline. He murmured softly, has the Bloodfire Connection awakened the true dragon's blood? Never mind. Pondering the incomprehensible is futile. It is better to continue the search for lost treasures. Lighter in spirit, Rhaegar attempted to leap down from the altar and succeeded. An explorer, surely I shall overcome my frailty. With a heart brimming with excitement, he raised his eyebrows, secretly celebrating his serendipitous encounter. However, his exhilaration did not cloud his judgment. The young prince needed rest. Exiting the grand hall, twilight was approaching. Servants lit the oil lamps on the walls, illuminating the red keep against the encroaching night. Unnoticed by anyone, Rhaegar swiftly returned to his quarters. Creaking the door open, he found his room shrouded in dimness, with moonlight filtering through the glass window, casting a hazy glow. Who is there? He demanded, fixing his gaze on a figure by the window. What a brazen intrusion into his bedchamber at such an hour. Surely, no one would dare to plot against him. It is I, Rhaegar. The figure turned, and by the moonlight he discerned a young girl clad in a fitted leather dress, her silvery blonde hair shimmering softly. As she faced him, she shrugged. What is this? Have I not visited you on your birthday, and now you fail to recognize your own sister? Rhaenyra, how did you come to be in my room? Upon recognizing her features, Rhaegar exhaled in relief, a joyful expression illuminating his face. She was his full-blooded sister, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, the light of the kingdom, Princess Rhaenyra. Leaning against the window, Rhaegar regarded his pale countenance with a complex gaze, a flicker of compassion crossing her features. Do not turn away. She hesitated. Today is your birthday, and as your sister, I ought to see you. Rhaegar smiled broadly. Sister, I am delighted that you have come to visit me. Yet, you know I dislike celebrating my birthday. Rhaegar sighed. I understand. Today I visited Mother, and I have been waiting to see you since the afternoon. Have you not eaten? Rhaegar asked abruptly. Rhaegar paused, momentarily taken aback. I had a piece of bread in the morning. Aside from that, I suppose I have not eaten. Interrupting her, Rhaegar rose and rummaged through the bedside drawer. What are you searching for? Rhaegar inquired, puzzled. Not to worry, I have provisions. He produced a packet of biscuits from the drawer and handed it to her. He then retrieved a jug of cold tea from the table, placing it over the fire in the hearth and igniting the coals within. The Red Keep, being near the coast, was perpetually damp and chilly, regardless of the season. Casually, Rhaegar settled beside the hearth, patting the opposite seat to invite Rhaegar to join him. How have you been lately? Still plagued by nightmares? Accepting her brother's goodwill, Rhaegar generously took a piece of the biscuit and sat by the fire with him. Give me a piece. I haven't eaten either. Rhaegar snatched the second biscuit she offered and replied, Nightmares are always shadowing me. I've grown accustomed to them. Where have you been wandering all this time, without even eating? Rhaegar asked, her curiosity tinged with concern. The Grand Maester mentioned that you've been refusing your medicine, and both Father and I are quite worried about you. Just wandering about, my body knows best. Taking medicine doesn't resolve the issue, but I believe things will improve soon. Rhaegar defended himself, shifting the topic. Tell me, do you have something to share with me? We are discussing your matters, Rhaegar retorted, displeased. Yet every time you come to see me, you bring a belly full of grievances. Rhaegar munched on his biscuit. Dear sister, I've grown accustomed to being your sounding board. You scoundrel, Rhaegar scoffed. It's all a filthy game of power. Those ministers believe women should not ascend the Iron Throne. They wish to pull me down and have Father replace me with Aegon. Father loves you dearly, sister, Rhaegar replied, not believing that King Viserys would harm his daughter based on the minister's opinions. Absolutely not, Rhaegar retorted loudly. Rhaegar was taken aback, looking at her sheepishly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. The whispers are driving me mad. Realizing her outburst, Rhaegar gently patted her brother's head, lowering her voice significantly. Father wants me to marry powerful figures who can help solidify his reign. I feel as if I'm being sold like a piece of merchandise. Rhaegar voiced her unspoken thoughts. Rhaegar, my brother, with her sentiments laid bare. Rhaegar felt tears welling up in her eyes as she helplessly grasped her brother's hand. Since their mother's passing, with Father marrying her closest friend and Uncle Demon being cast out of King's Landing, she had no one to confide in. Aside from soaring through the skies on her dragon, she felt like a lost soul in the vast Red Keep. No one listened to her. No one genuinely offered her help. Rhaegar tightly held her brother's slender hand. Thank goodness the stranger did not take you away. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know who else would care for me. Rhaegar shook his head. Do not think like that, sister. Father's decision to keep you as his heir signifies that he still loves you. The whispers outside were not only affecting you, but also battering the father who shields you from the storm. Rhaegar lowered her head. But I do not wish to marry those vultures with ill intentions. They merely seek to feast upon my flesh. If you are unwilling, perhaps I could speak to Father, and he might temporarily forget this matter, seeing our sibling bond. A thought struck Rhaegar, his expression softening as he tried to comfort his sister. But Rhaegar hesitated, unable to voice her thoughts. Rhaegar spoke bitterly. I know that each time Father sees me, his son on the brink of death, he is reminded of Mother, engulfed in guilt and sorrow. He is reluctant to grow close to me, fearing the blow he would endure should he lose me one day. Yet, I am Rhaegar Targaryen, belonging to the sky and the sea, and I cannot be perpetually confined within the Red Keep. Rhaegar's youthful visage bore a resolute expression as he gazed at his sister with hopeful eyes. Hearing her brother's earnest words, Rhaenys felt a profound empathy, for she too had been tethered to their father, ensnared by the shackles of power. Without a moment's hesitation, the young girl replied, Very well. Tomorrow I shall take you to meet Father. He must fulfill his paternal duties. Rhaegar's cherubic face lit up with a smile as he affectionately nestled into Rhaenys' modest embrace. Nuzzling against her and exclaiming, Sister, This is the birthday gift I long for, not the wretched cake or the celebrations. All I desire is the love of family. Such a wish is not selfish. Rhaenys enveloped her brother in her arms, resting her chin on his shoulder, feeling the sharp contours of his bones. Her eyes clouded with confusion and helplessness. After a prolonged silence, she lamented, "How I wish you possessed a robust constitution. Then all expectations could be met, and you could shield me. Before the stranger takes me away, I shall remain with you, sister," Rhaegar quietly responded, inhaling the essence of her embrace. In his innocent heart, there existed only their father, Aegon, and his sister, Rhaenys. He harbored no desire for harm to befall either of them. Chapter 4. The plea for assistance from the Stone Steps archipelago. The following day, the first rays of dawn illuminated the Red Keep, and the servants commenced their daily labors. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast of milk and bread, Rhaegar and Rhaenyra hastily made their way to the council hall. Along the way, the servants and knights dared not impede their passage, allowing them to proceed unencumbered. Upon entering the Grand Council Hall, they were greeted by a vibrant atmosphere. King Viserys, in his 30s, wore a broad smile as he engaged warmly with several of his advisors. It was well known that Viserys was a monarch characterized by his tolerance and compassion, always greeting anyone with a cheerful demeanor. "Rhaenyra, we were just discussing the royal hunt. Your timing is impeccable," he exclaimed as Rhaenyra gracefully entered the hall, instantly capturing Viserys' attention and prompting an invitation to join the discussion. "Father, do you still remember me?" Rhaegar inquired, his hand clasped in his sister's, his gaze melancholic as he looked upon their father. "Oh, Rhaegar, why is your sister leading you astray?" Viserys remarked, his eyes widening as he beheld the slight figure at the entrance. In an instant, he rose from his seat. "Your Highness," the courtiers quickly adjusted their postures, acknowledging Rhaegar, the king's eldest son, who naturally enjoyed the respect accorded to him by the lords. Had it not been for the frailty that cast him into slumber at birth, the position of heir would not have fallen to Rhaenyra. Surveying the assembly of advisors, Rhaegar raised a hand, signaling for them to forego formalities, his gentle smile illuminating the room. This moment caused the courtiers to momentarily lose their composure. It must be said, in terms of appearance alone, Prince Rhaegar seemed to be carved from the very same mold as King Viserys, calm, benevolent. Rhaenyra, still holding her brother's hand, remarked, "Yesterday was Rhaegar's birthday, and we were both absent. He yearned to see our father." Viserys, moved by her words, swiftly approached the siblings, kneeling before them, and said, "Forgive me, my son. As king, I am always burdened with responsibilities. I hope you do not hold it against me." Meeting Viserys' gaze, Rhaegar maintained his smile, but cast a furtive glance at his sister, who feigned indignation, and softly replied, "It is of no consequence. How could I blame my king? I merely wish to see my father. Since you absolve yourself with your title, I, too, can invoke my identity as your son to strike at your conscience." Indeed, Viserys appeared momentarily taken aback, guilt etched across his features. Lowering his gaze, he reached out to touch Rhaegar's pale cheek, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. "You have grown, resembling your mother so closely. Perhaps, but I only hope that in my lifetime, you do not forget me or cast me aside." Rhaegar's voice carried a tinge of sorrow as he continued to press upon Viserys' vulnerable heart. He was no longer a mere child of 3 whom sweet words could easily sway. He was 6, cognizant of his words and their profound impact. Viserys felt his palm tremble slightly, especially upon noticing his eldest son's gaunt and pallid visage, as if his heart were being hammered by a relentless force. Taking a deep breath, Viserys rose, lifting Rhaegar into his arms as he returned to his throne. He gently tousled his silver hair and said, "You have never sought to meet me. As a negligent father, is there anything I can do to atone for my shortcomings?" As he spoke, Viserys discreetly cast a glance at Rhaenyra, curious to discern the nature of the sibling bond before him. Rhaegar shook his head softly, leaning against his father's embrace. "No. The more one speaks, the greater the risk of error. The hunter who acts first only becomes the hunted." Viserys smiled and turned his attention to Rhaenyra, asking, "How was I unaware of the closeness you share with your brother?" "He is my brother, closer than Aegon," Rhaenyra retorted without hesitation. Viserys' smile faltered as he ceased to engage with his prickly daughter, redirecting his focus to the assembled lords. Adopting the demeanor befitting a king, he stated with composure, "Rhaegar is permitted to listen to matters of state today. Where had we left off in our discussion? Some minor issues. It would not harm the prince to listen," affirmed Linman Bisberry, the Minister of Finance and Master of the Royal Treasury. Rhaegar regarded the elder, a man with a head of mixed black and white hair and a kindly visage. Noticing Rhaegar's gaze, Linman offered a friendly nod, appearing quite amiable. Rhaegar responded with a smile. Their brief exchange was soon overshadowed as the hand of the king, Leonor Strong, guided the conversation back on track. "Your Majesty, the royal hunt is set for 2 days hence, the itinerary and expenditures." This portly hand of the king, though of ordinary appearance, presented his report with utmost seriousness, meticulously outlining the needs and requirements for the royal hunt. Once he concluded, Viserys pondered briefly before agreeing with the proposed plan. Since the resignation of the former hand of the king, Otto Hightower, Leonor had become Viserys' most trusted aide. His rigorous work ethic and impartiality earned him Viserys' respect. Rhaegar quietly absorbed their discourse. Gently tugging at Viserys' arm, he inquired softly, "The royal hunt sounds thrilling. May I attend?" He had never ventured beyond the Red Keep since his birth and longed to experience the world outside. Viserys, considering this, wore a troubled expression. His eldest son's frail health made the journey to the royal hunt perilous, potentially threatening his life. Viserys turned his gaze towards Rhaenyra, his eyes pleading for assistance. "I believe Lord Leonor's plan is excellent. I have no objections." Rhaenyra Foe ignored the plea, engaging with the lords. As the heir to the Iron Throne, despite her father's refusal to grant her even a modicum of decision-making power, her agreement and praise were indispensable courtesies. Without his daughter's support, Viserys felt a twinge of embarrassment, stating, "I too wish to take you to the royal hunt, but Aegon will also attend. Why may I not?" Rhaegar feigned confusion. "Because of your health. I do not wish for misfortune to befall you." "No, I wish to go. My health is gradually improving, and I shall not encounter any mishaps." Rhaegar's determination to attend solidified. "Even if there is danger, I must behold the beauty of the outside world. I cannot remain like a small bird confined to a cage. That is protection." Viserys wore a grave expression, steadfast in his resolve. At the opportune moment, Rhaenyra interjected, "Our family shall partake in the royal hunt. We cannot leave Rhaegar alone in the Red Keep." Viserys cast a displeased glance towards Rhaenyra. She stood tall, defiantly meeting his gaze. As the father and daughter faced off, Rhaegar tugged at Viserys' sleeve, his eyes pleading, "Please, father, I truly wish to go." "Oh, heavens, why must I always be faced with such dilemmas?" Viserys lamented as he struck the table in frustration, ultimately yielding to his 2 children. He warned, "You may accompany us on the royal hunt, but you must promise to behave and not to wander off with Rhaenyra." "No problem, I swear," Rhaegar responded without a moment's hesitation. Just then, a figure hurriedly entered the hall, urgency in their voice. "Your Majesty, we have received a plea for aid from the Stepstones. You may wish to review it." Chapter 5. The second exploration, a figure approached with urgency, swiftly making their way to Viserys and presenting a letter. Rhaegar scrutinized the individual without restraint. With golden hair slicked back and a meticulously groomed beard, he appeared quite respectable. Viserys took the letter, examining its contents, and remarked in confusion, "A plea for assistance," which hardly seems like the action of demon. Tywin Lannister nodded slightly, exhaling a sigh. "The message is from Ser Vaemon Valerion, the brother of the sea snake. I suspected that, with that scoundrel's pride, he would never deign to write to me, his elder brother." A knowing smile crossed Viserys' face. Soon, he finished reading the letter, and his expression shifted as he scanned the gathered lords. The Stepstones are at a standstill. The fools feeding crabs are avoiding battle, and Daemon is bogged down. The courtiers exchanged glances, proposing various suggestions. The options boiled down to either dispatching troops for support or waiting for Daemon and the Sea Snake's forces to suffer defeat. Viserys pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. He loathed war. This conflict over the Stepstones was entirely instigated by the Sea Snake, who had incited Daemon to act without royal consent. Now, in a precarious situation, he sought aid from him. Should he truly be responsible for cleaning up after these undisciplined men? Rhaenyra, take your brother away. This discussion may not conclude swiftly, and I would not want him to grow weary. Viserys gently kissed Rhaegar's forehead, entrusting him to his daughter's care. Recognizing the complexity of the matter, Rhaenyra did not object and took her brother's hand as they exited the hall. Once outside the council chamber, the siblings arrived at a large window in the corridor. Rhaenyra gazed through the stained glass, pondering, "Do you believe Uncle Demon can triumph over the crab feeder? My dear sister, your young brother has only just turned 6. Rhaegar glanced at his sister, who towered over him, furrowing his small brow in dismay. After a brief silence, Rhaenyra slapped her forehead, chastising herself for her folly. "How foolish of me. I always treat you like a little adult and forget that you might not even know who the crab feeder is." Rhaegar replied, "If it weren't for hearing Uncle Demon declare me the prince, I would not even be aware that I have an uncle." Rhaenyra, tilting her head slightly, murmured, "I notice father has lost 2 fingers. He is ill. The Grand Maester has been attending to him." Rhaenyra reassured him, stroking his head in a comforting manner. She believed her brother was frightened by their father's injury. Rhaegar simply watched her, grasping her small hand that was tousling his hair, pinching a tender piece of flesh between 2 fingernails. With a sudden force, he exclaimed, "Ah, what are you doing? That hurts, you know." Rhaenyra, like a startled rabbit, quickly withdrew her hand, a streak of blood appearing on the back of her hand. Facing her sister's furious glare, Rhaegar spoke earnestly, "A tiny wound makes you scream. Yet father has lost 2 fingers and perhaps bears other injuries. He is the king and cannot weep, revealing any sign of weakness. As his offspring, we should not contemplate a war instigated by personal whims, but rather strive to strengthen ourselves and assist our father." Rhaenyra was taken aback, pointing at her younger brother with a stammer. "Ew, you just claimed to be 6 years old, and now you turn around and lecture me?" Rhaegar, with an air of confidence, replied, "My age may limit my experience, yet books ignite my intellect. Sister, you ought to immerse yourself in literature, rather than be perpetually ensnared in dragon riding and the turmoil of gossip." He pretended to pat Rhaenyra on the shoulder, only to discover, to his dismay, that he could not reach even on tiptoe. Instead, he settled for a light pat on her slender waist before turning away with nonchalance. Rhaenyra stood frozen for a moment, until a gust of cool wind jolted her back to reality. In the next instant, the corridor echoed with her furious roar, "Rhaegar, how dare you show disrespect to your sister? Prepare to face the wrath of the sleeping dragon." 2 days later, a lavish carriage made its way toward the royal grove, accompanied by a retinue of guards and attendants. Within the spacious carriage sat the royal family. Viserys occupied the center, with Queen Alicent and Rhaenyra seated on either side. Beside Alicent were Aegon and Helena, the latter cradling a small infant. Naturally, Rhaegar sat next to his sister, boredly gazing at the tiny babe. The little one, when crying, sounded as if the world were ending, a truly terrifying sound. Quietly muttering, Rhaegar made a face at the infant. Alicent, ever warm and amiable, smiled and remarked, "Aemond is still adjusting to the carriage. He cries far too much." Viserys laughed heartily. "His cries are astonishing. He will surely grow into a formidable warrior." Alicent beamed sweetly as she passed the infant to Rhaegar, gently saying, "Would you like to hold him? You can give it a try." Rhaegar grasped the baby under his arms, allowing him to flail and kick about for a while. To be honest, he thought, if this little creature dared to retaliate against him in the future, he would not be spared. A smirk appeared on Rhaegar's lips as he envisioned the scenes of discipline he would enact. Before long, Aemond, overwhelmed, cried his way back to his mother's embrace. Observing this, Viserys' previously furrowed brow relaxed. With his wife by his side, traveling in a grand carriage, and surrounded by his children, what could be more splendid than this? Noticing Viserys' contentment, Rhaegar seized the moment to inquire, "Father, is that the Blackfire of the Conqueror Aegon at your side?" With a proud grin, Viserys picked up the sheathed sword beside him, declaring, "Indeed, the Blackfire, a symbol of royal authority, was wielded by the Conqueror to unify the 7 kingdoms. May I have a look?" Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he gazed at the Blackfire. Viserys extended the sword toward him, only to withdraw it midway. Noticing Rhaegar's frail physique, he regretfully stated, "Not just yet. Blackfire is a weapon steeped in blood, and you must wait until you are older to wield it." I wish to try, Rhaegar insisted, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to hold a sword whose legacy rivaled that of the skull of Balerion. Viserys shook his head, returning Blackfire to its place, denying his request. Rhaegar's face was clouded with disappointment as he lowered his head. If one wishes to witness the edge of a sharp blade, this would indeed be an excellent choice. Unable to bear the sight of his eldest son's unhappiness, Viserys unfastened a dragon-horn dagger from his waist and, with an air of mystery, tossed it to Rhaegar. Rhaegar fumbled to catch it, gazing at his father in bewilderment. Viserys chuckled. This dagger once belonged to the conqueror Aegon, and before him, it was the possession of an Heir. Wow, it's ancient enough, Rhaegar exclaimed, drawing the dragon-horn dagger from its sheath. With a swift motion, the blade emerged, radiating a chilling light. Rhaegar squinted slightly, observing the intricate patterns that adorned the dagger, its material and craftsmanship impeccable. Is this Valyrian steel? Rhaenyra, captivated by the dagger, expressed her astonishment. Viserys nodded. The heirlooms passed down from our ancestors possess their own extraordinary qualities. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Rhaegar's ears. Lost treasure detected. Containing trace amounts of magical elements, automatic analysis in progress. Magic? Rhaegar's spirits lifted. The notification chimed again. Analysis successful. Dagger chronicling the song of ice and fire detected. Would you like to initiate exploration? Chapter 6. The Language of Valyria. The adventure begins. Once again confronted with an exploration task, Rhaegar could not let this opportunity slip away. He silently invoked the initiation, and the exploration progress panel concerning the dragonhorn dagger materialized before him. Valyrian steel dagger, exploration progress. 2-5 hooray. Rhaegar quietly rejoiced, his face adorned with a broad smile. He declined Rhaenys' request to inspect the dragonhorn dagger, feigning exhaustion and pitifully claiming to feel drowsy. Very well, then. You may sleep while clutching the dagger, you miser. Rhaenys huffed. Rhaegar rubbed his dark circles, leaning against his sister's embrace, yawning as he made a request to his father. Before we disembark, I shall return the dagger to you. Casual enough, just refrain from having nightmares and flailing it about. Viserys jested, watching him with a sense of paternal pride. Goodness knows if it had been too long since he had seen his eldest son. He felt that Rhaegar appeared more spirited these past couple of days, not gasping for breath after only a few words. As a father, Viserys was delighted. The carriage continued its journey, from dawn until the sun hung high in the sky. The exploration concluded, and the message to retrieve the lost treasure appeared. The carriage came to a halt, the driver soothing the docile white horses with gentle reins. Rhaegar was roused by the system notification, feeling a tickle at the tip of his nose. Opening his eyes, he beheld Rhaenys teasing his nose with a strand of her silver hair. Sister, how boring you are. Rhaegar propped himself up, realizing he had unknowingly reclined in the chair, his head resting on Rhaenys' lap. We have arrived at the camp. Outside await the ministers ready to greet us. Rhaenys smiled knowingly, urging her brother to awaken. Rhaegar snapped back to attention and immediately checked the system panel. Valyrian steel dagger, exploration progress. One hunter's gaze fell upon the dragonhorn dagger in his hand, where a blue orb clung to the hilt. Rhaegar discreetly glanced at the group, noting that none seemed to notice this conspicuous blue orb. It appeared that only he could see it. For reasons he could not fully articulate, Rhaegar exhaled in relief, secretly delighted. He cherished this sense of singularity. As he touched the blue orb, it transformed into small light points, much like foam, that entered his hand, just as before. Father, the dagger is yours. Viserys, attended by Alicent, adjusted his attire as Rhaegar placed the dagger into his hands. Have your sister smooth out the creases in your clothing. One must not appear disrespectful before the ministers, Viserys advised, casually fastening it at his waist while reminding him to maintain a proper image. Rhaenys, not particularly gentle, pulled him closer, smiling as she combed through his tousled silver hair from sleep. Seizing the moment, Rhaegar checked the system panel. Artifact retrieval successful. Undergoing assessment. Assessment successful, classified as an excellent level artifact, the awakening of the ancestors. Would you like to activate this artifact? Excellent level? Noticing the different rating on the panel, Rhaegar pondered. The previous exploration's dragon relic had been classified as legendary, with a red aura. This time, the assessment deemed it excellent, with a blue aura. It seems that relics are categorized into various grades, with a legendary relic that awakens the bloodline of the ancient Valyrian Dragon King being exceedingly rare. Aware of the transformation brought about by the blood and fire connection, Rhaegar silently expressed his gratitude to Balerion. He activated the relic, and as he focused his thoughts, the system interface revealed a line of text. Congratulations, the awakening of the ancestors has been successfully activated. You have acquired proficiency in ancient Valyrian level, excellent, blue, effect, mastery of the ancient Valyrian language. Evaluation. Acquiring a language is undoubtedly beneficial. At the moment, he comprehended the interface. An electric sensation coursed from his tailbone upward, surging through to the crown of his head. Rhaegar shuddered as knowledge of the ancient Valyrian language blossomed within his mind, both the elevated and the common dialects. This language seemed to take root and flourish in his brain, as if he had been born to it. Rhaegar, are you feeling cold? Rhaenyra noticed something amiss and expressed her concern. Rhaegar shook his head repeatedly, assuring her, no, I am quite well. He patted his chest, signaling that he truly was fine. Gathering his spirits, he realized they had kept the ministers waiting for too long and needed to present themselves with dignity. Viserys, with Blackfire at his side, boldly parted the curtains and stepped out of the carriage. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, greeting their king. Come, children. Alicent spoke softly as she followed closely behind. Rhaenyra frowned slightly, feeling displeased by the tone. Once, they had been inseparable friends, sharing everything. After her mother's tragic death in childbirth, Alicent had married her father, now addressing her as if she were a mere child. It was utterly distasteful. With a composed expression, Rhaenyra took Rhaegar's hand and descended from the carriage. In contrast to the enthusiastic welcome bestowed upon the king, the crowd's reception of Rhaenyra, the heir apparent, was decidedly lukewarm. Conversely, Alicent, accompanied by 3 princes and a princess, cheerfully accepted greetings from various noblewomen. Even more foolishly, some in the crowd were chanting for Prince Aegon, inciting a wave of applause that overshadowed the rightful heir, Rhaenyra, and her elder brother, Rhaegar. Rhaenyra struggled to maintain her smile, feigning indifference as she followed in Viserys' wake. Rhaegar's trembling hand revealed a sweet smile beneath his puzzled gaze, though his pale complexion and dark circles rendered him less than charming. I am fine, Rhaegar. Rhaenyra's voice barely concealed her despondency. I know, the Targaryens never concede defeat. Rhaegar murmured in agreement, his gaze shifting towards the source of the earlier inappropriate remarks. In less than a second, he identified the culprit still stirring up the crowd, a golden-haired fellow with a prominent nose, standing beside an elderly noblewoman, presumably an accomplished knight. You with a large nose. I shall remember you, Rhaegar noted silently, committing the face to memory for no other reason than the sheer obnoxiousness of his appearance. After a spirited welcome, the camp commenced its celebrations. Various beverages, fruits, and pastries adorned the table, available for the enjoyment of the nobles and their families participating in the hunt. Viserys entered the main tent, ascended the throne, and received greetings from his ministers. Rhaenyra and Rhaegar followed suit. A group of noble women huddled together, discussing the rumors surrounding the stepstones. It appeared that a noble lady had been abducted by pirates who were feeding her crabs. As Rhaenyra approached, she was called over by a lavishly dressed old woman with white hair who inquired about her opinion. Engaging in conversation, Rhaenyra smiled and drew closer. To her surprise, the woman was not amiable. Within mere moments, she seized upon the fact that Daemon had instigated a war, questioning Rhaenyra's claim to the position of heir from Daemon. Lady Jane opined that Daemon had merely brought this upon himself, asserting that the princess was more suited to the role of heir. Alicent, seated beside the elderly lady, spoke up to defend Rhaenyra. The current king is Viserys, her husband. Whether the heir is bestowed upon Rhaenyra or her children, it remains a family affair. Daemon had long been excluded from succession. Alicent would not permit any notion of Daemon being stripped of his claim to circulate. As Lady Jane fell silent, she shifted her attack towards Daemon's unilateral declaration of war. For this unnecessary conflict, the kingdom has been dragged into turmoil by your uncle, dispatching fleets and soldiers to utterly eradicate the realm of the three daughters. This endeavor demands countless resources and the sacrifice of many soldiers' lives. Chapter 7. Larys Valerion. The kingdom had not yet plunged into war. My father remained in deliberation. Rhaenyra's smile vanished as she countered the harsh reproaches of the elder woman. Another matron interjected, asserting, though the king refuses to acknowledge it, war has indeed commenced, instigated by your uncle and the sea snake. How have you served the realm of late, Lady Redwine? Rhaenyra, utterly exasperated, cast a disdainful glance at the pug nestled in the woman's arms, retorting by indulging in biscuits. Perhaps? The blatant mockery hung in the air, rendering the gathering momentarily speechless, ensnared in silence. Suddenly, a stifled laugh erupted, sharp and jarring against the quietude. Lady Redwine's expression darkened as she turned to the silver-haired boy struggling to suppress his mirth, and with a measured tone, she inquired, "Your Highness, is this the prince?" Rhaenyra, uninterested, pivoted and walked away, leaving the elderly woman with an aloof silhouette. Rhaegar, unable to contain his amusement, stood before the assembly of noble women and graciously introduced himself. "I am Rhaegar Targaryen. Viserys, I is my father, and I am his firstborn." With that, he glanced at Lady Redwine and asked, "Forgive my frail constitution that kept me from public view during my youth, but does this Lady of Biscuits recall my name?" Another chuckle escaped the crowd. Rhaegar turned to notice a slender man with brown curls seated oddly among the assembly of gossips. The man clutched a cane, and Rhaegar's gaze fell to a peculiar shoe, evidence of a deformed foot. Aware of Rhaegar's scrutiny, the man politely inclined his head, introducing himself, "Larry Strong, at your service." "Your Highness." Rhaegar returned the gesture, curiosity piqued. "Might I inquire, how is Lord Lionel related to you?" "He is my father. I am his youngest son," Larys replied, retracting his malformed foot. "Your father is a well-respected minister." After exchanging pleasantries, Rhaegar shifted his focus back to Lady Redwine. "The realm of the three daughters has invaded our territories, plundering vessels and trafficking loyal subjects of my father. My uncle Daemon may have taken matters into his own hands, but he did so to safeguard his brother's kingdom, fulfilling the duties expected of a Targaryen prince." He paused briefly, surveying the initially vocal Lady Jane, and proclaimed with righteous fervor, "It is not we who have instigated this conflict. Rather, the realm of the three daughters has overstepped its bounds, challenging the authority of Targaryen rule. I am confident that it will not be long before my father, undeterred by the doubts surrounding his involvement in the war, dispatches forces to vanquish those foreign invaders who dare to feed upon crabs. Moreover, the kingdom's affairs are diligently managed by the king and his council. There is no need for this Lady of Biscuits to fret." As his impassioned speech concluded, Rhaegar pointedly emphasized Lady Redwine, deepening her connection to the biscuits. Upon hearing his words, the noble women who had previously mocked Rhaenyra now wore expressions akin to having been struck across the face in a public forum. Alicent gazed at him in astonishment, as if meeting him for the first time. No one could have anticipated that a 6-year-old child could articulate such profound thoughts, particularly Lady Redwine, who felt deeply humiliated yet found herself at a loss for words to defend her position. "Queen Alicent, it is your duty to properly educate the king's offspring." With that, she threw the pug onto the ground and, lifting her skirt dusted with crumbs, stormed away, muttering foul words under her breath. "It seems my remarks were too juvenile to resonate with you all." Rhaegar maintained a smile, gently caressing his slightly heaving chest, bowing before taking his leave. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with a gaggle of shallow-minded gossips. He needed to seek out his sister. The insecure adolescent was prone to melancholy and required his comfort. Not long after exiting the tent, he heard the discordant sound of footsteps behind him. Turning around, Rhaegar beheld Ser Larys leaning on his cane. "Ser Larys, do you also find disfavor with the lady's prattle?" Rhaegar inquired, bemused. Larys replied subtly, "No, I enjoy gathering all kinds of news." "Is that so?" Rhaegar regarded him with curiosity. Larys bent down, attempting to lower his gaze to match Rhaegar's, smiling in a somewhat obsequious manner. "I have come specifically to see you, your highness." Rhaegar nodded, signaling him to continue. I have heard that the king's eldest son, that is, you, has remained sequestered within the palace due to health issues. Indeed, my mother faced complications during my birth, and, until the age of 6, I was at risk of untimely demise, Rhaegar replied candidly, intrigued to see what Larys was up to. Thank the seven, even though you are frail, your highness. Your remarkable intellect remains unshrouded. Truly, a fortune for the realm, Larys exaggeratedly praised. Rhaegar, gradually losing patience, replied coolly, in the absence of days spent running and playing, I have merely devoted myself to reading. Oh, what genres of literature do you favor, your highness? Historical texts. The study of history bestows wisdom and allows one to learn from the experiences of our forebears. Rhaegar, having lost interest in the conversation, retorted bluntly, history serves to awaken future generations, to safeguard their honor and steer clear of those with ulterior motives. He then turned on his heel and departed. Larys, leaning on his cane, watched his retreating figure with a faint smile, his gaze laden with meaning. An intriguing young prince, riding the waves of fate, yet still not ashore. Without bidding farewell to the dubious uncle, Rhaegar continued his search for his sister. After a prolonged search, he had yet to catch sight of her. This led him to wonder if the blow had been too great, causing Rhaenys to retreat to a corner to secretly shed her small pearls of sorrow. Your Highness, navigating between the bonfire and fruit platters, a steady voice called out to him. Rhaegar scanned his surroundings and spotted a knight clad in silver armor. Draped in a white cloak, beneath the helm flowed a long braid, complemented by thick brows and expressive eyes, adorned with a bushy beard. He recognized the visage of this white knight. He had seen it before, and indeed, twice at once. Among the king's Kingsguard were a pair of twin brothers, the elder, Ser Ellic Cargill, and the younger, Ser Elric Cargill. Both brothers were exceptional in skill and possessed a sense of justice, leading to their selection as members of the Kingsguard. Sir Ellic, do you require my assistance? Rhaegar inquired, curiously observing his companion while holding a cluster of red grapes. Upon being addressed by name, Ellic appeared momentarily taken aback, as though somewhat flattered. His striking resemblance to his brother, Alec, often made it challenging for others to distinguish between the two. Thus, it was not uncommon for names to be misused. Ellic stepped forward a few paces and respectfully bowed, saying, "The king is seeking you." "Very well, lead the way," Rhaegar replied, displaying a willingness to comply. Ellic hesitated slightly, offering a cautionary note. "Your Highness, the king has recently had a disagreement with the princess, and his mood is rather unpleasing." "A disagreement? What is the cause?" Ignoring the matter of Rhaenyra returning to the tent, Rhaegar sought to uncover the reason behind the quarrel. "Regarding the princess's marriage, I dare not speak further," Ellic stated, maintaining his integrity and refraining from divulging the private affairs of the royal family. However, he did mention a name, Jason Lannister, the Duke of the Westerlands, Lord of Casterly Rock, the Guardian of the West, a plethora of titles and nicknames. Rhaegar was momentarily at a loss, but following Ellic's clarification, he grasped the situation. This individual was the elder brother of Tywin Lannister, the current head of House Lannister. The root of the conflict lay in Jason Lannister's audacious courtship of Rhaenyra, marked by an arrogant demeanor and unabashed avarice for beauty and power. Rhaenyra, unimpressed by such a peacock, had firmly rejected him. Upon returning to the tent, she resisted Viserys' control over her marital affairs in light of Jason Lannister's advances. The ensuing turmoil culminated in Viserys' furious outburst and Rhaenyra's sorrowful tears. Chapter 8. The White Deer. How is my sister faring now? With a sigh, Rhaegar expressed his concerns for Rhaenys. Ellic did not conceal the truth. The princess dashed out of the tent before I could intervene. The guards informed me she entered the royal woods. Alone? Ser Criston Cole pursued her closely. Rhaegar nodded, suddenly inquiring, "What were the king's exact words when he dispatched you to find me?" Ser Ellic. Ellic, somewhat perplexed, replied candidly, "His Majesty commanded me to return the prince and ensure your safety." "Excellent." Rhaegar beamed. "I shall trouble you with that task now." At Ellic's bewildered gaze, Rhaegar sprinted towards the nearest horse enclosure, crouching as he slipped inside. "Your Grace, I do not comprehend your intentions," Ellic said, following closely behind, still in confusion. Rhaegar selected a tall black steed and inquired, "What do you think of this one?" It appears quite robust. Your Grace, do not tell me you intend to venture into the royal woods. Alec, quick-witted, immediately grasped the implication, striving to dissuade him. Rhaegar caressed the horse's foreleg, asserting, "No, we shall go together into the woods. The king will not approve of your wandering about. With a white knight as my escort, it hardly constitutes wandering." Rhaegar afforded Alec no opportunity to refuse, gently tugging at a tuft of the horse's mane, murmuring, "Sire, I believe you would not wish to see me harmed. Would you?" As he spoke, his small hand exerted pressure. The black stallion, sensing discomfort, began to stomp its hooves restlessly, emitting whinnies. Rhaegar stood beside the horse's leg, silently observing Alec. "What will be your choice, sire?" Alec, unable to accept the situation, gazed at Rhaegar, who threatened his own safety. In that moment, he mourned for the king, burdened with such unruly offspring, and for himself, knowing he could not prevent one determined to inflict harm upon their own body. Alec swallowed hard, lowering his gaze. "I will lead you to find the princess, but you must heed my commands throughout the journey." "Agreed, sire." A faint smile graced Rhaegar's pale visage as he released his grip and opened his arms. Alec stepped forward, lifting Rhaegar's slight form and placing him upon the horse's back. Untying the reins, he led the horse from the enclosure. The White Knight mounted, cradling the young prince with one arm while grasping the reins with the other. He pressed his legs into the horse's sides and issued his commands. "Go!" Before long, the black steed galloped out of the camp, following the path into the royal woods. "Sire, do you know where my sister has gone?" Rhaegar inquired, his hair dancing in the wind. Alec's expression grew solemn as he replied, "Cole is a shrewd fellow. He left markers along the way." At this revelation, Rhaegar's worries eased. Those worthy of being the Iron Guard of the royal woods are no simpletons, and leaving clues is a task well within their capabilities. Time passed swiftly. As they departed the camp, the sun hung high in the sky, but in the blink of an eye, dusk approached. Under the glow of the setting sun, Alec led the black horse along the densely wooded path of the royal woods. "Sire, I have reason to doubt my own fortune. I am hardly fit for this search." Reclining upon the back of the horse, Rhaegar's lips took on a pallid hue, and a fine sheen of sweat adorned his forehead as he spoke feebly. Alec sighed, perhaps. The mark left by Cole vanished halfway. "We have become like headless flies." A wry smile crossed Rhaegar's face as he remarked, "It must be Rhaenyra's doing. She wishes to elude any pursuers." Alec offered no response, his focus shifting to the surrounding environment in search of the path back to their camp. The royal forest sprawled extensively, and under Rhaegar's erratic guidance, they had strayed too far. A rustling sound suddenly emerged from the side, a subtle crunching of foliage underfoot. Alec, ever the vigilant member of the kingdom's most formidable guard, immediately sensed something amiss and cast a wary glance in that direction. Rhaegar, already weakened, was oblivious to the unfolding situation. Alec cautiously led the horse backward, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, whispering, "Your Highness, something approaches from that direction, and it is quite sizable. Will it pose a danger?" Rhaegar adjusted his posture in response. "I cannot say. We must gauge the temperament of the intruder, be it a poacher or a wild boar." Rhaegar suggested quietly, "Shall we mount and flee to avoid conflict?" Alec's voice brimmed with pride as he replied, "Fear not, Your Highness, I shall stand before you." As their conversation unfolded, the cacophony grew nearer. Suddenly, a magnificent stag, resplendent in its snowy white coat, emerged from the thicket, presenting itself before the two. "A white stag?" Rhaegar gasped in wonder, captivated by the creature's graceful gait. His fondness for history allowed him to appreciate the significance of such a sight prior to the Age of Dragons, during Aegon's conquest to unify the continent of Westeros. White stags were revered as omens of good fortune, symbols of kingship. Over a century had passed since these ethereal creatures had vanished from the realm. To witness one now in the royal woods was utterly astonishing. "Your Highness, this is not the moment for curiosity. The white stag is immense, and its charge could be formidable," Alec cautioned, his expression shifting as he fixed his gaze upon the creature, his sword partially unsheathed. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar began to comprehend the true size of the stag. With antlers that could rival the grandeur of its stature, The white stag stood at least 2 meters at the shoulder and stretched no less than 5 meters in length. Beneath its satin-smooth coat lay sinewy muscles, hinting at the immense power that such a divine being could unleash. "Can we defeat it?" Rhaegar voiced his apprehensions. Alec replied, "In a one-on-one encounter, I hold a 50% chance. And what if I join you? Let us merely pray it does not choose to attack us." Alec's words conveyed a sense of resignation. Rhaegar, with his hand pressed against his brow, felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him regarding his own frail limbs. Yet perhaps fate still favored him. The white stag did not charge. Instead, it emitted a gentle call towards them, its amber eyes filled with curiosity and innocence. It appeared devoid of the ferocity characteristic of wild beasts. Realizing this, Rhaegar's racing heart began to steady, a thrill coursing through him akin to a brush with death. Seeing their inaction, the white stag gradually approached, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. "Alec, lower me down," Rhaegar implored, feeling an undeniable connection to the creature as he gazed into its extraordinary eyes, yearning for Alec's assistance. "Prince, it is perilous. The white deer is an omen of good fortune. I believe it is no beast." Interrupting Alec's counsel, Rhaegar beamed at the white deer and beckoned it closer. "Come here, my friend." The deer lowered its head slightly, adopting a defensive stance as it curiously assessed the human child atop the steed. "Quick, lower me down, sir. Be cautious. This is no jest." At Rhaegar's repeated insistence, Alec reluctantly dismounted, his expression one of resignation. As soon as they touched the ground, Rhaegar unfastened a small pouch at his waist and retrieved a handful of plump red grapes. "Softly calling, my friend. Would you care taste?" Upon catching sight of the vibrant fruit in the child's hand, the deer's eyes brightened, and it instinctively took a step forward. When the two parties were within 3 paces, Alec, with the keen eyes of a hawk, slowly drew his sword. Rhaegar immediately interjected, "Sheathe your weapon. Do not frighten my friend." "Prince, this is an order, sir." Under the wary gaze of the white deer, Alec begrudgingly returned his sword to its scabbard, closely following Rhaegar. If true danger were to arise, he would be the first to shield him. Chapter 9. The shock brought to the White Knight fortunately. Calamity did not befall them. The white deer approached ever closer, and Rhaegar's hands and feet trembled slightly as he cautiously moved forward, raising his hand above his head. Under the setting sun, the shadows of man and deer merged. The white deer halted in front of Rhaegar, lowering its head to sniff the red grapes he held aloft, extending its tongue to roll one into its mouth. The sweet, succulent flesh was crushed, and the juice, fragrant and refreshing, filled its mouth, offering a novel experience. One grape consumed, it swiftly devoured the rest. Rhaegar regarded the white deer with excitement. However, his face grew increasingly pale from insufficient blood supply, and beads of sweat began to coat his thin, elegant garments. "Good companion, having consumed my provisions, might you allow me to touch you?" Upon speaking, Rhaegar gasped for breath, extending his small hand towards the deer, which gazed back with clear, innocent eyes. He stroked the soft fur of its long neck. The deer did not shy away, allowing the young human to caress it, and nudged its muzzle against his satchel. Rhaegar beamed with delight. "Glutton, have you caught wind of my remaining stock?" With one arm wrapped around the deer's neck, he pressed his cheek against its snowy fur, gently nuzzling. With his other hand, he unfastened the small pouch and poured the remaining contents onto the ground: several red grapes, a slice of apple, half an orange. The white deer eagerly lowered its head to feast. Witnessing this scene, Alec was filled with astonishment, his lips moving silently. "Prince." Rhaegar turned to Alec, whose expression was one of confusion, a faint blush rising on his pale face as he shyly remarked, "It's just that I didn't eat all the fruit. It would be wasteful to discard it." "No, I do not mean that. I mean... At that moment, words failed Alec. Even he, who would not flinch in the face of an assassin's siege, was profoundly shaken. A white deer had approached him of its own accord. In the annals of Vicelet, such an extraordinary occurrence had never been recorded. If entrusted to poets and singers, it would become a tale sung through the ages. Regardless of the White Knight's intentions, Rhaegar was too preoccupied to ponder them. His heartbeat grew heavier, accompanied by a ringing in his ears, and he felt dizzy, his eyelids growing ever heavier. Jasper, do not harm my friend. With his final, feeble utterance, Rhaegar loosened his grip around the deer's neck, his strength failing him as he collapsed. Thud. After a day of turmoil, overwhelmed by excitement, Rhaegar lost consciousness. Prince, Prince. Just before losing awareness, he seemed to hear Illic desperately calling out. Shaking his body, rare specimen detected, containing trace magical elements, conducting self-assessment. Assessment successful, a pure-hearted white deer. Shall exploration commence? Given that the explorer has succumbed to unconsciousness, the system will automatically initiate exploration. Please stay tuned. As if hearing the system's notification, Rhaegar could no longer think, thoroughly oblivious to his surroundings. Meanwhile, in a secluded clearing of the imperial forest, Rhaenyra, having sorrowfully fled the camp, transformed her grief into tranquility as she sat peacefully upon a withered tree. Before her stood a gallant knight clad in silver armor and a white cloak, deftly kindling a campfire after laying down his longsword. "Cole, I never anticipated your prowess extended beyond combat," Rhaenyra teased, resting her chin on her hands. With a smile, Cole, his raven curls framing his face, deftly prepared a wild hare he had hunted, responding, "I hail from humble beginnings. Before my knighthood, I had to manage all manner of tasks myself. It must be said, Criston Cole is indeed extraordinary. Not only is he a paragon of honor as a knight, but his striking visage also captivates the hearts of young maidens. His gentle discourse and crystalline eyes are utterly enchanting." The unloved Rhaenyra found herself irresistibly drawn to him, gazing dreamily at her very own white knight as he diligently prepared their evening meal. If Rhaegar were present, he would stake his oath to the seven that even if Cole served a charred morsel, Rhaenyra would swallow it without a second thought. Rustling sounds echoed nearby, abruptly heightening the duo's vigilance. Cole unsheathed his sword, bracing himself for the unseen adversary. As moments ticked by, a wild boar burst forth from the shadowy thicket, charging like a tempest. Startled by the onslaught of the adult beast, Cole's eyes widened as he swiftly evaded. In his evasive maneuver, his sword grazed the boar, etching a wound upon its thick hide. The boar, undeterred by its initial failure, whirled around, now targeting the dazed Rhaenyra. "Watch out!" Cole bellowed, urging Rhaenyra to take cover. In a flash, the boar leapt over the crackling fire, barreling towards the seemingly more vulnerable maiden. The flames scattered as the creature collided with the fire, sending embers dancing into the night sky, resembling a fervent display of fireworks. In that moment of fiery chaos, the boar advanced upon Rhaenyra, its sharp tusks and soft underbelly barely a fist's width apart, the peril of death closing in. "No!" A chilling scream pierced the moonlit night. Rhaegar jolted awake, his body rigid and his expression one of sheer terror. "You are awake, my prince," came the joyful voice of Illic in the next breath. Startled, Rhaegar turned to find the flickering campfire intact. The fire remains unscathed. Observing the robust flames, Rhaegar swallowed hard, still parched and anxious. Footsteps approached from behind, and when he turned, he saw Illic striding towards him, his face alight with excitement, a wild chicken ensnared by a grass rope in his grasp. "My lord, where are we?" "Well, my sister," Rhaegar stammered, his youthful face etched with concern. Illic discarded his catch and hurried to the frightened young prince, firmly placing his hands upon Rhaegar's shoulders, his demeanor serious. "Fear not. It was merely a nightmare." "A nightmare?" Rhaegar wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken. Illic gently rubbed his back, patiently recounting the events of their day. At long last, Rhaegar began to piece together the fragments of his earlier reality. With a heavy sigh, Rhaegar's eyes flickered with relief as the terror on his face faded away. It was merely a nightmare, although the dream felt exceedingly vivid. Rhaegar had long since become accustomed to the disturbances of such nightmares. "My lord, I was truly frightened by that dream," he confessed, his heart's palpitations soothing as he managed a faint smile to mask his embarrassment. Illic shook his head. "Everyone experiences unpleasant dreams. It is best to simply forget them." Rhaegar murmured his gratitude softly. Then, as if struck by a thought, he surveyed his surroundings. Not seeing the familiar figure, he inquired, "Where's the white deer? Where has it gone?" Illic responded truthfully, "After you fainted, The white deer remained by your side, even bringing you a red fruit. Before I stepped out to inspect the traps, the white deer had laid you gently upon its belly to rest. It likely sensed your impending awakening and took its leave. Rhaegar's expression fell. It has gone? I had hoped to take it back to show my father. Illic urged. The white deer does not belong to the human realm. It hails from the forest and has now returned. You should rejoice for your newfound friend. Indeed, I do consider it a friend, Rhaegar whispered, his heart still heavy with longing. Chapter 10. The generous friend, the newly acquainted friend, departed without a word, leaving Rhaegar with an indescribable feeling. There had been so much left unsaid, and he had wished to ride a few more laps. Rhaegar jested with Illic, if fate permits, perhaps we shall meet again. Illic chuckled in response, and upon ensuring that the little prince had calmed down, he rose to attend to the carcass of the wild chicken. Observing Illic's white robe, Rhaegar pressed his lips together and took a hearty swig from the nearby water pouch. Ah, I am revived. With his throat moistened, Rhaegar suddenly recalled the system's notification sound heard before his unconsciousness. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? With a flicker of thought, the system panel materialized before him. Rhaegar Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, longevity, green, bloodline, ancient Valyrian dragon king, 10 skill, Valyrian, proficient. Relic, blood and fire, fire resistance 50. Evaluation, fortunate lad. You have befriended a generous companion. Fixating on a particular line of fine print, Rhaegar's eyes widened in astonishment. A new talent, longevity? He blinked rapidly, confirming he had not misread. Indeed, a new talent had emerged. His heart raced wildly as he clasped his chest in exhilaration. What does longevity mean? Can I truly live to be 100? Rhaegar was acutely aware of his frail physique. Though not entirely incapacitated, he was far from robust. His heart quickened, yet his limbs felt cool, and a surge of joy coursed through him. His weakness stemmed from organ failure, which had left him breathless after mere steps and deprived of blood supply during moments of excitement. Yet now, it felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, and he experienced only a slight discomfort. His hands and feet remained steady. I can live to 100. This cursed frailty shall no longer claim me. In a moment of uncontainable exhilaration, Rhaegar erupted into laughter. Illic, who had just finished plucking the chicken, was startled by the sudden outburst. Turning around, he beheld the little prince sprawled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably, arms flailing and dirt flying about. The sheer joy overwhelmed Rhaegar's youthful spirit, compelling him to express his elation freely. Otherwise, he might have driven himself to madness. In Illic's eyes, Rhaegar appeared as a small madman. Oh, the depths of despair. Do not torment me further, Illic lamented, momentarily forsaking the roasting chicken to check on the little prince's condition. Having just awakened from unconsciousness, he feared Rhaegar might have succumbed to madness. Stealing the prince away had already warranted the king's judgment upon him, if he were to return with a deranged little prince. Surely, his head would meet the executioner's blade. Dear brother, I hope you're not implicated in my fate, Illic silently prayed, wishing that his impending execution would not also ensnare his brother, Alex. It turned out that Illic's concerns were unfounded. Allowing Rhaegar to revel in his exuberance for a good 10 minutes, he soon found himself utterly exhausted, lying on the ground without the desire to move. When asked about the cause of his laughter, only one response was forthcoming. The crippled man freeing himself from his crutch. Surely that is a cause for celebration? Yet, Illic could not comprehend this. Nevertheless, he realized that the little prince was recovering well, unlikely to succumb to a fainting spell or madness. His mind was intact. Shaking his head, Illic acknowledged that he could not keep pace with the Targaryen's thoughts. Best to prepare the roast chicken and address the pressing matter of dinner. Rhaegar lay quietly on the white robe Illic had spread out, his mind wandering far beyond the earthly realm. He contemplated many things, his generous friends evaluated by the system. Illic had mentioned the white deer feeding him a red fruit, the bloodline of the Valyrian dragon continuing to surge. He perused the system panel. The system identified the white deer as a rare species, suitable for exploration. While Rhaegar lay unconscious in its embrace, the exploration was automatically completed. That red fruit was the reward for this endeavor. Magical creature, white deer, exploration progress. 100 artifact auto pickup detection in progress. Detection successful. Classified as epic artifact. Blessing of auspiciousness. Would you like to activate the artifact? Artifact auto activation. Congratulations, the activation of the blessing of auspiciousness was successful. You have obtained longevity level, good, green, effect, a blessing from a mythical beast to a new friend, capable of fulfilling the most sincere wishes. Evaluation. The red grape was too sweet. A tangy orange better suits my taste. Upon reading the evaluation filled with personal sentiment, Rhaegar smiled genuinely. All disappointment regarding the white deer's sudden departure evaporated. Thank you, dear friend. He silently expressed gratitude to the white deer. Simultaneously, he discerned a blind spot. The blessing from a mythical beast was classified as epic, yet the acquired longevity was merely of good quality. In comparison to the legendary Blackfire, or even the superior proficiency in Old Valyrian, it fell short. After a moment of reflection, Rhaegar attributed this to the nature of the blessing. Subconsciously, he yearned for a healthy body above all else. The blessing was precisely aimed at this desire, granting him the longevity of health and vitality. Looking up at the crescent moon in the night sky, Rhaegar felt an unprecedented lightness, as if the dark circles under his eyes had faded significantly. From this night onward, starting now, I shall no longer be a frail being. A Rhaegar Targaryen without the threat of an early demise shall bring forth a legend that resonates through the ages. With one hand raised high in a fist, Rhaegar resolved fiercely, let the world know his name. Meanwhile, Elise, busy cooking, caught the scent of the golden brown roast chicken and wore a puzzled expression. Odd. Isn't burnt? The following day, early in the morning, a drowsy Rhaegar found himself hoisted onto a horse, mumbling about dragon flames. As they walked along the path back to the camp, Illic smirked. Truly, he's a child of Targaryen, dreaming of riding dragons even in his sleep. The morning dew gradually dissipated as the sun climbed higher. Around 8 in the morning, Elise, riding a black horse, appeared at the camp entrance. Illic, you have finally returned. Before entering the camp, a figure darted from the shadows, their voice brimming with surprise. Rhaegar, who had long been awake, cast a glance towards the source and beheld the familiar face of Illic's twin brother, Alec Hygel. Alec, with an urgent expression, snatched the reins from his brother's grasp and, without waiting for a response, demanded, "Where did you go yesterday?" Confronted by his brother's indignation, Illic dismounted, cradling Rhaegar in his arms, and replied helplessly, "What do you think?" Alec's anger intensified. The king commanded you to escort Prince Rhaegar for an audience, yet you sneak away from the camp with him. This alone is sufficient grounds for the king to order your execution. Illic's gaze was laden with complexity, his lips quivering before ultimately surrendering to a deep sigh. The events of the previous day were too bizarre for him to fully comprehend, let alone convey to his obstinate brother. Sensing his distress, Rhaegar took the initiative to intercede. "Sir Alec, it was my request that your brother take me out of the camp. It was not his intention." Alec looked down at Rhaegar, who barely reached his knees, and responded, "Your Highness, it is not my intention to cast blame. The king awaited your arrival with the princess for a considerable time yesterday and was exceedingly furious." Do you grasp the essence of my words? Perceiving the underlying message in Alec's tone, Rhaegar spoke sincerely. "Rest assured, I understand your concern for my brother's predicament. I shall do everything within my power to defend Sir Illic. The situation arose as a result of my actions, and I shall bear the consequences." Chapter 11. The first conflict with the king. Thank you, my prince. With the assurance of a young prince, Elric expressed his heartfelt gratitude and guided the two into the camp. The prolonged absence of his children filled Viserys with a mix of anger and disappointment. His discontent was not solely directed at his offspring, but also at himself. As a king, the insubordination of his subjects in waging war reflected his ineptitude. As a father, his failure to properly discipline his children revealed his inadequacy. After a night of counsel from Queen Alicent, Viserys unusually bared his soul and resolved to take action. When Rhaegar entered the royal tent, he immediately spotted Viserys seated in the main position. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the absence of the nobles who had celebrated the previous day. Even the trusted ministers were conspicuously missing. "Father, I have returned. Rhaegar greeted his visibly displeased father. Viserys ignored him, his icy gaze fixated on Elric, who accompanied Rhaegar. White Knight, tell your king. What is the penalty for leading the prince out of the camp without permission? Elric dropped to his knees, anxiety gnawing at him. Your Majesty, it should be treason. Excellent. You still recall the laws of the realm. I assumed you had long since disregarded them. Viserys, furious to the point of laughter, commanded, take this traitor away and behead him. His wrath was palpable. Demon and the sea snake had conspired against him, and the ministers refused to acknowledge his chosen heir. Even his beloved daughter failed to comprehend the depth of her father's intentions. Now, even the loyal White Knight dared to defy his wishes, leading his frail eldest son deep into the woods. What were his intentions? What more would he dare to do if he did not impose severe punishment? The lords and ministers would follow suit, casting his royal authority into disrepute. As Viserys issued his decree, footsteps echoed outside the tent. Elric resigned himself and closed his eyes, knowing the guards were coming to judge him. Elric's expression shifted subtly as he furtively signaled to Rhaegar, despite the dishonor it would bring to his white robe. The young prince was indeed his brother's only hope at that moment. Rhaegar did not falter in his promise. As soon as Viserys gave the order, he stepped in front of Elric. Father, why must Sir Elric be punished? There must be some misunderstanding. Viserys glared at him, rebuking silence. Do not think that because I have not mentioned you, you can remain uninvolved. I have already learned the details from the stable boy. Elric's fate is inextricably linked to your responsibility. Rhaegar's expression stiffened, realizing his subtle schemes had been uncovered. The guards entered the tent, efficiently stripping Elric of his white robe and disarming him. Stop. You cannot treat him this way. Rhaegar interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of the kneeling Elric, obstructing the guard's actions. Impudent. Do you also intend to defy your father's will? Viserys thundered, commanding the guards to take Rhaegar away. Let go of me. There is no need to detain me in front of my father. Rhaegar struggled vigorously, and the guards, hesitant to harm the royal heir, could only restrain the unresisting Illyric. My prince, please do not further provoke the king, Illyric cautioned in a deep voice, aware that the situation was escalating. He was unwilling to ignite the slumbering wrath of the king for the sake of himself, the accused. He had not been naive enough to hope for salvation from a young prince. On the way back, he had anticipated such an outcome. I have said that I will bear all consequences. The Targaryens are as good as their word. Rhaegar forcefully pushed aside the obstructing guards and strode forward to confront his father, whose face was a mask of fury. Father, I have recovered from my illness, thanks to the invaluable assistance of Sir Illyric. Viserys scoffed. I only know Illyric as a knight. I had no knowledge of his skills in herbalism. Believe me, Rhaegar continued, within the royal woods resides a white stag. It bestowed upon me a fruit imbued with blessings that restore my health. As emotions reached a crescendo, Rhaegar unveiled this momentous revelation, striving to overturn Illyric's judgment. Upon hearing of the white stag, a flicker of skepticism crossed Viserys' eyes. A white stag cured your ailment with a mere fruit? Just yesterday, Prime Minister Leonor reported the sighting of a white stag in the royal woods. Jaime Lannister even offered a golden spear, hoping to hunt the white stag with the weapon he gifted. Indeed, he entered the royal woods under the protection of many. Yet he saw no white stag, only common buck. My eldest son, having departed the camp prior, should be unaware of this. Thus, what he claims about encountering a white stag could very well be true. Rhaegar, oblivious to his father's momentary turmoil, asserted, indeed, a pure white stag. I offered it fruit, and in return, it gifted me a fruit capable of healing me. He concluded with, we are friends. This is without a doubt the finest jest I have heard all year, Viserys mocked, shaking his head in disbelief at his eldest son's increasingly absurd tale. Rhaegar, with unwavering determination, replied, Sir Illyric can attest to my words. You may also summon the accompanying scholars for my diagnosis. I assure you, my health is restored. His confident assertion moved Viserys, who then turned his gaze toward the silent Illyric, uncertainly inquiring, Illyric, while you remain clad in armor, will you disclose the truth to your king? Illyric replied, every word the prince speaks is true. Viserys nodded slightly, bowing his head in contemplative silence. No one could discern his thoughts at that moment. The tent fell into a brief stillness, the sound of breaths palpable in the air. After a while, Viserys looked at Elric and asked, "Do you believe, Rhaegar, in your brother's words to be true?" "I trust my brother as you trust your own children, your majesty," Elric replied without hesitation, firmly vouching for his sibling. Viserys spoke no further, instead commanding, "Summon the accompanying scholars, along with the physicians brought by the other nobles and knights, without exception." "As you wish," Elric responded loudly, parting the tent flap and swiftly exiting. This turn of events alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. The guards exchanged glances, instinctively forming two lines. Rhaegar turned to Viserys and inquired, "Father, do you believe in me? If it could restore your health, I would indeed wish for the truth of my words." Until a resolution is reached, Viserys maintained a semblance of composure, scrutinizing his youthful eldest son. In truth, he had begun to harbor a flicker of belief in Rhaegar's assertions. 2 months prior, after a routine examination, the Grand Maester had informed him that the prince's heart was in severe failure, and, should it continue to deteriorate, survival beyond the age of 10 was unlikely. He had inquired about possible remedies. Regrettably, organ failure in this era was considered an incurable affliction. Not only was a cure unattainable, but even alleviation was beyond reach. He had initially resigned himself to the belief that his eldest son's days were numbered, thus deliberately avoiding encounters with him. As this child's father, even as a king, he lacked the courage to confront the reality. However, only moments ago, Rhaegar's passionate defense had astonished him. Despite the familiar pallor of that youthful visage, the voice rang out with remarkable vigor. The presence he exuded, the conviction in his words, were testament to his noble Valyrian heritage. Chapter 12. A Song of Ice and Fire. Eager to save his brother, Elric did not keep the king waiting for long. Within mere minutes, he led a substantial entourage to the main tent. Viserys spoke soothingly to the anxious scholars and physicians, commanding them to examine Rhaegar thoroughly, leaving no strand of hair unchecked. The scholars, familiar with Rhaegar's frailty, were not strangers to such examinations, having occasionally assisted the maester in assessing the health of the weak prince. With the necessary instruments prepared, the scholars commenced their task. The examination was both simple and rudimentary. The first step involved bloodletting, observing the color and viscosity of the blood. They even employed a leech to taste the blood, discerning any potential toxins. The remaining procedures were executed with various peculiarities. Large hands pressed and kneaded over Rhaegar's body, scrutinizing his skin, teeth, and hair follicles. There was no limit to the ingenuity of these medical practitioners. One particularly emaciated elder suggested removing Rhaegar's trousers to inspect his anus. Viserys, as a father, tacitly acquiesced to this behavior. Rhaegar, filled with terror, regretted his reckless decision to allow such an examination. Fortunately, in the face of Rhaegar's vehement resistance, Elric intervened. He struck the frail elder, breaking his nose, pleading with the king not to allow the humiliation of the prince's spirit. "Even if it costs me my life, the prince should not be subjected to such disgrace." Rhaegar nearly lost control of his bladder, trembling behind Elric. Viserys did not chastise Elric for his audacity. Instead, he waved away the less competent physicians. He retained only a select few capable scholars to provide a unified report on Rhaegar's condition. The royal physician spoke first, his astonishment unmasked. "Your Majesty, the prince's health has indeed improved significantly. His blood vitality exceeds that of his usual state." The other scholars chimed in, noting that Rhaegar, who had suffered from respiratory difficulties, had performed exceptionally well in the deep breathing test, with no abnormal sounds detected. His urine was a normal pale yellow, clear, with a slightly pungent odor, indicating a swift recovery of his kidneys. After hearing this favorable report, Viserys was momentarily taken aback. He ordered the guards to escort the scholars away, rewarding them all with gold coins. Soon, only the Viserys family and the Cargill brothers remained in the tent. Rhaegar was the first to speak. "As the scholars have stated, my ailment has been cured, thanks to the assistance of Sir Elric." Viserys responded, "He has aided you. Thus, I shall be lenient in my judgment." Viserys genuinely rejoiced for his eldest son, reflecting I am delighted to see you in good health. When you meet your mother in the afterlife, I shall not be at a loss for words." Rhaegar replied, "Father, I cannot convey any comforting words from my mother, but I hope you can look forward." The mention of his mother, who had perished during childbirth, weighed heavily on Rhaegar's heart. Rumors and whispers were like the biting cold of winter, not only cutting deep, but also seeping seamlessly into the ears of those they targeted. Viserys felt guilt for having forced his wife into repeated pregnancies, ultimately leading to her demise. As a child born from such a tragic circumstance, Rhaegar was also a factor in his mother's death. The young boy had heard the embellished tales and harbored a sense of guilt deep within. Seeing his eldest son's despondent expression, Viserys felt a pang in his heart, realizing he had stirred his sorrow. "Alec, I wish to have a heart-to-heart with my son. Please take your brother and step outside. Ensure no one approaches the tent." Viserys instructed the Cargyle brothers to leave. "Rest assured," Alec replied solemnly, pulling his brother to stand guard outside the grand tent. Once the disturbance of outsiders was removed, Viserys rose and approached Rhaegar, affectionately stroking the top of his head. "Were you frightened just now?" "What?" Rhaegar responded, bewildered. Viserys chuckled mischievously. "The doctor, Boros, that old man who wanted to strip you of your trousers." Rhaegar turned pale. "I shall remember that name." "Ah, a ruler must possess a generous heart, especially towards those who prepare your medicine," Viserys imparted, half serious, half teasing. "That is merely the scheming of you adults." "I only wish to smash his head," Rhaegar retorted, unwilling to heed the notion of magnanimity. "It is not the king's place to be subdued and stripped. As for the white stag, let us assume it to be true. Did you truly recover your health due to a miraculous fruit?" Changing the subject, Viserys recalled the fruit mentioned by his eldest son. He had been wounded by the Iron Throne, and no remedy had ever healed the injury. For nearly a decade, his body had borne countless scars, many of which had festered and decayed. The relentless pain incessantly tugged at his nerves. If the white stag genuinely bore such miraculous fruit, perhaps it could heal his ailments. Rhaegar understood his father's inquiry all too well. "I did not speak falsely. The white stag was willing to befriend me, offering a fruit that restored my health." Viserys' expression brightened. "Can you still find the white stag?" Rhaegar replied bluntly, "That miraculous fruit is quite rare. It will be difficult to come by another. Even if we were to find the stag, it would be of no use. How can one know without attempting?" Viserys resisted relinquishing his hope for healing. Rhaegar was reluctant to betray his friend, firmly asserting, "The white stag is an omen of good fortune. Those who befriend it will receive blessings. Conversely, those who dare to harm it shall suffer a curse." Viserys scrutinized Rhaegar, seeking any hint of deception in his expression. Rhaegar remained composed, meeting his gaze with calmness. After a long pause, Viserys conceded. With a sigh, he admitted, "You are right. I went hunting for the white stag yesterday and did not catch a glimpse of it." Rhaegar was taken aback, surprised by this revelation. Viserys caressed his head. "You are luckier than I to have gained the friendship of the white stag." Rhaegar remained silent, uncertain of what to say. The white stag was his friend. He could not betray it. Moreover, the fruit was a reward bestowed by the explorer, not the stag's possession. Even if he assisted his father in capturing the stag, there would be no second fruit to heal his ailments. Viserys felt a sense of comfort in his son's words, yet another thought lingered in his heart. The white stag symbolized royal authority, yet as king, he was denied the chance to encounter it. Rhaegar's ability to see it was not merely a stroke of fortune. Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling within him, Viserys reminded himself to remain composed. The son's encounter with the extraordinary is indeed a rare blessing. Contemplating this, Viserys felt a spark of inspiration within him. He took Rhaegar's hand and led him to the fire pit within the tent. In response to Rhaegar's puzzled gaze, he unsheathed the dragonbone dagger from his waist and immersed the blade in the flames. As the Valyrian steel blade glowed a vibrant red from the heat, he grasped the dragonbone hilt and withdrew it, presenting it before Rhaegar. "Observe closely, will you see?" Viserys prompted encouragingly. Rhaegar gazed at the incandescent dagger, and under the searing flames, a multitude of tiny inscriptions began to emerge. Is that an ancient Valyrian? With his proficiency in the ancient tongue, he quickly discerned the meaning concealed within. However, aware that he had yet to learn ancient Valyrian himself, Rhaegar hesitated to reveal too much. Stammering slightly, he read, "Prophecy. Bloodline, the song of ice and fire." Afterward, Rhaegar feigned a loss for words, casting a helpless glance towards Viserys. Viserys was not taken aback. Rather, he felt a surge of delight at Rhaegar's ability to recognize a portion of the ancient language. It seemed the information he had received was indeed accurate. Rhaegar was truly a child with a passion for reading. Chapter 13. The ambiguous answer. This is the prophecy of a song of ice and fire. Viserys patiently elucidates. Before his demise, Aegon, the last fire wielder of Valyria, concealed his ballad within a dagger. To be aware of this is both a privilege and a weighty burden, more significant than the throne and the king. As he speaks, his gaze fixates on Rhaegar's every movement. Beneath the vibrant flames, the shadows of father and son are elongated and magnified. The flames, swayed by the wind, twist and contort ceaselessly. Rhaegar blinks, perplexed. A song of ice and fire? I had presumed this to be mere fiction, a superstition woven into the narrative. He indeed knows of a song of ice and fire. Earlier, while investigating the Dragonbone dagger, the system had indicated that the song was inscribed within its blade. Furthermore, the relics discovered were termed the warnings of the ancients, which now seem to hold profound significance. Viserys solemnly declares, "The prophecy is genuine, and I hope you will etch it into your heart, ever vigilant against the unknown darkness and the impending winter." "I shall, father." Rhaegar, though bewildered, senses the gravity of the matter. Viserys paces around the fire pit, hesitating. "I once posed a question to Rhaenyra. Would you like to know what it was?" "What was it?" The profundity of his father's words deepens, leaving Rhaegar unable to decipher them, prompting an instinctive inquiry. It pertained to dragons, one's perspective on dragons. At this juncture, Viserys finds no reason to halt, continuing, "The dragon is an ancient creature that has accompanied House Targaryen since the days of old Valyria, magnificent yet flawed." "What is your view on this?" Rhaegar shakes his head. "My dragon egg remains unhatched, and my sister refuses to allow me to ride a dragon. The closest I have come to a dragon is the skull of Balerion. As a Targaryen, he possesses his own dragon egg, sourced from a colossal dragon named Dreamfire, which Rhaenyra personally selected from the dragon's den prior to his birth. Over the years, that egg has shown no signs of hatching." Viserys, undeterred by this, emphasizes, "It matters not. All I require is your perspective on dragons." Observing his father's serious demeanor, Rhaegar understands the importance of this inquiry. He recalls the immense skull of Balerion. Even bereft of scales and flesh, the oppressive presence of the skull remains formidable. Then there is his own dragon egg, placed in a specially designed furnace, impervious to high temperatures, steadfast in its texture, vastly different from any bird or chicken egg he has encountered. Finally, there is Rhaenyra. At the tender age of 7, she was already soaring through the skies on a dragon, a true dragon rider. Each time he encounters her, in moments of intimacy, Rhaegar can detect a faint scent of sulfur. He knows it is the essence of dragons. After a moment of contemplation, Rhaegar organizes his thoughts and responds. Dragons are the most potent, controllable weapon in the current world. Even the conqueror Aegon, endowed with remarkable wisdom and courage, unified the 7 kingdoms while astride a dragon. Dragons are perilous, yet only by mastering them can the Targaryens elevate themselves above ordinary mortals. Otherwise, they are destined to tumble from the Iron Throne. This is my heartfelt truth, and the most objective perspective I can presently articulate. Viserys listened attentively, a hint of satisfaction gracing his face, before inquiring once more. "If one day you command a dragon and confront the rebellion of the disrespectful, how shall you respond?" "Burn them alive," Rhaegar replied without hesitation. "You once stated that dragons are perilous." Viserys furrowed his brow. Unperturbed, Rhaegar continued, "Yet without dragons, the Targaryen majesty cannot instill fear in the hearts of the wicked. When necessary, dragon fire will eradicate those who resist, ensuring a singular voice echoes across the realm of Westeros." Upon hearing his eldest son's conviction, Viserys fell into a contemplative silence. Subjectively, Rhaegar's assertion held merit. The Targaryen family's ascension to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms was undeniably bolstered by the might of dragons. However, when he recalled the prophetic tale of ice and fire, he hesitated to place undue reliance on dragons. Valyria had succumbed to its own hubris, believing it could master dragons. Forever insatiable in its greed and desires, ultimately summoning catastrophic doom. He reminisced about the eve of declaring Rhaenyra as his heir several years prior. When he posed a similar question, Rhaenyra's response bore a striking resemblance to Rhaegar's initial reply. Yet she possessed a deeper understanding of the relationship between dragons and House Targaryen. She did not perceive the mastery of dragons as the key to acquiring all. Her demeanor mirrored that of her father, Viserys, both averse to warfare and holding themselves to stringent standards. In contrast, Rhaegar's answer echoed the sentiments of another individual, Daemon Targaryen, his own brother. Truth be told, there was a time when he contemplated naming Daemon as his successor, disregarding the disloyal and dishonorable deeds Daemon had committed against him. Daemon's perception of dragons was vehemently extreme. To him, the dragon was merely a sword in his hand, and with such a potent weapon, the thirst for blood would inevitably arise. With such an unparalleled instrument of destruction at his disposal, he would eventually succumb to his desires, instigating war. For reasons unknown, jealousy stirred within Viserys. Concealing his emotions beneath a composed exterior, he remarked, "I comprehend your meaning. Do not forget the prophecy of ice and fire. Now go and rest." Rhaegar refrained from pressing further, understanding the sentiment. "Very well. Do take care not to indulge too much in wine, father." Viserys offered a gentle smile as he watched his son depart the tent, the dim firelight casting a blurry visage. Once outside, the noonday sun struck Rhaegar's face, blinding him momentarily. A shadow fell over him, blocking the searing light. Sarah Lick, Rhaegar tilted his head to discern the figure shielding him from the brilliance. Alec held a white cloak above the young prince's head, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for advocating on behalf of my brother, your highness." Rhaegar gently shook his head. "Do not mention it. I compelled Ser Illic to escort me from the camp, and he should not bear the burden of my actions. The king's guard must obey the king's command. My brother's failure is indeed a grave misstep." Alec, being astute, recognized the prince's esteemed position in the king's eyes and regarded him with great respect. "And where is Ser Illic?" Rhaegar changed the subject. Alec replied, "There was a commotion at the camp entrance. He went to investigate. If there is excitement, I shall join him." Rhaegar's interest was piqued, and he did not forget to remind, "My father is still inside. Sir, please exercise extra caution. Duty calls." Alec raised his hand in salute. Keeping his distance from the royal tent, Rhaegar did not rush to join the commotion. Instead, he meandered among various delicacies and roasted meats, indulging to the point of contentment. After a long morning's journey, he had only sipped a few mouthfuls of water. Poor child, bereft of a mother. Rhaegar, just as he was gathered around a barbecue grill, he heard Rhaenyra's voice behind him. Startled, Rhaegar turned to see Rhaenyra, her body drenched in blood, her silver hair matted with congealed crimson, as if she had just emerged from a brutal skirmish. "Rhaenyra, what happened to you?" Rhaegar, forgetting his meal, hurried over, his short legs carrying him with urgency. "I came looking for you yesterday, but alas, I cannot find you." Rhaenyra lightly tapped his forehead, threateningly stating, "You must call me sister. Rhaenyra is not what you should address me as, and you should not wander about recklessly. What does it matter now with such formalities? Are you injured? Is it serious?" Rhaegar anxiously examined her wounds. Rhaenyra pushed him away, coolly responding, "This is not my blood. I am unscathed." Chapter 14. The Bonebreaker. Harwin Strong, a wild boar, charged at me, and I dispatched it with ease. Rhaenyra affectionately ruffled Rhaegar's hair, her tone laced with pride. "Wow, the valiant boar-hunting lady," Rhaegar's mind whimsically uttered. Rhaenyra's expression darkened instantly. Just as Rhaegar faced the wrath of his sister's dragon-like fury, a voice interrupted their tender moment. "Princess, I hear you single-handedly dealt with a wild boar?" The voice emerged from beside the barbecue. The siblings turned to see a robust man with curly brown hair and a thick beard. Rhaegar felt a flicker of familiarity in the man's features, though they had never met. Rhaenyra, however, recognized him and smiled politely. It was merely luck, Sir Harwin Strong. Upon hearing the surname Strong, Rhaegar's realization dawned. He understood the source of his discomfort. It was that unsettling Larry Strong. Noticing his expression, Rhaenyra quietly remarked, "He is the eldest son of Prime Minister Lionel, a renowned knight known as the Bonebreaker." The Bonebreaker? Does he shatter the bones of his foes? Rhaegar asked, half-jokingly. Harwin, while skinning a pigeon, chuckled in response, "Indeed. During one battle, I crushed the skull of an unfortunate soul with my warhammer, and those who survived dubbed me the Bonebreaker." "Impressive. You truly are a formidable warrior," Rhaegar replied nonchalantly, unable to miss the pride in Harwin's voice. A knight bearing such an intimidating title certainly had reason to be proud. Efficiently finishing with the pigeon, Harwin wiped his hands on a cloth and approached with joviality. "My grilling skills are quite commendable. I just saw the prince enjoy quite a feast. Would you care to sample my culinary delights, princess?" As he spoke, this towering figure exhibited a witty demeanor and an amiable presence, making it hard to envision him smashing skulls on the battlefield. Faced with this charming invitation from a rather handsome man, Rhaenyra smiled apologetically and declined. "No, my father awaits me. One cannot refuse the king." "Not a problem at all. I will be serving in King's Landing for a long while. Should you wish to taste my cooking, you are always welcome to visit," Harwin replied, skillfully balancing his approach of familiarity without being overly eager. From him, Rhaegar discerned something significant: respect. Rhaenyra, being slightly older, also recognized this. Feeling a bit unaccustomed, she clasped her hands behind her back, her smile becoming more genuine. "I will, sir." Harwin smiled and bowed, choosing not to intrude further. This gesture only heightened Rhaenyra's fondness for him. Observing his sister's evident delight, Rhaegar felt a twinge of confusion and shrugged. "I'm off to see father. You can meander about." Rhaenyra had to meet Viserys and, with no time for further conversation, hurried away. At that moment, many lords and nobles gathered in the camp noticed the bloodied princess. The raucous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence, everyone instinctively quieting. Rhaenyra felt a surge of distaste at their scrutinizing gazes. With a cold demeanor, she strode past, occasionally locking eyes with certain individuals. Most of the time, the princess's imposing presence overshadowed those around her, compelling the timid to avert their gaze, unable to meet her stare. A smirk played at the corners of Rhaenyra's lips, disdainful of those who quaked in fear. Observing the attention she commanded, Rhaegar pursed his lips, seemingly grasping the essence of solitude. The royal hunt concluded, and Viserys promptly boarded the carriage, returning to King's Landing with his family. In light of the siblings' reckless departure from the camp, their father imposed separate punishments. Although the princess had reached the age for marriage, she was far from pleased with the suitors chosen by the king. Viserys invested significantly in orchestrating a continental tour for Rhaenyra, ostensibly to allow the heir to visit the various lords and strengthen their ties. This was a display of Targaryen majesty, and indeed, that was the intention. Since becoming the heir, Rhaenyra had merely observed state affairs, wielding no real power, and had yet to forge connections with those lords who had sworn fealty to her. Viserys aimed to elevate Rhaenyra's presence, facilitating her acceptance among the vassals, while concurrently hosting tournaments and feasts in each realm to provide an opportunity for her to assess potential suitors. In Viserys' view, if Rhaenyra disdained his chosen candidates, she could select her own. There were fine young men across the kingdom for her to choose from, and he was confident that she would find someone to her liking. This underscores how much the father valued his daughter's marriage. With the elder daughter's concerns addressed, the situation regarding his eldest son, Rhaegar, became more manageable. Under the pretense of recovery, Viserys commanded Rhaegar to remain secluded within the Red Keep, forbidding him from stepping beyond its gates. To enforce this, he dispatched several maesters to regularly examine his health, ensuring that his frailty had fully abated. Naturally, Rhaegar was resistant to the restrictions on his freedom. After a spirited argument, Viserys deemed his eldest son to be of an age suitable for enlightenment and assigned 2 elderly maesters to instruct him in reading and writing. The relentless regimen began, as he was roused each day at 6 o'clock for 8 hours of academic pursuits, leading to the torment of homework checks the following day. Rhaegar felt utterly overwhelmed. Viserys seemed to disregard his status as a child recovering from illness, adhering to a philosophy of relentless education. Under such a rigorous, spoon-fed teaching method, Rhaegar's previously pale complexion showed some improvement, yet the dark circles under his eyes grew more pronounced each day, worse than before. Cursed be the maesters. Cursed be the old town of Old Town. One day, I shall reclaim all that I have lost. Faced with the stringent education from the two elderly maesters, Rhaegar resolved to practice his writing while secretly vowing to himself. He inquired of Viserys when he would regain his freedom, only to receive the answer, "You shall leave the Red Keep when your sister returns to King's Landing." Thus, Rhaegar's longing for Rhaenyra deepened. He missed her dearly. Come back soon. As time passed, half a year slipped away, and King's Landing welcomed the deep autumn, with leaves turning to hues of gold. As a coastal city, King's Landing experiences little variation in climate, yet the farmers toil more diligently. Rhaegar, residing in the Red Keep, receives delightful news. His long-awaited sister is returning. Rhaenyra has concluded her travels and is embarking on a ship from the Stormlands, destined to arrive in King's Landing in just a few days. Regardless of others' opinions, Rhaegar is utterly elated. Each day, upon the conclusion of his lessons, he positions himself by the stained glass window in the attic, gazing out at the sea, eagerly anticipating the sight of Rhaenyra's returning vessel. How wonderful it is that my sister is finally coming home. My days of hardship are nearing an end. Rhaegar reflects on the bittersweet experiences of the past 6 months. He has always cherished reading, yet it was merely a means to pass the time during his frail state, rather than a torturous confinement of solitary study. My prince, you would do well to refrain from such comments. The king would be quite displeased to hear the princess's unannounced return. A voice interjects from within the attic. Rhaegar need not look to discern the speaker's identity. Ser Harwin, clad in silver armor and a white cloak, stands at another window, his stature resembling that of a spear. Sire, you are well aware of my daily struggles. Do you not feel a tinge of sorrow for me? Rhaegar replies, somewhat exasperated. Harwin cannot suppress a chuckle. Indeed, the king hopes for your acquisition of knowledge. Yet the rigors of 8 hours of lessons alongside homework do seem rather inhumane. Chapter 15. The Egg of Dreamfire. Those two ancient scholars were conspiring to assassinate a young prince. The mere thought of it made Rhaegar's head throb with fury. He wished he could smash their withered heads to pieces. What lay within their minds, aside from knowledge, was a mound of pretentious discourse. Alec laughed silently, disinterested in commenting on the king's educational arrangements for the prince. Since the royal hunt 6 months prior, their interactions had been scarce. It was only a few days ago that Viserys learned of Rhaenyra's travels concluding, subsequently dispatching Alec to Rhaegar's side, pledging to safeguard the king's eldest son and fulfill any assigned tasks. Rhaegar remained oblivious to his father's intentions. However, the presence of a dependable white knight was a welcome addition. Their shared trials had fostered a good rapport. Even the stern knight Alec could exchange light-hearted banter with Rhaegar from time to time. I am weary, my lord, Rhaegar remarked. After a moment's pause, his patience waned, and he returned to his chambers under Alec's escort. The king's guard was solely tasked with ensuring the safety of the king and his appointed ones. Nothing of consequence would enter the prince's quarters. Merely standing guard outside sufficed. Upon returning to his cozy abode, Rhaegar first approached the hearth. There, he discovered a vessel resembling a stove. Lifting its lid, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Unfazed by the heat, he leaned closer to peer inside, where lay a jet-black dragon egg adorned with diamond-like patterns. This was his dragon egg. He reached out to caress its searing surface. A flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes as he sighed. Still no sign of life. When shall I witness the hatching of my dragon? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of bad luck. Rhaegar's dragon egg had shown no signs of hatching, remaining inert within the vessel for 6 long years. Accustomed to stroking the egg, he often spoke to it, believing that such interaction would aid in its hatching. As thirst overcame him, Rhaegar replaced the lid, concluding today's communication with the egg. Pouring himself a cup of hot water, he muttered to himself, at least that fool Aegon's dragon egg hasn't hatched either. I would be utterly humiliated otherwise. The thought of his foolish brother's egg remaining unhatched lifted Rhaegar's spirits considerably. While it was undeniably disheartening that his own egg had not yet hatched, The prospect of his brother's egg hatching would only bring greater distress. Days passed. The sun rose and set. At long last, Rhaenyra returned to King's Landing. The image-conscious Viserys refrained from appearing, allowing Queen Alice to lead the lords and ministers in welcoming her outside the city. The two women embraced like long-lost friends, their arms entwined, sharing laughter and conversation under the gaze of their subjects. Such a harmonious scene naturally incited cheers and jubilations from the populace. Rhaegar's house arrest was automatically lifted, and he joined the welcoming procession. Following closely behind the two women, he observed their amiable exchanges, feeling an inexplicable unease. Tugging at Elic's white cloak, Rhaegar clandestinely inquired, "Is this how women interact with one another?" Illic cast a cautious glance around, ensuring they were not being observed, and lowered his voice. For the most part, yes. The queen and the princess are the preeminent figures among women. Thus they possess an air of greater terror. Is it due to their power? Yet, my sister is already the heir. Rhaegar voiced his confusion. Illic shook his head. To speak ill of royal members is a grave offense. All I can advise is that you remain vigilant. I too could be harmed, yet I have no intention of pursuing the throne, Rhaegar inquired. I cannot say, but as the old adage goes, one must always guard against potential threats. Illic replied meaningfully. Rhaegar chuckled. Then I shall rely on you to ensure my safety. My good sir, it is my duty, he responded. With many eyes watching, the two refrained from further discussion, accompanying the two leading ladies until their journey concluded. By nightfall, they finally entered the gates of the Red Keep. Despite his indignation at Rhaenyra's audacious decision to return home, Viserys did not embarrass his daughter. Instead, he hosted a grand banquet to welcome her back with open arms. Rhaegar, disliking the clamor of such gatherings, hastily sampled a few pastries and dishes before taking his leave with the gifts Rhaenyra had prepared for him. Upon returning home, Rhaegar emerged as the principal beneficiary of the situation. Not only could he venture outside the Red Keep, but his daily studies were also significantly reduced. No longer required to endure 8 hours of lessons, he now only needed to study for 3 hours in the morning, with the remaining time left for leisure. Even his homework was abolished. For this, Rhaegar jubilantly proclaimed his gratitude, unable to contain his joy. When Rhaenyra visited him, he passionately kissed her twice. This blissful state endured for a while, until the Red Keep once again buzzed with activity. It was the 5th anniversary of the king and queen's marriage. To express his gratitude for Alicent's 5 years of companionship, Viserys decided to host a grand tournament, inviting all nobles and knights from across the realm to participate, with substantial rewards promised for the champion. This would invigorate the spirited youth to enthusiastically sign up, promising a thrilling spectacle of blood and iron. Regardless of Alicent's feelings on the matter, Viserys reveled in such tournaments, thanks to a prosperous legacy left by his grandfather, the former King Jaehaerys, who had amassed considerable wealth for the treasury. Viserys had the means to host both feasts and tournaments. The servants of the Red Keep had long grown accustomed to such events, and under Alicent's meticulous planning, the tournament was organized splendidly. Before long, the day of the king and queen's 5th anniversary arrived. The tournament exceeded expectations, with inns and King's Landing overflowing with guests. Rumors circulated that the business of certain brothels had also surged, as courtesans found themselves inundated with clients. Many noble lords willing to engage in bloodshed merely to feel the thrill of the fight. On that day, Alicent prepared a lavish banquet. Guests enjoyed the brutal tournament alongside Viserys, and those who grew weary could indulge in feasting and revelry at nearby banquet halls. Rhaegar and Rhaenyra sat at the lower end of Viserys' table, watching the tournament unfold below. The arena was filled with a clash of knights charging forth. 2 armored knights, wielding sharp lances, galloped toward each other on horseback, ready for confrontation. In the midst of the clash, a knight clad in black armor thrust his lance upward, precisely piercing the shoulder of his opponent. With a resounding thud, the opposing knight was instantaneously lifted off the ground, his body tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily into the muddy terrain. As he landed, a cry of anguish escaped from beneath his armor, for one of his legs lay grotesquely pinned beneath him. Amidst his rolling and howling, Rhaegar observed that he was only able to swing one arm. The other hung limply, likely rendered useless due to a shattered scapula. Without prompt medical attention, he would face a lifetime of disability. Illic, standing behind him, quietly elucidated the situation. Having never witnessed such a scene before, Rhaegar felt a pang of compassion. With timely treatment, the knight might have avoided such a fate. But now one leg was irreparably damaged. Such is the nature of combat, where the paramount concern is the determination of victor and vanquished. Illic urged Rhaegar to accept the harsh reality. It was difficult to fathom that a group of young men, skilled in the art of combat, would willingly participate in a tournament, knowing that few would return unscathed. Rhaegar's spirits were low, struggling to comprehend the purpose of such contests. Illic patiently explained that in a time of peace, the youth, brimming with fervor, often seek outlets for their passions, and many aspire to capture the king's attention. Chapter 16. The Dornishman. You are right, my lord. Rhaegar fell silent, yet his disdain for the sordid spectacle of bloodshed remained unabated. Informing Rhaenyra of his hunger, he rose and made his way towards the banquet area, seeking respite from the gruesome displays with some refreshing fruit. Ser Illic shrugged and followed closely behind, his guard accompanying him. As the initial charges concluded, the event transitioned to archery, MLE, and duels. Following a series of thrilling and bloody contests, the duel segment commenced. The rules were straightforward. Two armored combatants would engage in unrestricted combat until one conceded or perished. This was commonly referred to as a one-on-one challenge. The first two duels were nothing short of captivating, with knights brandishing swords and flails, creating a scene that quickened the pulse. Thanks to the excellent protection of their armor, injuries were the worst outcome, sparing participants from life-altering harm or death. The duelists were not fools. They fought for honor and gold. Having already displayed their prowess before the esteemed nobility, why risk annihilation? As long as the battle was fierce enough, the nobles would cheer and wager. They could hardly discern between genuine combat and mere performance. The third duel commenced rapidly. One contender was Ser Bart, the Hammer Knight, hailing from the Vale of the Iron Oaks. This towering knight, rugged in appearance, donned silver-gray armor, wielding a war hammer in one hand and a shield in the other. Opposing him was a young man of brown skin, clad in light armor and brandishing a spear, evidently a Dornishman. It is worth noting that while Aegon the Conqueror unified the Seven Kingdoms, the Dornish have never acknowledged their submission to the Targaryen dynasty, frequently rebelling. It was not until a few years before Aegon I's death that Prince Martell of Dorne sent representatives to negotiate peace, thus concluding the war between the Targaryens and the Dornish. However, while the great conflict ceased, minor skirmishes persisted. The fiercely independent Dornish frequently raided neighboring regions, causing considerable vexation to the realm. Observing the Dornish features below, Rhaenyra felt a flicker of interest ignite within her boredom. To her surprise, a Dornish warrior had indeed come to participate in the tournament. Turning to her attendant, Ser Cole, she inquired with curiosity, "Whom do you believe will emerge victorious?" Ser Cole chuckled. "They have yet to engage. How can one discern a victor?" It was said that the Dornish were fierce and skilled in battle. Brutal savages. Whether this was true remained to be seen. Rhaenyra awaited the outcome with keen anticipation. The judge sounded the horn, signaling the commencement of the duel. Bart concealed his face beneath his helm, brandishing his war hammer as he pressed forward, unwilling to relent. He had heard the rumors of the Dornish, ferocious and merciless, and dared not underestimate his opponent, who knew how ruthless the adversary might be. In contrast, the Dornish youth exhibited a natural ease, dancing on his feet and taunting, "Oafish giant, why not labor in the smithy instead of wasting your broken hammer?" As he spoke, he maneuvered deftly, continuously applying psychological pressure on Bart. Lacking battlefield experience, Bart's composure faltered under the onslaught of insults, igniting his ire. "The brown-skinned monkey. I hope your head is as unyielding as your mouth, lest it be shattered by a hammer." Seizing the moment while his opponent leaped, Bart lunged forward, wielding his war hammer in a sweeping arc, exuding an overwhelming force. The spectators outside the ring were transfixed, their eyes wide with anticipation for the thrilling spectacle of bloodshed. "Fool, you're too slow." The Dornish youth rolled on the ground, evading the hammer strike, with legs spread wide to halt his tumble. He thrust his spear into the vulnerable joint of Bart's leg armor, blood gushing forth immediately. Ah, curse those Dornish! The pain ignited Bart's fury, and he roared in anger. Raising his war hammer to strike once more, he aimed to obliterate the Dornish youth's skull. Alas, the youth was too agile. Like a rolling donkey, he shifted his position with ease and, with a powerful pull, drove his spear into Bart's lower back, piercing through. The blow caused Bart to stagger and kneel, blood seeping from within his armor. Having landed a successful strike, the Dornish youth did not pursue further, but instead circled around the incapacitated Bart, his face a mask of mockery. This knight from the valley seems rather unfriendly towards us Dornish. He taunted, withdrawing the spear from Bart's wound and continuing. You call me a brown-skinned monkey. What then are you valley dwellers? Hairless goats? Bart struggled to rise, but was met with a kick that sent him crashing down. Humiliation flooding his spirit. He shouted, Despicable Dornish. If you have the guts, face me head-on instead of jumping around like a monkey. Huh, what a clever remark. Challenging others to exploit one's weaknesses. The Dornish youth unabashedly ridiculed him. On the battlefield, do you expect your enemies not to evade? Valley goat? Damn you, go to hell. Bart had long lost his sanity. Seizing the moment while the youth spoke, he gripped his war hammer and swung it low, aiming to shatter the youth's ankle. The Dornish youth, however, was well prepared. With a light leap, he evaded Bart's premeditated ambush, the spear's tip plunging down to pierce Bart's right hand, which clutched the hammer. A swift flick, and Bart's palm was severed, unleashing a chilling wail. Bang! As the scream escaped his lips, the Dornish youth drove his knee into Bart's jaw, silencing him. In quick succession, he ripped off Bart's helmet, exposing the vulnerable head beneath. The Dornish youth smiled cruelly, and in the face of Bart's terror-stricken gaze, he delivered a brutal kick to his mouth. Teeth mingled with blood streamed forth, leaving Bart to emit only desperate whimpers. With his head injured, Bart fell to the ground, his body twitching slightly. The Dornish youth pressed his spear against Bart's throat, surveying the onlookers with a shout, Behold, what a brave knight from the valley, who vows never to surrender. As he spoke, his heavy boot crushed Bart's face, grinding mercilessly. Witnessing this scene, the gathered crowd turned pale. This was no mere duel. It was a one-sided slaughter. The act of shattering teeth to prevent surrender was nothing short of a brutalization of his opponent. King Viserys' face darkened with fury as he berated his chancellor, Rhaegar, exclaiming, What kind of Dornish barbarian is this? Lacking in honor and decorum. Is he attempting to demonstrate his defiance before all present? Rhaegar dabbed his brow, which bore no sweat, with a handkerchief, and replied, Your Majesty. The Dornishman is named Digga Orlean. He expressed great respect for you when he registered for the tournament, eager to deliver an impressive performance on your behalf. This is what you deem an impressive performance? Viserys retorted, his anger palpable. The Dornish are never grateful. You should have him arrested for theft and imprisoned in the water dungeon until his last breath. I apologize, Your Majesty, Rhaegar said, lowering his head in shame. At this point, we can only hope he concludes Sir Bart's life swiftly, minimizing any detrimental repercussions. As if I needed you to tell me that, Viserys scoffed, dismissing him with a cold huff. Meanwhile, the Dornish youth continued to prance about, making grandiose claims. I heard the Vale possesses many warriors. Yet how is this knight so feeble? Surely someone must have accepted a bribe to let him compete. Chapter 17. Provoking the wrath of the masses pointing at the delirious Bart, he mocked. This knight appears to harbor a profound animosity towards me and exhibits disdain for our Dornish people. Such behavior is intolerable. A Dornish youth severed one of Bart's ears with a lance and remarked, I've heard a saying that the women of the Vale are less fair than goats. Is there any truth to that? Frankly, I have yet to experience the company of a Vale woman, so I cannot ascertain if they truly pale in comparison to goats. He kicked Bart's head and taunted, Hey, Knight of the Vale, share your thoughts with me. I seek your counsel. With numerous wounds causing him to bleed profusely and his head spinning, Bart struggled to muster his breath. Amidst the relentless prattle of the Dornish youth, his lips twitched, as if he wished to utter something. The Dornish youth crouched down, yanked at his hair to lift him, and grinned wickedly, If you have words to speak, then speak loudly. Cough. Damn Dornish monkeys, Bart coughed up 2 mouthfuls of congealed blood, spitting it all over his tormentor, and weakly cursed with a grim smile. "Huh! Cursed old man of the Vale." The filth incensed the Dornish youth, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. A swift death would be a mercy, and he desired to prolong the old man's suffering. The lance pierced Bart's limbs successively, each thrust twisting within flesh and bringing forth exquisite agony. This torment persisted for a full 10 minutes. Only when Bart could endure no longer did the youth finally drive the tip of the lance through his throat, thus ending his suffering. "Cursed Dornish, you shall face retribution." Suddenly, a voice from the sidelines erupted in vitriol, followed by an empty wine cup hurled into the fray. The cup shattered upon striking the muddy ground. This outburst seemed to sound the horn of release, as more spectators rose in outrage, hurling various objects at the Dornish youth: wine cups, apples, serving plates, even several ladies' high-heeled shoes. Rhaenyra stood amidst the crowd, her expression devoid of emotion as she watched the Dornish youth dodge and mock with derisive laughter. As a princess of the realm, she harbored no fondness for the Dornish, especially given her mother, Aemma Arryn, hailed from a noble family of the Vale. The Dornish youth not only tortured the loyal knight Bart, but also brazenly mocked the women of the Vale, igniting Rhaenyra's fury. "Cole, you must confront him in a duel and avenge Bart." Rhaenyra turned to Cole, issuing her command. Cole appeared conflicted. "I would gladly serve the princess, and that Dornish scoundrel is indeed detestable. However, as a Kingsguard, I cannot engage in combat without the king's orders. Then I shall seek someone with authority." Rhaenyra dismissed Cole and approached Viserys, lowering her voice. "Father, that man is too arrogant. He is slapping the kingdom in the face. I can call upon Cole. He will surely avenge Sir Bart." Viserys was already seething with indignation. Despite acknowledging his daughter's proposal, he maintained a rational demeanor, advising her to wait. There are numerous valiant knights within the realm. The Kingsguard should not act impulsively. We must allow the youth their opportunity to shine. This reasoning was quite sound, and although Rhaenyra felt an urge to retort, she ultimately swallowed her words. The tournament must continue, and Laenor spoke to quell the audience's jeers and attacks directed at the Dornish youth. In the midst of the crowd, the Dornish youth brazenly declared, "The Knights of the Vale are pitifully weak. Are there no worthier opponents? I yearn for genuine challengers, not these cowards and weaklings." His laughter echoed with arrogance. "I will take you on." Such a loathsome character drew the ire of many competitors, prompting a middle-aged knight clad in silver-gray armor to step forward. He approached the arena with a long sword in hand, stating solemnly, "I am Ser Sol Baratheon from Storm's End. Allow me to teach you the importance of respect." The Dornish youth smirked. "Is that so? I hope you can maintain your bravado, Knight of Storm's End." Meanwhile, in the banquet area, tables overflowed with sumptuous dishes, and several noble women and young ladies gathered around a table, engaging in lively conversation, resembling a tea party. Rhaegar monopolized the table, clearing a significant space in front of him for a particular pastry. He inquired about its name, as it resembled a chocolate cookie, yet took the form of a tart, delightfully sweet and chewy. "This is exquisite. Who crafted this?" Rhaegar thought, savoring each bite with a gleam of happiness in his eyes. "I must inquire with Alicent upon my return about which chef is responsible for this marvel, so that he may prepare pastries for me in the future." As he indulged, an unexpected figure seated themselves beside him. In the midst of Rhaegar's puzzled gaze, the stranger seized a plate of chocolate pastries and began to devour them with great relish, utterly absorbed in the flavor. "Who is this person, and why are they eating my pastries?" Rhaegar mused silently, yet he refrained from voicing his irritation, as there were still several plates remaining. However, reality taught Rhaegar a lesson. When something displeases you, failing to address it only amplifies your discomfort. Just as he had taken a few bites, the stranger was already consuming voraciously. In an instant, one plate was entirely devoured. "Delicious indeed. A commendable chef," the stranger mumbled, not waiting for Rhaegar's reaction before snatching another plate. Then came the third and the fourth. When only the last plate remained, Rhaegar could no longer contain himself. He sprang up from his seat, shielding the final plate of pastries before him, and exclaimed, "Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you seize my pastries? Are you always this audacious?" His tone was filled with authority, yet his youth betrayed him. Not only was his voice still juvenile, but the roundness of his face lacked any intimidation, resembling a child at play. The stranger, exasperated, tousled their curly hair and chuckled awkwardly. "You are a prince. But the pastries on the table are meant for guests to enjoy, aren't they?" Rhaegar's anger flared further. "Knowing I am a prince, you still dare to take my pastries? In the final round, you spare no one, even snatching food from children. Do you not possess any sense of shame? Ah, in the presence of delicacies, age is inconsequential. Moreover, dear prince, you are but a child. Excessive indulgence in sweets may lead to cavities. If you cannot restrain yourself, then I shall take the pastries. I fear not the consequences of tooth decay." The other party, unashamedly obstinate, retorted, "You scoundrel, do you think you can deceive me? Do you truly regard me as a mere 3-year-old? Rhaegar pointed at him and commanded Illic, "Sir, teach him a lesson. Let him learn his place, and see if he dares to act so brazenly again." Illic replied, "Yes, your highness," though reluctant to engage in conflict at the banquet. He felt compelled to uphold the prince's dignity against such bullying. Illic did not draw his sword. Instead, he strode confidently behind the other individual, extending his large hand to grasp his shoulder. No, noble knight, I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us. I cannot concern myself with the repercussions of provoking those who should not be trifled with." Illic had no time for further discourse. He gripped the shoulder firmly, intending to throw him down. In a flash, a shadowy figure struck the back of Illic's hand with precision and clarity. A sudden pain surged through him, causing him to instinctively release his grip, revealing a bruise on the back of his hand. Chapter 18. The wandering swordsman Illic was taken aback by the sudden and ferocious assault. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the very individual who had just been subdued, seated comfortably in a chair, a silver chopstick delicately clasped in hand. "White Knight, I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely a wretched soul driven by hunger, seeking a morsel to satisfy my palate." Observing this, Rhaegar quietly set down his plate and concealed himself behind Illic. The speed of that strike revealed the prowess of a true master. He felt his slight frame was no match for such skill. "You are indeed generous, your highness." Upon seeing the pastries, the stranger's face lit with delight as he bowed in deference to Rhaegar. There seemed to be no malevolence in his demeanor. Seizing the moment, Rhaegar took note of the stranger's appearance. Tousled brown curls framed a weathered visage, his brown eyes twinkling with a perpetual smile. He stood at a modest height, no more than 160 centimeters, rather ordinary among common folk, but strikingly diminutive in comparison to the skilled knights surrounding them. Noticing Rhaegar's scrutiny, the stranger chuckled. "I am aware of your identity, yet it appears you remain oblivious to mine." "And who might you be?" Rhaegar inquired. "A nameless wanderer," came the reply. Rhaegar stiffened at the implication, feeling a sense of mockery. Just as his temper threatened to ignite, the stranger extended the plate toward him, softly declaring, "I am Shiloh Freer, a wandering swordsman from Bravos, wishing to share a meal with the prince." Rhaegar peered into his eyes, which held a depth as tranquil as water, concealing any thoughts beneath the surface. Casting a glance at Illic, he sought confirmation. Illic gave a subtle nod, indicating all was well. No one in the Red Keep had yet dared to attempt an assassination against the king's eldest son in public. Rhaegar picked up a pastry, a smile breaking across his face. "I will be delighted to share with you, Shiloh Freer." Shiloh, his smile seemingly eternal, replied, "You may call me Shiloh, though I am no nobleman. I have temporarily fallen from grace." "Oh, and what was your profession prior to possess such remarkable swordsmanship?" Rhaegar inquired, intrigued by the adeptness of one hailing from a foreign city-state. "Let us converse while we feast," Shiloh suggested. Thus, the two resumed their seats, the earlier tension dissipating as they engaged in light-hearted banter over the pastries. Through their exchange, Rhaegar learned that Shiloh had once been a squire to a knight, skillfully wielding a sword from a tender age. However, his heart longed to become a graceful dancer, a dream he pursued with relentless dedication. Upon reaching adulthood, he caught the eye of a prince from Bravos, who employed him as a court dancer. Just when he believed fortune had smiled upon him, tragedy struck. Within a few years, the prince was assassinated. At that time, Shiloh had been performing for the prince, and, unsurprisingly, became a suspect. To evade capture, he clandestinely crossed into Westeros, and, under the patronage of a noblewoman, found himself invited to a banquet within the Red Keep. Rhaegar listened, enraptured, as if he were lost in the tale of Shiloh's misfortunes, often expressing indignation at the injustices he faced. Meanwhile, Shiloh savored his meal, lamenting the caprices of fate. In a fleeting moment, the two individuals felt a profound connection, each recognizing the other as a kindred spirit. However, this sentiment is wholly from Illich's perspective. In reality, Rhaegar appeared to listen attentively, yet internally, he was rife with skepticism. What a remarkable dancer from Braavos, possessing an innate talent for swordsmanship, truly a rarity. Consider the appearance of Shiryu. He possesses both height and skill in swordplay, as well as handsome features. What sort of blind prince from Braavos would employ such a diminutive figure to perform for him? Does he have a peculiar taste? Uttering solemn falsehoods, he may have deceived some noble girl, managing to infiltrate the Red Keep for a free meal. Rhaegar smiled silently, observing as Shiryu spun his fanciful tales. After a while, the chocolate pastries from a nearby table had been entirely devoured, and Shiryu reluctantly ceased his indulgence. Out of the blue, he mentioned the ongoing tournament outside. "My prince, the duels taking place are quite exhilarating. Do you not wish to witness them?" Rhaegar shook his head. "No, I am still too young and unaccustomed to the sight of blood." Shiryu laughed, acknowledging that is indeed true. However, the dueling grounds are in utter chaos. Even the king is incensed. What has transpired? Rhaegar furrowed his brow, sensing the hidden layers in Shiryu's words. A Dornishman had brutally vanquished his opponent and boasted arrogantly about it. Shiryu sipped his drink. The Dornishman will continue to challenge. The second duel should be commencing shortly. "Kulme, let us go and observe." Rhaegar immediately rose, hastening towards the tournament grounds alongside Illich. Shiryu chuckled and followed suit. Upon their arrival at the dueling arena, they found the audience fervently cheering for a single individual. Rhaegar secured a position near the edge, observing intently from behind the railing. Within the arena, a knight clad in silver-gray armor wielded his sword with impressive ferocity, driving a brown-skinned youth into retreat. Each time the massive blade grazed the opponent's body, the crowd erupted in cheers, urging him to deliver a fatal blow. After a while, Illich whispered, "The favored combatant is Sir Shilong of Storm's End. His opponent is a Dornishman, a shameless scoundrel." Rhaegar nodded, fixated on the duel. Sir Shilong's offensive was relentless, embodying a typical charge and attack strategy, with speed and precision. He pressed his adversary, leaving no room for counterattacks. The Dornish youth, fully aware of this, utilized the advantage of his light armor to dart and evade each assault. His long spear served as a shield against the knight's sword, the clashing sounds ringing throughout the arena. Just as Rhaegar was enraptured by the spectacle, Shiryu suddenly interjected. "The outcome is already determined. The shift in offense and defense is imminent." Rhaegar cast a doubtful glance at him, inquiring, "Why do you say that?" "Sir Shilong is formidable. Indeed, on the battlefield he fought 10 against 1, yet the Dornish lad was avoiding confrontation, biding his time until his opponent's stamina waned for victory." Rhaegar turned his gaze back to the duel. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Sir Shilong was beginning to pant, struggling to close the distance to his foe. In contrast, the Dornish youth appeared to still possess energy, retreating strategically while mocking. "My dear knight, were you mounted upon a steed, I would surely avoid engaging you. Alas, you remain mired in the mud. Heh, even without war horses, severing your head poses no challenge." Shilong's voice was hoarse, laced with disdain, yet the sweat on his forehead betrayed his condition. Legala tugged at Illich's sleeve. "My lord, is it true that Sir Shilong is on the verge of defeat?" Illich's expression was grave. "It's difficult to say. The cunning Dornishman denies Shilong any close-quarter opportunities. Shilong's heavy armor weighed him down. The longer the battle dragged on, the more it worked against him." Shilio interjected at an opportune moment. While armor can safeguard its bearer in critical moments, it also restricts the body's agility. Much like the Dothraki across the sea, who eschew armor, believing that nimbleness is the key to triumph on the battlefield. Let's observe further. I have faith in Sir Shilong. Rhaegar maintained a serious countenance, silently rooting for Shilong. Chapter 19. The rogue prince demon with hands casually crossed behind his back. Shiru observed the unfolding duel with indifference. It became evident that the keen eye of a master swordsman was sharp enough to discern the ebbing strength of his opponent. Within mere 5 minutes, Shilong significantly reduced the frequency of his strikes, ceasing his futile chase. The young Dornishman grinned, aware that the moment for retaliation had arrived. Employing the same tactics as in his previous encounter with Bart, he circled around Shilong, maintaining a distance while thrusting with his lance. Shilong raised his sword in defense. Yet even the most meticulous plans are prone to oversight. The young Dornishman executed a cunning feint, luring Shilong into a strike. At the pivotal moment, he swiftly countered with a maneuver akin to the golden rooster stands on one leg, blinding Shilong in one eye. I concede, cease the duel. Knowing the tide had turned against him, Shilong endured the searing pain and, in a moment of humiliation, shouted for an end, having lost the will to continue the fight. The terrifying fate of Bart loomed over him. He had no desire to meet a similar end. With Shilong's concession, the Dornishman's arrogance swelled, and he brazenly mocked his remaining knightly adversaries, disregarding their presence entirely. He had come to this arena to humiliate these noble lords. And the consequences? He had come prepared for anything. High above, Viserys glared menacingly at the young Dornishman, his knuckles whitening as they gripped the armrest of his chair. Damn those Dornishmen. Send a formidable knight to take him down, he commanded Leonor. Of course, your majesty, Leonor replied, not daring to utter more, as he moved backstage to seek a knight capable of besting the Dornishman. With numerous contestants vying for glory in the tournament, it would not be long before the Dornishman's triumph was curtailed. In a shadowy corner, Rhaegar turned away with a grim expression, unwilling to witness the commotion below that resembled a circus. Do not be vexed. That Dornish lad possesses commendable skill and wit, making him a formidable opponent for most. Shiru remarked, I am aware that the kingdom's warriors are numerous. That fellow will inevitably falter, Rhaegar asserted with conviction. Indeed, every formidable warrior has their unique style of combat, Shiru countered, adding, if I were to face that Dornish lad, I would feign weakness, inviting him to strike first, then seize the opportunity for defense and counterattack. Rhaegar regarded him with an odd expression. What, do you wish to enter the fray? A wandering swordsman does not unsheath his blade without just cause. Shiru smirked slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Rhaegar. What is it that you desire to apply for the position of dance instructor of the Red Keep? Rhaegar was not surprised as the fox's tail revealed itself. Shiru knelt earnestly, stating, should the prince be willing, I could remain at the Red Keep as a dance instructor. Why? Rhaegar inquired. There is no particular reason. I simply believe it to be so. Rhaegar raised an eyebrow. That reason is insufficient. I cannot harbor a dangerous individual within my home. Shiru paused thoughtfully before responding. You're the firstborn of King Viserys I, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Your status and potential merit my loyalty. That reason is commendable, yet it still lacks sincerity. Rhaegar remained distrustful, issuing a warning. Moreover, the heir to the Iron Throne is my sister. I have no intention of contesting that position with her, and no one should attempt to sow discord between us siblings. With that, Rhaegar turned on his heel and departed, not casting a glance at Shire. This individual had appeared too abruptly, deliberately approaching him from the start. His deftness in seizing pastries and his astute critiques of duels were all intended to showcase his worth. Alas, he had revealed his intentions too early. Did he truly think Rhaegar was some naive child, believing that his superior status and the aura of kingship could compel others to bow and willingly follow him? Such lowly tactics and insidious motives. Should he encounter Shire again, he would be swiftly dispatched to the dungeons. As he strode toward Rhaegar's position, Rhaegar vented his frustrations to Illyric. Indeed, my prince, Illyric nodded in agreement, though his expression bore a hint of hesitation. Noticing his indecisiveness, Rhaegar inquired, What troubles you, sir? Just as the prince had stated, Shire's methods were too rudimentary, unbefitting a master swordsman. Illyric voiced his doubts. Rhaegar's gaze flickered, A skilled swordsman is not necessarily a learned scholar. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat vigilant. Ever since the news of his recovery had circulated, the winds of King's Landing had shifted. From urging Princess Rhaenyra to marry, to discussing Rhaegar's favor from the white stag, a symbol of royal favor, there were whispers of his potential as a ruler. It wouldn't be long before some ministers, unable to contain their impatience, would suggest that the king strip Rhaenyra of her claim and instead declare Rhaegar the heir. The lyric revealed that Viserys had confined Rhaegar for 6 months to shield him from undue scrutiny, which might affect his resolve and leave him susceptible to the machinations of unscrupulous individuals. Rhaegar had no objections to his father's intentions and accepted them as kindness. Perhaps due to his youth, he was not particularly invested in the claim to the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra had been the heir for several years. There was no need for him to intrude upon something he did not value. Suddenly, an eerie roar echoed from afar. Rhaegar looked up, his expression shifting dramatically. A massive crimson figure soared through the sky, approaching the tournament grounds. With sharp horns, a serpentine neck, and powerful red wings. It was a dragon. Rhaegar instinctively gasped, his eyes fixed on the flying beast. The dragon's arrival did not escape the notice of the entire audience. As the powerful gust from its wings whipped through the crowd, tousling hair and obscuring vision, many ladies found their skirts inadvertently lifted, providing an unintended spectacle for the gentlemen nearby. The atmosphere rapidly descended into chaos as the crowd gasped and shouted, eager to escape the shadow of the dragon. Silence. This is a Targaryen dragon. The king stands with you. Do not panic or flee. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, quelling the rising tide of fear. It belonged to a robust elder with a white beard and hair. Captain Harold Western of the Imperial Guard stood resolutely beside the king, who sat majestically upon his elevated throne. At this moment, King Viserys maintained an air of calm, his gaze steady upon the dragon, exuding the essence of a true monarch. The sight of their sovereign seemed to grant the onlookers a sense of reassurance, as the once tumultuous atmosphere began to ease. As fleeting fear subsided, rationality gradually resumed its hold. Many spectators finally discerned the dragon's appearance, gasping in astonishment. This was Caraxes, the dragon of Prince Daemon. Indeed, it was Caraxes. I had fought alongside Prince Daemon, and I could never be mistaken. Look, there is someone atop the dragon. It's Prince Daemon. The moment Caraxes was called by name, it let out an exhilarating roar, spewing forth a torrent of fiery red flames laced with thick black smoke. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Caraxes circled the arena 3 times. It was only upon receiving a command from the figure on its back that the great beast gracefully descended onto the dueling ground. As Caraxes landed, it greedily surveyed the previously arrogant Dornish youth, extending its serpent-like neck and exhaling a wave of scorching breath. Why, Your Excellency? Prince Daemon. Faced with a dragon that could choose its prey, the Dornish youth nearly succumbed to terror. Trembling and retreating while panic-stricken, he bowed and greeted the figure atop the dragon. Chapter 20. The King of Stone Steps Island in the distance. Rhaegar beheld the visage of the dragon rider. The characteristic silver-gold hair of House Targaryen cascaded down, and his eyes shone with the hue of violet. Upon closer inspection, the man bore a stern countenance, with a prominent nose and a defiant gaze, embodying the same commanding presence as the colossal dragon seated beside him. Having heard the murmurs among the crowd, Rhaegar recognized him immediately, his uncle, Daemon Targaryen, a daring prince who, as a mere adolescent, took to the skies astride dragons, leading his followers in the pursuit of brigands. Whispers of his exploits had spread far and wide, with some even penning tomes in his honor. Behold, a magnificent dragon, a living embodiment of terror, its scales of vivid crimson. The youthful exuberance within Rhaegar rendered him indifferent to his uncle's identity. His gaze was solely fixated on the fearsome beast. Clutching tightly to Illyrio's hand, Rhaegar exclaimed with unbridled excitement, "One day, I too shall command a dragon of such majestic stature. No, it must be even grander and more formidable. This dragon is too slender." The innocence of his youth allowed him to express his desires without reservation. Illyrio, however, was preoccupied, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. wary of any potential chaos that might endanger the prince. Within the dueling arena, a young Dornishman found himself cornered by the menacing Kalek, pressed against the wall, drenched in fear and sweat. His heart raced with terror at the sight of the dragon. And just as his mental defenses began to fracture, a steady voice resonated within him like a divine revelation. "Kalek, be of good behavior." With an ear-splitting roar, Kalek seemed to respond to his master, gradually lifting his head and turning his attention away from the cornered Dornishman, obediently lowering himself to the ground. As the danger dissipated, the young Dornishman's legs buckled beneath him, and he fell to his knees, cold sweat trickling down his face. Demon dismounted from the dragon's back, striding purposefully towards the viewing platform, disregarding all those present. No one dared to impede his progress as he approached the throne of Viserys. "Stop! No one may offend the king's majesty," barked Harold, the captain of the King's Guard, drawing his sword and pointing its tip at Demon's chest. Demon cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining indifferent, his demeanor cold. Viserys remained motionless, his eyes deep and oceanic, appraising his former brother. Demon scrutinized him in return, and for a moment, silence enveloped the space, rendering the atmosphere tense. The nearby lords and ministers exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of how these two brothers would confront one another. After a brief silence, Demon took a step back, easing Harold's suspicions. He then drew a double-bladed axe from his waist, casting it before Viserys, and raised his chin defiantly. Add this to the Iron Throne. Viserys remained unmoved, glancing at Demon's crown, his voice resonating with gravity. "You wear a crown. Do you claim kingship for yourself? After the fall of the three daughters, I have been hailed as the king of the narrow sea." Demon recounted his achievements, pausing momentarily before continuing. "But I know, your majesty, there's only one true king in all the realm." With that, Demon knelt on one knee, removed the vine crown from his head, and bowed his noble brow. "My crown and the Stone Steps Island are yours, my liege." The recent actions and words of the individuals present greatly exceeded the expectations of all. Who could have anticipated that the traditionally aloof Prince Demon would willingly soften his stance, bestowing upon his elder brother, the king, the respect and dignity his position demands? Gazing down at his more understanding younger brother, Viserys remained unhurried and inquired, "Well, Lord Corlys, he has set sail back to his homeland, Driftmark," Demon replied truthfully. Viserys continued his questioning, "Who now guards the stepstones, the tides, the crabs, and the 2,000 lives lost, nailed to the shore as a grim warning against the piracy of the Three Daughters' Kingdom?" Demon answered in a low voice, aware of the significance this information held for his brother. Receiving a response that was less than ideal, Viserys pondered briefly before seemingly coming to terms with it. Nodding in acknowledgement, rising, Viserys stepped forward to accept the vine crown that Demon had proffered. He glanced at it with indifference before handing it over to Captain Harold. It was evident that he held little esteem for this crown, a symbol of the king of the narrow sea. Observing the expressions of the surrounding lords and ministers, Viserys' eyes glimmered as he softly commanded, "Rise." Demon, filled with anticipation, looked to his brother, and upon receiving the signal of forgiveness, stood tall. The coldness in Viserys' demeanor melted away, replaced with a smile. "Welcome home, brother." Without hesitation, Demon embraced Viserys, and under the gaze of all, the bloodline of Prince Baelon was reconciled once more. Those with insight understood that this was the king issuing a subtle warning. While he welcomed Demon's return, it did not imply that others could exploit the situation to their advantage. Demon was equally aware of this, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect throughout, a stark contrast to his previous impetuousness. Rhaenyra stood among the throng, closely observing this intricate power play, her eyes betraying an undeniable joy. Her clear, albeit naive, violet gaze struggled to discern the truth from illusion, overwhelmed by the genuine happiness of her uncle's return. At that moment, her sister Rhaegar emerged from the crowd, taking her small hand. Upon hearing his call, Rhaenyra finally acknowledged Rhaegar's presence and smiled. "Uncle Demon has returned. He has always been kind to me since childhood." "Indeed, he appears quite handsome," Rhaegar replied, forcing a smile as he echoed her sentiments regarding Demon's striking visage. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. Unsure how to connect with this uncle he had never met, despite knowing that the title of heir to the throne had been uttered by Daemon himself. He secretly wished for Rhaegar to falter, thus securing the inheritance of the Iron Throne from Viserys. How, then, could Rhaegar possibly harbor any affection for him? As Daemon rode forth on his dragon and the brothers reconciled, the day's tournament hastily drew to a close, prompting the assembly of lords to transition to the banquet area to welcome Daemon home. Meanwhile, a certain young Dornish lad, thoroughly drenched, was gently escorted by Prime Minister Laenor to a fine inn within the city. Not only did they cover the accommodation fees, but they also assigned a dedicated attendant, fearful that he might not adapt well to his new surroundings. The arrangement was quite grand, prompting many curious individuals to inquire. The answers received were remarkably consistent. The king held great admiration for the Dornish warrior who had traveled such a long distance, and today he would first receive his triumphant brother, Daemon. The tournament would commence tomorrow, inviting him to continue participating in the duels, with a firm admonition against refusal. A lavish feast was meticulously prepared as Viserys walked alongside Daemon. Behind them trailed a multitude of ministers and invited nobles, lords. It must be said that Alicent was a remarkably perceptive queen. Upon receiving news of Daemon's return, she promptly ordered the servants to clear away the previous meal and to present dishes that had already been prepared in the kitchen. By the time Viserys and his entourage arrived in the banquet area, everything was arranged with impeccable order, devoid of any sense of haphazardness. Viserys was deeply moved, publicly praising Alicent as his wise consort, always ready to share his burdens. Alicent, unfazed by the attention, gently linked her arm with Viserys and tenderly remarked, "You have been so busy with state affairs, you should not trouble yourself with trivial matters." Grasping the queen's delicate, porcelain-like hand, Viserys felt a deep sense of gratitude. "Thanks to you, my life is not so solitary." However, he added with a playful caution, "Lest we become the subject of the minister's jest, let us proceed to the banquet." Alicent's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her bashful demeanor a sight to behold. Chapter 21. The mysterious bracelet with an air of feigned virtue, she adeptly portrayed the archetype of a devoted wife and mother. As she navigated through the assembly of ministers, Rhaenyra observed everything with a smile that did not reach her eyes. The palpable tension caused her companion, Rhaegar, to shiver. "Sister, your grip is rather painful." Rhaegar voiced his discontent, attempting to withdraw his small hand from Rhaenyra's grasp. Rhaenyra quickly released him. "My apologies, I momentarily forgot you were here. Do be mindful of your image. There are many eyes upon us in such a setting," Rhaegar gently reminded his sister. As he surveyed the surroundings, Rhaegar was suddenly captivated by a familiar face. At that moment, Daemon stood beside Viserys, observing the tender exchange between the king and his queen with an enigmatic smirk playing on his lips. Rhaegar frowned, tilting his head to gain a clearer view. Abruptly, Daemon turned his gaze and locked eyes with Rhaegar. Startled, Rhaegar instinctively stepped back. "What am I afraid of? He cannot possibly harm me," he thought. Bolstered by his own identity, and defiantly widened his eyes to meet Daemon's stare. The anticipated confrontation did not materialize. Daemon appraised Rhaegar with a mixture of intrigue and amusement, nodding with a smile before diverting his attention elsewhere. Rhaegar felt a twinge of disappointment mingled with relief. Such a terrifying gaze, the pressure was overwhelming. He exhaled quietly, yet the memory of Daemon's sardonic smile lingered in his mind. What did it mean? Why did he display such contempt upon witnessing his father's affection for Alicent? Rhaegar questioned his perception, yet he could not shake the image of Daemon's subtly curved lips, convinced that the smile had been genuine. Never mind. No one else seems to have noticed. I shall remain discreetly behind others, Rhaegar resolved, stepping back to hide behind Rhaenyra. As the banquet commenced, the crowd took their seats. Viserys summoned Rhaenyra and Rhaegar to his side to greet Daemon. Rhaenyra had admired this uncle since childhood, a sentiment that needed no elaboration. Viserys took Rhaegar's hand and introduced him. "Rhaegar, my eldest son, I trust you are already aware of his identity." Daemon nodded, his stern visage attempting to muster a congenial smile, though it appeared somewhat forced. Viserys, not wishing to impose upon his brother, remarked, "By the blessings of the seven. Rhaegar recently encountered a remarkable fortune. His frailty has been cured, alleviating my greatest worry." "I have heard of this event," Daemon replied. "The miraculous fruit gifted by the white stag sounds like something out of tale." Haha, when I first heard it, I too found it hard to believe. Yet, the will of the divine often carries profound significance. Rhaegar is indeed a favored Targaryen, Viserys said, his gaze fixed on Daemon, the implications of his words sending a shiver through the assembly. The king's eldest son, favored by the white stag, and now referred to as divinely blessed by the king. What could this mean? Was there indeed a hint of a shift in the line of succession? As whispered beyond the court, the weight of his words hung heavily in the air, striking a chord in the hearts of those present. Rhaenyra's expression shifted slightly as she cast a glance at her increasingly vibrant brother. Daemon, seemingly indifferent, gently patted Rhaegar's head and offered a blessing. "May you always be healthy and free from suffering." The most conspicuous was Alicent. Her gentle visage momentarily stiffened as she furtively dug her nails into the flesh of her thumb, forcing a smile. She had anticipated this day would eventually arrive. Rhaegar, whose illness had become grave, had little time left to live. Once the king's eldest son perished, she could elevate her own son, Aegon, to the throne. Even if the king opposed, the ministers of the council would likely support her in proposing a change of heir. However, Rhaegar's miraculous recovery delivered a devastating blow to her ambitions. From this point onward, even if some disapproved of Rhaenyra's status as a female heir, they would undoubtedly rally behind the eldest son, Rhaegar, rather than support her second son, Aegon. Had all her years of effort been in vain? Alicent felt despair creeping in, blood seeping from her thumb. To avoid drawing attention to her distressed expression, she lowered her gaze and diminished her presence. In response to her uncle's blessing, Rhaegar felt somewhat uncomfortable and politely replied, "Thank you, uncle." He recalled having said some thoughtless words in the past and hoped he would not take them to heart, expressing optimism about their future encounters. Daemon, perceptive as ever, discerned Rhaegar's subtle thoughts. He rolled up his sleeves and removed a silver metal bracelet, speaking gravely. After the war on the Stepstone Islands concluded, soldiers unearthed many treasures, countless gold pieces, gemstones of various colors, and exquisite adornments. Rhaegar listened intently, intrigued by tales of war. Daemon offered the bracelet. This piece was found in the depths of a treasure chest belonging to the crab feeder. "It is forged from Valyrian steel, a gift for our first meeting." Valyrian steel? That is indeed rare. Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet his pride restrained him from reaching out for it, casting an expectant glance at his father. Viserys nodded, affirming, "You need not refuse your uncle's gift." "Wonderful, thank you, uncle." With his father's approval, Rhaegar swiftly cast aside any lingering discontent towards Daemon and eagerly snatched the bracelet. Regardless of past grievances in this moment, Daemon was indeed his benevolent uncle. The beautiful bracelet, adorned with intricate engravings, delighted Rhaegar as he held it and placed it upon his slender wrist. Rhaenyra could not help but exclaim, "Perhaps you should put the bracelet away. It could easily get lost if you treat it like a hoop for chopsticks." "Oomph. I have always known how to cherish hard-won treasures," Rhaegar retorted, lifting his wrist to admire the Valyrian steel bracelet under the sunlight. This was an exquisite item worthy of being a family heirloom. As the exploration mission commenced, the objective being the mysterious Valyrian steel bracelet, a system notification suddenly chimed, filling Rhaegar with even greater joy, a smile blooming on his face. With a thought, the system panel materialized before him. Mysterious Valyrian steel bracelet, exploration progress, 0.5. After a 6-month hiatus, Rhaegar was elated to receive another opportunity for exploration. With a countenance imbued with sincerity, he looked at Daemon and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate it, Uncle Daemon." The sudden display of affection left Daemon somewhat perplexed. Yet, seeing his nephew's evident delight, he accepted it with grace. Viserys patted Rhaegar on the back of his head, imparting wisdom. Words of thanks need not be repeated, especially towards family. "Indeed, Uncle Daemon is my family," Rhaegar nodded vigorously, his handsome face exuding a delightful charm. "Let's not dwell on familial ties." At this moment, If Demon were to strike Alicent, Rhaegar would undoubtedly applaud the resounding impact. Enough of this Na'vi demeanor. Summon forth the dignity befitting a prince, Rhaenyra admonished, delivering a sharp tap to her brother's head while squeezing out a warning through clenched teeth. Rhaegar cradled the back of his head, indignant. If both of you keep hitting me, who will be responsible for rendering me foolish? If you truly become a fool, I shall confine you to the small black room at the Red Keep, Rhaenyra replied, her smile radiating a charming innocence. Chapter 22. A distinctive nightmare. The banquet continued late into the night, as the latent passions coursing through the veins of the nobility found an uninhibited release in the dimly lit surroundings. Prior to the social dance, Rhaegar took his leave, feeling drowsy as he retreated to his chamber for rest. At midnight, the silvery moonlight filtered through the glass window, illuminating Rhaegar's bedside. In the depths of slumber, he unconsciously furrowed his brow, mumbling indistinctly. At that moment, Rhaegar was ensnared in a nightmare. As a child, he drifted aimlessly upon a vast and boundless sea, the sky cloaked in gloom, shrouded in mist, rendering visibility non-existent. He found himself on a small island, shouting for help, yet no sound escaped his lips. The silence around him was terrifying. Before long, the once tranquil waters surged violently, waves beginning to rise. The tide crept up the island, the frigid sea engulfing Rhaegar's ankles, compelling him to retreat to higher ground. The island was but a speck, and even the tallest slope could not withstand the oncoming deluge. Rhaegar desperately climbed a coconut tree, the waters below already lapping at the trunk, climbing ever higher. Fear of drowning overwhelmed him, and he felt powerless against the rising tides, helplessly watching the water level ascend. Suddenly, a shadow swept overhead, casting a dark pall over a vast area beneath. Rhaegar yearned to look up, yet his body remained unresponsive. As his anxiety escalated, a familiar yet alien roar reverberated from all directions. The piercing sound shattered Rhaegar's eardrums, instilling within him a painful sense of suffocation. Water, so much water. Cold. The abrupt turmoil jolted Rhaegar's consciousness, causing his small form to shake in his sleep, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No, please. The ocean-esque waters once again engulfed his ankles, and in an instant, terror jolted him awake, his eyes flinging open as he erupted into a frantic cry. Knock, knock. A series of knocks resounded, and a voice called from outside. Are you well, Your Highness? It was Illic. There is no water. I'm still in my own room. Rhaegar, dazed and bewildered, surveyed his surroundings, the familiar decor, the soft featherbed. After a moment's pause, as Illic contemplated whether to enter and check, Rhaegar finally responded, I'm fine, sir. I merely had a nightmare. Illic, reassured, spoke softly, if you require anything, feel free to call out. Having spent time together, he was no stranger to Rhaegar's nighttime disturbances and felt a twinge of sympathy for the young prince's unsettled slumber. Rhaegar refrained from further conversation with Illic, curling up alone beneath the covers, clutching his pillow in melancholy. This nightmare had been strikingly vivid, more terrifying than any he had previously experienced. The rapid thudding of his heart revealed the extent of his distress. Another nightmare. If this is the dreamer-esque gift, I would rather not possess it. A shadow loomed over his heart as he recalled the golden talent described in the system panel, murmuring mournfully to himself. For some time, he had not dreamed at all, believing his sleep had returned to a state of normalcy. The nightmare of this night had struck unexpectedly, leaving him utterly flustered. Rhaegar felt he must appear quite disheveled at this moment, like a stray kitten or puppy lost in the biting cold. The exploration has come to an end. Please collect the lost treasures. Just as a sense of despondency enveloped the air, the system's notification sound shattered the gloom. Rhaegar extended his arm, glancing at the silver bracelet adorning his wrist, recalling that the exploration task remained incomplete. Mysterious Valyrian steel bracelet. Exploration progress, 100. As the system panel materialized, Rhaegar suddenly pondered the duration required to unearth such relics. This particular exploration commenced around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Casting a glance at the feeble flames of the barrier, he estimated it to be roughly 10 o'clock at night, considering the usual extinguishment time at dawn. It seemed to have been 8 hours. Rhaegar silently calculated while retrieving the blue aura that had fallen onto the bed. Relic successfully collected, undergoing detection. Detection successful. Classified as an excellent relic, a sorcerer's magical apparatus. What treasures might belong to a sorcerer? Curiosity about magic triumphed over fear as Rhaegar activated the relic without hesitation. Congratulations, the sorcerer's magical apparatus has been activated. You have obtained spatial bracelet, level, excellent, blue, function. The bracelet contains 3 cubic meters of space, incapable of storing living beings. Evaluation. A magical artifact tracing back to the ancient Valyrian era. Its spatial properties render it invaluable, coveted even by the noble dragon kings. With a soft click, the Valyrian steel bracelet on Rhaegar's wrist gently swayed, its surface cracking to reveal a layer of intricate patterns that crumbled into dust. When Rhaegar looked at the bracelet again, all traces of times had vanished. Its hue transformed into a subdued silver gray, the designs more exquisite, as if a master craftsman had sculpted it anew. A magical bracelet, a treasure long sought after by the ancient Valyrian dragon kings. Removing the bracelet, imbued with an air of mystery, Rhaegar marveled at his unexpected fortune. How fortunate he was to have received such a generous gift from Uncle Daemon. Rhaegar couldn't help but reflect on his gratitude. The explorer's accompanying instructions for the spatial bracelet were thoroughly examined by Rhaegar. So it was, Valyrian steel contained magic. Inscribing spatial runes upon this enchanted metal could yield a spatial artifact. Rhaegar was profoundly astonished, deeply admiring the wisdom of his ancestors. Valyrian steel was exceedingly rare, and those capable of mastering spatial runes were even more scarce. A spatial artifact, produced only once every few centuries, was considered exceptionally prolific. During the ancient Valyrian era, only the most powerful dragon king families possessed spatial artifacts, regarded as heirlooms of immense value. Among the 40 dragon king families, the Targaryen family was not particularly prominent, ranked in the lower tier. Consequently, there were no records of spatial artifacts within their lineage. The families that did possess such artifacts had long since been obliterated by cataclysmic disasters, buried within the ruins of ancient Valyria. Clutching the spatial bracelet, Rhaegar's breath quickened, his gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. This secret must never be spoken of, otherwise it would undoubtedly incite turmoil. Without hesitation, Rhaegar seized the fruit knife from the nightstand and swiftly sliced the tip of his index finger, allowing blood to smear upon the surface of the bracelet. A hum resonated as the bracelet emanated a faint, ethereal glow, which vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, Rhaegar sensed an inexplicable connection forming between himself and the bracelet. Forged by the most formidable pyromancer, the bracelet possessed the ability of bloodline recognition. My Targaryen lineage is sufficient to bond with this bracelet. As he became its master, Rhaegar willed it, and the bracelet gradually diminished in size to fit his wrist perfectly. Upon adorning the bracelet, he reached for the fruit knife and silently intoned, "Be collected." In a flash, the knife vanished into thin air. Rhaegar felt an expanse within the hollow interior of the bracelet, where a fruit knife had materialized. This novel experience ignited Rhaegar's curiosity, prompting him to repeatedly summon and dismiss the knife, as well as various items scattered throughout the room. Eventually fatigued from his playful explorations, Rhaegar discovered an abundance of treasures within the bracelet's depths. A mound of gold, several stacks of ancient Valyrian texts, and a badge adorned with a dragon motif. The remainder consisted of unfamiliar garments and miscellaneous items, all categorized as mere debris. The sight of the gold dazzled Rhaegar's eyes. Though a prince, the treasury was not his own. His previous existence had never strayed from the Red Keep, nor had he possessed the means to spend. Now, liberated, this gold would perfectly supplement his purse, alleviating any concerns of insufficient pocket money. Chapter 23. The Dragon Tamer's Manual. Rhaegar poured out all the gold, covering the bed in a dazzling layer. He reclined upon this glittering surface, finding enjoyment despite the discomfort. Amidst his indulgence, he seized the opportunity to peruse the books he had retrieved. Proficient in ancient Valyrian, Rhaegar delved into the text. It chronicled a brief history of the Targaryen Dragonlord family. The dragon insignia, he possessed was none other than the emblem of this illustrious lineage, intricately carved with two dragons entwined in a vibrant display of life. The Targaryen family was a grand house with a rich heritage in ancient Valyria, boasting a record of over 300 dragons. At its zenith, the family had an astounding 67 dragons of all ages coexisting simultaneously. Such profound legacy placed them among the foremost of the 40 Dragonlord families, surpassed only by a select few. The spatial bracelet Rhaegar wore was one of the treasured heirlooms of the Targaryen family, once belonging to a past heir who had inexplicably lost it. As he read on, a sense of awe enveloped him, compelling him to sit upright and scrutinize every line with newfound seriousness. The book provided a brief overview of several Dragonlord families allied with the Targaryens, offering a cursory analysis of these ally strengths. After finishing the first volume, Rhaegar reached for a second. This tome, however, contained less significant information, merely detailing the vassals of the Targaryen family. Undeterred, he continued to switch between volumes, relentlessly absorbing the knowledge within. At some point, he finally stumbled upon something of value within the historical discourse. The nature of dragons sparked a surge of excitement within Rhaegar, who silently prayed for insights regarding dragons, hoping for a unique revelation. What is a dragon? How are they born? The bond between dragon riders and their colossal companions. The opening passages recounted the existence of dragons and the timeline of their discovery and domestication by ancient Valyrian civilization. These were familiar themes, echoing the theories posited by certain scholars. Yet, Rhaegar was not concerned with the origins of dragons. He yearned to understand the process of hatching dragon eggs. Regrettably, this crucial detail was absent from the text. Instead, records of dragon riders taming dragons frequently appeared. Those possessing the blood of dragons could establish a connection with these majestic creatures, ascending upon their backs to become dragon riders. Fire mages theorized that dragons possessed intelligence surpassing mere beasts, second only to humans. Dragons lived long lives, their sizes continually growing over time, with many becoming too large to fly in their twilight years. As Rhaegar meticulously turned the pages, he suddenly encountered a pivotal annotation. Dragons belonged to the skies and the wilds. Dragon lords allowed them to roam freely to build nests, summoning distant allies with magical horns in times of war. A magical horn? Another enchanted artifact capable of summoning dragons. Rhaegar had never heard of such a wondrous instrument. The Targaryens typically commanded their dragons using ancient Valyrian without any specialized taming tools. He continued to read in silence. Dragons were not slaves. They were kin to their riders, bound by blood. To bind a dragon with chains and deny it the sky would invoke a dire curse. Upon reaching this passage, Rhaegar's brow furrowed in concern. One must not treat dragons as slaves, lest one incur a curse. Rhaegar's thoughts immediately turned to the dragon pit in King's Landing. This magnificent structure, established during the reign of Rhaegar I, was designed to house the formidable dragons of House Targaryen. Valyrian, Vhagar, Vermithrax. All these powerful dragons once resided within its confines. At this very moment, at least 3 dragons inhabited the pit: Dreamfire, Caraxes, and Syrax. They were the permanent residents of the dragon pit, with Syrax reigning supreme. Syrax was Rhaenyra's dragon, adorned with scales of a vibrant yellow hue, having made its home in the pit since hatching from its egg. Rhaegar had never encountered a dragon and was unaware of the distinctions between those dwelling in the pit and those roaming freely outside. However, he was acutely aware that dragons entering the pit were invariably shackled. Dragons are fierce creatures, fiercely territorial. The coexistence of multiple dragons in a single space inevitably leads to conflict. In order to protect the younger dragons, the scholars of the Citadel proposed confining the dragons in the pit with chains to prevent them from slaughtering one another. With unwavering focus, Rhaegar absorbed the warnings inscribed in the pages of the book before him. These tomes originated from the freehold of Valyria and were the notes bequeathed by a dragon lord lineage far more powerful than House Targaryen. They were not the baseless speculations of some pretentious Citadel scholar. He resolved to find an opportunity to present this book to his father for his judgment. Rhaegar contemplated quietly. The book was soon devoured, and he carefully stowed it away in his wrist bracelet, fearful of damaging it. Such invaluable knowledge was irreplaceable, with each written word embodying the fate of House Targaryen. There were many more books to peruse, and Rhaegar took his time leafing through them. When one is engrossed in study, time slips away with remarkable swiftness, like a fleeting shadow. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Morning dawned. The early sunlight dispelled the darkness, bestowing warmth upon the land. Rhaegar, having not slept a wink, was abruptly roused by the sunlight streaming into his room. Emerging from the ocean of knowledge, he cautiously glanced at the door, hastily gathering the books and the golden treasures scattered across his bed, stowing them in his small bracelet. He wished to keep his secret concealed, at least for the time being. Oh, the depths of hell! When will my dark circles vanish? Rhaegar lamented, pointing to his panda-like eyes in the glass mirror atop the nightstand. Fortunately, the books did not betray the worthiness of their reader. Through his sleepless night, Rhaegar uncovered numerous intricate details of House Targaryen that had not been passed down through the ages. For instance, taming a dragon requires more than mere commands. One must possess an unwavering belief in one's ability to subdue the beast. Should the dragon riders will falter, should their subconscious doubt their capacity to tame a dragon, the creature will sense their cowardice, never accepting a spineless individual. The most effective method of dragon taming is to boldly mount the dragon's back and assertively issue commands, allowing the dragon to sense your fervent desire for conquest, soaring through the skies and across the seas together. Thus, the dragon and its rider become one in thought. With a heart brimming with excitement, Rhaegar freshened up briefly, and before departing, planted a fervent kiss upon his dragon egg. With fervent determination, he exclaimed, "Hatch swiftly, for the skies await us." He firmly believed he would become a dragon rider. Any doubt cast upon himself would be a betrayal of the ancient Valyrian blood coursing through his veins. As he pushed open the door, Rhaegar immediately noticed the encouraging glint in Illich's brown eyes. "Sir, could you refrain from gazing at me with such ambiguous eyes? It greatly unsettles me." After breakfast, Rhaegar shared his thoughts with Illich. Taken aback for a moment, Illich replied, "Very well, but I wholeheartedly support your aspirations." Rhaegar's cheeks flushed slightly as he feigned indifference. "Let us not dwell on trivial matters. There is a tournament to attend today." The tournament had concluded early the previous day in anticipation of Daemon's arrival. However, it spanned 7 days, with events held daily. That arrogant Dornishman remained confined within King's Landing, and today, a formidable knight was sure to defeat him, earning the king's favor in the process. Chapter 24. The swordsmanship of Shiru. The martial arts tournament has always been a symbol of the kingdom's prosperity, attracting the enthusiasm of many nobles. When Rhaegar arrived at the venue, the stands were already abuzz with excitement. He quickly spotted his father on the platform and approached with a light step. As he drew near, he realized that the area surrounding his father was crowded with people. Viserys sat prominently in the main seat, with Prime Minister Laenor to his right and his uncle Daemon to his left. Rhaenyra occupied the position of honor beside Laenor, not diminishing her status as the heir. Perhaps due to the success of the banquet the previous night, Viserys wore a perpetual smile. Upon noticing Rhaegar's arrival, he waved cheerfully, urging him to come closer. "Come here. You rested early last night. Today you must keep your father company." The scholar said children should sleep early and rise early for their growth. Rhaegar, feeling somewhat guilty, obediently approached Viserys, who embraced him and lifted him onto his lap. Rhaegar generously reveled in his father's affection, casually reaching for a platter of fruit on the table. Below, Rhaenyra noticed his bare wrist and inquired with a smile, "Where's that bracelet? I thought you liked it very much." "It was too large. It was inconvenient to wear," Rhaegar replied nonchalantly. The bracelet was cumbersome in its normal state, and its reduced size could raise suspicions. Rhaegar had hidden the bracelet in the incubation container holding dragon eggs, planning to retrieve it later under some pretext. No one paid much attention to this minor incident, as they eagerly awaited the tournament. In order to release the grievances of the previous day, the events of mounted archery and melee were eliminated, and they proceeded directly to the main event, duels. The combatants entered the arena, one of whom was undoubtedly the Dornish youth, the rightful star of the day. The other, however, disappointed the audience greatly, a diminutive swordsman with curly hair, who donned no armor but a light leather garb. It was Frail, with a clear view. Rhaegar instantly recognized the curly-haired swordsman. Viserys glanced at him with curiosity. "Rhaegar, have you encountered any of the swordsmen from below?" Rhaegar nodded. "We shared tea yesterday. He is a skilled wandering swordsman who wished to pledge his loyalty to me." At this, Rhaegar could not help but chuckle. Viserys furrowed his brow slightly, stroking his chin. "Let me guess, you did not acquiesce to his request." "Indeed, I cannot trust an enigmatic and dangerous individual," Rhaegar replied, popping a red grape into his mouth. "You made the right choice. I learned a piece of news this morning that I can share with you." Viserys tousled Rhaegar's hair and exchanged a knowing glance with Laenor. Laenor rose and produced a small note to read. Frail, hailing from a minor, noble family in Bravos, joined a certain cult after reaching adulthood and frequently undertook perilous missions. 2 months ago, this individual assassinated a prominent figure in Bravos and is now wanted throughout the land, having clandestinely made his way to the continent of Westeros. A fortnight ago, under the guise of a wandering dancer, I gained the trust of a lord's daughter and traveled to King's Landing in a carriage. Just yesterday afternoon, during the banquet celebrating Prince Daemon's return, I registered to participate in the melee, explicitly challenging Rhaegar of House Orl-Ines to a duel. As I recounted the origins of Shiloh, Lord Leonor took a sip of red wine to soothe his throat, discreetly casting a glance at Daemon across the table. Daemon's expression remained unperturbed, exuding an air of indifference. Rhaegar listened quietly, genuinely admiring Lord Leonor's intelligence-gathering prowess. Viserys, noticing his eldest son's astonishment, chuckled heartily. "Let me impart a lesson to you. There is no secret that remains undisclosed in this world. Honor and faith are the true sanctuaries of the strong. I shall remember, father." Rhaegar obediently absorbed his father's teachings. Witnessing his son's compliance, Viserys felt a profound sense of vanity gratified, deciding to frequently impart wisdom on the ways of life and conduct to his eldest son. The duel commenced. Rhaenyra's clear voice interrupted the father-son exchange. Within the arena, the two contenders took their positions. As the judge sounded the horn, the Dornish youth circled Shiloh, spear in hand, searching for vulnerabilities. In contrast to the previous day, the Dornish youth appeared notably subdued, perhaps intimidated by Corric's presence. Shiloh stood poised, wielding a one-handed sword, silently awaiting the confrontation. "Little man, who sent you to your demise?" The Dornish youth taunted, resorting to his habitual banter in an attempt to provoke Shiloh. Shiloh, with one hand behind his back, casually responded, "Everyone shall meet their end. Yet, I believe my time has not yet come." "Is that so? For I foresee your demise." The Dornish youth retorted, gradually advancing with his spear. "To speak of death invites it, and perhaps it is you who shall perish." Shiloh maintained his stance, sword in hand. "Shorty, I shall sever your legs, rendering you a true half-man." The Dornish youth struck first, delivering a probing thrust with his spear, his movements swift as a serpent. However, Shiloh was swifter still. Before the spear could reach him, he deftly struck the shaft, diverting its trajectory. In a fluid motion, he stepped forward, bringing his sword down upon the Dornish youth's elbow. With a successful strike, Shiloh refrained from pursuing, returning to his stance. In the face of the youth's seething gaze, he remarked nonchalantly, "Short, when your head rolls upon the ground, you shall discover my grandeur." Provoked by Shiloh's words, the Dornish youth simmered with rage. Yet caution urged him to bide his time, refraining from reckless action. The duel thus settled into a stalemate. Shiloh remained steadfast, while the Dornish youth circled warily. The lackluster nature of the contest failed to garner the audience's approval, leading to a chorus of jeers urging the combatants to engage. Either the curly-haired swordsman must sever the Dornishman's head, or the Dornishman must swiftly end the curly-haired swordsman's life, paving the way for a more formidable knight to claim victory. Listening to the clamor from the crowd, Shiloh sighed. "I had intended to allow you to linger a while longer, yet the passage of life is as merciless as a rushing river. Without further ado, I shall not be intimidated by the diminutive figure lacking a horse's height." Though insults were exchanged, the youth from Dorne refrained from making the first move. With a slight huff, Hiliu declared, "You are mistaken. My height surpasses that of a horse's back, as I have measured." As soon as the words left his lips, the youth from Dorne had yet to process the information when Hiliu made his advance. His legs, as if propelled by the wind, swiftly closed the distance between them. The Dorne youth, taken aback, raised his spear in a desperate attempt to fend off the assault. The clang of metal echoed as Hiliu retreated just beyond the reach of the spear, striking the shaft with the back of his sword, forcing the spear's tip into the ground. Seizing the fleeting moment of disarmament, Hiliu swiftly thrust his sword into the chest of the Dorne youth. A spurt of blood erupted, and the youth immediately succumbed to his inability to resist. Releasing his grip on the spear, he stared at Hiliu with disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had met such a swift demise. "You ambushed me." The youth's eyes widened in defiance, yet Hiliu delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Grasping the youth's hair and exposing his neck, Hiliu lamented, "Your master taught you the art of combat, but failed to impart the wisdom of valuing your own life." With that, he raised his iron sword high and severed the head of the youth from Dorne. Chapter 25. The King's Machinations. Well done, diminutive swordsman. You met your demise splendidly. Dorne scum. Shiloh triumphed in the arena, immediately greeted by a chorus of exuberant cheers. The judge inquired whether he would continue to compete. With the iron sword slung over his shoulder, Shiloh bowed gracefully to the king and the audience, beaming, "Of course, I shall claim victory in this tournament." Though this foreign swordsman had slain a Dornish youth, Vaesilis harbored a modicum of fondness for him, observing the spectacle with an amused disposition. Shiloh was an extraordinary swordsman, carving his way through the competition and vanquishing several opponents with remarkable prowess. The tournament persisted until midday, the sun reigning high in the sky. Vaesilis, having indulged in fine wine, reveled in Shiloh's elegant swordsmanship. His spirits lifted. As the sun's warmth intensified, he called for a halt to the tournament. Rising from his seat, he stretched his weary back with satisfaction, exclaiming, "What a thrilling contest it has been!" With his movements, the audience's gaze shifted towards him. The king summoned the foreign swordsman to the forefront for a conversation. Vaesilis instructed the attendant beside him, who nodded and swiftly descended from the stands to whisper to the judge. Shortly thereafter, Shiloh approached the edge of the dueling ground. Kneeling on one knee and gazing up at the platform, Vaesilis, looking down from his elevated position, asked with curiosity, "Swordsman, why do you not come up?" Holding his sword upon his knee, Shiloh replied loudly, "I fight for honor. Once I obtain victory in this tournament, I shall pledge my loyalty to your majesty." "Honor?" Vaesilis mused, intrigued. "The tournament still has 5 days remaining. Should you emerge victorious, I shall fulfill one of your wishes." "Grateful for your generosity, your majesty." Shiloh humbly expressed his thanks. Vaesilis did not gesture for him to withdraw, instead taking Rhaegar's hand and turning to exit the venue. As the king departed, the other guests naturally followed suit. Upon returning to the study in the Red Keep, Vaesilis retained his 2 children and posed a question. "Are you not curious as to why I made a promise to that swordsman?" Rhaegar's expression was one of confusion. Rhaenyra shrugged, uninterested. "You once said that the best way to discern a person or a situation is through prolonged observation." "Excellent. It appears you recall my words." Vaesilis replied with a slight smile. "A competent ruler must extinguish risks in their infancy. In the process, we can thoroughly investigate the origins of these risks." Rhaegar, perplexed, asked, "What if we fail to act in time? Will we not face repercussions?" "Indeed, and that is why I seek to impart the lesson that one must always be vigilant of potential dangers and never let their guard down." Vaesilis cited the example of the Stepstone Islands, stating, "The Stepstone Islands lie strategically between the 2 coasts. During the invasion by the 3 daughters, do you know why I refrained from deploying our forces?" Rhaenyra paused, staring at her father for a considerable time before responding, "Because you did not wish to provoke war and face nationwide scrutiny." Incorrect. The War of the Stepstone Islands, in a strict sense, was a matter of defending one's homeland. Future generations will only document the king's wisdom and grandeur in vanquishing the vile pirates of the 3 daughters. Viserys did not concur with the response. He turned to Rhaegar and inquired, "What do you think?" Rhaegar, his brow furrowed, hesitated because someone will confront the three daughters. Indeed, that succinct remark struck the mark. Rhaegar, you possess notable talent. Viserys clapped his hands in laughter, unabashedly praising. The three daughters invaded the Stepstone Islands, and the family of the sea snake, Corlys, was the first and most severely affected. He would never stand idly by. Rhaenyra, greatly perplexed, responded, "So what? Allowing pirates to plunder your subjects while the sea snake sounds the call to arms, winning the war and the glory in your stead. In my view, it is the king's undeniable responsibility to defeat the three daughters, rather than indulging a vassal's military ambitions that may undermine royal authority." Faced with his daughter's challenge, Viserys remained unperturbed and patiently explained. When the three daughters invaded, your mother was dying in childbirth, and Rhaegar, upon birth, was in a deep slumber, unable to assume the role of heir. According to tradition, my brother Daemon was naturally favored by the lords, harboring ambitions for the Iron Throne. Yet, I insisted on choosing my daughter, you, as my successor. Subsequently, a fierce quarrel erupted with Daemon, leading to his expulsion from King's Landing. As he spoke, Viserys fixed an impassive gaze upon Rhaenyra. Do you believe the royal family could have recklessly undertaken the risk of war at that time? But we have dragons, and numerous lords sworn to our loyalty. Rhaenyra fervently countered. Dragons? How many dragons were capable of taking to the battlefield from Dragonstone and the Dragonmont? Even if we dispatched troops, who would command them upon the tumultuous seas? Viserys retorted. Rhaenyra faltered, recognizing the validity of the dilemma. Viserys, adopting a stern expression, continued. At that moment, the royal family had no dragons fit for battle, and the most suitable naval commander was none other than the sea snake, Corlys. Daemon has the Caraxes. I could also join the campaign. Rhaenyra attempted to argue further, but Viserys interrupted her decisively. Daemon was personally cast out by me. He had just lost his chance at the succession. Would he forsake his grievances to pledge his loyalty to me or to you, the heir? Absolutely not. I would never debase myself to beseech Daemon for assistance. Syrax is a young dragon that has never seen battle. I am not foolish enough to send my newly appointed heir into combat, waiting for the day I receive news of your assassination. His incisive words pierced Rhaenyra's fragile heart like a dagger. Yet, she found herself speechless, aware of the truth in his statements. Viserys ceased lecturing his daughter and turned his attention elsewhere. In contrast, the royal family only deployed 3,000 soldiers, while the sea snake, Corlys, and Daemon bore the ignominy of waging war without authorization, striving to secure a victory for the realm against the three daughters. What, then, were their sacrifices and rewards? Engaged in years of arduous conflict, exhausting countless resources, merely to seize a barren cluster of islands? Viserys lifted his goblet, sipping delicately, his gaze unperturbed. They shall gain nothing. The family of the sea snake, Corlys, has been gravely weakened, retreating from the Stepstones in disgrace to nurse their wounds at home. Your uncle, Daemon, has squandered a significant portion of his loyal followers, surrendering the crown and the Stepstones to return to King's Landing, bowing before me, his brother, in a plea for peace. Meanwhile, my chosen heir has grown steadily, as tranquility envelopes the realm. Approaching Rhaenyra, Viserys spoke deliberately. My daughter, do you comprehend? Rhaenyra was profoundly struck by her father's intricate scheming. Her innocent heart had never fathomed such convoluted machinations. In that moment, the image of her father before her intertwined with the memory of the man who wore a pleasing smile for all, both familiar and foreign. Rhaenyra pressed her lips together and bowed her head, saying, Father, the seven have bestowed upon you unparalleled wisdom, and yet I find myself doubting you. For this, I feel deep shame. Chapter 26. The Dreamwalker. Viserys gently patted his daughter's shoulder, speaking softly. There is no rush. You have a long journey ahead of you, and in due time, you shall learn how to wield power. I am truly sorry, Father. Feeling the profound affection emanating from her father, Rhaenyra's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she willingly embraced him. It is no concern. A father should clear the path for his children, smoothing out the difficulties they may encounter. Viserys tenderly brushed her hair, offering quiet comfort. Upon hearing her father's words, Rhaenyra felt a swell of emotion. nestling closer into his embrace. All right, do not let Rhaegar witness your tears, Viserys jested. He wouldn't dare, Rhaenyra retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice as she obediently extricated herself from her father's arms. What do you think? She added, casting a sidelong glance at Rhaegar, a subtle threat lingering in her gaze. Rhaegar, feeling excluded, muttered under his breath, I am at a loss for words. While you two engage in such emotional exchanges, I'm left awkwardly alone. What more do you expect from me? Viserys scooped Rhaegar into his arms, reminding him, do not bully your brother, in certain respects. He possesses far greater talents than you. Rhaenyra turned her head defiantly, refusing to concede. With a chuckle, Viserys queried Rhaegar, share with your sister what insights you have gleaned from this experience. Do I really have to? Rhaegar hesitated, casting a glance at his sister. Indeed, exceptional qualities should not be overlooked, Viserys affirmed. Rhaegar nodded slowly, musing, I once dreamt of a succinct phrase, killing with a borrowed knife. Killing with a borrowed knife? Viserys paused, momentarily taken aback by this unfamiliar phrase, contemplating its implications. After a lengthy silence, he chuckled. Indeed, it is precisely that, killing with a borrowed knife. Such a phrase carries profound significance, encapsulating a wealth of wisdom. Viserys turned to Rhaenyra. Do you see the wisdom in your brother's words? Everyone dreams. Rhaegar's dreams are merely more peculiar, Rhaenyra replied, her pride hindering her from acknowledging any superiority in Rhaegar. No, Rhaegar's dreams are not ordinary. Do you recall the Dreamwalker Daenerys? Viserys spoke with a grave tone. Daenerys Targaryen, known to the world as the Dreamwalker, had relied on her prophetic dreams to rescue the Targaryen dynasty. Rhaenyra effortlessly recounted her lineage. Viserys tenderly stroked Rhaegar's forehead. Speaking softly, I seldom paid attention to you until recently, when Illyrio reported that you frequently suffer from nightmares. I suspect that may be a hallmark of the Dreamwalker. Rhaegar did not deny it, murmuring, perhaps, but I do not relish this gift. The nightmares torment me greatly. Rhaegar, listen to me. Viserys replied with utmost seriousness. Our family has produced many dragon riders, yet few dreamwalkers. In comparison to the power of prophetic dreams, what is the might of dragons? Every dream you have, be it a pleasant reverie or a troubling nightmare, may hold a warning. You must embrace this gift and approach each dream with rationality. Rhaegar leaned against Viserys, acutely aware of the subtle tremors coursing through his father's body, an unmistakable manifestation of suppressed excitement. Raising his gaze, he beheld tears welling in his father's eyes. When your sister was but a child, I had a dream, one that remains indelibly etched in my memory, never to be forgotten. I have pursued that dream relentlessly, paying a grievous price, yet still, I have achieved nothing. With a deep breath, Viserys continued, Now, you are blessed with health and possess the talents I have long yearned for. I should be utterly content. Rhaegar, remember my words. Do not squander your gifts. Do not view them as burdens. Gazing at his father, Rhaegar fell silent, reaching up to wipe away his tears. I shall, he thought quietly to himself. Having broached the subject concerning his eldest son, Viserys, aware of his emotional turmoil, chose not to continue the conversation. He instructed the siblings to return to their chambers. Seeking solitude, as they exited the study, the siblings wandered aimlessly down the long corridor. Rhaenyra suddenly inquired, Can your dreams truly prophesy? Most often. They are strange and disjointed fragments, difficult for me to comprehend, Rhaegar replied candidly. Really? What have you dreamed of? Rhaenyra halted, crouching down to meet Rhaegar's gaze. Unaccustomed to such closeness, Rhaegar instinctively distanced himself, a thought flashing in his mind about the events of the previous night. Affecting an air of mystery, he remarked, I had a dream last night, one so terrifying it roused me from sleep. Do share, Rhaenyra urged impatiently. Rhaegar's eyes shifted, pondering. Then he spoke. I dreamt of an unseen dragon, which expressed a desire for me to become its dragon rider. But if it is unseen, how can you know it is a dragon? Rhaenyra interrupted, puzzled. I heard its roar. It was thunderous, Rhaegar retorted, exasperated. And please, do not interrupt me while I speak. All right, go on, Rhaenyra conceded, uninterested in further contention. Rhaegar continued. Yet the dragon said it cannot meet me just yet, for there exists something in King's Landing that it detests. What is it? Rhaenyra could not help but ask. Rhaegar replied earnestly, the dragon's lair. Why? The lair has existed for many years. Many dragons have nested within, including my Syrax, Rhaenyra countered, bewildered by this revelation. The dragon claims it belongs to the sky and the wilderness, that the lair is confined and restrictive, stunting its growth. It expressed a refusal to wear shackles or chains, to live as a slave. Did the dragon truly say this, or are you merely fabricating tales? Rhaenyra questioned, skepticism etched across her face. Believe it or not. That is how it was in the dream, Rhaegar asserted, breaking free from Rhaenyra's scrutiny, lightly scoffing. I shall disclose this to father. I trust he will not doubt the authenticity of my vision. Very well, but since the establishment of the lair, the scholars have tended to it with utmost care, and there has never been a mistake. Rhaenyra pointed out the objective facts. How can you be certain that there are no nefarious individuals among the scholars? Rhaegar harbored a deep-seated malice towards the scholars of the old town, harboring an aversion towards those adorned with collars about their necks. Perhaps you are correct. His father had once said, one ought to have faith in one's dreams. Rhaenyra refrained from disputing this notion, encouraging her brother to cherish his aspirations. The Dreamwalker was an ancient gift, a talent that rendered every Targaryen possessing it beyond the grasp of ordinary reasoning. She did not wish to extinguish her brother's enthusiasm. After a brief conversation, the siblings parted ways, each retreating to their own chambers. Rhaegar proceeded with his head bowed, the door to his room not far ahead. His thoughts remained consumed by the Dreamwalker. The system panel conveyed the following. Rhaegar Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, longevity, green, lineage, ancient Valyrian dragon king, 12, skills, Valyrian language, proficient. Relic, blood-fire connection, fire resistance 50, evaluation, a robust dragon king lineage, exceptional even by the standards of the ancient Valyrian era. Chapter 27. Helena Rhaegar summoned the system panel, his gaze fixated on the talent section. There was little elaboration, merely a notation of the dreamer talent's golden quality. The highest relic quality he had encountered remained the skull of Balerion, a red, legendary grade. The hierarchy of quality seemed to be as follows: legendary, red, epic, purple, superior, blue, and good green. Whether there exist grades lower than good remains to be discovered. It is generally concluded that the quality above legendary is of golden caliber. This elucidates the immense value of the dreamer's talent. Indeed, he had experienced a multitude of dreams, foretellings of dragons, flames, and warfare, bizarre creations from unknown realms. Moreover, there were dreams of prophetic nature, strikingly specific in their foresight. The white deer he had once dreamt of truly appeared in the imperial forest, forging a friendship with him and aiding in his health. After hearing his father's recounting, he had a profound change of heart regarding his nightmares, beginning to regard the dreamer talent with newfound respect. Suddenly, a sound of rolling objects from behind jolted Rhaegar from his reverie. Alert, he turned around, scanning his surroundings. Due to his father's summons for a discussion, Illic was on leave for the night and was not by his side. The unexpected noise stirred a sense of unease within him. The corridor behind him was deserted, save for a single exquisite leather ball rolling across the floor. Night had fallen, and the dimly lit corridor was devoid of life, save for the solitary ball rolling in an unsettling manner. Rhaegar's face drained of color, a chill creeping up his spine. Whose ball was this? Playing about in the dead of night? Fearful yet resolute, Rhaegar mustered his courage and shouted into the corridor. Regardless of what lurked in the shadows, he resolved to make his voice heard. At the very least, it might attract the attention of the night watch servants. His voice echoed through the silent corridor, met only with emptiness. A glance over his shoulder revealed the door was tantalizingly close. Rhaegar swallowed hard, stealthily retreating. Just then, a light footfall resonated, reminiscent of leather shoes softly treading on wooden planks. As Rhaegar turned back, he caught sight of a white figure fleeting past him. Brother, do you want to play ball? A little girl, exquisitely sculpted, had materialized in the corridor, clutching the ball with eager anticipation. Dressed in a white gown, with silver hair and alabaster skin. Upon recognizing her, Rhaegar's expression darkened, fury simmering beneath the surface. "Helena, what are you doing out here playing with the ball at this late hour?" The girl was none other than his half-sister, Princess Helena. Leaning against the corridor wall with the ball, she replied softly, "Didn't T let me play during the day, so I thought I'd play while he sleeps." Observing her delicate frame, Rhaegar swiftly approached. "You shouldn't be playing at night. Children need to go to bed early." Startled by the sudden closeness of her rarely seen brother, Helena lowered her head. "In one T let me play with the ball, so I have to sneak out when he has to sleep." Rhaegar paused, bewildered by her words. "He doesn't play with you? Doesn't your mother care?" Helena gently shook her head. "When mother was here, Aegon would play with me, but now that she is gone, he no longer does." How could Aegon claim to be a brother? Rhaegar felt a surge of anger, grasping Helena's small hand. "I shall take you back to your room to rest. Tomorrow, I will ask the craftsman to make you a ball of your own, so you need not fixate on one." Helena remained unresponsive, leaning silently against the wall. "What is it? Why do you seem upset?" Not having succeeded in drawing the petite Helena out, Rhaegar pressed again. Helena merely shook her head, clutching her ball with one hand. Recalling Aegon's past behavior, Rhaegar cautiously inquired, "Are you worried that Aegon will take your ball?" Helena glanced at him, biting her lip in silence. After a moment's hesitation, Rhaegar suggested, "Then you can leave the ball with me. Whenever you wish to play, you may take it out without Aegon seeing." A glimmer of light sparkled in Helena's violet eyes, and she nodded eagerly, whispering, "All right, I will give the ball to you. Aegon wouldn't dare take it." She extended her hands to pass the cherished ball to Rhaegar. Despite her seemingly naive demeanor, akin to a simpleton, she was quite astute and understood that Aegon would not dare provoke Rhaegar. Rhaegar chuckled, shaking his head. "Not quite. Tomorrow I shall present you with a new ball, and the old one could go to Aegon." Helena's rosy cheeks lit up with a smile, and she ceased to resist Rhaegar as he led her onward. Helena's room was located on the same floor as Rhaegar's. Originally, she had lived with her mother, Alicent, alongside Aegon. However, with the arrival of the infant Aemon, Alicent could no longer endure the child's incessant cries. Thus, she arranged 3 rooms for her 3 children. Helena mentioned that her attendants had often been summoned for duties in recent days, allowing her and Aegon to spend time together, which occasionally resulted in Aegon's bullying, compelling her to sneak out to play during the evenings. Rhaegar held no doubts. The recent events at the Red Keep, including the welcoming of Rhaenyra's return and the hosting of a tournament, had indeed left them short-handed. After escorting Helena back to her room, Rhaegar leaned against the doorframe, cautioning, "You must not wander about again. There are fearsome dragons lurking in the Red Keep at night, and you must be wary of being devoured." He feigned a ferocious demeanor to frighten the little girl. Helena showed no fear, stifling a giggle behind her hand. Such boldness for a young girl. Observing her endearing expression, Rhaegar reached out to pinch her cheek. However, before he could, he noticed Helena suddenly shudder, her smile vanishing in an instant. "What is it, Helena?" Rhaegar asked, sensing her change in demeanor with concern. Helena stared at him intently, her expression anxious. "The hungry wolf has set its sights on the lamb." "What do you mean?" "Helena, did you see or hear something?" Rhaegar's mind raced with thoughts of the rumors surrounding Helena, intertwined with his prophetic abilities, leading him to suspect that she might possess a similar gift of foresight and had sensed a looming threat. Yet, in a stark departure from her earlier closeness, Helena silently closed the door. Rhaegar stood outside, contemplating knocking, yet hesitated with his hand raised. Helena's current state is evidently peculiar, likely a form of self-preservation following an unsettling premonition. To rouse her from this condition abruptly may not yield favorable outcomes. "Helena, take your time to rest. I shall remember to procure a ball for you," he softly murmured against the door before retreating to his own quarters. He still has a plethora of ancient tomes stored within his spatial bracelet, yet to be explored. To comprehend the dreamer's talent, perhaps delving into these texts would be a prudent approach. He took particular notice of the bloodline section on the system panel. Rhaegar Targaryen, bloodline, ancient Valyrian dragon king, 12. Since awakening as an explorer, the bloodline percentage has frequently fluctuated. Initially, it stood at a mere 5, but upon acquiring the Blackfire synergy, it surged to 8. This figure continues to ascend gradually. Rhaegar surmised that this percentage signifies the purity of his bloodline, as alluded to in the evaluation section. The richness of his Dragon King lineage is indeed remarkable, even by the standards of the ancient Valyrian era. After half a year, the purity of his bloodline has reached 12, more than double its initial value. The disappearance of the preceding percentage likely indicates that the effects of Bloodfire synergy have reached their zenith, ceasing further enhancement. He contemplated revisiting his books. The Valyrian Dragon Lord families were numerous. What significance does bloodline purity hold? Prompted by Viserys' insights regarding the Dreamer-s gifts, Rhaegar placed immense value on all his advantages, unwilling to squander even the slightest potential. Chapter 28. Whispers of rumor. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, the sea roiling with tumultuous waves, and the wild wind howled incessantly. Rhaegar's frail silhouette ascended a coconut tree, his anxious gaze fixed on the rising waters below. The frigid sea enveloped his ankles, gradually consuming his calves as well. He yearned to cry out for help, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap split the dim sky, akin to a silver vessel shattering, deafening in its intensity. The tumultuous cloud churned, and without warning, a torrential downpour commenced, drenching the forlorn Rhaegar. How cold! Where am I? The chilling rainwater soaked through Rhaegar's skin, swirling his thoughts into a chaotic tempest. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a beast's growl resonated from the horizon, echoing relentlessly. Bewildered, Rhaegar lifted his gaze, and amidst the flickering lightning, he beheld a colossal creature breaking through the dense clouds, soaring into the distance. He strained to discern the beast's form, but was met only with the cacophony of rain. Water streamed down his cheeks as he wiped his face with a trembling hand. Would he open his eyes again? The creature had inexplicably returned, its massive wings descending upon the island where he stood. Ah, don't come any closer. A vague, daunting shadow loomed overhead, and Rhaegar could not suppress a terrified scream before darkness engulfed him. In the next moment, Rhaegar awoke, jolting upright in bed. What was that? His chest heaved violently as he scanned his surroundings with a taut expression, fear gripping him. His eyes fell upon the familiar layout of his room. After a moment of stunned silence, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, collapsing back onto the bed, his voice laced with trepidation. Damn it, another nightmare. And it's the same as last time. It used to be that my nightmares would refresh every few days. This one has haunted me for 2 consecutive nights, proving to be quite unbearable. Rhaegar sighed. Perhaps this is what they mean by what one thinks of during the day, one dreams of at night. Last night, I had been poring over ancient texts until dawn, fixating on the dreamer. And now, here I am, plagued by this nightmare again. There must be some omen in this unusual continuity of dreams. Such occurrences are seldom, surely indicating some prophetic significance. Rhaegar tugged at his hair in frustration, muttering to himself. After completing his morning routine, a servant brought forth bread, milk, and eggs as usual. Are you planning to watch the tournament today, Your Highness? The servant inquired. Finishing the last sip of milk, Illic entered just in time. Rhaegar gently wiped the milk stains from his lips and replied nonchalantly, nothing worth seeing. I think I shall explore the dragon's lair. I have yet to visit it. Very well, Illic responded in a deep tone. Before departing, Rhaegar picked up a sheet of drawing paper from the table, carefully rolling it up. The dragon's lair was not close to the Red Keep, so the servants had prepared a carriage in advance to expedite their journey. As they exited the confines of the Red Keep and entered the city of King's Landing, Illic occasionally stole glances at Rhaegar, appearing as if he wished to speak but hesitated. Growing impatient under Illic's scrutiny, Rhaegar inquired, Sir, is there something amiss with my attire? Why do you look at me so? No, it's just that you seem a bit downcast today, Illic expressed his concern. They had traveled a considerable distance, and the usually cheerful prince remained silent throughout the journey, which inevitably caused concern. Weighed down by fatigue, Rhaegar lamented, I have been plagued by nightmares again. Upon hearing this, Illic noticed the deepening dark circles under the prince's fair complexion, resembling the onset of panda eyes. Your Highness, perhaps you should seek guidance from a scholar regarding your mental well-being. Insomnia and troubled dreams are not auspicious signs, Illic suggested. Rhaegar offered a mysterious smile. There is no need. My father advised me to embrace my dreams, whether sweet or bitter. If I may speak candidly, you seem to prefer the sweeter variety, Illic remarked, slightly furrowing his brow. Do not worry about me. Life inherently encompasses both bitter and sweet experiences. Tasting the various flavors in advance is not necessarily a misfortune, Rhaegar interjected, inquiring about reputable blacksmiths. Illic responded, there is a commendable blacksmith shop on Silk Street, renowned for the craftsmanship of Old Oren. Then let us proceed there and procure some items, Rhaegar decided, instructing the coachman to head towards their destination. The royal carriage was not only splendid, but also remarkably swift, parading through the streets and arriving at the illustrious Silk Street. Ultimately, it halted before an unassuming blacksmith shop. Peering through the curtain, Rhaegar spied a brawny young man hammering away at the forge, sparks flying. This was Old Oren's grandson, an apprentice blacksmith. Illic mentioned casually while shielding Rhaegar as they disembarked. Go summon your grandfather and inform him that a distinguished guest wishes to see him. Tossing a gold coin to the apprentice, Illic issued his command without hesitation. Yes, esteemed White Knight, the apprentice replied, hastily setting aside his work to rush into the shop. Before long, a short, stout man with a bushy beard emerged, the very proprietor of the establishment. Old Oren approached the two with purposeful strides and boomed, honorable guests, Blacksmith Oren welcomes your esteemed presence. With that, he made a strenuous bow towards Rhaegar. The prince regarded the rotund figure with quiet amusement. Standing face to face, Old Oren was not much taller than Rhaegar, but was considerably broader. Rhaegar produced a rolled-up design sketch and instructed, this is a design for a bracelet. I require you to craft an identical one with utmost swiftness. Certainly. Is it to be made according to your wrist measurements? Yes. This bracelet is meant to replace a gift that does not fit. After clarifying the client's needs, Old Oren confidently thumped his chest, assuring, rest assured, you may collect the bracelet before sunset, and it will be flawlessly crafted. I trust Illic's recommendation. Any payment should go to him, my lord. Rhaegar concluded the transaction with decisiveness. However, Old Oren refused the pouch of coins offered by Illic, insisting, I shall not accept payment. Having a prince where my creation is the most treasured reward. Oh, how did you discern that I am a prince? Care to guess which prince I am? Rhaegar inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the portly old man. Old Oren spoke earnestly. I have witnessed the king hosting events with his second son, Aegon. Given your age, you must be the firstborn of the late king and queen, the slumbering hatchling, Rhaegar. A slumbering hatchling? What appellation? Is he referring to me? Rhaegar appreciated Old Oren's wisdom, yet he found the moniker distasteful. Realizing his error, Old Oren promptly fell silent, regretting his hasty words. Observing his reluctance to speak further, Rhaegar turned his gaze to Ser Harwin, expressing his displeasure. Ser, when did I acquire this nickname? Harwin cast a warning glare at Old Oren and replied softly, since the last royal hunt, rumors regarding your inherent frailty and the blessings of the white stag have circulated widely among the populace. The king has expressly forbidden any gossip concerning you, yet the chatter remains incessant. It was only when you welcomed Princess Rhaenyra upon her return that this nickname emerged. Rhaegar furrowed his brow and inquired, so my father's restrictions upon my departure from the Red Keep are related to this matter? To some extent, but the king has his reasons. It is not entirely. That is sufficient. Chapter 29. The bastard Rhaegar interrupted his defense, exclaiming in frustration, is it not excessive for father to confine me merely due to some baseless rumors? Such slander can wound the heart. The whispers that circulated were manifold, and His Majesty merely wishes to spare you from unnecessary troubles. Iliac endeavored to elucidate. Rhaegar retorted with a sardonic smile. He fears that ill-intentioned individuals may instill negative thoughts within me. Consider the prefix of the current version, the slumbering hatchling. The term slumbering refers to my previous frailty, while hatchling embodies both youth and the specter of untimely demise. Pray tell, when a hatchling awakens from its slumber, what should be its first course of action? Naturally, it must consume voraciously to mature into a true dragon. At that juncture, what prefix shall befit it? The awakened true dragon or the roaring, wrathful dragon. This is a calculated maneuver by those with ulterior motives, spreading the identity of Rhaegar, the crown prince, among the populace to incite discord. Let the slumbering hatchling remain a slumbering hatchling. It is certainly preferable to being a doomed hatchling. Rhaegar reassured himself, fixing his gaze upon Iliac, instructing, ensure that his wages are paid in full, and from now on, any rumors concerning me must be conveyed to me at the earliest opportunity. Understood, Iliac replied, his countenance sharpening as he accepted the command. Now, leave me to purchase some toys for children, and then to the dragon's lair. Rhaegar turned to enter the carriage. His already troubled mood further darkened. The carriage halted for a while on Silk Street, while Iliac scurried about, acquiring a plethora of toys. Once they were stored in the carriage, they proceeded towards the dragon's lair. The lair, nestled against the mountains, was far more tranquil than the bustling city. Due to the impromptu visit, no one awaited them at the grand entrance, save for 2 armored guards. Upon sighting the royal carriage, one guard jogged forward, inquiring, "May I ask which lord is visiting?" "Rhaegar Targaryen, the firstborn of Viserys I," Iliac announced, stepping down from the carriage alone. Although the prince's visage remained unseen, the sight of the White Knight's white cloak prompted the guards to bow respectfully and grant them entry. The dragon's lair sprawled over an expansive area, boasting numerous entrances and exits. In addition to the main door, there were caverns in the mountains and open spaces along the cliffs, all accommodating the passage of dragons. The carriage halted outside, guarded by sentinels. Rhaegar opted to proceed on foot, entering a vast expanse reminiscent of a grand training ground. At the far end of the yard stood a towering, magnificent domed structure. Not far into his stride, a scholar managing the dragon's lair and a dragonkeeper approached. The dragonkeeper, responsible for tending to the dragons, was predominantly of Valyrian descent, having served the Targaryen lineage for generations. They were well-versed in High Valyrian, capable of soothing the dragon's restlessness, and attended to their needs. "Your Highness," the newcomers bowed in unison. "Rise. I apologize for the intrusion. I merely wish to observe the dragon's lair." Rhaegar, lacking the inclination for idle conversation, proceeded directly to the point. "Very well. Master Balthazar is not present today, so I shall serve as your guide." A young scholar with black hair and eyes, his complexion pale as wax, volunteered. "What is your name?" In light of basic respect, Rhaegar inquired politely. "My name is Minas Valerion, your highness." The young scholar smiled sheepishly, uttering his name in a hushed tone. "Valerion?" Rhaegar paused slightly, recalling that this was the surname of a bastard. In Westeros, each region had its own surname for bastards. In the north, they were designated as Snow, while in the Crownlands, they were known as Valerion. Observing Minas closely, Rhaegar noted his simple attire, marred even by patches, indicating a less than prosperous existence. It was understandable. Bastards were often scorned. Even an erudite bastard would face disdain among scholars. Sensing Rhaegar's gaze upon him, Minas's expression shifted, a wave of inferiority washing over him as he clenched his teeth in silence. As a bastard, he had endured countless disdainful looks throughout his life. Just endure, and it will pass. Raising his head, Rhaegar remarked, "Your parents have bestowed upon you a countenance that is far from unattractive. Do not hesitate to employ it." Minas obediently lifted his head, controlling his expression admirably, revealing a modest smile. "I cannot urge you to disregard your origins, for the world will ensure you are reminded of them. However, you possess your own talents. Becoming a scholar is no small feat, so do not belittle yourself." Recognizing Minas's feelings of inadequacy regarding his lineage, Rhaegar offered a few encouraging words before falling silent. The circumstances of one's birth can significantly shape a life, and Rhaegar realized there was little he could do to alleviate such a deep wound. Fortunately, Minas's mother had fought fiercely to bring him into this world, granting him a measure of honor. "Thank you, mother." He silently prayed for his deceased mother, beckoning Minas to lead the way. Grief was a burden best borne in the solitude of night. Now, he had to assume the role of a guide, setting aside personal emotions during working hours. On the way, Rhaegar inquired, "How many dragons currently reside in the dragon pit?" 3 in total: Dreamfire, Caraxes, and Syrax. Minas quickly adjusted his demeanor. revealing none of the previous melancholy, as he answered dutifully. Take me to see them. I have yet to encounter a dragon up close. I fear that may not be possible, Your Highness. Rhaegar, puzzled, asked why. Do dragons also shun outsiders? Not for that reason. Before you arrived, Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon came ahead of you, intending to ride out with the dragons, Minas explained candidly. Rhaenyra is here? Take me to her. I must meet the dragons. Upon hearing that his sister was present, Rhaegar's eyes lit up, eagerly hoping to persuade her to let him ride a dragon. Very well. The princess has just arrived. If we hurry, we should still make it in time. After calculating the time, Minas did not refuse. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Rhaegar urged Minas forward, and the group entered the dragon pit, heading towards the elevated platform midway up. Hurrying up the steps, Rhaegar gasped for breath as he reached the platform just in time to see several dragon keepers soothing Syrax as they removed her shackles. On the other side, the Crimson Caraxes was prepared. Daemon and Rhaenyra, clad in dragon-riding attire, stood conversing between the two dragons. Sister, Rhaegar shouted loudly, disregarding Aelic's admonitions, and excitedly ran towards Rhaenyra. Upon hearing his voice, Rhaenyra turned in astonishment, her brows furrowed in confusion. Rhaegar, what brings you to the dragon's lair? Rhaegar approached her, deftly taking his sister's hand, and declared with pride, Did I not mention last night that the dragon in my dream spoke of a disturbance in the dragon's lair? I came to investigate. To my surprise, upon entering, I learned you were here too. I had thought you were attending the tournament. Rhaenyra looked at him with amusement, teasingly inquiring, So, are you here to seek me out or the dragons? Certainly to find you. The dragons are secondary, he replied, overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the two dragons. Rhaegar's eyes flitted back and forth between them. This yellow dragon must be Syrax, as splendid as you are, he remarked, contrasting it with the slender, majestic Vhagar. Rhaegar preferred the well-proportioned Syrax, showering it with compliments. Syrax is named after the goddess of harvest. Naturally, she is beautiful. Rhaenyra, having discerned Rhaegar's intentions early on, crossed her arms in front of her chest and, feigning ignorance, asked, So, my dear brother, now that you have seen them, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Chapter 30. A refusal of request, Ride the Dragon. I wish for you to take me on a flight. Rhaegar eagerly expressed his heartfelt desire. Rhaenyra could not suppress her laughter, playfully tousling his hair. I knew you must have sought me for a reason. Otherwise, you wouldn't have approached me so readily. Dear sister, might you grant your brother's request? Rhaegar gazed at her with hopeful eyes as she affectionately ruffled his hair. I regret to inform you that I have made arrangements with Uncle Daemon to fly to Dragonstone and return later. It will be quite late by the time we return. Rhaenyra gently declined. I can accompany you to Dragonstone. I have yet to visit our ancestral lands, and a later return would pose no issue, Rhaegar implored, his yearning to ride the dragon overpowering his reason as he grasped Rhaenyra's hand and shook it fervently. Seeing the beseeching look in her brother's eyes, Rhaenyra hesitated, glancing towards Daemon with an inquiring expression. Noticing her demeanor, Rhaegar also turned to Daemon, eager to discern how this generous uncle would respond. To their surprise, Daemon exhibited a nonchalant attitude, calmly stating, If he wishes to go, then let him accompany you. However, your father may not be pleased should he learn that I took his heir and eldest son on an outing. The implication was clear. He could take Rhaegar along. But should anything go awry, who would bear the responsibility? A rather cliché refusal, indeed. Upon hearing this, Rhaenyra felt helpless, tightening her grip on Rhaegar's hand, and apologetically said, I'm sorry, Rhaegar. The distance today is truly too great. How about I take you for a dragon ride over King's Landing next time? Rejected. Rhaegar felt an indescribable disappointment. Being of noble stature, he could not behave like Aegon, throwing a tantrum, for that would tarnish the princely image he upheld. Withdrawing his hand from Rhaenyra's grasp, he stepped back, forcing a smile. All right, then I shall await your promise. His words were considerate, yet the melancholy in his eyes was unmistakable. Be a good boy. Return to Red Keep promptly after visiting the Dragon Cave, and refrain from wandering off, Rhaenyra advised, fully aware of his dejection. Yet, considering her agreement with Uncle Daemon, she could only resolutely turn a blind eye. I shall make it up to you later, Rhaegar, Rhaenyra silently vowed. At that moment, the dragon keeper released Syrax from its chains, reporting to Rhaenyra in High Valyrian, "Princess, you may now mount Syrax and take flight." Rhaenyra responded in the same language, "I am aware." She then took Rhaegar's hand once more, guiding him to a clear space away from the dragon, where she entrusted him to Elric. "Watch over my brother, and do not allow him to wander about the dragon cave," she instructed. Elric nodded, "Yes, princess." After ruffling Rhaegar's hair and offering a few reassuring words, Rhaenyra proceeded toward Syrax. Daemon remained quiet, observing the interaction between the siblings. "Uncle, shall we depart?" Rhaenyra asked as she mounted the dragon's back and secured the safety chain around her waist. "I had thought you would take him along," Daemon remarked as he mounted Caraxes, engaging in casual conversation. "Rhaegar is still quite young. He would not withstand a day of wind atop a dragon," Rhaenyra explained with a smile. "At the tender age of 7, one can indeed master the art of dragon riding. Rhaegar is but a boy, yet early exposure to dragons proves to be both beneficial and harmless." Daemon's words hold merit. After all, who among the Targaryen lineage is not a dragon rider? Opportunities will surely arise in the future. Rhaenyra, disdainful of the distinctions between genders, interjected, urging, "Let us not dwell on Rhaegar. Instead, let us race to see who can reach Dragonstone first." Daemon shrugged and, indifferent, fell silent. In the backdrop, Rhaegar stood before the crowd, witnessing 2 dragons take flight, their majestic wings beating as they gradually vanished into the clouds. Elric remained vigilant, observing Rhaegar's serene countenance, which revealed little emotional fluctuation, allowing him to relax. He was not the only one fixated on Rhaegar. Rhaegar, amidst the throng, focused on the tightly clenched fists hidden behind him. What a splendid opportunity! Though Rhaegar maintained an impassive facade, internally he was fervently cheering, his hands and feet trembling slightly. He had grown weary of being looked down upon. The noble-born scholars held him in contempt, despite his possessing knowledge that surpassed that of many he had encountered. After being assigned to the dragon pit, he had hoped that diligent work would earn him recognition, perhaps even the attention of royal members. If all Targaryens could ride dragons, who was to say that one day fortune might smile upon him, allowing him to soar to great heights? Alas, such scenarios existed only in dreams. Dragon riders merely required the dragon lords to guide the beasts. They did not need scholars to report on the dragon's every need. He had never been afforded the chance to connect with the royal family. Yet now, an exquisite opportunity lay before him. The young prince, feeling neglected by his sister, was in need of comfort and companionship. The key was to engage him with something sufficiently captivating, accurately attuning to the young prince's psychological needs. With thoughts swirling, Rhaegar summoned his courage and spoke in a tremulous voice. "Your Highness, do you not wish to see a dragon?" In the dragon pit, there resides a colossal dragon named Dreamfire, even larger and older than the 2 you had just seen. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar turned to him, noting the pallor of the young scholar's face, the tremor in his voice, and the nervous swallowing. He brushed aside these trivialities. As a bastard, reaching out to a prince of such lofty status was inherently fraught with pressure, yet the proposal was indeed compelling. "Take me to see it." Rhaegar's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable tone of authority. Elric, wishing to dissuade him, was met with a cold glance from Rhaegar, compelling him to lower his head, reluctant to provoke the already displeased prince. He knew Rhaegar's mood had soured since morning. "Let us proceed. There is much journeying ahead," Rhaegar declared, pushing past the dragon keepers who were unfamiliar with the common tongue, following Rhaegar downstairs. The dragon pit housed numerous nests crafted by dragons, most situated underground to prevent collisions with a ceiling that could lead to collapses. Upon receiving Rhaegar's command, Rhaegar's heart swelled with joy. As he led the way, he expounded upon the beauty and might of Dreamfire, utilizing every word he had ever learned. Dreamfire was a tempestuous female dragon, known to have laid several dragon eggs. The dragon egg in Rhaegar's possession originated from Dreamfire. Dragons reproduce through the laying of eggs, yet intriguingly, they possess no distinction of gender. The human perception of male and female dragons is a fallacy. Minos, ever eager, passionately expounded upon his knowledge of dragons to showcase his erudition. So, dragons reproduce asexually? Rhaegar interjected, his boredom palpable. Minas chuckled. I cannot say for certain. The steed of king of men, Vormesor, and Silverwing are famously known to share a companionable bond. Unlike other solitary dragons. Enough of this endless discourse without conclusion. When shall we arrive at Dreamfire's lair? Rhaegar interrupted impatiently. I sincerely apologize, Your Highness, Minas responded repeatedly, his humility deeply ingrained. However, we have reached the entrance of Dreamfire's lair and shall no longer waste your time. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar realized they had traversed a considerable distance through the tunnel. Before them loomed a vast opening, shrouded in darkness so profound that one could not discern their own hand. Chapter 31. Dreamfire gazing at the pitch-black maw before him, Rhaegar momentarily lost his composure, softly murmuring, Sir, do you believe I can tame a dragon? Alic's expression shifted, panic evident in his voice. Absolutely not. Within lies a furious adult dragon. The king would never permit you to take such a risk. Why not? Rhaegar stared intensely at the White Knight, questioning, Do you think I am incapable of taming a dragon? No, that is not my intention. Alec struggled to articulate his thoughts. Earnestly imploring, gaining the dragon's approval is no simple feat. You must contemplate this matter carefully. But I wish to try, sir. Rhaegar stepped forward, inhaling deeply. My sister was able to ride a dragon at the age of 7, and with this winter's passing, I too shall reach that age. If she can do it, there is no reason I cannot. There was one thought Rhaegar withheld. He possessed the bloodline of the Targaryens, endowed with a remarkable resistance to flames. His Valyrian heritage was potent enough to facilitate the dragon's acceptance of him. I cannot acquiesce to your request, my prince. Alec positioned himself before Rhaegar, his countenance grave. I have sworn an oath to the king to safeguard his eldest son. I cannot stand by and watch you endanger yourself. But you also pledge to fulfill the tasks I assign, regardless of life or death, honor or shame. Rhaegar rebuked loudly, his gaze fixed fiercely on the White Knight. Perhaps it was the nightmare that loomed, the prefix, the coldness of Rhaenys, all converging and erupting at this moment. Rhaegar's heart swelled with a tumult of chaotic emotions. Fear of the nightmare, dissatisfaction with the prefix, even jealousy towards his sister. He was Rhaegar Targaryen. The Targaryens were never inferior. Behind him lay the lair of Dreamfire, and Rhaegar was determined to tame this dragon, to earn honor and respect through its might. Alec could not deter him. As a White Knight, he was bound to uphold his oath. Rhaegar's expression turned serious as he issued his first command to Alec. Now, the eldest son of Aegon I, Rhaegar, orders you to remain here. Under no circumstances are you to disobey. My prince, you. Alec attempted to dissuade him, but Rhaegar interrupted, raising his voice. Silence. Sir. Bound by his oath, Alec could not betray the white cloak draped over his shoulders. He stood rigidly, grappling with his inner turmoil, gripping the hilt of his sword. Very well, the steadfast White Knight. Rhaegar brushed past Alec, casting a glance at the stunned Rhaenys beside them. Alec will remain outside the lair to assist. If you have no business, you may return. Upon hearing Rhaegar's words, Rhaenys shuddered with excitement, exclaiming, No, I wish to stay by your side. I am well versed in the ways of dragons and can be of assistance. He hoped to gain the prince's favor and escape the injustices of fate. How could he retreat at such a critical moment? Rhaegar regarded him with a peculiar expression, noting his resolute demeanor, then nodded. Very well, should I manage to tame Dreamfire. I shall remember your contribution. Yes, your grace. Rhaenys, invigorated by this prospect, boldly stepped forward, leading the way into the cavern. Rhaegar did not refuse. He turned to Alec and said softly, He possesses greater courage than you, my lord. With that, Rhaegar hastened to follow Minas, his figure vanishing into the inky darkness of the cavern's entrance. Alec, closing his eyes in anguish, felt a tumult of emotions within him. His duty was to ensure the prince's safety, yet it was evident that the prince favored adventure. Upon entering the lair, Minas skillfully ignited a torch he retrieved from the ground, casting light into the pitch-black space. As the darkness was suddenly illuminated by the flickering flame, Rhaegar instinctively shielded his eyes from the harsh brightness. Once inside the den, Minas's earlier excitement diminished considerably, and he nervously remarked, Your Highness. The Dreamfire has resided in the dragon's lair for many years and possesses a most irascible temperament. It will be prudent for you to observe from a distance. I shall do so, scholar. Rhaegar nodded, tilting his head and inquiring, are you well acquainted with this environment? Minas offered a shy smile, replying, indeed. Master Bas has mandated that the dragon's lair be inspected regularly. Other scholars cannot endure the stench of dragon excrement. Thus, I am tasked with this duty. Ah, I see. It appears you take your responsibilities quite seriously, Rhaegar mused, noting Minas's familiarity with the path. He deemed the young man a valuable asset. Your Highness, I usually bring 1 or 2 dragon keepers with me when entering the lair. They are proficient in High Valyrian and can hum soothing songs to calm dragons. Flushed with pride from the praise, Minas divulged an important piece of information. At this point, he no longer contemplated whether the prince genuinely intended to tame the colossal dragon or if success was even feasible. He simply yearned to prove himself and earn the prince's regard. Rhaegar watched his retreating figure, silently musing. A young man, long suppressed, is far too eager. Yet, it matters not. Urgency is irrelevant as long as he is of use. In a low voice, Rhaegar stated, High Valyrian is my mother tongue. I shall give it a try. Ever since mastering ancient Valyrian, fragments of memories from deep within his mind resurfaced. They belonged to a time before he turned 3, where he lay in a prolonged stupor, his life hanging by a thread. Unbeknownst to others, there were fleeting moments of lucidity during that time. Though he was too frail to open his eyes, indistinguishable from slumber. His hearing, touch, and sense of smell, however, remained intact. In numerous half-conscious intervals, Rhaegar could hear soft humming by his ear. He did not know the source of the sound, but sometimes its owner would gently caress his cheek and kiss his forehead. Though he could neither see nor speak, he retained the memory of the singer's voice and could detect a faint, acrid scent in the air. Upon awakening, he forgot the lyrics of the song, yet he recognized its essence, a scent reminiscent of sulfur, akin to the odor of dragons. Now, he could vaguely recall the song's content, a melody in ancient Valyrian. Clearing his throat, Rhaegar emulated the gentle tone from his memories and began to hum a lullaby known as the Shepherd's Twilight. The tender notes of his youthful voice unexpectedly emerged from the darkness, dispelling the unease within his heart. With a resonant hum of a melody, a colossal creature deep within the lair opened its eyes, lifting its head in confusion. The subterranean den was not particularly spacious, lacking the profound depth of the tunnels. Rhaegar swiftly approached a more expansive underground chamber. Illuminated by the flickering flames, the ground was strewn with numerous large animal bones, along with the pungent remnants of dragon excrement. Suddenly, the flames flickered violently, the stifling air turning oppressive and warm as the sound of dragging chains echoed from the shadows. Hand me the torch. Your presence here is sufficient. Through the wavering light, Rhaegar discerned a massive figure crouched in the corner, recognizing it as the dragon Dreamfire. Minas obediently relinquished the torch, pressing against the wall with unease, saying, My lord, you must exercise caution and flee at the slightest sign of danger. I shall pray for me. Rhaegar, disliking the somber reminders of parting, hummed the song softly as he advanced toward the immense silhouette in the corner. Chapter 32. The Failure of Taming with a Sudden Crunch. Rhaegar inadvertently stepped on a bone riddled with bite marks after traversing a pile of foul-smelling dragon dung, the sound echoing disturbingly in the tranquil, dimly lit space. The unexpected noise sent a chill of sweat down Rhaegar's spine, his heart racing wildly. His gaze fixed intently on the shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. He feared that even the slightest misstep might provoke its wrath. His heart pounded violently. Had this been 6 months prior, he was certain that his heart would have faltered, perhaps leading to a fatal collapse. Taking a deep breath, Rhaegar endeavored to calm his racing emotions and resumed humming an unfamiliar tune. After a considerable time, the clattering of chains resonated once more. By now, Rhaegar had closed the distance significantly and could faintly discern the silhouette of Dreamfire. The slender form of the dragon was adorned with pale blue scales interlaced with silver lines, complemented by delicate azure wings and shimmering silverback scales. The dragon's head, shrouded in shadows, remained indistinct, yet a pair of gracefully curved silver horns stood out prominently in the air. Upon witnessing the pale blue behemoth, Rhaegar instinctively halted. At that moment, Dreamfire's elongated neck curled against its side, wings folded closely, seemingly at rest. However, Rhaegar was acutely aware that Dreamfire had already been roused by the melody and was now scrutinizing the intruder. Confronting a mature dragon, unaccompanied, Rhaegar could not claim to feel unafraid. His torch-bearing arm trembled, his legs felt as if laden with lead, and even his lips, from which the song emanated, felt numb. Move, just move. Fear seized control of his body, and with every ounce of rationality left, Rhaegar pounded his legs, desperately striving to advance. He had come here to tame the dragon. He could not abandon his quest midway, after what felt like an eternity. Noticing that Dreamfire did not seem inclined to chase him away, Rhaegar's taut nerves began to ease slightly. Driven by an indomitable spirit, he took another step forward. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters as the distance shrank, he could finally see Dreamfire clearly. Just as he had feared, Dreamfire was indeed awake. The dragon's formidable head rested atop its slender tail, its amber eyes gazing at him with an indifferent stare. Within the confines of the small space, the oppressive presence of an adult dragon was overwhelmingly palpable, akin to a Damoclean sword suspended above, threatening to descend at any moment. Rhaegar found himself unable to continue his song, his breathing growing heavier and more pronounced. He had encountered the dragon. He could not let his efforts go to waste. The adrenaline coursing through him rendered his body rigid, yet he internally rallied himself, locking eyes with Dreamfire. Dreamfire, let us become partners. I shall guide you back to the azure skies. With his lips bloodied from biting down, Rhaegar forced a shout through clenched teeth, one hand raised high with the torch, the other extended in a gesture of peace. No matter the risks, he was determined to attempt the taming of Dreamfire. In response to his boldness, Dreamfire's throat rippled as it issued a deep, rumbling growl. At that moment, having just awakened, the dragon's temperament was still relatively mild, showing no overt hostility. It sniffed the air, seemingly sensing an inexplicable connection with the intruder before it. In the intricate tapestry of Dreamfire's decades-long existence, it became inherently aware of its essence. The initial and former master, Rhaenyra, bore a bloodline connection that resonated with Dreamfire. The dragon's chilling gaze met Rhaegar's, revealing an appraising look. Rhaegar cried out once more, Dreamfire, acknowledge me. You do not belong in this dark dragon's lair, shrouded from the light. Upon hearing his call, Dreamfire responded with a resounding roar. In that moment, the young prince and the colossal dragon, imprisoned for decades, locked eyes, an inexplicable bond drawing them closer. Their pupils reflected each other's forms. Through this tenuous connection, Rhaegar sensed the raw emotions swirling within Dreamfire, fury, resentment, and an overwhelming yearning for freedom. The immense negative emotions were as unfathomable as an abyss, leaving Rhaegar astounded. He contemplated the plight of a creature meant to soar the skies and roam the wilderness, now confined for years, transitioning from youth to adulthood within these sunless caverns. It was only natural for such feelings to arise. Summoning courage, Rhaegar stepped forward earnestly. Dreamfire, allow me to take you away from here. Dreamfire regarded him. Though the words were incomprehensible, the empathy within them was palpable. It had been imprisoned for far too long and indeed wished to escape. Dreamfire stirred, its powerful wings lifting off the ground, its head raised high in an attempt to display its majestic form. Yet, the sturdy shackles clamped tightly around its neck and limbs, and before it could rise in full, the chains yanked it back forcefully. The force was reciprocal. The anticipation of standing was swiftly met with the sting of restraint. With a thud, Dreamfire collapsed, its elongated neck nearly breaking as it crashed against the cave wall. Seeing this, Rhaegar was overwhelmed with concern and exclaimed, Dreamfire, are you all right? Unbeknownst to him, the bond they had just forged frayed at that very moment. Dreamfire struggled on the ground for a moment before raising its head once more, a fierce tongue of flame erupting from its maw. Dreamfire, are you still with us? Rhaegar cautiously stepped closer. Upon meeting each other's gaze again, Dreamfire's eyes had lost their warmth, replaced by anger and ferocity. With an ear-splitting roar, Dreamfire unleashed a torrent of flames, a blend of orange and azure erupting forth. No, stay calm, Dreamfire, we could be allies. Rhaegar's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over him as he attempted to rekindle Dreamfire's reason. However, the inferno approached. Instinctively, he turned and crouched amidst the jagged remains of bones. The dragon's flames missed him, but the sparks ignited the exposed skin of his back. The dragon fire, far more potent than ordinary flames, quickly consumed his clothing and seared his fair skin. A piercing agony clawed at Rhaegar's nerves, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. His head involuntarily arched back, nearly dislodging his eyes from their sockets. For an agonizing moment, he thought he might perish from the excruciating pain. It has been revealed that the bond forged in blood and fire is not merely a phrase. Despite the excruciating pain, Rhaegar remains alive. How could this be? Why has Dreamfire spiraled out of control? In this perilous moment, Rhaegar's reason eclipses his fear, compelling him to issue the most prudent command. Seizing the fleeting opportunity amidst the fiery breath of Dreamfire, Rhaegar struggles to rise, heedlessly sprinting into the distance. Having lost his torch, he is forced to navigate through the darkness, stumbling over the scattered bones that litter his path, his faltering steps becoming a grim norm. A sharp crack, a missed strike only serves to intensify the ferocity of Dreamfire, which thrashes against its chains, roaring and indiscriminately unleashing torrents of flames. The dazzling blaze illuminates the lair, wantonly incinerating stone walls and skeletal remains, occasionally brushing perilously close to Rhaegar. Damn it, he was so close to success. As he races, pursued by the searing flames, Rhaegar's heart races with terror, unable to shake off the thoughts of his failure. Prince, beware of what lies behind. A familiar voice calls out, and before Rhaegar can react, a white figure tackles him. In the next instant, the very spot where Rhaegar had stood is engulfed by the flames, creating a charred pit half a foot deep. Chapter 33. Escape from death. Rolling on the ground, Rhaegar felt disoriented, his mind clouded as he scanned his surroundings in confusion. Turning his head, he glimpsed Illic, clad in silver armor and a white robe, pressing down upon him, resolutely shielding him from harm. Illic, you were supposed to guard the entrance. How did you end up here? Rhaegar's brain struggled to comprehend the situation, prompting his dazed inquiry. Ensuring your safety is my paramount duty. Illic's voice was grave as he swiftly rose, cradling Rhaegar in his arms and sprinting away. Rhaegar failed to grasp the full weight of Illic's words, his head involuntarily turning back in an attempt to catch another glimpse of Dreamfire. He had been on the verge of taming Dreamfire, only to have the situation deteriorate so rapidly that it felt like a cruel twist of fate. With a swift, grating sound, Illic dashed out of the lair, racing through the tunnel. Rhaegar's gaze remained fixated on Dreamfire, watching the pale blue beast unleash its fury. Suddenly, he noticed the chain around Dreamfire's neck. The creature writhed, its sharp teeth gnashing against the chain as sparks flew from the friction. It was the chain. The very chain that disrupted Dreamfire's bonding ritual had incited its wrath. A flash of realization ignited in Rhaegar's mind, and he gasped in outrage, glaring at the very link that had thwarted his efforts to tame the dragon. Upon discovering the cause, Rhaegar's temper flared. His frustration rivaled that of the enraged Dreamfire, wishing he could slay the wretched fool who had secured that chain. Before he could voice another word, Illic rounded a corner, leading them completely out of Dreamfire's sight. In no time, they burst forth from the lair, returning to the entrance they had initially entered. Minas rushed over, his expression fraught with concern. Your Highness, are you all right? Are you hurt? Illic shoved him aside, retorting coldly, Silence. You would do well to pray that the prince is unharmed. With that, he gently set Rhaegar down and crouched to inspect him. Rhaegar was enveloped in a haze of regret, allowing Illic to examine him without resistance. Damn it, he had been so close to taming Dreamfire. The weight of his remorse was unbearable. Illic first turned Rhaegar's head to scrutinize it, ensuring there were no injuries before proceeding to check his limbs. His arms and legs appeared intact, his fingers unharmed. However, as Illic glanced at Rhaegar's back, his expression darkened significantly. The fabric of his shirt had been completely incinerated, revealing a back riddled with painful blisters. "This is a severe burn," Minas exclaimed, his horror palpable, as if the blisters were manifesting on his own skin. "Be quiet, I'm not blind." Illic shot him a venomous glare, wishing he could strike down this illegitimate scholar who had misled the prince in his dragon-taming endeavors. After a brief separation, Minas regained his composure, fully aware of the implications of the prince's injuries. The thought of the gallows loomed before him, making his vision blur. "Wait, I possess knowledge of herbalism and medicine. I can treat his highness." Despite his fear, Minas retained his composure, contemplating a remedy. Fearing that Illic would dismiss his counsel, he pulled a collar from his clothing, adorned with rings of black iron, silver, and gold. "Get away. I do not trust you." Illic would not heed his words, and he swiftly lifted Rhaegar, preparing to depart. In the throes of life and death peril, Rhaegar had barely registered his plight. Yet now, having escaped danger, he gasped in pain as Illic moved, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. "Sir, please wait. The pain is unbearable." His entire back, along with the nape of his neck, was severely burned, the searing agony incessantly tormenting his nerves, already beginning to numb in a sinister manner. "Allow me to attend to his highness temporarily. His injuries cannot withstand jostling and require immediate treatment." Minas spread his arms, blocking Illic's path. Illic, aware of the urgency, hesitated and glanced at Rhaegar. With gritted teeth, Rhaegar exclaimed, "Treat me. I can hardly endure any longer." Illic nodded, casting a menacing glare at Minas, warning, "Should I discover you attempting any trickery, you shall face dire consequences." Minas scoffed, "I value my life more than you presume." He then instructed Illic to carry Rhaegar steadily out of the tunnel. "My dwelling is near the dragon's lair. There are herbs and instruments there." Upon exiting the tunnel, Minas led the way up the stairs to a narrow wooden cabin at the edge of the dragon's den. "Is this where you reside?" Illic surveyed the dilapidated furnishings and musty odor within, surprised that a scholar had fallen to such depths. Minas hurried to the bedside, crouching down to retrieve a square wooden box from beneath the bed. Opening it revealed an assortment of vials and jars filled with powders and pills. "Lay the prince flat on the bed. I will commence with a basic surface cleaning." Minas spoke urgently, lacking the inclination for banter with Illic. "Please bear with me as I work swiftly," Illic cautioned Rhaegar, who then turned over onto his back, pressing against the bed. "Ouch! Was that warning a bit too late?" Rhaegar grimaced in agony, feeling indignant. "Do not speak. Conserve your strength, your highness." Minas procured 2 ceramic jars, gently sprinkling a layer of medicinal powder onto Rhaegar's back. "It hurts! It hurts!" Rhaegar gritted his teeth, his limbs uncontrollably spasming. Turning his head to Illic, he lamented, "Why Haven tea, I lost consciousness. Should tea, I have fainted from such injuries?" Illic, momentarily speechless, replied, "One typically faints under unbearable pain. Your consciousness indicates you have yet to reach that threshold, but I feel it is more than sufficient." Rhaegar protested hoarsely. It was not that he was overly talkative. Without someone to divert his attention, he might truly succumb to the pain. What a hellish ordeal! Such extensive burns, wrought by dragon fire. How did your highness survive? Minas could not help but express his astonishment while applying ointment and bandaging the wounds. Based on his knowledge, the breath of a fully grown dragon could melt steel. Direct contact with dragon fire would incinerate a human to ashes in an instant. It was unfathomable that Rhaegar remained conscious after such an encounter. Upon hearing Minas's exclamation, Rhaegar inquired, "Were you not waiting by the lair for me? How did Sir Illic come to my rescue?" Minas's expression faltered, and he spoke with a tone of shame. "In a moment of confusion, I led you into the lair of Dreamfire. The instant you entered, regret washed over me. I hastily sought the aid of this noble white knight, fearing for your safety. Little did I anticipate that Dreamfire would descend into madness so swiftly, and that you would suffer such grievous injuries as a result." Rhaegar ignored him, turning his gaze towards Illic. Illic did not deny it. He knelt on one knee with a resonant voice, proclaiming, "The duty bestowed upon me by the king is to ensure your safety. Allowing you to venture into danger alone is a grave dereliction of my responsibilities. I'm truly sorry for the white cloak I bear." With that, Illic lowered his head and tore away the charred remnants of his once pristine white cloak. Observing the ruined garment, Rhaegar's concern shifted to Illic's back as he inquired, "Are you injured, sir?" Illic hesitated for a moment before replying, "No, my prince." Rhaegar breathed a sigh of relief, his voice tinged with bitterness. "It is for the best. I regret my reckless determination. If you had been wounded on my behalf, I would be utterly ashamed. It is merely my duty," Illic replied with a calm demeanor. "No, your task at that moment was to remain on standby." Rhaegar buried his face in his arm, lost in despair, and said, "Sir, I am profoundly grateful that you put aside past grievances to rescue me. I am truly sorry." Chapter 34. Leonor's proposition, there is no need for apologies. Every Targaryen is captivated by dragons, and it is not uncommon for one to make erroneous judgments in the heat of passion. Observing Rhaegar, who lay in bed suffering from pain, Illic felt he had no right to be angry. The mere mention of dragons ignited fury in Rhaegar's eyes as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "I was on the verge of taming Dreamfire. An unexpected setback?" Illic sensed the complexity of the situation and furrowed his brow in inquiry. With palpable rage, Rhaegar continued, "Dreamfire was close to accepting me, yet a chain restrains it, preventing it even from rising to its feet. The bonding ritual between Dreamfire and me was forcibly interrupted by that very chain." In his final words, Rhaegar nearly roared from deep within his throat. His eyes, tinged with crimson, melded with the purple of his irises, creating an otherworldly contrast. Failure is not to be feared. It is the thwarted success that is truly heinous. Illic had not anticipated such a turn of events. Grabbing Minas by the collar, he threatened, "You are to regularly inspect the dragon's lair." What is the meaning of this chain? Even without extensive knowledge of dragons, he understood that chains meant to bind them are typically of sufficient length to allow for freedom of movement. As Rhaegar indicated, Dreamfire's predicament was anything but ordinary. Illic had reason to suspect that this illegitimate scholar was plotting against the prince. Minas, seized by fear, stammered, "It wasn't me. I'm only responsible for cleaning bones and dragon droppings, tasks no one else wishes to undertake. How could I dare to approach a great dragon? Not you, then who, mongrel? Or perhaps it was your esteemed bachelor of Bess." Illic was clearly unwilling to relent, delivering 2 swift punches to Minas's face, causing blood to pour from his nose. Minas cried out in agony, desperately defending himself. "It truly wasn't me. Only the dragon keepers can change the chains. Those fellows are the only ones capable of soothing the great beasts." He pleaded hoarsely for his innocence. The commotion aggravated Rhaegar's wounds, and he lamented, "Bind him. We must return to the Red Keep at once. This matter must be reported to my father." With his injuries hindering his concentration, he focused solely on 2 thoughts. First, to seek his parents' guidance, and second, to uncover who had clandestinely altered Dreamfire's chains and ensure that person faced the dragon's wrath. Illic concurred without hesitation, "Yes, my prince." He forcefully threw Minas to the ground, stripped him of his belt, and bound his hands behind his back. Once he had subdued the powerless, illegitimate scholar, Illic gently lifted Rhaegar, carrying him outside. The carriage awaited just beyond the entrance of the dragon's lair, and Illic moved with steady and swift steps. Ignoring the coachman's look of terror, he laid Rhaegar comfortably on the spacious seat of the carriage. He then kicked Minas into the coachman's arms, instructing, "Tie him to the back of the carriage and let him run alongside." Lastly, he cautioned, "The prince is injured. The carriage may go fast, but do not jolt." "Yes, my lord." The coachman, having never witnessed such a scene, obediently secured Minas at the rear, even using a rag to gag him. With the task complete, he drove the carriage back to the Red Keep. At the Red Keep, in the king's chamber, Viserys, weary from observing the tournament all morning, returned to his quarters, lamenting his waning vitality. Summon the prime minister, he commanded, "Inform him that the king has matters to discuss." With a slight stretch of his back, Viserys called out towards the door. A servant promptly acknowledged his request. Within 10 minutes, Prime Minister Rhaegar pushed open the door and entered. "Your Majesty, what business do we have to deliberate?" Rhaegar inquired respectfully, his corpulent figure standing by the table. Viserys gestured for the servant to pour a glass of wine for each of them before dismissing him. Once they were alone, Viserys swirled his glass, a look of melancholy crossing his face. The proposals for Rhaegar's hand have piled up like a mountain. I find myself in a quandary over what sort of suitor to choose for her. Rhaegar, bearing a look of hesitation, pondered before responding, Your Majesty. I believe there is a matter of greater significance than the selection of a husband for the princess that requires your attention. Oh, is there something more pressing than Rhaegar's marriage? Viserys asked with a hint of amusement. Rhaegar, however, could not share in the levity. His gaze had not wavered from the king's face since entering. His rich life experiences had cultivated a reserved demeanor, coupled with a perceptive understanding of human nature. Rhaegar sensed that the king was feigning ignorance, habitually evading difficult issues. With a decisive gulp, he emptied his glass of red wine and boldly stated, Your Majesty, Prince Aegon is your eldest son. According to the primogeniture system of Westeros, he should rightfully be the heir to the Iron Throne. Viserys' expression darkened immediately, a shadow of displeasure crossing his features. But the current heir is Rhaegar. She is my chosen one, elder than Aegon. The implications were clear, and Rhaegar saw no reason to retreat. From a rational standpoint, Aegon, being male, would garner greater loyalty from the lords as a legitimate male heir. Rhaegar had served as heir for many years and had recently traveled across the realm, earning the recognition of those lords. Viserys seethed internally. In this regard, he and Rhaegar were indeed alike. Both were eager to hear others' opinions, yet treated them merely as suggestions, ultimately guided by their own preferences. Rhaegar remarked, They simply lack a better choice. If Aegon were to stand before them, they would undoubtedly favor a male heir. Having spent years together, Rhaegar understood Viserys perhaps better than the king understood himself. He knew the right words and actions to sway the monarch. Regrettably, when it came to the issue of succession, Viserys remained resolute, unwilling to yield. He shook his head defiantly, expressing his dissatisfaction. No, Rhaegar has committed no transgression. No one can strip her of her birthright. What then shall become of Prince Aegon? Rhaegar calmly queried, not dwelling on Rhaegar's alleged faults. Prince Aegon was born as the heir. He was once hindered by poor health, yet now he is robust. Can you truly forsake such a promising eldest son? Of course not. Viserys refuted emphatically, revealing his intentions. Aegon is a good boy. He loves his father and his sister. I shall engage the finest tutors to instruct him, nurturing him into a man of stature. In the future, when Rhaegar ascends the throne, he may assume the roles of hand of the king, regent, or even bear the heavy burden of the realm as protector. Rhaegar, taken aback, could hardly believe his ears. Your Majesty, do you truly hold such a belief? This was merely a euphemistic expression. At that moment, Rhaegar's mind was a tempest of thoughts. Should not the eldest son of Rhaegar, as proclaimed by the king, rightfully be the heir? Moreover, would such an exceptional prince truly accept a subordinate position, quietly toiling for another's benefit? Even brothers from lesser noble families might engage in fierce battles over inheritance, to the point of life and death. How much more enticing would be the allure of an entire kingdom? Not even siblings would be spared. Viserys, undeterred, asserted, I have faith in Rhaegar. He will adeptly assist his elder sister in managing the affairs of state and safeguarding the kingdom from harm. Rhaegar opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He picked up the wine jug from the table and poured himself a glass, downing it in one gulp. Very well. I shall trust your judgment. Chapter 35. The waters of prosperity should not flow towards others' fields after a considerable pause. Rhaegar ceased to dwell on the issue of the heir and expressed his compliance. He discerned the potential calamities that the king's actions might sow for the future of the kingdom. As prime minister, he felt compelled to devise a subtle resolution to this dilemma. He had contemplated strategies regarding the heir countless times. This was not a challenge for him. Rhaegar stated, regarding the marriage prospect for the princess, I have a thoroughly considered candidate. Who? I recall you previously mentioned the son of the sea serpent, Lenino Valerian. As long as the topic of changing the heir was not broached, Viserys remained amenable, a smile gracing his visage. Sir Lenino is indeed a commendable match. But that was a proposal made 6 months ago. Rhaegar, disinclined to keep the suspense, candidly declared, Your Majesty, from various perspectives concerning the kingdom, The most suitable consort for the princess is Prince Rhaegar. Rhaegar? Viserys' smile faltered, and with a look of confusion, he inquired, Rhaegar is only 6 years old, while Rhaenyra is already 14. By the time Rhaegar reaches marriageable age, Rhaenyra will be nearing spinsterhood. Leonor, with unwavering conviction, replied, this is not a predicament. In fact, the age difference between the princess and the prince is merely 8 years. They could wed within a decade at most. Prior to that, they could be betrothed, thus alleviating any external desires toward the princess. His sagacious insights were a testament to Leonor's wisdom and his unwavering loyalty to the realm. It must be said, these words stirred something within Viserys. During the past 6 months of Rhaegar's recovery, he had not vocalized his thoughts, yet he had repeatedly pondered this matter. He was reluctant to revoke Rhaenyra's claim to the throne for the sake of his firstborn son. Such an action would breed resentment in his daughter. He felt a deep sense of guilt towards Rhaenyra, the young girl who had lost her mother. Simultaneously, he recognized that Rhaegar was a more fitting heir than Rhaenyra. Privately, ministers had hinted at the possibility of changing the heir, but he had skillfully deflected their insinuations. Consequently, he ordered Rhaegar to remain confined, restricting his movements within the Red Keep, shielding him from any whispers regarding his claim to the throne. He was deceiving himself. Perhaps, as long as Rhaegar remained oblivious to such information, he would not harbor discontent over losing his status as heir. This would also alleviate some of his guilt concerning his 2 children. However, he understood that the truth could not remain concealed indefinitely. He could not permanently restrict Rhaegar's freedom or silence his ears. Thus, he became increasingly invested in Rhaenyra's marriage. If Rhaenyra were to align herself with a powerful family, she could secure her position on the Iron Throne. At that juncture, even if other siblings harbored dissent, they would lack the means to oppose her. Leonor offered him a valuable suggestion, encouraging him to explore an alternative avenue. Facilitating a union between Rhaenyra and Rhaegar could not only dispel the ambitions of those who covet the crown, but also foster unity between the siblings, preventing any rifts over the matter of succession. Inclined towards this notion, Viserys remarked nonchalantly, yet, a marriage between siblings might provoke discord between Rhaenyra and Rhaegar. That is of little concern. The Targaryen family has a long-standing tradition of close kin unions, a practice that has endured since the ancient Valyrian era. Leonor discerned the king's subtle intentions at a glance, assuring him, the prince is still quite young and naive to matters of love. As long as we can pacify the princess, everything will fall into place. Pleased with the response, Viserys smiled, Leonor, you are indeed my most capable aide. Sometimes I ponder how I would manage without you. Adjusting his crooked collar, Leonor replied solemnly, as the hand of the king, I serve you without seeking accolades. I shall take your proposal into consideration and discuss it with Rhaenyra later. Viserys, accustomed to the humility of his chancellor, offered a nod of approval. In contrast to Leonor's unwavering dedication to the realm, the former Chancellor Otto Hightower seemed a mere shadow. Consider Otto's overreaching actions, marrying his daughter to gain royal favor, secretly rallying ministers to support his grandson Aegon, even repeatedly urging for a change in the heir. Were it not for Viserys' aversion to offending anyone, he would not have dismissed Otto from his position and sent him back to Old Town for rest. Suddenly, amidst their agreement over matters of state and enjoying fine wine, a hasty knock echoed through the chamber. Viserys furrowed his brow in displeasure. What is it? I am in discussion with the hand of the king. Outside, the voice of Commander Harold of the King's Guard rang out. Your Majesty, Prince Rhaegar has just returned from the Dragoness lair, and the attendants report he has sustained severe injuries. Rhaegar injured? What transpired? Upon hearing of his eldest son's injury, Viserys could no longer remain seated. He hastily rose and opened the door. Harold's expression was grave. The attendants say Prince Rhaegar has suffered burns, apparently from a failed attempt to tame a dragon. Damned dragon, lair overseer. How dare they allow Rhaegar to attempt taming a dragon unsupervised? Viserys erupted in anger. Leonor interjected calmly, Your Majesty, this is not the time to assign blame. We must first assess the prince's condition. Being scorched by dragon fire, he may be fortunate to survive. However, a minor misstep could spell disaster. The young prince holds immense significance for the kingdom and is a vital asset to House Targaryen. He must not perish at such a critical juncture. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Viserys panicked. Yes, take me to Rhaegar. Summon the maester immediately. As he spoke, his feet moved of their own accord, leading him outside. Your Majesty, the princess chamber is downstairs. Allow me to escort you. Harold restrained Viserys' frantic movements and guided him down the staircase. Soon, they arrived at Rhaegar's room. Standing in the corridor with the door ajar, Viserys caught sight of Rhaegar lying unconscious on the bed, his back unmistakably marked by burns. In that fleeting moment, Viserys' eyes widened, feeling as if his heart were being wrenched apart. Rhaegar, he gasped, hastening to the bedside, anguish etched upon his face as he gazed at his eldest son. Meanwhile, Maester Mellos was unraveling bandages, cautioning, Your Majesty, it would be prudent not to disturb the prince's rest. He is gravely injured. Viserys turned to him, urgency in his voice. What is Rhaegar's condition? Melrose shook his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. The situation is dire. There are extensive burns on the surface of the body, inflicted by dragon fire, and recovery will be immensely challenging. Please do not hesitate to request any medicinal aid. We must ensure the healing of Rhaegar. The eldest son, who has previously battled frailty, must not succumb to this due to negligence in care, for if he were to perish at the hands of dragon fire, I fear I would lose my sanity. He could scarcely fathom how he would explain this to Rhaenyra, or how he would justify it to his deceased wife, Aemma Arryn. There was no need for rare remedies, as the prince's wounds had been competently attended to by skilled hands. Melrose carefully wrapped bandages around Rhaegar's body to prevent dehydration and infection. His actions roused the slumbering prince, who, before even opening his eyes, heard the sorrowful plea of Viserys. Maester, I implore you, spare no effort in your rescue. I cannot bear to lose another loved one. Chapter 36. The Curse of the Chain's Father. I am quite well. Rhaegar spoke, his back numb as he gathered his spirits. Rhaegar, my child, did I disturb you? Viserys asked helplessly, taking a seat beside the bed, his hand reaching out to touch his son, yet hesitating to do so. No, I was not in a deep slumber to begin with. Rhaegar replied with a smile, grasping his father's large hand for comfort. I have the blessing of the white stag. I shall live to 100. Viserys tightened his grip, nodding repeatedly. You are indeed favored by the seven. My son, pain cannot make you yield. Struggling to muster a smile, Viserys inquired with caution, Tell me, it has been said that your injuries stemmed from an attempt to tame a dragon. Is that true? Rhaegar sighed regretfully. Yes, I was close to taming Dreamfire. By the seven hells, how dare you attempt to secretly tame a dragon behind your father's back, especially one as temperamental as Dreamfire? Viserys nearly faltered, unable to believe the audacity of his eldest son. Rhaegar explained, But I was truly on the verge of gaining Dreamfire's acceptance. You speak of what I have not witnessed. All I see is my beloved child lying on a sickbed, his back covered in painful blisters. Viserys admonished in a pained whisper, expressing both anger and concern, careful not to frighten his injured son. Once more, salt was rubbed into the wound as Rhaegar flushed. I did not lie. I felt Dreamfire's heart filled with rage over its confinement. It recognized me, but Dreamfire nearly incinerated you with its dragon fire. Viserys roared, his eyes filled with dread. Rhaegar blurted, Someone tampered with Dreamfire's chains. During the final step of the bonding ritual, Dreamfire was provoked by the chains and lashed out at me. Chains? Viserys froze, his brow furrowing in concern. The chains binding Dreamfire were abnormal, forcing it to remain prone. Rhaegar immediately revealed the truth. Viserys fell into contemplation, pondering who had altered the chains and for what purpose. A voice interrupted from behind. Your Grace, Ser Illic awaits outside. Shall I summon him? Snap back to reality. Viserys seethed. Bring him in. I wish to inquire how he has been safeguarding my child. Illic entered the room, kneeling before the bed with a sense of duty. Viserys fixed him with a piercing gaze and spoke coldly. Provide a thorough account of today's events, particularly regarding how Rhaegar was injured. Leave nothing omitted. Yes, Your Grace. Under the scrutiny of those present, Illic candidly recounted the day's itinerary, from departing the Red Keep to the blacksmith's shop, From entering the dragon's lair to encountering Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Demon. From Rhaegar's solitary attempt to tame the dragon to his narrow escape. In just a few minutes, Illic detailed every aspect meticulously. Viserys' expression darkened further with each revelation, glaring at Illic in frustration for not staying close to Rhaegar at all times. Leono interjected at an opportune moment, "Your Grace. The scholar named Maegor appears to be quite suspicious. We should investigate him thoroughly." "And where is that bastard?" Viserys nodded in agreement, somewhat irritably inquiring of Illic. Illic replied in a hushed tone, "Minas is confined in the dungeon. Sir Harold, you shall personally oversee this matter." Viserys, acknowledging this, dispatched the seasoned herald to take charge. With the suspect in custody, Viserys felt his fury diminish, redirecting his focus back to Rhaegar. Rhaegar, hesitant, spoke, "Father, Minas would not dare to harm me. Might we spare his life?" Viserys scoffed, "You still concern yourself with others? I cannot discern whether you are compassionate or foolish." Nevertheless, he did not dismiss his eldest son's plea, instructing Harold to leave the man a breath of life. Rhaegar turned to Illic, softly stating, "Sir Illic has been dutiful. Is my arrogance?" "Well, I know what you wish to say." Viserys interrupted, placing a hand upon Rhaegar's, his impatience palpable. "I shall not punish him. Is that satisfactory?" "Thank you, Father." Rhaegar felt warmth within, obediently resting upon the bed. Silence enveloped the two as they contemplated their thoughts. Observing the atmosphere, Laenor discreetly gestured to Illic and Melos, understanding their cue to exit the room. After a moment, Viserys gazed out at the evening glow, hesitatingly inquiring, "Truly nearly tamed Dreamfire?" "Indeed. Had it not been for that damned chain, I would have succeeded," Rhaegar replied despondently. Viserys fell silent again, a flicker of sternness crossing his lower gaze. Dreamfire was indeed an adult dragon, though not as large as Vhagar, who hatched during the same period. Its ferocity far surpassed the youthful Syrax and Sea Smoke, and even eclipsed the Red Queen, Melisandre, and the Bloodworm, Caraxes. His eldest son could have harnessed such a formidable ally, yet he was thwarted by a ludicrous chain, nearly losing his life. This loss and the psychological disparity were burdens Viserys could scarcely bear. Gently stroking Rhaegar's tousled hair, he spoke solemnly, "Good child, your father shall take charge." Rhaegar then said, "I recently had a dream concerning the dragon's lair. You advised me to trust my dreams, and I wish to share it with you. Speak freely. You possess the gift of a dreamwalker. Whatever you say will be met with earnest attention." With the mention of prophetic dreams, Viserys was filled with anticipation. Rhaegar recounted the conversation he had with Rhaenyra, emphasizing the perils of the dragon's lair. Dragons must not be shackled, lest they incur a curse. Viserys pondered, "Are you suggesting that Dreamfire's recent turmoil is this so-called curse?" "No. The majority of Dreamfire's turmoil was due to human interference. It cannot be deemed a true curse." Rhaegar warned ominously, "This may merely serve as a reminder. Should we continue to chain the dragon's freedom, we shall invite far graver consequences." He was convinced that the wisdom found in ancient texts was not mere folly. Had Dreamfire not been bound, he would not have suffered harm. Viserys' expression shifted, contemplating deeply. Before resolving, "Dreams do not deceive. I shall initiate a thorough investigation of the dragon's lair, cleansing it of any lurking vermin. However, within the family, the dominant dragon cannot reside in King's Landing without a lair. The dragon's den must be preserved, and the chains may be judiciously removed." Rhaegar concurred with his father's decision, stating that as long as the dragon is no longer bound by chains, the curse shall find no manifestation. As darkness descended, Viserys gazed sorrowfully at his eldest son, bidding farewell, "Rest well. I shall return to see you tomorrow." "Indeed, see you tomorrow," Rhaegar replied obediently, watching his father exit the chamber. Once the door closed, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. Alone, Rhaegar slumped despondently onto the bed, baring his teeth in pain. How could such extensive burns leave him unscathed? It was merely a fade he had maintained before his father. The power of dragon fire is no mere exaggeration. A mere spark nearly claimed my life. As he gasped in agony, Rhaegar could not help but feel a wave of dread wash over him. Had it not been for the influence of blood of the dragon, his frail body would surely have succumbed to the searing flames. He might have been burned through from his back to his chest. Once again, he offered his gratitude to Rhaegar. Rhaegar recalled the skull of Rhaegar, placed in the center of the sanctuary, a flicker of relief flashing in his eyes. Chapter 37. A fit of temper as he pondered. A gentle knocking echoed from outside the door. Rhaegar furrowed his brow in curiosity, uncertain who might be visiting at such an hour. "Brother, I've come to see you." Helena's soft, childlike voice filtered through the door. Rhaegar recalled the promise made the previous night and replied, "Come in. The door is unlocked." With a creak, the door slowly opened, and Helena, adorned in a silken nightgown, cautiously peeked in, her little head darting about to ensure no one else was present before she stepped fully inside. She swiftly turned to shut the door behind her, executing the motion with the grace of a practiced little thief. Amused, Rhaegar inquired, "What are you afraid of? Do you think there are monsters lurking in my room?" Helena shook her head, placing her finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. "Hush, I sneaked out while Mother is still resting." "Is Alicent in your room?" Rhaegar asked, perplexed. Helena tiptoed to the bedside, responding, "She just went to find Father." Rhaegar smirked, knowing that Alicent had likely been summoned by their father. This was for the best. At least he would be spared her insincere condolences. Glancing at the eager Helena, he gestured towards the fireplace, saying, "I've bought a ball and some other toys. Go take a look." "Uh-huh." Helena nodded enthusiastically and dashed toward the pile of toys by the fireplace. Alec, a strict individual, had diligently fulfilled Rhaegar's request, procuring the most popular toys for various shops, all of which delighted children. Helena was the first to grasp a colorful ball, then seized a dragon-shaped plush filled with goose feathers. The little girl plopped down on the carpet, engrossed in her new treasures. Rhaegar chuckled softly, opting not to disturb her joy as he reclined on the bed, resting his eyes. He had promised Helena she could play in his room, and thus it felt unreasonable to refuse her. Moreover, this half-sister of his seemed to possess prophetic abilities, and spending time with her could prove beneficial in unraveling the mysteries of his own dreaming talent, even though he remained uncertain if such a talent adhered to any discernible pattern. Silence enveloped the room as the siblings exchanged no words. The handsome young boy lay languidly in bed, while the rosy-cheeked girl played beside the fireplace, creating a scene of warmth and harmony. It was not long before Helena picked up a shiny silver bracelet and held it aloft, asking, "Brother, is this bracelet also for me?" Rhaegar looked over and recognized it as a replica crafted at the blacksmith's shop. He casually remarked, "No, that is my accessory." "Oh," Helena replied, her tone trailing off as she quietly placed the bracelet down. Observing the girl's crestfallen expression, Rhaegar could not help but recall Rhaenyra's rejection of him, a heaviness settling in his chest. After a moment of internal hesitation, Rhaegar smiled gently. "It is yours now. If you like it, where is a gift for me?" He did not wish to deny Helena, just as he had not wanted to be denied by his sister. With a turn of fate, Helena's face brightened. "Yes, thank you. Brother, I like it very much." "It's nothing. One must strive for what they desire, for it is rightfully theirs," Rhaegar softly replied, his chest heaving, a grimace crossing his face as the pain from his back intensified. Helena, finally noticing something amiss with Rhaegar, clutched her bracelet and returned to his bedside, looking rather confused. "Brother, why are you lying there so still?" "I've sustained a minor injury and must remain in this position for a while," Rhaegar candidly informed her. "Does it hurt a lot?" "Sometimes Egan pinches me, and it really hurts." Helena innocently assumed that Rhaegar had been pinched as well, and, rising on her toes, climbed onto the bed, puffing up her cheeks. "Let me blow on it for you. Blowing will make it hurt less." Rhaegar couldn't help but chuckle at the silly girl, though the laughter strained his back muscles, amplifying the pain. "Curse these chains. Why don't they just kill me?" The agony was unbearable, and he silently cursed the scoundrel who had swapped the chains, venting his frustration. Helena flinched at his outburst, retreating to a corner of the bed, too frightened to come closer. "Do not be afraid. I am cursing the one who caused my injury, not you." Rhaegar reassured his sister with a bitter smile once he realized her fright. It was indeed a challenging situation for him. His back ached, and he had to comfort his somewhat simple-minded sister. Though Helena could not hear his inner turmoil, she possessed her own unique way of thinking. Stealthily, She crawled to Rhaegar's side and, pouting, began to blow gently on the bandaged area of his back. Watching this scene unfold, Rhaegar felt an inexplicable sense of comfort wash over him. He reached out to tousle Helena's silver hair, smiling as he said, "All right, my wound no longer hurts." Helena ceased her blowing, staring at him with a dazed expression. Her clear eyes reflected confusion, as if asking, "Really?" Noticing the bracelet in her hand, Rhaegar suggested, "Would you like me to help you put it on?" Helena tilted her little head in contemplation before nodding eagerly. Taking the bracelet, Rhaegar grasped one of his sister's hands and slipped it onto her wrist. Given Rhaegar's prior frailty, his slender frame meant that the bracelet fit perfectly on Helena's slightly chubby wrist. "Such a plump little girl suits this bracelet wonderfully," he praised, only to be taken aback as Helena's rosy cheeks turned to a frown. She withdrew, pouting and turning her back to Rhaegar, curling up in a ball. Rhaegar's smile faltered. He had not anticipated that a 2-year-old would be concerned about her weight. Calling her name a few times, he received no response, her silence a clear protest. Seeing her reaction, Rhaegar could only chuckle wryly and turn his head, preparing to sleep. As for an apology? A Targaryen man never apologizes. As time slipped by, the night deepened. Helena glanced back at her slumbering brother. Seeing that he remained still, she quietly slid off the bed and left the room. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra had just returned from Dragonstone. Upon entering the Red Keep, she was intercepted by a servant who informed her that the king wished to speak with her. "Very well. Let me change my clothes first." After a day of unrestrained revelry, Rhaenyra indulged in a refreshing wash and changed before heading to meet her father. As Rhaenyra approached the threshold of Viserys' chamber, she was poised to knock when the door swung open. Alicent, resplendent in her elaborate gown, emerged from within. Rhaenyra, buoyed by a cheerful disposition, greeted her stepmother and confidant. Alicent managed a strained smile and quietly cautioned, "Rhaegar has been injured, and your father is quite furious. Do not provoke him." Although Alicent had begun to reveal a disloyalty towards their once close friendship, she had yet to sever ties with Rhaenyra. Remaining untouched by the insidious influence of her father, Otto Hightower. In a timely manner, she displayed a semblance of goodwill, striving to preserve the fragile bond between them. Upon hearing of Rhaegar's injury, Rhaenyra's mind buzzed with alarm, and she immediately inquired, "How could Rhaegar be hurt? Is he not under the protection of Ser Harwin?" Alicent glanced back into the room, on the verge of divulging more information, when she was interrupted by the voice of Viserys. "Rhaenyra, how much longer do you intend to keep your king waiting?" His tone was unmistakably irate, suppressed beneath a veneer of restraint. "I apologize, but I must return to tend to the children," Alicent replied, casting an apologetic glance before brushing past Rhaenyra. Confused, Rhaenyra furrowed her brow as she entered the chamber. Viserys was seated by the stone-carved map of the realm, toying with a dragon-shaped sculpture. Chapter 38. The father-daughter quarrel. Rhaenyra strode forward with great urgency. Her demeanor fierce as she demanded, "What happened to Rhaegar? I heard he was injured." Viserys, visibly displeased, retorted, "Rhaenyra, is this how you address your father and king?" Momentarily taken aback, Rhaenyra murmured, "I apologize. It's merely concern for Rhaegar's well-being." The news was dire. Rhaegar had sustained extensive burns, and the maester had indicated that he might not survive. Viserys conveyed the maester's grim prognosis, yet in his heart, he harbored a different belief. Rhaegar had seemed in good spirits during their last interaction, far from the brink of death. Viserys attributed this to the blessings of the Seven, who he believed were safeguarding his eldest son. Unaware of the truth, Rhaenyra was left stunned by his words, momentarily frozen in place, nearly losing her balance. Rhaegar was her only sibling, a precious bond left to her by their mother's sacrifice. How could this be? Just this morning, Rhaegar had seemed well. It cannot be true, Rhaenyra murmured to herself, struggling to accept the dreadful news. Where is Rhaegar? I must see him. After a period of disorientation, she regained her composure, anxious to be by Rhaegar's side. Viserys scoffed, "So, you do care for your brother? I had assumed your heart was wholly ensnared by that scoundrel demon." "What are you saying?" "My heart is not ensnared by Uncle Demon," Rhaenyra instinctively retorted, pressing on. "I need to see Rhaegar. My brother requires me." "No, he needs no one. He merely requires peace to recover." Viserys coldly denied her request. He had comprehended the events at the Dragon Pit today, including the exchanges between Rhaenyra and Daemon. With keen perception, he sensed Daemon's possible intentions towards Rhaenyra. The notion that his own brother would seduce his daughter for power was utterly intolerable to Viserys. He felt compelled to extinguish any hint of this threat before it could manifest. Confronted by her father's unwavering stance, Rhaenyra found herself at a loss, compelled to relent. "Father, I am Rhaegar's sister. You should at least tell me how he came to be in such peril." Viserys, without reservation, disclosed the circumstances. Rhaenyra gasped. Rhaegar ventured alone to tame Dreamfire. Has he lost his mind? It was well known that dragons were temperamental creatures, and Dreamfire, a long-imprisoned dragoness, was particularly fierce. Rhaenyra recalled her own childhood experiences of dragon training, which had always been conducted with the guidance of dragon keepers, requiring patience and caution. To charge into a dragoness lair and attempt to tame a solitary adult dragon was nothing short of a death wish. Each year on Dragonstone, a few reckless souls of Valyrian blood would attempt to tame wild dragons, often ending up incinerated or devoured. Few survived the flames of a dragon. The mere thought of Rhaegar possibly being scorched beyond recognition filled Rhaenyra with an indescribable anguish. Had she not declined Rhaegar's request to fly on a dragon, perhaps he would not have faced such peril. Seeing her daughter's self-reproach, Viserys' heart softened, and he decided against frightening her further. He sighed and remarked, "Rhaegar is quite fortunate. He has only sustained burns for dragon fire. With proper care, I believe there will be no grave issues. That is a relief. As long as Rhaegar is not in danger of losing his life." Rhaenyra exhaled deeply, her heart that had been lodged in her throat finally settling back into her chest. The initial effects of his authoritative approach began to show, and Viserys, resting on the stone sculpture, contemplated broaching his true purpose. "Rhaenyra, do you have someone you admire? A mutual affection, perhaps?" As a father, Viserys felt a tinge of embarrassment uttering these words, but for the future of his children, he steeled himself to ask. The abrupt shift in topic momentarily bewildered Rhaenyra, leading her to question, "Why do you ask this? Has some suitor approached you on my behalf?" Coughing to mask his discomfort, Viserys replied, "Of course not. I merely believe you are of an age to consider engagement, and if there is someone you genuinely care for, feel free to share. No, the men I have encountered are mostly foolish, and those few who possess intelligence are insufferably arrogant." Rhaenyra's expression visibly shifted to one of disdain as she criticized the peacocks that paraded before her. Viserys rubbed his temples, hesitating before saying, "What if I were to select an appropriate match for you? How would you feel about that?" "Father, we agreed to refrain from discussing this until after the tournament." Rhaenyra expressed her aversion to the prospect of arranged marriage. Viserys quickly interjected, "You should at least consider the candidate. He might meet your approval." "Very well, but it will be of no use, as I cannot escape those families." Rhaenyra turned away in frustration, unwilling to face her father at that moment. With the absence of his daughter's gaze, Viserys felt a weight lifted and blurted out, "What if Rhaegar were to be betrothed to you? How would that be?" Rhaenyra froze, turning back with disbelief etched on her face. "Rhaegar? He is merely 6 years old, my own brother." Her anger flared, and she demanded, "You would sacrifice my marriage for the Iron Throne, and now you intend to exploit Rhaegar as well?" Viserys' temper flared in response, his voice rising. "What do you mean by sacrificing your marriage? As a princess of the realm, forming alliances is your duty. Even I, as king, cannot escape this responsibility." Rhaenyra retorted defiantly, "If you wish to form alliances, do it yourself. I have no interest in those predatory vultures, nor will I permit you to involve Rhaegar." "Rhaenyra, do you comprehend the foolishness of your words?" Viserys slammed his hand down, pointing at his daughter in fury. "You are a princess of the kingdom, the heir to the Iron Throne, enjoying the most prestigious honor in the land, second only to me. Yet now look at how selfish you are. You only seek to indulge in the privileges that your status affords you, unwilling to make sacrifices for it." Viserys glared at Rhaenyra, questioning her. Is this what it means to bear the sense of duty as the heir to the Iron Throne? With her teeth clenched tightly, Rhaenyra stood her ground, refusing to yield. Power does not come from compromise with others. Everything worth having must be fought for. What have you truly achieved? Apart from your claim to the throne, what other merits do you possess? Viserys inquired sharply. Rhaenyra offered a sorrowful smile and replied indifferently. Is this not what you have longed to express in your heart? Do you too believe that I should not hold the title of heir, now that you have sons, Aegon, Aemond, particularly with Rhaegar's health restored? You no longer require a daughter as your successor. Baesis promptly refuted. No, I confess there have been moments of doubt, yet I still recognize you as my heir. A female heir is deemed unconventional. If you do not choose a consort of formidable standing, it will be challenging to maintain your grip on the Iron Throne in the future. I understand your reluctance to wed those noble sons whom you find unappealing. But Rhaegar would be an excellent choice. He is your brother. He cherishes his sister. He bears the blood of House Targaryen, and his status would bolster your claim to power. Chapter 39. Escalating conflict. Viserys spoke with heartfelt sincerity, unveiling the innermost thoughts he had long harbored. As his voice faded, he cast a hopeful gaze upon his daughter, yearning for his words to resonate within her, guiding her back from a reckless path. Rhaenyra's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and in response to her father's gaze, she expressed nothing but sorrow and resolve. It was evident that she had not heeded his heartfelt plea. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she choked out, I do not wish to marry Aegon. I desire a future partner who is a tall, handsome, and mature man, not my younger brother. This was the first time she had revealed her true feelings, albeit somewhat indirectly. Ever since the loss of her mother, Rhaenyra's heart had been filled with emptiness and fear. She did not wish to wed a man she did not love, becoming merely a vessel for offspring. Her father had loved her mother deeply, yet he had still chosen to save her brother during her mother's troubled labor, resorting to the horrific act of cutting her open. She could never forget the day he commanded Syrax to unleash her flames, cremating her mother's remains. Rhaenyra feared that such a day might repeat itself in her own life. The husband she envisioned was a tall, handsome, and gentle man who would cherish her above all else. This longing was the reason she harbored vague feelings for the ever-gentle Ser Criston. Viserys, however, failed to comprehend his daughter's inner turmoil. He merely responded to her surface-level words. Believing he understood, he suggested, you may become betrothed to Aegon, and when he comes of age, you can marry. You are both still young and have ample time to cultivate love. Absolutely not. Aegon is my brother. We cannot dictate his fate. Rhaenyra vehemently shook her head, mentioning Aegon's destiny while truly lamenting her own. Viserys sought to continue persuading her, but Rhaenyra covered her ears and fled the room as if escaping. She did not wish to hear any more, for her father always found ways to compel her into submission. Watching Rhaenyra's disheveled retreat, Viserys slammed his cup down in frustration, silently cursing her ingratitude. Everything he did was for the future of this daughter. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, amidst the cacophony of the tournament grounds, Viserys sat in the place of honor, a smile gracing his face as he listened intently to the report from his prime minister, Lionel. Your Majesty, the dragon pit has been thoroughly inspected. Through the testimony of an elderly dragon keeper, it has been confirmed that the chains of Dreamfire were replaced without authorization by Ser Baelor of Old Town. The rationale being that Dreamfire has a volatile temperament, often displaying aggression when livestock is delivered by the dragon keepers. To ensure their safety, a shorter chain was implemented to restrain Dreamfire's movements. Viserys turned his head at this revelation, raising an eyebrow and querying, do you believe such a flimsy excuse? Lionel shook his head in disagreement. I do not. The explanation is far too far-fetched. Is there any connection between the illegitimate son imprisoned in the dungeon and this matter? The sudden thought of Aegon's plea for the life of Rhaegar came to Viserys' mind. As it stood, this individual bore no motive to harm Prince Aegon, and Ser Baelor had expressed disdain for his lineage. Lionel spoke candidly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Viserys waved his hand dismissively. If there is no connection, then release him. Thanks to the timely intervention of that young man, Rhaegar's burns healed remarkably quickly. Leonor smiled gently, acknowledging the prince's astonishing self-healing abilities. It was indeed a blessing from the Seven, a gift of the Targaryens. Pausing momentarily, he whispered, Bachelor Bass seems rather suspicious. I am uncertain how to proceed. A cold glimmer flashed in Viserys' eyes as he retorted, "The scholars of Old Town are servants of the people, and when a servant meddles with the master's affairs, what should be the judgment? Is it sufficient to sever his hands?" Leonor promptly replied, "Let it be so. Should he wish to take the night's watch at the wall, do not hinder him." Viserys nodded in agreement. Leonor bowed and took his leave, for he had numerous state matters to attend to and could not linger. Once the Chancellor departed, only Daemon and Rhaenyra remained by Viserys' side. Today marked the final day of the tournament, and most members of the royal family were in attendance. Rhaenyra, overhearing the conversation, turned back with displeasure, saying, "That wretched bachelor nearly caused Rhaegar's demise, and you intend to forgive him so easily?" Viserys frowned and replied, "The bachelor belongs to Old Town. No one can arbitrarily judge them. Severing his hands or sending him to the wall is already a light punishment. Rhaegar nearly lost his life because of him. He ought to repay with his own." Rhaenyra asserted her stance. "This cannot be. Power is not a tool for arbitrary execution. Justice must be the prerogative of a king." Viserys, unwilling to become entangled in this matter, silenced Rhaenyra with a glance. With a scoff, Rhaenyra remarked, "Proposals are always dismissed." Adjusting her posture to sit upright, Daemon silently observed the father-daughter dispute, a self-deprecating smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He had long recognized his brother's weakness and indecisiveness. Viserys remained oblivious to his brother's disdain, engrossed in the tournament below. He did not believe his approach was flawed. A king must restrain his desires and must not transgress the law for personal gratification. The battles in the tournament were fierce. The charges, melee, and mounted archery events had already determined their victors. Only the crucial duel remained to crown the champion. Amidst the keen gaze of thousands, the two contenders engaged in their final confrontation. One was a towering knight from Casterly Rock, clad in heavy armor and wielding a broadsword. The other was the dark horse of the tournament, the water dancer, Ser Hilary Frey. Hilary's swordsmanship was as exceptional as ever, his body supple as a serpent, and his movements swift as a rabbit. Each strike deftly evaded his opponent's blows, targeting the weak points in the armor, drawing forth splashes of vivid blood. In less than a quarter of an hour, the duel concluded with Hilary unexpectedly triumphing over his foe, earning the title of champion. As the noble and common spectators erupted in cheers, it was time for the king to bestow the rewards. The top contenders of the earlier events received their prizes and the king's commendation in succession. Soon, it was Hilary's turn to step forward, overlooking the kneeling Shiloh. Viserys smiled sincerely. "I remember you. You once proclaimed your intention to conquer the championship. It appears your words were not mere boast." Shiloh replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, I would never dare to boast before the realm." "Very well. I have promised to grant you a request. You may speak it now." Viserys placed great importance on his words. Without hesitation, Shiloh stated, "I hail from the distant Bravos, and here I possess no kin, no family, nor honor. I wish to beseech you to allow me to remain in the Red Keep, even if it be as a dance instructor." "Why do you wish to stay in the Red Keep?" "I would have thought you aspired to become a knight," Viserys replied, perplexed, harboring a certain wariness towards this individual. A masterful assassin and swordsman, he could not afford to be complacent in such close quarters. Shiloh answered without reservation, "It is because of your eldest son, Prince Rhaegar." "Rhaegar?" Viserys was taken aback. Shiloh continued, "As your firstborn, Prince Rhaegar embodies both character and wisdom unparalleled in my lifetime. A kingdom is fortunate to have such an exceptional prince. I hope to remain in the Red Keep, where in my leisure I may instruct the prince in the art of swordsmanship, ensuring that before he reaches adulthood, he possesses remarkable martial prowess and becomes a valiant knight." Chapter 40. The abolition of chains. Shilo's voice resonated powerfully, his words echoing throughout the arena, instantly drawing countless inquisitive gazes. This marked the first occasion where someone publicly unveiled the identity of the king's eldest son and openly expressed allegiance. In response to such incisive rhetoric, Viserys pondered thoughtfully and replied candidly, "Swordsman, I'm aware of your background. Should you truly wish to serve my son, you must first pledge your oath with unwavering faith." Shiloh unsheathed his iron sword, raising it above his head with both hands, and declared solemnly, "I am willing to swear." He then proclaimed loudly his vow to support Rhaegar Targaryen, to uphold his authority until he reaches maturity. Many attentive observers noted this spectacle, keenly watching the expression of Princess Rhaenyra, the designated heir, to see how she would regard someone pledging loyalty to her brother. Rhaenyra maintained a serene smile, seated gracefully in her chair, seemingly pleased for her brother, appearing utterly unconcerned by the event, merely a knight wishing to follow a lord. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Rhaenyra discreetly pinched the flesh of her thigh beneath her sleeve. Viserys also observed Rhaenyra's demeanor, and seeing no sign of distress, he nodded subtly. Accepting Shilio's iron sword, he rested it upon his shoulder and announced with vigor, "I hereby appoint you as a royal dancer, bestowing upon you the title of knight. May you never forget your oath." "Thank you for your grace, your majesty," Shilio responded with deep respect. Thus concluded the tournament held in celebration of the king and queen's 5th anniversary. Nobles and knights descended from the stands, following the king back to the Red Keep for a banquet. Rhaenyra strolled through the crowd, her expression meticulously managed. Yet it could not conceal the twinge of disappointment within her. Daemon trailed behind her, witnessing his niece's despondent demeanor, a flicker of triumph crossing his eyes. As night fell, the halls of the Red Keep were alive with song and dance. Rhaenyra, disinterested in the revelry, took her leave first, unconsciously wandering to a familiar door. Upon seeing her brother's chamber door, she jolted awake, realizing her whereabouts. Since Rhaegar's injury, she had visited nightly to see her incapacitated brother. On the other hand, she found herself wavering regarding her father's proposal. The prospect of marrying an unfamiliar stranger paled in comparison to forming an alliance with her brother. Just as she hesitated to knock, laughter from within the room caught her attention. Rhaenyra's expression shifted, and without a second thought, she pushed the door open. To her surprise, she beheld Rhaegar and Helena, both leaning over a chessboard on the bed. "Rhaenyra, you've come," Rhaegar exclaimed, smiling and gesturing for her to join them. Rhaenyra gently closed the door behind her and took a seat beside Helena, stroking her sister's little head, and curiously inquired, "When did you become so close with Helena?" Helena blinked her wide eyes, slowly calling out to her sister. Rhaenyra responded with a smile, feeling a fondness for her sister, finding her far less troublesome than her brother. Rhaegar propped a pillow beneath him and remarked, "Helena is perpetually bullied by Aegon. I permit her to visit and play with toys whenever she has the time." He gestured toward a sizable collection of beautifully crafted toys beside the fireplace. Rhaenyra nodded in realization, having long noticed the exquisite array of toys, which she had initially assumed belonged to Rhaegar, only to discover they were intended for Helena. With little inclination to dwell on this matter, Rhaenyra guided Helena in chess while inquiring about Rhaegar's day. In a cheerful mood, Rhaegar replied, "It's going well. The wounds are beginning to scab. The Grand Maester mentioned I will heal soon. He also noted your unique constitution, suggesting you might become a formidable warrior in the future." Rhaenyra mused to herself, choosing not to mention the individual named Shiloh, believing it best for her brother to encounter him on his own. After some idle chatter, Rhaegar suddenly recalled the matter of the dragon lair and asked, "Have there been any developments regarding the investigation into the dragon lair?" He was quite concerned about this issue, having been inquiring for days. Rhaenyra brought good news this time. The one who secretly exchanged shackles is Maester Base. Father has sentenced him to have his hands severed or to don a black robe and head to the wall. Rhaegar, filled with indignation, clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Such a person deserves public execution. Truly, this punishment is too lenient." He had proposed a harsher punishment to their father, but was met with refusal. Rhaenyra shrugged in resignation. Rhaegar cast a sympathetic glance her way, recognizing that her situation was equally challenging. Despite her status as the heir, their father had consistently denied her any substantial authority, and her suggestions were often dismissed as mere whispers in the wind. Rhaegar shifted the conversation, recalling the pale blue dragon, and earnestly asked, "What of Dreamfire? Have the chains been removed?" "Do not worry," Rhaenyra reassured him. "Father has ordered the abolition of all shackles within the dragon lair." separating the dragon's nest to provide a more expansive area for movement. Rhaenyra wholeheartedly agreed with this course of action, as she too wished for Sherlax not to be bound by chains, believing that allocating a designated area for the dragon's activities was ideal. Hearing this, Rhaegar felt relieved and sighed. Dreamfire has suffered greatly, confined in the dragon lair for decades. I hope it soon finds a new master and returns to the skies. Following this perilous encounter, Viserys had witnessed the recklessness of his eldest son. During the royal council, it was decided that he would soon lead his family back to Dragonstone for a period. They would select new hatchlings to tame for Rhaegar and his younger brother Aegon. Coincidentally, there were 2 suitable hatchlings on Dragonstone, perfectly fitting for both sons to master. Thus, Rhaegar relinquished his ambition to tame Dreamfire and instead looked forward to the upcoming journey to Dragonstone. Observing her sentimental brother, Rhaenyra smiled knowingly and suddenly inquired, "What would you do if father decided to arrange a marriage for you?" Rhaegar paused in his chess game, raising an eyebrow, and replied, "If necessary. I am willing to assume the responsibilities that come with it." Though still young, he found many answers within the pages of books. Reviewing the history of the Targaryen dynasty, it became evident that, aside from a few reckless fools, both men and women were expected to partake in arranged marriages. The conqueror Aegon has 2 wives. He wed his elder sister Visenya out of sense of duty, and took his younger sister Rhaenys as a fulfillment of desire. Subsequent monarchs either married daughters to safeguard their family legacies or engaged in unions of close kin. Even his father Viserys and Uncle Daemon sought alliances with the nobility of the Vale, ensuring that the supporters of the crown remained steadfastly loyal. Under such customs, Rhaegar did not believe he could escape the fate of political marriage. His sole desire was to take a wife of exquisite beauty and gentle disposition, for to wish for more would be sheer avarice. Listening to his brother's response, Rhaenys lowered her head and fell into silence. She understood that her brother spoke the truth. Perhaps she should not have been so headstrong and ought to shoulder the responsibilities that lay before her. After a while, Rhaenys regained her smile, exchanged a few words with Rhaegar, and then took her leave. Gazing at the closed door, Rhaegar remained silent for an extended time. He surmised the purpose of Rhaenys' visit that evening. She was likely urged by their father to consider marriage and sought solace from him. Yet, he could not provide Rhaenys with the response she longed for. To utter falsehoods, merely to align with her wishes, could lead to dire consequences. Wearing a crown is not a symbol of superiority, but rather a responsibility to illuminate the lives of all beneath its radiance. Chapter 41. A secret escape. Upon leaving Rhaegar's chamber, Rhaenyra's heart grew heavier with a sense of despondency. All she desired was to return to her own quarters, indulge in a warm bath, and nestle beneath her cozy blankets for a restful slumber. This day had been overwhelmingly stifling for her. She yearned that upon awakening, a new day would greet her. Ser Cole stood vigil outside her door. Rhaenyra offered him a brief greeting as she stepped into her room. As she removed her earrings, she instinctively poured herself a glass of fine wine from the table. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of an incongruous package resting upon the surface. The unexpected parcel piqued her curiosity, prompting her to scan the room to ensure she was alone. Tentatively, she pinched a corner of the package, tilting it downward. Out tumbled a set of rustic linen garments, along with a sheet of paper depicting a rudimentary map. Upon inspecting the paper, Rhaenyra was astonished to discover it was a guide to the secret passages of the Red Keep. The content pointed to a location within her own chamber. She approached the indicated spot, where a wall adorned with intricate carvings stood. With a firm push, the wall swung open, revealing the nightscape beyond the Red Keep. Outside the wall, a staircase enclosed by iron railings led to an unknown path. A smile crept across Rhaenyra's lips, her interest piqued. She relished the thrill of exploration, reminiscent of the exhilaration she felt while soaring on Dragonback. Returning to her table, she shed her opulent gown and donned the patched linen attire. After a gentle sniff confirmed the absence of any foul odor, Rhaenyra, now disguised, ventured through the secret passageway from her room. She traversed the dimly lit corridors, passing the shrine dedicated to the skull of Balerion, until she ultimately arrived at a secluded corner of the Red Keep. There, a figure cloaked in black awaited her arrival. As Rhaenyra's inquisitive gaze met the figure, He turned to reveal a familiar face. Demon? She gasped in surprise. Demon smiled warmly and suggested, "Shall we take a stroll and witness sights unknown to you?" Glancing back hesitantly, Rhaenyra felt a twinge of unease about sneaking out with her uncle in the dead of night. Sensing her hesitation, Demon provocatively remarked, "What's the matter? Afraid to venture out? Would you prefer to return to your life as a little princess?" The implication struck a chord within Rhaenyra, prompting her to clench her jaw defiantly and declare, "I shan't return. If we are to go, then let us go." "Excellent," Demon replied, donning his hood before leading her out of the Red Keep. Rhaenyra followed closely behind, her heart racing with a mix of apprehension and exhilaration. Demon guided her to the renowned Silk Street. Compared to the daytime bustle of open trade, the night brought forth a cacophony of voices and a mingling of diverse characters. The duo navigated through the throngs of people in the alleys, surrounded by vendors and performers of all kinds. To her astonishment, Rhaenyra witnessed couples engaging in public displays of affection, heedless of the onlookers. The scenes were undeniably scandalous. Accustomed to royal decorum, Rhaenyra was taken aback. Her modesty compelled her to raise a hand to shield her face, lest the sordid sights tarnish her vision. Yet, curiosity urged her to part her fingers slightly, peeking through the gap. Such spectacles were foreign to her eyes. They ambled along, stopping intermittently, until they arrived before a bustling circus stage teeming with spectators. On stage, the actors are enacting a tale from the Targaryen dynasty. The moment is indeed captivating. Two men portray children, while a jester embodies a princess in a white gown. The lead actor, with comical gestures and an eccentric tone, narrates the story. Now, let us speak of the illustrious Iron Throne and whose posterior shall grace it. Our benevolent king has designated his daughter as the heir, a girl chosen to inherit the realm. The former queen bore a son, who spends his days in a perpetual stupor. The new queen has also given birth to a healthy boy. So, which heir shall ascend the throne? The king's brother? His daughter? Or his two sons from different wombs? At this juncture, the two actors playing children begin to shove each other, shouting their names. I am Aegon, bearing the name of the conqueror, the epitome of manhood. I am the slumbering dragon. The king is my father. Tremble before the wrath of the sleeping dragon. As the plot reaches its zenith, the audience erupts in cheers, applauding the ludicrous performance. Rhaenyra gradually loses her smile, gazing at the spectacle in confusion. Soon, the actor portraying Rhaegar forcefully pushes his opponent down, pouncing on him with exaggerated movements, shouting, I am the king's firstborn. None can rival me. The actor beneath him writhes in mock desperation, rolling on the ground. The audience grows even more exhilarated, showering praises. Rhaenyra can no longer find amusement, glaring discontentedly at Demon, exclaiming, Is this the tedious jest you brought me to witness? Demon replies nonchalantly, Indeed, it is a jest, yet many commoners believe that as male heirs, Rhaegar and Aegon should be the rightful successors. Their opinions are inconsequential, Rhaenyra retorts, unwilling to endure this tiresome performance any longer. Demon trails behind, casually remarking, If you intend to rule one day, their thoughts become paramount. Sometimes, I truly wish to cast aside the burden of succession, Rhaenyra responds, her tone laced with self-deprecation. Should you relinquish this position, it would merely benefit others, Demon hints. Rhaenyra shoots him a disapproving glance, stating, including you. Demon smirks, not denying her assertion. Noticing his nonchalant demeanor, Rhaenyra seizes some candied fruits from a nearby vendor and tosses them at him before sprinting away. The cacophony of noise cannot drown out the girl's exultant cheers. Demon, unperturbed, pushes past the obstructing vendor and hastens to follow her. In the Red Keep, as the night deepens, Helena, having grown weary, returns to sleep, while Rhaegar extinguishes the lights and prepares for rest. Lying on his bed, Rhaegar once again drifts into slumber. He dreams of donning a white robe, wielding a sword. As he gazes around, he is met with a landscape strewn with remnants of battle, severed limbs, and a sea of blood. Rhaegar is perplexed, overwhelmed by the stench of carnage that makes him retch. Lowering his head to vomit, the white robe cascades gently to his sides, revealing a splotch of blood that appears as if conjured from thin air. Rhaegar notices this detail just in time as the initially small bloodstain begins to spread outward, growing ever larger. In the blink of an eye, a half-white robe spread ominously, with drops of tainted blood cascading down. A gust of chilling wind swept through, lifting the robe and draping it over Rhaegar's head. Witnessing this unsettling scene, an inexplicable dread gripped Rhaegar. When the wind ceased, the bloodied garment would surely descend upon him, staining his entire being with its filth. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting Rhaegar to flee, intent on leaving the white robe behind. In this manner, when the bloodied robe fell, it would not tarnish him. However, the half-red, half-white garment seemed fixated on him. No matter where he ran or how swiftly he moved, it hovered above him, accompanied by a tempest, waiting for the moment the wind would still. A sense of helplessness engulfed his spirit, and Rhaegar found himself unable to run any longer. The robe was poised to descend. No! A cry resounded through the room as Rhaegar jolted awake, startled from his nightmare. He attempted to sit up, only to feel the agonizing tug of the crusts of blood on his back, thrusting him back into the harsh grip of reality. Not again. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes as he pounded his pillow in frustration. The pain was overwhelming. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Just as the agony began to subside, the call of a cuckoo echoed from outside. Rhaegar was taken aback. It was always the cicadas that filled the air. Where could a cuckoo possibly come from? Cuckoo, cuckoo. The bird's call persisted, its rhythm unnaturally synchronized. Rhaegar sensed something amiss. There were no cuckoos in the Red Fortress. They had all been devoured by that group of idle, foolish cats. Chapter 42. The eccentric informant driven by curiosity, Rhaegar slowly propped himself up, carefully avoiding his wounds. He made his way to the window. Looking down, he realized it was not a cuckoo calling, but rather a short swordsman with curly brown hair. Shalou cupped his hands around his mouth, mimicking the sound of the cuckoo, while standing in the garden, gazing up at Rhaegar's window. Rhaegar opened the glass window and shouted down, "Hey, what are you making all that noise for in the middle of the night?" Upon seeing Rhaegar, Shalou bowed respectfully and silently departed from the spot. Insanity, Rhaegar muttered, closing the window. Yet, he pondered whether the nightmare he had just experienced held prophetic significance. What could it be foretelling? No, how could Shalou be at the Red Keep? Suddenly recalling Shalou's background, Rhaegar called out towards the door, "Illic, I need to speak with you." With a creak, Illic entered, bowing respectfully. "How may I assist you?" Rhaegar recounted his encounter with Shalou. Illic responded, "Shalou has won the championship in the tournament and has requested to stay at the Red Keep as a dancing master, pledging his service to you." Shalou swore an oath to me? Rhaegar was momentarily bewildered, having been unaware of the tournament's developments. After Illic explained several times, Rhaegar finally grasped that Shalou wished to become his sword instructor, hence his decision to remain. Rhaegar queried, "If he has achieved his goal, why disturb my peace in the dead of night? Does he wish to see me?" It is quite possible, but given the late hour, a private meeting seemed unsafe. Illic had been specifically instructed by the king to prevent any solitary contact between Rhaegar and Shalou and to remain vigilant at all times. Rhaegar conceded to this reasoning. However, the nightmare still lingered in his mind, leaving him with an unsettling sense of connection to Shalou. After some hesitation, Rhaegar resolved to meet him. "Illic, take me to the garden. I wish to see what he desires." Illic rubbed the hilt of his sword and nodded. "Climb onto my back, my prince." Rhaegar did not refuse, allowing Illic to carry him outside. Although his injuries were healing swiftly, 3 days was still a brief period, and he relied on Illic's assistance to breathe in the fresh air, descending the numerous staircases to avoid the servants who were tidying up the hall. They entered a small garden. There, beneath the fish-leaf tree, Shalou awaited. As soon as they met, Rhaegar eagerly inquired, "Shalou, what brings you to seek me at this hour?" With a beaming smile, Shalou replied, "I apologize for the late disturbance. It was merely an incidental occurrence that captured my attention." "Do share," Rhaegar urged. "What have you seen?" Rhaegar's conviction grew that Shalou was somehow linked to his nightmare. Shalou continued, "After the banquet concluded, I was wandering in the garden when I chanced upon 2 figures sneaking by. Who were they? Did you see their faces clearly?" Rhaegar asked, filled with curiosity. One was dressed in a tattered linen garment, wearing a worn hat, but I would never forget that beautiful visage. It was your sister, Princess Rhaegar. Shalou described the two figures, adding, the other was tall and had a familiar air about him. If I recall correctly, Prince Daemon departed before the banquet commenced. At this point, Shalou chose not to elaborate further. The meaning has been articulated with clarity. Rhaegar and Daemon stealthily slipped out of the Red Keep. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Shira. The bond between Rhaegar and Daemon was well known throughout the Red Keep. From a young age, Rhaegar had idolized her uncle, and Daemon showered her with affection, always bringing her gifts during their outings. Their escapade was not particularly alarming. Shira, with hands clasped behind his back, kicked a pebble, appearing to harbor unspoken concerns. Rhaegar, sensing the gravity of the situation, candidly inquired, "Is there more to this?" Shira confessed, "I inquired with Prince Daemon's attendant. He has booked a room at a brothel on Silk Street for tonight." Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on Shira, as the latter's words echoed in his mind. Brothel, room, Daemon, and Rhaegar? Young Rhaegar's mind momentarily faltered, conjuring an ethically troubling possibility. Though such occurrences were not uncommon for the Targaryens, Daemon was a different matter entirely. He seemed to be harboring sinister intentions. At that moment, Illic interjected, "Your Highness, this matter is of utmost importance. I believe we must inform His Majesty the King." The gravity of the situation was undeniable. Daemon, as an uncle, seducing his niece Rhaegar to a brothel was an act of treason. "Wait, let's not alarm my father just yet," Rhaegar immediately countered, wishing to avoid escalating the issue to his father at this juncture. An enraged father could easily create a tumult. Regardless of the outcome, Rhaegar's reputation would suffer, inevitably causing a commotion. Rhaegar's mind raced as he turned to Shira and demanded, "How long have they been gone?" "About half an hour," Shira pondered before responding. "Are you certain it was my sister?" Misjudging with one's eyes is one thing, but speaking incorrectly can be fatal. Rhaegar remained somewhat incredulous. Shira solemnly asserted, "I swear by the old and new gods I did not err." "Very well, this matter must remain confidential. Understood?" Rhaegar implied a threat with his words. Shira nodded, bowing in acquiescence. His purpose had been achieved. Lingering here would be futile. Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the fishwood tree before him, its grotesque visage weeping blood, seemingly resonating with the sanguine of nightmares. Shira's sudden appearance was disconcerting, yet there was no time for contemplation of his motives. He needed to find Rhaegar. "My lord, we must depart immediately to find my sister," Rhaegar insisted, eager to retrieve Rhaegar before anyone noticed her absence. The Red Keep was not close to Silk Street, and Rhaegar had only been gone for half an hour. There was still time. Illic frowned, stating, "This is a serious matter. Searching with just the two of us is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." "Fear not. Rhaegar once mentioned that the largest brothel on Silk Street has Daemon's investment. He will surely be there," Rhaegar asserted with resolve. "Daemon harbors ill intentions towards my sister. We must act swiftly to thwart him." "Indeed, Your Highness, it appears we must resolve this matter before it escalates." As Illic carried Rhaegar and prepared to depart, a sudden realization struck Rhaegar, hinting at an underlying deception. "Wait, my lord." He immediately called for a halt, gathering his thoughts. Hilly was certainly not a trustworthy individual. His unexpected appearance, ostensibly to curry favor with Rhaegar, might conceal ulterior motives. Rhaegar felt the need to contemplate deeply, seeking clarity amidst the chaos of his thoughts. The matter of Daemon's enticement of Rhaegar appeared genuine. Daemon had long coveted the throne. If he could capture Rhaegar's heart, he would become the king consort, regaining his place at the center of power and potentially overshadowing Rhaegar, the rightful heir. Hilly's act of informing against Daemon could be interpreted as an attempt to win Rhaegar's trust. What role, then, should Rhaegar assume in this intricate web? Should he, like a naive child, inform his father and invoke the wrath of the sleeping dragon, ordering Daemon's arrest? Or should he discreetly slip away from the Red Keep to seek Rhaegar in defense of his sister's honor? Perhaps he might even feign ignorance, allowing the situation to escalate. Yes, let it escalate. Someone wished for this incident to grow in magnitude. Rhaegar suddenly grasped a nefarious intention. Whether he chose to inform his father or to search for Rhaegar clandestinely, if a malicious party disseminated the information, it would undoubtedly tarnish Rhaegar's reputation. To ignore the situation would align perfectly with Daemon's desires. With this realization, Rhaegar felt enlightened, sensing the presence of a conspiracy. Rhaenyra must be found, but it should not be done ostentatiously. He needed to devise a plan to divert everyone's attention. Chapter 43. The Rising Wind, my lord. Do you possess a confidant in whom you can place your unwavering trust? A plan formed in his mind, and Rhaegar resolved to enlist assistance. Without a doubt, my brother Alec, we share a bond of mutual trust. We must call upon him for aid. My prince, he currently serves as the guard of Prince Aegon. If the queen discovers, then we must exercise caution and remain undetected. The urgency of the situation left Rhaegar no time for hesitation. My lord, escort me to Rhaenyra's chamber and then seek out Alec. Yes, my prince. Although uncertain of Rhaegar's intentions, Alec chose to lend his support. At the threshold of Rhaenyra's room, Cole stood watch through the night. Upon spotting Alec carrying Rhaegar, he inquired, Your Highness, what brings you here at such an hour? I had a nightmare and wished to speak with my sister. Rhaegar feigned trepidation, fabricating a false pretense. Cole hesitated momentarily. The princess has only just settled down, I fear. Sir Cole, Rhaenyra is my sister. She wants to see me. Rhaegar's demeanor shifted abruptly, catching Cole off guard with his assertiveness. Open the door and let me in. This command was directed not at Cole, but at Alec. Alec stepped forward to unlock the door, and when Cole attempted to intervene, he was brusquely pushed aside. Rhaegar's status made it impossible for Cole to deny him entry. As soon as they crossed the threshold, the door shut with a resounding thud, leaving no time for Cole to scrutinize the situation. Alec gently placed Rhaegar onto the vacant soft bed. As he passed the table, he sees an empty bundle and a sheet of paper adorned with a map. Rhaegar examined the surroundings and caught sight of discarded gowns strewn carelessly across the carpet, confirming that Rhaenyra had indeed slipped away. Handing the paper to Alec, Rhaegar instructed, Proceed as I have outlined. If you locate Rhaenyra, return via this secret passage. Could following this plan truly yield significant consequences? Alec pondered, his resolve wavering. My sister is the heir to the Iron Throne. For her honor, any minor losses are inconsequential. Rhaegar placed a hand over his heart, his expression solemn. I reiterate, regardless of the outcome, I shall bear the burden alone. Recalling past encounters with the white stag, Alec's gaze grew resolute. I vow to ensure the princess's safe return. Under Rhaegar's watchful eye, Alec turned to exit the room, blocking Cole's line of sight before emphasizing, Do not disturb the prince and princess during their nocturnal discourse. Remain dutiful. As the newly appointed White Knight, Cole held Alec in esteem and nodded in understanding. Alec strode away with purpose. Silk Street. Under the cover of night, Rhaenyra dashed through the throngs of people, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Occasionally, she would inadvertently topple the wares of an unfortunate vendor, her laughter ringing out like playful mirth. Daemon trailed closely behind, deftly handling the foolish pursuers. Bam! Rhaenyra darted into a dark alley, inadvertently colliding with a figure clad in golden robes. The figure clad in golden robes grasped her slender arm firmly, his voice low and intense. What mischief have you engaged in that compels you to flee? As Rhaenyra discerned the visage of the golden-robed man through his helmet, she uttered his name. Sir Harwin. Princess? Harwin Strong responded, taken aback, his gaze discreetly shifting towards the mouth of the alley. There, approaching with a leisurely gait, was Daemon. Rhaenyra too noticed her uncle and implored Harwin, Please don't. After a moment's contemplation, Harwin surmised that the pair of uncle and niece had sneaked out for some reckless revelry. Releasing his hold on Rhaenyra, he feigned ignorance. Be cautious, young one. Next time, fortune may not favor you. With that, he resumed his patrol, nonchalantly brushing past Daemon. Daemon smiled knowingly, dismissing the presence of a mere golden robe. Until he was relieved of his command over the city guard, every golden-clad soldier had been his subordinate, unwaveringly loyal. Enjoying your wild escapades? The chase has concluded, he remarked, walking side by side with Rhaenyra. Who could tell when they might next savor the taste of freedom? Rhaenyra breathed heavily, the exhilaration of their escapade evidently alleviating her stress. The two conversed as they strolled, but soon Rhaenyra sensed something amiss. The vibrant bustle of vendors and performers had diminished, replaced by the lascivious sounds of carnal indulgence. Demon led her into an unfamiliar stone building, the raucous noises emanating from within. Upon crossing the threshold, a wave of disarray, mingled with the scent of alcohol, hit her. Men were drinking and reveling, their language coarse and vulgar. Scantily clad women roamed freely in the hall, weaving between the men, allowing their hands to roam, their eyes glimmering with enticing laughter. Rhaenyra stood in stunned silence, allowing Demon to guide her forward, her gaze captivated by the debauchery unfolding around her. This was a scene she had never encountered in her life. What manner of place is this? She questioned, surveying her surroundings with trepidation. Demon replied, his tone unperturbed. A place where people come to fulfill their desires. Have you lost your mind? How dare you bring me here? Rhaenyra's expression stiffened, the provocative images unsettling her and stirring a visceral resistance within her. She glanced at her uncle, noting the glimmer of desire in his eyes. A sudden chill gripped her heart, an ominous premonition taking hold. Rhaenyra's demeanor shifted subtly, and she cast a furtive glance back towards the entrance. There was still time to escape if she acted swiftly. Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner of the brothel's wall, two figures clad in identical black robes stood side by side, observing as Demon led Rhaenyra into the establishment. Go on, I will handle matters here. One of the black-robed figures spoke first, his serious visage hidden beneath the hood. Remember my words, the greater the commotion, the better. The princess's reputation is at stake, and we must not be careless. The other black-robed figure, bearing an uncanny resemblance, was none other than the urgent operative, Illic. Rest assured, the prince will not be disappointed. Illic patted his brother's shoulder, brandishing a torch to ignite a nearby stack of hay. Hay ignites upon contact with fire, and thick smoke surges alongside the flames. Illic, choosing not to utter another word, donned his hood and approached the entrance of the brothel. Agilely, Alex scaled the wall and slipped into the kitchen, followed by the hallway, igniting flames in succession. The two brothers executed their roles with unparalleled synergy. Upon entering the main hall of the brothel, Illic remained silent, deftly avoiding the surrounding ladies, and made his way directly to the secluded inner chamber. Lifting the sheer curtain that offered no obstruction, Illic immediately spotted his target for the night. At that moment, Demon had Rhaenyra cornered against the wall, his gaze predatory as he appraised his prey. Rhaenyra pushed against him, her face reflecting sheer terror. Just in time, Illic swiftly approached, grasping Demon's shoulder and yanking him around, landing a fierce left hook squarely on his face. The sudden assault left Demon powerless to retaliate. He collapsed to the ground, dazed and seeing stars. The turn of events unfolded so rapidly that only upon hearing Demon's anguished cry did Rhaenyra realize her chance to escape the clutches of danger. Princess, we must leave at once, Illic urged, tossing Demon's discarded black cloak to Rhaenyra without hesitation as he pulled her away. As they departed, Illic cast a disdainful glance at Demon, delivering a final kick between his legs. With a resounding thud, Demon let out a piercing scream, clutching his groin, his body curling like a shrimp. Chapter 44. The Raging Flames, who are you? Rhaenyra exclaimed softly, hastily creating distance between them. Illic grasped her firmly, hastily draping a black cloak over her, forcibly pulling her through the back door to escape. Who are you really, and where are you taking me? Rhaenyra struggled fiercely, glaring at Illic, whose face remained obscured. Illic, unable to reveal his identity, cautioned, someone has seen you leave Red Keep with Prince Demon. Prince Aegon sent me to bring you back. Aegon sent you? Rhaenyra paused in surprise, her expression softening. Illic continued, the situation is dire. It would be best for you to remain silent and not reveal your identity. Rhaenyra nodded repeatedly, keeping pace with him. Upon exiting through the back door, they encountered a beggar boy, weakly slumped against the wall. Illic positioned himself protectively in front of Rhaenyra, seizing the boy by his hair and violently slamming him against the wall. Blood splattered, and the beggar boy collapsed, unconscious. He's just a little beggar? Rhaenyra murmured in disbelief. The entire city knows that beggars near brothels and gambling dens are nearly all informants, Illic replied, glancing back. He is not dead, merely unconscious. Rhaenyra breathed a sigh of relief, choosing not to dwell on the fate of the boy. There's a fire. Quick, put it out. The backyard is ablaze. Someone come. Before they had gone far, a massive fire erupted, centered around the brothel. The night wind fanned the flames, which quickly spread to the surrounding streets, igniting nearby homes. Amidst the chaotic shouts, citizens, still in their night clothes, grabbed buckets of water to join the firefighting efforts. The scene grew increasingly tumultuous as Alec exhaled, guiding Rhaenyra away from the panicked crowd and into a narrow alleyway. Meanwhile, Alaric hurled a torch into the second-floor window of the brothel, then vanished into the night. Arson was his task for the evening. Despite the dishonor it brought to a night, he had no reason to refuse the orders of Prince Aegon, especially given his interest in the young heir to the throne. Both the legal and emotional ties compelled him to serve willingly. As for Prince Aegon, he was merely a royal guard assigned by the king, unworthy of his loyalty. The wind changed direction. Alec and Rhaenyra sprinted onward, abruptly colliding with a squad of golden-robed guards rushing to extinguish the flames. "Avoid them," Alec whispered urgently, veering into another narrow lane. As he looked up, he spotted a solitary golden-robed figure approaching. "Who goes there, sneaking about?" A familiar voice called out. Rhaenyra's gaze fell upon Harwin's face. Alec instinctively shielded Rhaenyra behind him and threatened, "Step aside. This is not your concern." Harwin drew his sword with a cold smirk. Such bravado, daring to oppose the city guard. As a valiant knight, Harwin was highly skilled and unafraid of any challenge. Alec recognized him, but understood that the mission required discretion. He could not afford to reveal his identity. His hand covertly gripped the hilt of his sword, prepared for any eventuality. "Do not act like this. We are friends." In a moment of tension, Rhaenyra, disregarding Alec's obstruction, rushed between the two to intervene. As soon as she spoke, Harwin was momentarily taken aback and inquired with confusion, "Princess, why are you here again?" Rhaenyra removed her hood and awkwardly replied, "There is no time to explain. I got separated from Demon, and fortunately, the King's Guard found me." She was astute enough to conceal the truth. Harwin scrutinized Alec closely, smiled at Rhaenyra, and said, "In that case, Princess, you should leave first. I still have to put out the fire." "Thank you, Sir Harwin." Rhaenyra, disinterested in reminiscing, pulled the pale-faced Alec away. Watching their retreating figures, Harwin furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing at the distant flames, lost in thought. The fire on Silk Street spread rapidly, alarming the city guard. Members of the Gold Cloaks rushed to the scene, joining the firefighting efforts. It was not until midnight that the blaze was finally extinguished. The source of the fire, a brothel, was entirely consumed, leaving only charred stone remnants. Along with it, several nearby residences were engulfed in flames. Fortunately, due to the area's high population density, the fire was detected quickly, preventing any casualties. Prior to this, the arsonist Alec had already reunited with his brother in the Red Keep. They exchanged knowing smiles, understanding everything without words, and parted ways. Alec then led Rhaenyra through a secret passage back to her chamber. Rhaegar leaned against the window, gazing at the inferno illuminating King's Landing. He understood that the Alec brothers were behind it. He was the mastermind of this fire. Rhaenyra had fallen into Demon's trap, and there were others covertly watching the two. By conventional means, Rhaegar would inevitably fall into a snare while searching for Rhaenyra, as her location would surely be under surveillance, particularly at that brothel. The fact that Rhaenyra had slipped out could not be concealed. Far too many had witnessed her movements. Rhaegar needed only to sever the connections between Rhaenyra and Demon's visits to the brothel. A fire that consumed everything would obliterate any traces. Even if someone testified that Rhaenyra had been to the brothel, who could discern the truth from the ruins? Rhaegar's duty was to arrive at Rhaenyra's chamber beforehand, providing her with an alibi. At that point, who would dare accuse Rhaenyra without evidence? Their father, Viserys, would silence any accuser. With a creak, the wall at the secret passage's entrance rotated, and Rhaegar quickly turned his head. Before him stood the long-awaited Alec and Rhaenyra. "Rhaenyra, you have finally returned." Upon seeing his sister, Rhaegar's smile illuminated his face, and the weight on his heart dissipated. He had feared that Rhaenyra might be swayed by Demon, unwilling to return with Alec. It seemed she had not disappointed him. "Rhaegar, how did you know I'd slipped out?" Rhaenyra asked in surprise, pulling off her black cloak. Rhaegar glanced at Alec, who had closed the passage. Alec replied gruffly, "With so many eyes around, I didn't have time to explain to the princess." Rhaegar nodded slightly, inquiring, "Is the plan proceeding smoothly, my lord?" "Relatively well," came the response, tinged with self-reproach, though he encountered the patrolling Harwin Strawn, which compromised the princess's identity. Rhaegar fell silent, contemplating whether Harwin might speak indiscreetly and whether a warning was warranted. That fellow was the eldest son of Prime Minister Leonor and the heir to Herlenberg. Regardless of his father's accomplishments and his own status, the notion of silencing him did not cross Rhaegar's mind. Observing their cryptic exchange, Rhaenyra interjected softly, "Harwin is Leonor's son. He holds me in high regard and is unlikely to speak out of turn." "That would be for the best," Rhaegar replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, Leonor was a man of integrity, and his son ought to be a discerning individual. Rhaenyra leaned closer to Rhaegar, her bright eyes shimmering as she feigned the authority of an elder sister who betrayed your secret. "And this great fire, was it all you're doing?" Throughout the journey home, Rhaenyra had been preoccupied with these thoughts. The sudden appearance of a lyric, coinciding with the fire, led her to realize that all of this was intricately linked to him. "I have my own plans regarding the informant, and I cannot divulge them to you just yet." Rhaegar concealed the truth about Silu, as that individual was enigmatic, and revealing too much too soon could be perilous. He then assumed a serious expression, stating, "The fire was my doing. I acted to protect you." Chapter 45. Fraternal bonds. A subtle pride resonated in her voice. "I witnessed the devastating fire affecting many innocent souls." Rhaenyra hesitated, still grappling with the gravity of the conflagration. Who was affected? The courtesans or their clients? Rhaegar's expression soured as he confronted his sister. "Hush, who divulged my whereabouts?" Rhaenyra swiftly covered her brother's mouth, inquiring about the informer. Rhaegar shook his head, evading her touch, his eyes wide with indignation. "Do not use hands that have touched Demon on me, you fool." Rhaegar. This statement struck a chord within Rhaenyra, igniting her fury. "Demon did not violate me. Our relationship is innocent." She gripped Rhaegar's shoulders, each word laced with suppressed anger. Prior to tonight, her admiration for Demon had been profound, her trust unwavering. Now, only fear and regret remained. After all her efforts yielding no expected reward, Rhaegar, equally incensed, retorted bluntly, "If I hadn't sent someone to retrieve you, do you believe that by morning your escapade with Demon would not be common knowledge?" "How could that be? We sneaked out and no one knew." Rhaenyra faltered, her guilt prompting a feeble defense. Rhaegar spoke plainly, "If no one knew, who alerted me?" "Demon, someone watching you covertly." "The informant." "Upon reflection, 3 groups have already set their sights on you. Tonight's events are no secret." Rhaenyra fell silent. She was not foolish. She had merely placed too much faith in Demon. She had not anticipated her once meticulous uncle revealing his true nature. Had Rhaegar not intervened tonight, she shuddered to think of the consequences. What version of the rumors would surface by morning? Thus, this inferno served to obscure my trail. After a moment, Rhaenyra murmured, "Otherwise, do you think I would be here, tending to your accusations instead of recovering in the quiet of night?" Rhaegar scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at her. His sister was too naive, a puppet in someone else's play, a source of embarrassment for him. "What does that look? I am your sister." Unable to withstand her brother's incredulous gaze, Rhaenyra's face flushed with indignation. Rhaegar observed her outburst in silence, shaking his head. With a chuckle, Rhaenyra found humor in his demeanor. Their eyes met, an unspoken bond stretching between them, binding them tightly. In the next moment, Rhaenyra embraced Rhaegar, tears streaming down her face. "They are all unscrupulous, viewing me as mere prey, eager to strip me bare. You must learn to bear the weight of your burdens and pressures," Rhaegar sighed. "I cannot contend with them. No one truly wishes to aid me. They only seek to exploit me." Rhaenyra sobbed softly. Rhaegar leaned his cheek against her hair, speaking gently. "I have promised that until the stranger takes me away, I shall remain by your side." "Rhaegar." Rhaenyra choked on her words, longing to envelop her younger brother's frail body in a tight embrace, yet fearing to touch his wounds. "Do not be afraid. If you wish to cry, let it flow. No one will mock you." Rhaegar gently caressed Rhaenyra's back, his voice a soft balm for a troubled soul. As she reflected on the wild escapade of the night, their uncle demons, predatory ambitions, and the warmth of her brother's embrace, a tumult of emotions surged within her. The realization dawning that she was merely a pawn in the eyes of others. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably as she buried her head in Rhaegar's shoulder, softly sobbing. Her tears quickly soaked Rhaegar's collar, and he cast a helpless smile towards Alec. Alec bowed respectfully and quietly exited through the secret passage, recognizing that his presence was becoming increasingly inappropriate. Leaving by the front door was out of the question, for Cole was still on duty. The secret passage offered a discreet escape. After a lengthy bout of weeping, when Rhaegar's strength was finally spent and Rhaegar's collar was thoroughly dampened, her sobs gradually subsided. She rubbed her nose against Rhaegar's collar, revealing a pair of eyes swollen from tears. Rhaegar, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "I believe we both ought to change into a fresh set of garments." Huh? Rhaegar raised her head in confusion, first glancing at Rhaegar's tear-streaked, snot-stained shirt, then lowering her gaze to her own rough, patched linen dress. "You turn around first. I shall change." She lifted Rhaegar, compelling him to lie on the bed while she slipped into his blind spot to remove her patched dress and don a nightgown. Then, she rummaged through the wardrobe for a small nightgown and tossed it to Rhaegar. "I have no nightwear of yours. Wear this for now." Rhaegar, dismayed by the pink nightgown covering his head, scowled and refused without a second thought. "I have wounds on my back. I shall not wear anything to bed tonight." "No, you must sleep with me tonight. You need to wear clothing," Rhaegar insisted, reaching out to tug at Rhaegar's garments to force him into the nightgown. No. I would rather return to sleep alone than don that." Rhaegar protested vehemently. After a playful scuffle, the candles in the room extinguished and Rhaegar held Rhaegar, clad only in his small trousers, as she closed her eyes, breathing steadily. Rhaegar, reluctantly serving as her pillow, shifted awkwardly to find a comfortable position against her softness. The siblings remained silent, awaiting the arrival of slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke, a scout entered the Red Keep to relay news to the Prime Minister. Leonor sensed trouble and immediately sought out Viserys, who was having breakfast, to inform him of the previous night's events. Leonor's expression was grave. "A scout reports that the princess and Prince Daemon were seen wandering Silk Street last night and later visited a brothel. Curiously, that brothel caught fire that evening. Daemon was seen being assisted out, but the princess was nowhere to be found." Viserys' face darkened with distress. He knew his brother's character all too well, an incorrigible scoundrel capable of any misdeed. He shook his head, forcing a smile as he replied, "This is but a fabrication. You have been deceived." "I too hope so, Your Majesty," Leonor replied, her expression heavy with concern. Viserys instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Leonor was not Otto. Hightower would not assail Rhaegar, the heir, for the sake of her offspring. His every word and deed was marked by unwavering fairness, devoid of selfish motivations. Daemon, he is like a ravenous wolf. Viserys slammed his fist on the table, akin to a furious beast. The mere thought of Daemon engaging in anything untoward with his daughter filled him with a desire to strangle that wretched brother of his on the spot. Yet, a flicker of rationality calmed his tempestuous heart, leading him to doubt. This cannot be true. Perhaps Rhaegar simply slipped away, leaving after Daemon entered the brothel. He could not bring himself to believe that his daughter would venture into such a place, let alone frolic with Daemon. Leonor said, "This is precisely where my confusion lies. The occurrence of this fire seems suspicious, with rumors suggesting it was set deliberately. Daemon departed the brothel just as the flames began to rise, and many have attested that he appeared to be injured. In stark contrast, the princess has vanished without a trace. No one has seen her since." Viserys felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, a flicker of joy illuminating his countenance. Indeed, no one has seen Rhaegar. Thus no one can attest to her presence at the brothel. All is well. Yet beneath that smile lay a profound fury. "Bring Rhaegar to me. Inform her that her father invites her to breakfast." He shouted to the servant outside the door, intending to probe Rhaegar first. At this moment, whether true or false, her innocence was of utmost importance. As a father, he must ascertain this to determine the course of the matter. "No need, I had that very intention." The door swung open, and Rhaenyra glided in, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Viserys, filled with uncertainty, asked, "Rhaenyra, what brings you here? Did you not wish to share breakfast with me?" She replied, a puzzling question indeed. Rhaenyra seated herself gracefully upon the round stool, betraying no hint of guilt from her alleged indiscretions. Viserys and Leonor exchanged glances, each discerning doubt reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 46. The Ultimatum. Rhaenyra. It has been reported that you stealthily left the Red Keep last night and accompanied your uncle Daemon to a place unsuitable for your station. What do you have to say in your defense? Viserys inquired, sensing an underlying intrigue. Rhaenyra thoughtfully tapped her chin and replied apologetically, "Indeed, I did slip out of the Red Keep with Daemon last night to witness a theatrical performance on Silk Street." Viserys pressed further, "Is that all?" "That is indeed all," Rhaenyra asserted with unwavering confidence. "Very well. I have no further inquiries, though I believe the esteemed Chancellor has matters he wishes to discuss with you." Pleased with his daughter's forthrightness, Viserys shifted the conversation toward Laenor. Rhaenyra turned her gaze toward the Chancellor, asking, "My lord, what is it you wish to convey?" The situation grew increasingly convoluted as Laenor carefully chose his words, stating, "Your Highness, it has come to my attention that someone witnessed you and Prince Daemon entering a brothel last night. Of course, this is merely hearsay, yet I would appreciate your clarification." Rhaenyra vehemently denied the claim. "Since you acknowledge it as unsubstantiated, does that not indicate the matter is false? Someone is attempting to tarnish my reputation, which is an act of treason." Laenor nodded in understanding, responding solemnly, "I shall ensure the perpetrator of this slander is identified and justice is served for the princess." At this juncture, the truth had become irrelevant. The intelligence could only confirm Rhaenyra's clandestine departure from the Red Keep, while any other evidence had long since been consumed by the flames. As long as Rhaenyra staunchly maintained her innocence regarding the brothel, her virtue remained unquestionable. Laenor acknowledged Viserys with a nod, stating, "I will work to suppress these rumors." With that, he exited the chamber. Father and daughter exchanged glances, and Viserys, unable to contain his anxiety, spoke first. "Rhaenyra, are you aware that a great fire broke out on Silk Street last night?" "Thanks to the fire, I was able to evade prying eyes," she replied. "You knew?" "Rhaegar informed me. Someone tipped him off, and he arranged for the fire to be set, secretly guiding me back to the Red Keep." Rhaenyra did not conceal the truth, recounting the events in full. Viserys was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief at the astuteness displayed by his young son. After a moment, Viserys regained his composure and smiled proudly, exclaiming, "Rhaegar is a good boy and an excellent brother. That is beyond question." Rhaenyra beamed with joy. Her early arrival had been to accept Rhaegar's proposal. The best way to dismantle a conspiracy was to take the initiative. Rhaenyra, feeling vindicated, knew that as long as she remained confident, no one could tarnish her honor. Indeed, it proved to be true. Gazing at her daughter's radiant smile, Viserys suddenly inquired, "What are your thoughts on the matter?" "Thoughts on what?" Rhaenyra momentarily faltered. "To marry Rhaegar, with him to assist you in the future, just as he did last night." "But Rhaegar is my brother." "And what of it? Intermarriage is a tradition within our family. Yet I regard him merely as my brother. I have not yet come to a decision." Rhaenyra faltered, her words tangled in uncertainty. Her feelings for Rhaegar were nebulous at best, and his youth rendered him unsuitable for her matrimonial aspirations. Viserys furrowed his brow, his tone grave. "Then who do you favor? Pray do not tell me it is that scoundrel Daemon." "No, certainly not," Rhaenyra hastily refuted. "I confess I once harbored an affection for Daemon, due to his attentive nature. But last night's events unveiled his treacherous ambitions. None of your chosen suitors are to my liking, and you have rejected Rhaegar as well. What then do you propose your father do regarding your marriage?" The disappointment in Viserys' gaze was palpable. The thought of Daemon's malicious intent nearly succeeding sent a chill through him. Resolutely, he issued an ultimatum. "Laenor once suggested you wed Ser Laenor Velaryon, the son of the sea snake. I believe he is a commendable choice. Marrying him could mend a rift between the Targaryens and Velaryons, thereby fortifying your power in the future." Pausing, Viserys fixed his stern gaze upon his daughter, emanating the authority of a king. "Rhaegar? Laenor? You must choose between the two." May I have some time to ponder? Rhaenyra implored, her complexion paling before her unexpectedly formidable father. Viserys, resolute in his decision, would not entertain refusal. His affection and guilt towards his daughter coalesced into a weary sigh, granting her a modicum of time. He emphasized, rumors will not dissipate overnight. During this interval, I shall return the family to Dragonstone for a spell. There are suitable dragons there for taming, one for Rhaegar and one for Aegon. Once they have tamed their dragons, I shall journey to Driftmark, either to propose on your behalf to Laenor or to extend an invitation to the Sea Snake regarding your betrothal to Rhaegar. In any case, you must provide me with clarity. With that, he dismissed her, leaving no room for rebuttal. I have matters to attend to, return, and contemplate deeply. Seeing her father's mind set, Rhaenyra bit her lip and hastily exited. The room felt stifling, and she longed to escape. After her departure, a slender figure emerged from the shadows, embracing Viserys from behind. You heard everything? I had nowhere to retreat. Rhaenyra ought to marry Rhaegar. Their sibling bond would stabilize the throne. Yet Rhaenyra did not share this sentiment. She remained a girl with fanciful dreams. The heir to the Iron Throne may be a woman, but she must not be an innocent, naive girl. Viserys halted Alicent's attempts at persuasion with a gentle kiss on her cheek. Very well, I must attend to my dear brother. Dressed by Alicent's attentive hands, Viserys mounted Blackfire and departed with formidable intent. In the end, the room was left with only Alicent, clad in her diaphanous gown. She nibbled on the remnants of a loaf of bread, her enigmatic eyes gazing out the window. The morning light filtered through a fabric curtain, casting delicate strands upon Daemon's face. After a night of indulgence, he felt a throbbing headache and muttered about his thirst. Mysaria, clad in a flowing white garment, entered the room and drew back the curtain, allowing the blinding rays to rouse Daemon from his slumber. Awakened from his deep sleep, he cursed irritably under his breath, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight. Mysaria knelt down and poured him a bowl of water. Daemon gulped it down eagerly and in a low voice inquired, "Is there any news? My informant has been gravely injured, and the fire last night was clearly no accident." Mysaria, with a raspy, foreign accent, sighed for her informant. "He is just a young boy. The medical expenses will be considerable." Daemon propped himself up, rubbing his face with his hands, his tone tinged with frustration. "Rhaenyra has been abducted. It seems my brother has never truly trusted me, keeping a watchful eye on my every move. Would you dare to seduce your own niece, if unopposed?" Mysaria replied in a flat voice, "One cannot be certain. Power is an alluring poison." Daemon stretched vigorously, encircling Mysaria's slender waist and pulling her closer, planting a playful kiss on her cheek. "At a time like this, you still find the inclination?" "Not really. I was just testing to see if my vigor remains after being kicked last night," he replied, his spirits lifted by the confidence of the spirited second son. Releasing the beauty in his embrace, he donned his clothing and prepared to leave. Mysaria, her expression unchanged, reminded him, "Do remember to settle the rent before you go." Chapter 47. The deception of Alicent after being pressured by her father, Rhaenyra returned to her chambers, disheartened. At that time, Aegon had already departed. The emptiness of the bedroom further deepened the solitude of Rhaenyra's wounded heart. She could never comprehend why her father insisted on her marrying. Would her refusal to wed preclude her from inheriting the Iron Throne? Would she face the scorn of the entire realm? Knock, knock, knock. While attempting to compose her thoughts, a knock at the door interrupted her solitude. Turning her head, she saw Ser Criston Cole, clad in silver armor and a white cloak, entering the room. "Cole, do you require something?" she inquired, hastily wiping her eyes and feigning nonchalance before the knight she once held affection for. Cole regarded Rhaenyra with concern, softly stating, "Princess, the queen has requested your presence in the gardens for a discussion." Alicent, upon hearing the name, a flicker of suspicion crossed Rhaenyra's mind. The timing felt too fortuitous. After adjusting her attire, Rhaenyra replied, "Understood, I shall go at once." In the gardens, Rhaenyra arrived alone. Alicent had been waiting beneath the arbor for quite some time. Upon their meeting, Alicent's face was etched with worry as she eagerly asked, "What transpired last night?" "What do you mean?" A fleeting suspicion crossed Rhaenyra's expression as she coolly countered. Alicent continued, I heard troubling accusations made against you. Were you with your uncle? In an instant, Rhaegar's alertness was piqued. With a faint smile, she replied, I have not seen Demon in years. He merely took me to the city for an outing. I am your sister. You must be truthful with me if I am to assist you, Rhaegar. Alicent approached, taking Rhaegar's hands with heartfelt sincerity. Rhaegar retorted, What accusations have been levied against me? Did I drink? Did I leave the castle under cover of night? Alicent urged, They claim you were with Demon in a brothel. As she spoke, Alicent appeared deeply troubled, as if genuinely concerned for Rhaegar. This is a vile accusation. Rhaegar vehemently denied, unwilling to concede. Yet Alicent remained unconvinced. Is it not? The Targaryen family is known for its peculiar customs. Demon is clearly a reckless man, driven by ambition. Silence, Alicent. Rhaegar interjected forcefully, halting her words. If she had indeed committed any wrongdoing, she would not dare to raise her voice so defiantly. Yet she was innocent and would not tolerate Alicent's baseless slander. With a fierce determination, Rhaegar shook off Alicent's grasp, her gaze piercing as she declared, To question my virtue is treasonous. Who has spoken such things to you? Alicent, startled by Rhaegar's sudden outburst, averted her gaze, stammering, I was in your father's chamber this morning. How convenient that you bring forth doubts about me when my father and the hand of the king have already made their conclusions. Rhaegar seized upon her words, her tone icy. Alicent, your grace, we were once inseparable sisters, yet now I scarcely recognize you. Alicent, in a state of distress, attempted to remedy the situation. It is not as you think. I overheard it inadvertently, and I am genuinely concerned for you. So, you accuse me with baseless slander. Seeking to tarnish my reputation, Rhaegar retorted fiercely, unimpressed by her words. Alicent, caught off guard by the interrogation, defended herself. I merely wish to assist you, Rhaegar. Rhaegar scoffed with a hint of sarcasm. We went to the tavern for drinks, and as dusk approached, I expressed my desire to return home. Yet Demon insisted on seeking out a courtesan. We parted ways on the street, each taking our own path. Upon my return to the Red Keep, the city was engulfed in flames. I was unaware of Demon's whereabouts. I was tending to Rhaegar last night. Rhaegar had already concocted a flawless retort to deflect Alicent's inquiries. Having spoken, she departed with a frosty demeanor, granting Alicent no opportunity for further discussion. She perceived Alicent's ulterior motives, attempting to extract whether she had engaged with Demon to sully her name. Alas, Alicent had miscalculated her strategy. Meanwhile, the disheveled Demon stumbled back to the Red Keep, visibly intoxicated. Harold, the captain of the King's Guard, along with 2 of his men, approached him hastily and without a word, seized Demon's arms, taking him into custody. Harold looked down at Demon with indifference and stated flatly, The king wishes to see you, Prince. The 2 guards lifted Demon, dragging him forward. Remove your filthy hands. He protested, writhing in discomfort as he was restrained, but his words fell on deaf ears. They hurriedly brought him to the hall of the Iron Throne, carelessly tossing him onto the cold, black stone floor. Demon appeared utterly unconcerned, lying face down, the stench of alcohol surrounding him. Harold gestured for the 2 guards to stand watch outside. The brooding Viserys emerged from the shadows, suppressing his fury. Approaching Demon, the king spoke in a cold tone. What have you done to my daughter? Despite his belief in Rhaegar's words, he could not help but seek further confirmation. Demon, belching and disoriented, remained silent. Viserys' expression shifted slightly as he inquired, Do you not wish to deny anything? I must know the charges to defend myself, Demon replied, feigning ignorance. In a fit of rage at his insolent demeanor, Viserys delivered a furious kick to his abdomen, exclaiming, You lured her away, intending to defile her. Demon groaned, curling up. Viserys, unable to contain his anger, kicked him again and demanded, Did you succeed in violating my daughter? Demon, rolling aside from the blow, retorted defiantly, What difference does it make? By Rhaegar's age, we had already traversed the brothels of Silk Street. Viserys, enraged, laughed bitterly. We were young men then. She is but a little girl, your niece. Rhaegar has grown into adulthood, and the first to take advantage of her was that scoundrel. Demon continues to play his rogue games. You wretched scoundrel. Viserys was thoroughly incensed, lunging at him and seizing his collar, delivering 2 swift punches to his face. Daemon turned his head, blood and a tooth spilling from his mouth. Viserys maintained his grip on Daemon's collar, furiously rebuking him. You will ruin her. After such an incident, which noble would be willing to marry her? Who cares what those pompous nobles think? You are the king. Your word is law. The excruciating pain jolted Daemon into revealing his true thoughts. Viserys was gravely disappointed. I have defended you all my life. Yet your heart is more wicked than I ever imagined. Daemon scoffed dismissively, unperturbed. The 2 brothers locked eyes in the silent hall. Suddenly, Viserys chuckled mockingly. You failed, didn't you? My child thwarted you. What? Daemon was taken aback. Viserys released his grip on the collar and stood, looking down upon him. Rhaegar, my eldest son, surpasses you 100-fold. Not only has he seen through your cunning schemes, but he also understands the value of family and the importance of protecting his kin. Daemon's expression faltered, hesitating. The men in black last night were sent by Rhaegar, and that fire was set by him? Yes, a remarkably astute child. I assent, Teehee. Viserys was filled with pride, derisively gazing at his disheveled brother. Daemon shook his head in amusement. A 6-year-old child, if he is that clever. You should truly strip Rhaenyra of her inheritance and designate your eldest son as heir. Chapter 48. The exile of Daemon. Do not attempt to incite my children. I have my own plans for them, Viserys warned, pointing at him. Daemon inhaled deeply. Marry me to Rhaenyra, and when I present the crown, you said I could have whatever I desired. I want her. I shall cherish her as my life and take her as my wife in accordance with our family traditions. Viserys scoffed. You're already wed. Even so, Aegon the Conqueror took a second wife, Daemon insisted. With a swift motion, Viserys drew the dragonbone dagger and pressed it against Daemon's throat, seething with anger. You are no conqueror. You are a scourge sent by the heavens to torment me. Unfazed, Daemon held his head high. Marry me to Rhaenyra, and we shall restore the glory of the dragonkind. Of course, what you covet is not my daughter, is it? It is my throne. Viserys, weary of conversing with his loathsome brother, retorted disdainfully, I would sooner wed Rhaenyra to Aegon, or even offer both my daughters to him, than allow you to taint them in your pursuit of my throne. Withdrawing the dagger, Viserys gazed at him with pity and said, Return to the Vale, Daemon. Go back to your lawful wife and do whatever you can to restore your dwindling honor. Or simply let it all go. I do not care, as long as I never have to see you again. With that, Viserys wiped the dagger on his sleeve and departed in disappointment. His brother's words shattered Daemon's mental defenses, leaving him staring vacantly at the ceiling, murmuring, It is not yet that far, brother. As dusk fell, Viserys stood alone by the window of his chamber, gazing out at the distant coastline. The Targaryen seemed inherently unafraid of heights, relishing the view from above, and Viserys was no exception. Alicent approached, lightly, resting a hand on his shoulder, softly saying, Daemon is gone. Good riddance. I do not wish to see him again, Viserys replied, his anger palpable at the mere mention of Daemon. I spoke with Rhaenyra. She denies any involvement with Daemon. Naturally, she is protected by her brothers, and Daemon's schemes will not prevail. Ah, how I wish I had a brother like that. Viserys said wistfully. What did you say? Viserys turned back, perplexed. Nothing. I merely envy the bond between Rhaenyra and her brothers, hoping Aegon and the others can be the same, Alicent blurted, instinctively fidgeting with her fingernails behind her back. Unaware of any underlying tension, Viserys continued, The blood of House Targaryen is remarkable. They are restless and chaotic, and only with ample wisdom can one navigate them. Our children must be filled with wisdom and united in purpose. Alicent smiled in agreement. I wish to marry Rhaenyra to Aegon. Viserys shifted the conversation to this troubling matter. Alicent's eyes flickered momentarily as she lowered her gaze. That is a wise decision. Rhaenyra is forthright by nature, and Aegon will surely grow into the kind of boy Rhaenyra admires. Do you believe Rhaenyra currently holds disdain for Rhaegar? Viserys' penetrating inquiry revealed a blind spot. Alicent hesitated briefly, stating, I understand Rhaenyra and the type of men she prefers. Indeed, you know her. She enjoys opposing her father and shows little consideration. Viserys lowered his head, chuckling bitterly. You might attempt to communicate with her. Whomever Rhaenyra chooses will likely be a commendable choice. Let us hope she does not forget the responsibilities upon her shoulders. Viserys turned, guiding his wife to the table, personally pouring 2 goblets of wine. The couple shared a glance and drank as the day gradually waned. Alicent lay expressionless in bed, disregarding the sounds of heavy breathing nearby, her mind replaying the unsuccessful conversation with Rhaegar from earlier that day. Half a month later. Hurry, the boxes must be loaded onto the ship swiftly. The final batch of supplies is being organized. At the river gate, maritime officials shouted commands to the sailors as they transported goods. Not far off, Viserys stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing serenely at a grand ship adorned with a black sail emblazoned with a 3-headed red dragon. Your Majesty, the supplies are ready and we may set sail at any moment, reported Rhaegar as he approached with a list in hand. Viserys nodded in acknowledgement. Behind him, in the open space, Alicent led Aegon and Helena, cradling a small infant. Rhaegar, meanwhile, lingered at a fruit stall with Rhaegar, laughing as she selected fresh produce. After nearly 20 days of recuperation, Rhaegar's burn injuries had largely healed, allowing him full mobility. This often left Viserys marveling, convinced that the Seven must be watching over Rhaegar, whose capacity for self-healing surpassed that of ordinary men. Everyone gather round. The voyage is about to commence. Viserys called to his family. Rhaegar perked up at the sound and hurried over, the first to arrive. His father had mentioned that their destination was Dragonstone, where 2 young dragons awaited his taming. The mere thought of possessing his own dragon filled Rhaegar with fervor as he eagerly anticipated the adventure ahead. Viserys affectionately ruffled his eldest son's hair and inquired. The ship is laden with an abundance of fruits, far superior to those sold at roadside stalls. I wonder how the fruits of the Red Keep compare to those outside. Rhaegar chuckled. Have you discerned any differences? I have indeed. The fruits of the Red Keep are more expensive, even though the roadside fruits are of the same quality, yet significantly cheaper. Viserys' smile faltered, momentarily rendered speechless. Rhaegar interjected at the opportune moment. The fruits of the Red Keep are sourced from various regions, differing from the local produce. The flavors may be similar, but the price varies due to the clientele. Rhaegar muttered softly, prompting Rhaegar to remark, the prince is indeed astute, though at times perhaps overly so. During their conversation, Alicent and Rhaegar arrived hand in hand. Since their dispute, the two had been somewhat distant until Alicent extended an invitation to Rhaegar for a tea gathering, easing the tension between them. Prolonging the discord would surely displease the head of the family, Viserys. With a pathway to reconciliation, they both stepped forward. As night fell, a sailboat, adorned with intricately carved dragon motifs, drifted through the waters of Blackwater Bay, propelled by the sea breeze. Within the opulently decorated cabin, Viserys appeared ashen, clutching a wooden bucket, his throat constricted. Alicent and her brother Aegon stood by his side, their expressions laden with concern. Ironically, Viserys had once tamed the largest and most ferocious dragon in the annals of Westeros, the fearsome Rhaegar, yet he found himself afflicted by seasickness. This aversion to sailing was primarily due to his discomfort. Had it not been for the dual purpose of witnessing his son's dragon riding and attempting to ease the strained relations with House Velaryon, he would seldom venture out to sea. He preferred the pursuits of hunting in the Kingswood and engaging in tournament justs. Before his departure, his father, the Grand Maester, had provided him with a potent remedy, assuring him that a single dose would alleviate his malaise. Rhaegar, feeling a pang of sympathy for his ailing father, offered him a glass vial. Viserys glanced at it, accepted the vial, and uncorked it, swallowing a pill in hopes of its efficacy. I have consumed too many remedies. May this one prove beneficial. It will, and I also possess a sleep aid. Would you care for a dose? Rhaegar inquired, retrieving another glass vial from his pocket. Having been bedridden recently and in frequent consultation with Grand Maester Melos, he had learned of his father's recurring nightmares and had procured a calming tonic for him. He had discreetly ensured the ingredients were harmless and safe for consumption. Chapter 49. The Green Eyes under the gentle persuasion of his family. Viserys reluctantly ingested the sleep-inducing pills and lay on the bed, enduring the discomfort. As his breathing gradually steadied, Alicent bestowed a soft smile upon the Rhaegar siblings and whispered, "It is late. You should return to rest." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Rhaegar replied with a smile, following Rhaenyra as they departed the cabin. The siblings exchanged a few casual remarks as they strolled along the corridor before parting ways to their respective quarters. In the dim candlelight, Rhaegar disrobed and stood before a full-length mirror, examining his back. The old skin had shed, revealing new, tender flesh, a faint outline still visible from the burns he had sustained. "The recovery is remarkably swift. Truly, I am of the blood and fire," Rhaegar murmured as he summoned the system panel. Rhaegar Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, longevity, green, bloodline, ancient Valyrian dragonlord 14, skill, proficient in ancient Valyrian, artifact, blood and fire, fire resistance 50, evaluation. Your bloodline has been refined once more. It seems you have uncovered a momentous secret. Rhaegar's gaze lingered on the bloodline section, noting the purity had increased from 12 to 14. This change had become evident since the day his skin began to peel. His bloodline purity had risen by 2 percentage points, an alteration he could only attribute to being scorched by dragon fire. "Perhaps the flames of the dragon have awakened the essence of my blood." Before the assault of Dreamfire, Rhaegar had seldom encountered dragons. He had perused the ancient tomes of House Targaryen, which contained fragmented insights regarding the bond between humans and dragons. A dragon rider must not perceive the dragon as merely a tool. Rather, the dragon is a partner to the rider. The deeper the bond between rider and dragon, the more astonishing the unleashed power. These notions were speculative theories found in the ancient texts. Rhaegar remained somewhat skeptical. Yet one truth resonated: proximity to dragons could only yield positive outcomes. The sailboat would reach Dragonstone by tomorrow, and soon he would possess a dragon of his own. As fatigue enveloped him, Rhaegar threw himself onto the bed, wrapping himself in the blankets and surrendering to slumber. He needed to restore his energy in preparation for the upcoming dragon riding journey. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. The darkened sky, the crashing waves, the thunderous storm. The dream he had not encountered in half a month reemerged. This time, Rhaegar maintained his lucidity. The cold rain pelted against his skin, and he felt its chill acutely. Raindrops cascaded from his hair, covering his bare body. The horizon was shrouded in swirling clouds, and the tempest raged. A roar of a furious dragon echoed from afar, harmonizing with the thunder that reverberated through the heavens. Rhaegar lifted his head, undeterred by the rain that cascaded down his face, and gazed skyward. Amidst the rolling thunder, a colossal shadow burst forth from the clouds, dancing with the lightning. After enduring 2 harrowing nightmares, Rhaegar clenched his fists, fixating intently on the shadow. His unwavering resolve seemed to draw the creature closer. The shadow altered its course, diving directly toward Rhaegar's position. He raised his chin, standing tall, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the shadow as it approached with astonishing speed, the distance between them dwindling rapidly. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the air, shadows loomed ominously, revealing a pair of claws as dark as coal. Rhaegar, shaken to the core, felt his senses gradually slip away from the realm of dreams. In that final fleeting moment, he beheld an unforgettable sight: a pair of eyes imbued with malevolence, cunning, and arrogance. Their eerie green gaze, profound as an abyss, was fixed upon him. Rhaegar jolted awake, murmuring incessantly, "The eyes, a pair of green eyes." He caught a glimpse of the shadow's partial form, a colossal dragon, a pitch-black behemoth with those haunting green eyes. The mere thought of the dream's imagery sent shivers coursing through him. He could not discern whether it was fear or exhilaration. His chest heaved violently, breaths coming in ragged gasps, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After a while, he finally managed to regain his composure. "Give it to me. Hurry." Rhaegar, dazed, leaned against the headboard, faintly hearing a commotion in the corridor outside his cabin. Who could be out there? Intrigued, he donned his clothing and resolved to step outside for some fresh air and to investigate the disturbance. Upon opening the cabin door, he found the corridor devoid of any presence. "Fools, can't you understand my words?" Just then, the earlier commotion reached his ears again, and Rhaegar furrowed his brow, recognizing it as somewhat familiar. It emanated from the left corner. Confirming the direction, he proceeded cautiously. Upon reaching the corner, he discovered it was a dead end. Standing at the corridor's edge, he finally identified the source of the noise: two children. The older one, roughly his age, was a sturdy little boy, while the younger one, a chubby little girl, bore the innocence of childhood. These are no strangers. They were his half-brother Rhaegar and his sister Helena. At that moment, Helena was curled up in the corner, cradling her small head in her hands. The older Rhaegar, meanwhile, was loudly scolding her, tugging at a strand of her silver hair. It was evident that this was a classic case of an older brother tormenting his younger sister. Rhaegar stepped forward, intending to interject and put a stop to Rhaegar's antics. However, after a moment's reflection, he retreated. While Helena was indeed his sister, Rhaegar was her full-blooded brother, and it was not his place to interfere in their sibling disputes. Turning away, Rhaegar decided to seek out Alicent to discuss Rhaegar's disciplinary issues. "Take it off, or I shall break your fingers," came Rhaegar's threatening voice. Rhaegar paused, contemplating whether he should intervene on Alicent's behalf. Just then, he heard Helena's sobs from behind him. He turned to see Rhaegar atop Helena, gripping one of her arms and twisting her fingers mercilessly. "Let this be a lesson for disobedience. You shall pay for not giving me the bracelet," Rhaegar declared menacingly, inflicting torment upon his younger sister while threatening her. "Hand over the bracelet, or I shall make it my nightly routine to punish you." Helena, resolute, shook her little head vigorously, her eyes glistening with tears, unwilling to relent. At that moment, Rhaegar noticed that the arm of Aegon, which gripped Helena, adorned the bracelet he had gifted her. Raising his hand, he revealed a matching bracelet on his own wrist. The distinction lay in the fact that Helena's was a mere trinket crafted by a blacksmith, while his was the authentic spatial bracelet. With a flicker of his gaze, Rhaegar's eyes turned increasingly perilous as he regarded Aegon. Without uttering a word, he stealthily advanced into the depths of the corner. Aegon relinquished his futile attempt to pry Helena's fingers apart and instead forcefully tugged at the bracelet. "Do you desire it?" Suddenly, Rhaegar's voice resonated from behind. Aegon jumped in surprise, turning to find Rhaegar standing ominously close, having approached without his notice. He had to admit that he felt a twinge of fear towards this elder brother, who had always been frail, yet possessed a particularly dark demeanor. Swallowing hard, Aegon feigned a menacing expression, retorting indignantly, "What business is it of yours?" Rhaegar remained silent, his unwavering gaze fixed upon him. His eyes were as calm as still water, devoid of the slightest ripple. Observing Rhaegar's silence, Aegon's courage began to swell, and his expression grew increasingly audacious. A glance at the bracelet on Rhaegar's wrist, followed by a look at Helena's, sparked a realization within him. Discontented, he exclaimed, "How come both of you have identical bracelets, yet I possess none?" At the sound of his outcry, the beleaguered Helena lifted her head, only to discover Rhaegar's presence. Chapter 50. The Wail of Aegon upon catching sight of Rhaegar's visage. Helena's eyes lit up, and she called out in a sorrowful tone. Rhaegar glanced at her, his voice betraying neither joy nor anger. "Have you been bullied again?" "Aegon wants my bracelet." With a semblance of finding a pillar of support, Helena's tears cascaded down as her innocent voice articulated her deep sense of injustice. "I see," Rhaegar nodded, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his own bracelet. Aegon, however, paid no heed to that, playfully tapping Helena's head as he warned, "I am your brother, and you shall not call him brother." Helena, dazed from the playful tap, bit her lip and glared at Aegon with a mixture of anger and helplessness. "Dare to glare at me? Just wait and see how I will teach you a lesson," Aegon admonished, before shifting his gaze back to Rhaegar, extending his hand to touch the bracelet, boldly proclaiming, "Give me your bracelet. I shall share it with Helena, and I promise not to take hers." Rhaegar chuckled at Aegon's chubby little hand. Just as it neared the bracelet, he swiftly grasped it. What are you doing?" Aegon's expression changed as he questioned nervously. Rhaegar smiled and said, "Since you fancy bracelets, I shall gift you one as well." With that, he yanked Aegon backward, causing him to stumble and fall from Helena. As Aegon landed on the wooden floor with a soft gasp, he scrambled to rise. Suddenly, a foot pressed down on his back, forcefully pinning him down. "Ah, what are you doing? Let me go, or I will call Mother." Feeling the sting of pain, Aegon attempted to invoke Alicent as a threat, but was abruptly interrupted. Rhaegar mounted him, twisting his arm in the opposite direction, and inquired, "You twist your sister's fingers. I shall twist my brother's arm. Fair enough, isn't it?" "No, I was wrong. Please let me go," Aegon cried out repeatedly. After a brief while of enduring Aegon's wails, Rhaegar, unable to bear the noise, removed Aegon's deerskin shoes and stuffed his own yellowed socks into Aegon's mouth. "These are your own socks. Do not complain," Rhaegar remarked with a knowing smile, then seized Aegon by the hair, dragging him outside. He gifted Helena a bracelet to conceal her sorrow, and later had another made, which he intended to present to Aegon in his cabin. Watching Rhaegar drag Aegon away like a beaten dog, Helena rose from the ground, standing in a daze. She contemplated pursuing them, but horrifying fragmented images flashed through her mind. "Fire, beware the flames." Helena shivered, and a sudden cry escaped her lips, causing her to burst into tears. Her wailing attracted the attention of the night watch maid. Rhaegar continued dragging Aegon to his cabin. In Aegon's fearful gaze, he unceremoniously tossed him inside and closed the cabin door. Rhaegar sneered. The bracelet was a gift for Helena. "By seizing her belongings, you show disrespect towards me. Now, I shall make you aware of the cost of disrespect." Feigning a search beneath the bed, he secretly retrieved a counterfeit bracelet from his spatial bracelet. Brandishing the imitation before Aegon, he taunted, "Do you like it? It will soon be yours." The sailboat navigated the frigid and damp seas. As a royal vessel, each cabin was equipped with a warming stove, its base lined with charcoal and separated by a layer of iron for excellent fire resistance. Rhaegar opened the stove and removed the iron plate, exposing the glowing coals to the air. He tossed a steel bracelet into the embers, which quickly turned crimson due to the metal's excellent thermal conductivity. Using a cloth to pat his hand, Rhaegar retrieved the heated bracelet and approached Aegon with a smile, beckoning, "Come, my dear brother." "No, you cannot treat me this way. Father would never allow it." Aegon, having already dislodged the sock from his mouth, stared in terror at the fiery bracelet, collapsing to the ground and retreating in fear. With a sudden kick, Rhaegar knocked him down, kneeling to press the bracelet close to Aegon's face. "Did you not wish for it? I promised I would give it to you." Evading Aegon's desperate attempts to push him away, Rhaegar held the bracelet firmly against him. Meanwhile, a maid rushed into Alicent's cabin, clutching the unconscious Helena, who had fainted from crying. Ignoring Harold's attempts to stop her, she pounded on the cabin door. Noticing the unconscious princess, Harold's expression changed dramatically. "What has happened?" The maid, panicked and incoherent, continued to knock frantically. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Alicent in her nightgown, her gaze immediately landing on the motionless Helena. A wave of unease surged within her. Taking her daughter from the maid, Alicent asked anxiously, "What has occurred? Why is Helena unconscious?" The princess fainted from crying, repeating the names of the princes Aegon and Rhaegar. The maid trembled in response. "Aegon? What has happened to Aegon? What does Rhaegar have to do with this?" Hearing her son's name heightened Alicent's panic as she scrutinized the maid. The maid shuddered and replied softly, "The princess warned about the fire. I do not understand what she meant." Seeing her daughter in a state of unconsciousness, Alicent's eyes widened with escalating dread. "Take care of Helena." She entrusted her daughter to the maid and exclaimed to Harold, "Sir, something has surely befallen Aegon and Rhaegar. I shall seek out Aegon. You must go to Rhaegar's quarters." With that, she hastened out of the room, but after only a few steps, she paused, recalling the incident during Rhaegar's last birthday when Aegon had been pushed into the cake. Her pupils dilated in realization as she turned back. "I will go to Rhaegar's room. You must find Aegon." Sensing her son might be in danger, Alicent headed directly to the location she feared. The ship's cabins were relatively close together, and as she traversed the dimly lit corridor, she soon heard Aegon's piercing scream. "May the seven gods protect my child," Alicent muttered, her expression shifting dramatically as she frantically raced towards Rhaegar's cabin. The door was firmly shut, yet she felt an inexplicable surge of strength. She removed her high heels and forcefully kicked open the hatch. Upon entering, she beheld Aegon cornered, pleading for mercy in a voice strained with desperation, tears streaming down his face. Rhaegar had one foot pressing down on Aegon's back, while he taunted him with a glowing steel bracelet, swaying it menacingly beside Aegon's cheek. Witnessing her son being tormented, Alicent's rage erupted, her voice a fierce roar, Stop. Let him go. Rhaegar turned to see Alicent advancing with fury. Before he could react, she forcefully pushed him aside and cradled the weeping Aegon in her arms. The steel bracelet clattered to the ground, leaving dark smudges on the wooden floor. Upon witnessing this scene, Alicent's anger intensified. She shouted at Rhaegar, "You lunatic! Aegon is your brother, and you dare to torment him with a heated bracelet." Rhaegar rose from the floor, rubbing his sore backside, and coldly replied, "I am not Aegon. He may torment his sister, but I shall not persecute my brother." He picked up the bracelet from the floor, its searing heat failing to burn him. Rhaegar pointed at the stunned Aegon, mocking him a coward, relying solely on his age to bully little girls, with courage less than that of a mouse. Chapter 51. Displaying talent nonsense. I clearly saw you harming him. Alicent, fueled by her fervor, could not heed reason and glared at Rhaegar with disdain. Rhaegar smirked mockingly. "If I truly intended to harm him, you wouldn't have had time to cradle him and nurse him." Feeling a dampness at her chest, Alicent instinctively covered her heart, lowering her gaze to find her nightgown soaked, not only with Aegon's tears and snot, but also with milk that had leaked due to her emotional turmoil. Rhaegar tossed her a cloak, turning away as he declared, "If you cannot educate your son properly, I, as his elder brother, have the right to discipline him. I trust only my own eyes." Alicent glared at him with hostility, turning Aegon's head to wipe the filth from his face. "Aegon, tell mother, did he hurt you?" Aegon sobbed and, terrified, turned his head to Rhaegar, trembling and unable to speak. Rhaegar shrugged, raising an eyebrow in triumph. With a steely resolve, Alicent bit her lip and delivered a sharp slap to Aegon's face, scolding, "Wake up, Aegon. Quickly tell mother, did Rhaegar hurt you?" Her voice reached a piercing pitch. Stunned by the slap, Aegon's cheek rapidly swelled with a handprint as he stammered, "He hit me, and he even burned me with fire." Rhaegar's brow furrowed slightly, glaring at him with disapproval. "You little brat, dare you embellish the tale?" With her son's testimony igniting her fury, Alicent erupted, "Did you hear that? Aegon said you hit him, and I also witnessed you scorching him with a heated bracelet. What has he done to deserve such cruelty from you?" Faced with Alicent's accusations, Rhaegar remained silent, dismissing her as merely throwing a tantrum. As he continued to ignore her, a look of resentment flickered in Alicent's eyes. Believing he regarded her with disdain, just as she was about to unleash another tirade, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Rhaegar raised his head to see Harold, the captain of the King's Guard, supporting Viserys as they approached, followed closely by Rhaenys, her hair disheveled. Viserys, fighting against a wave of dizziness, scanned the room and weakly inquired, "What's going on? Why the commotion at this hour?" Upon seeing her husband, Alicent immediately broke into tears, wailing, "Look at Aegon. If I hadn't arrived in time, Rhaegar would have tortured him to death." Aegon, not oblivious, joined his mother in loud sobs. In an instant, all eyes turned to the two weeping figures, mother and son. Viserys' eyes flickered with suspicion as he turned to Rhaegar, speaking solemnly, "Rhaegar, is what your mother says true? She is not my mother, merely a stepmother." The two had reached a standoff, and Rhaegar was disinclined to engage in pleasantries, his words laced with denial towards Alicent. His true mother had perished during childbirth long ago. He had long viewed Alicent, a stepmother coveting the inheritance of his sister, with disdain. Enough. Even if Alicent is a stepmother, she is fulfilling the duties of a mother, tending to your daily needs. You must show her respect. Viserys reprimanded his eldest son for his disrespectful behavior. Rhaegar opened his mouth, intending to clarify that it was the servants who cared for him. However, upon considering that Alicent is the queen, the accolades must ultimately be attributed to her, and thus, I prudently sealed my lips. Rhaenyra, observing her brother's indignant demeanor, deftly shifted the topic. "Rhaegar, what is the matter? Why does Her Majesty say you have bullied Aegon?" Her choice of words was quite amusing, substituting torment with bully. In her mind, Rhaegar was a well-behaved, obedient child, wholly incapable of inflicting torment upon others. Alicent, naturally discerning the implication in her words, swiftly retorted, "He is a devil, using a red-hot steel bracelet to burn Aegon." Upon hearing this, Viserys noticed the reddened bracelet in Rhaegar's hand, exclaiming in astonishment, "Rhaegar, the bracelet you hold. He could not be mistaken. That bracelet was undoubtedly a product of red-hot steel. Rhaegar gripped the steel bracelet with his bare hands, shocking his father profoundly. It was only after Viserys pointed it out that others began to take notice, including Alicent, who had confronted Rhaegar earlier but was just now coming to terms with the situation. Faced with the astonished expressions of those around him, Rhaegar casually remarked, "After the burn healed, my tolerance to fire has greatly increased. See, I told you he is a devil, who would not fear flames." Alicent, seizing upon this as a point of contention, clutched Aegon tightly, crying out in alarm. However, apart from her, no one shared her sentiment. Viserys, having recovered from his earlier distress, immediately commanded, "Captain Harold, block the corridor. Do not let anyone approach." Harold promptly nodded, casting a reluctant glance back at Rhaegar as he departed. The cabin was left with just the family. Viserys, breathing heavily, inquired again, "Rhaegar, do you not feel pain?" "Not at all. It is merely a bit warm." Rhaegar spoke truthfully. Ever since being scorched by dragon fire, the effect of his bloodline seemed to have intensified. Ordinary flames posed little threat to him now. Grasping the red-hot steel bracelet, he felt only a slight warmth in his palm, without even a blister forming. Viserys, utterly astonished, gazed at Rhaegar as though he were a rare treasure, his excitement barely contained. "It seems dragon fire has awakened your ancient bloodline, granting you the ability to withstand flames." As an ancient family, the Targaryens' long history recorded numerous individuals of exceptional talent. During the era of Valyria, dragon lords revered fire sorcerers. A select few of dragon blood could master magic. Although the Targaryen lineage had never produced ancestors unscathed by fire, Viserys believed that this ability was also a part of their heritage, just as their family motto proclaimed. "Blood and fire are one." Rhaegar offered no further explanation, tacitly accepting his father's musings. His abilities could not remain concealed indefinitely. Revealing them gradually would facilitate acceptance in the future. Watching the father and son converse, Alicent's expression grew anxious, and she interjected, "Viserys, Rhaegar has harmed Aegon. You must take a stand for him." She had witnessed Rhaegar tormenting her child. Her children were her emotional anchor, and she would not permit anyone to humiliate them. Viserys tempered his earlier excitement, scrutinizing the disheveled Aegon, noting the swollen handprint upon his face, which rendered his countenance rather grim. Glancing at Rhaegar with a mix of disappointment and frustration, he exclaimed, "He is your brother. Why would you strike him?" Rhaegar responded candidly, a hint of amusement in his voice as he pointed at Aegon's face. "The most grievous injury upon him was not inflicted by my hand." Aegon trembled at the accusation, clutching tightly to his mother's embrace, too frightened to show his face. Viserys, deep in thought, observed that the mark on Aegon's cheek was indeed beyond what a boy of Rhaegar's age could deliver. Approaching Alicent, he took Aegon's hand firmly and commanded, "Aegon, look into your father's eyes." Aegon, terrified, began to weep, prompting Alicent to shake him gently and insist, "Your father stands up for you. Now summon your courage. If you possess true valor, confront Rhaegar just as you did when bullying the little girl." Rhaenyra's words dripped with scorn, her disdain unmistakable. Helena consistently sought Rhaegar's company, a fact she was well aware of. Given her status, Rhaenyra harbored a particular aversion to Aegon's cowardice, especially when it came to standing up for his younger brother. Chapter 52. Pick it up. Rhaenyra, be silent. Viserys admonished loudly, then turned once more to engage Aegon. "Tell me, did you bully Helena?" "Yes," Aegon responded meekly, his tears forgotten. "Did Rhaegar strike you for this?" "Yes." "He frightened you with a burning steel bracelet, but did not harm you?" "Yes." Under the weight of his father's authority, Aegon dared not lie and confessed honestly. Viserys gently touched Aegon's swollen cheek, glancing at Alicent's palm. Everything became clear in his mind. Alicent, Rhaegar's method of chastising Aegon was indeed inappropriate, but in my view, it has not reached the extent you suggest. Viserys spoke solemnly. Alicent was dissatisfied with this interrogative line of questioning, stubbornly asserting, "If no one intervenes tonight, who knows what Rhaegar might do to him?" Yet Aegon bore no burns. Rhaegar did not act in such a manner. Viserys quietly reprimanded her, glaring in displeasure. Alicent wished to speak further, But Viserys interrupted directly. It is common for brothers to play rough. I was once the same with Daemon. Did you ever corner Daemon to the point of tears? Alicent embraced Aegon, her eyes fixed on her husband. Her father had previously warned her that Rhaenyra would not spare her children once she ascended to power. At that time, she had dismissed such claims. Now it seemed all too probable. Even before Rhaenyra had taken action, Rhaegar was already restless. Viserys, feeling exasperated, ran a hand through his hair and helped Alicent to her feet. Striving to temper his temper, he said softly, "Let this be the end for tonight, my dear." Rhaegar must apologize to Aegon and assure that he will not threaten him again. Alicent, well aware of her husband's conciliatory nature, seized the moment to advocate for her child. Viserys hesitated briefly, glancing back at Rhaegar and Rhaenyra. Bowing his head, he pondered aloud, "Both children are at fault. Let them apologize to one another." The initial offense was Aegon's bullying of his sister, so he should go first. Alicent remained silent, her gaze resting on Aegon in her arms. Aegon looked disheveled, timidly stealing glances at Rhaegar. After a long moment, he finally mustered the courage to close his eyes and exclaim, "I'm sorry, brother." "Very well, it is now Rhaegar's turn." Viserys gestured for Rhaegar to comply. Rhaegar's eyes, like dark waters, suddenly blossomed into a smile. "I accept your apology, and I too must apologize for my harsh behavior. I should not have frightened you so." He did not wish to burden his father further, acquiescing to the heartfelt plea of Alicent. Viserys managed a strained smile towards Alicent and suggested, "It is quite late. Let the children return to rest." Alicent nodded, refraining from further words. She had attained the justice she sought. Aegon was merely frightened and could not pursue the matter any further. As Viserys turned to leave, Alicent took Aegon's hand. Just when it seemed the matter was concluding, Rhaegar suddenly spoke up. "Aegon, do you not like the bracelet? Take it with you." Viserys turned around to find Rhaegar, his expression devoid of emotion, tossing a scorching steel bracelet onto the floor before Aegon. Startled, Aegon quickly recoiled, fearful of being struck. Viserys, filled with rage, bellowed, "Rhaegar, this is over." Rhaegar replied coolly, "I am aware, but Aegon has an affinity for the bracelet. I promised to gift it to him." He fixed his gaze on Aegon, pointing at the bracelet on the floor, and sternly commanded, "Pick it up and take it with you." "And no, I can't pick it up." Aegon shook his head fervently, retreating into Alicent's embrace, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Rhaegar. "It belongs to you. You must take it." "I don't want it. I truly don't, and I never will." Rhaegar, indifferent to Aegon's pleas for mercy, coldly insisted, "Pick it up. I command you to do so." "No, I refuse." Witnessing Aegon's sheer fright, Alicent's expression began to crumble, her silence directed towards Viserys. Her tear-filled eyes seemed to convey a message. "Do you see? Your beloved son dares to torment Aegon before your very eyes." As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Rhaenyra produced a handkerchief, dampening it with water, folding it to wrap around the bracelet, and thrusting it into Aegon's hands. She then anxiously addressed Rhaegar, "Stand down, Rhaegar." Casting a glance at her self-serving sister, Rhaegar's icy demeanor softened slightly as he jested. "It's a simple task. How could Aegon possibly fail?" The tension in the cabin eased somewhat with the exchange between the siblings. Yet, it was evident to all that the equilibrium within the family had been shattered. Viserys scrutinized Rhaegar with a complex gaze before exiting the cabin alone. Alicent snatched the damp handkerchief from Aegon's grasp, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "Remember your promise. I will keep Aegon away from you." Rhaegar watched her depart, his expression vacant. It was clear that Alicent harbored resentment towards him. No matter how he explained himself, it would be perceived as mere justification. He found no desire to elaborate further. Once they had left, only Rhaegar and Rhaenyra remained in the cabin. Rhaenyra shut the door behind her, leaning against it with her arms crossed, sighing, "Who has upset you so to provoke such a temper?" "I merely intended to frighten Aegon," Rhaegar replied with resignation. In Alicent's eyes, it was far from a mere fright. "What could I do? It was mere coincidence that she witnessed it, and she accused me of plotting against Aegon." Seeing her brother's weary countenance, Rhaenyra's heart softened, and she approached him, enveloping him in her embrace. She stroked his silver hair, saying, "In the future, refrain from meddling. Alicent is a protective lioness. So, without a mother, we are deemed lesser beings? You know that is not my intention. There is no distinction. A cub deprived of its lioness's protection must grow sharper fangs and claws more swiftly. Rhaegar brushed aside his sister's hand from his hair, dejectedly flopping back onto the bed. His original intention had been to stand up for Helena, yet he found himself cast as the villain, ruthlessly attacked under the guise of maternal love. Was it merely because he was without a mother that they felt entitled to bully him? Had it not been for his aversion to Alicent's overly protective demeanor, he would not have once again troubled Egan. All right, do not be upset. Tonight, I shall hold you as we sleep. Rhaenyra understood her brother's sentiments all too well, tenderly squeezing his right hand as she lay beside him. She sensed that Rhaegar's hand remained unchanged, not at all resembling the feel of molten steel. You are truly different, Rhaegar. Oh, Rhaegar showed no interest in conversation, stripping off his garments and pulling up the blanket. Rhaenyra ceased her chatter, merely patting his back and softly humming a lullaby, akin to the melodies she sang to the comatose Rhaegar in their youth. As night passed, the sailboat navigated through the waves, arriving at the straits. On the deck, Rhaenyra held Rhaegar's hand, gazing at the sea while recounting her experiences. The waters under the rule of King's Landing are known as Blackwater Bay. We have sailed for a day and a night, and are on the verge of entering the straits. Do you understand the significance of the straits? Rhaegar, taking a moment to breathe in the fresh air, replied, the straits are the entrance and exit of Blackwater Bay, as vital as a throat. Indeed, the straits are encircled by Dragonstone Island, Tide, S-Head Island, and the three formidable fortresses forming a maritime defense line against countless armies. Rhaenyra pointed towards the towering cliffs of a massive island in the distance, introducing that is Tide, S-Head Island, the ancestral lands of Lord Corlys Velaryon. Chapter 53. Dragonstone Island, the Velaryon family? Rhaegar's interest was piqued. Rhaenyra chuckled. Indeed, a family proficient in long voyages, who have maintained cordial relations with our lineage for generations. I have heard that Lord Seasnake is quite a formidable character, much to our father's chagrin. Rhaegar's insinuation was evident. It was the previous generation's disputes over succession that had led to this journey, which also aimed to reconcile with the Velaryon family. Rhaenyra, not wanting her brother to harbor any prejudice, revealed a fragment of hidden truths. Rhaegar, perplexed, questioned, why would the Velaryons, lacking the strength of the Targaryens, seek peace? That was a matter for the king to ponder. Rhaenyra playfully pinched his nose, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. As a powerless heir, how could she fathom her father's concerns? Rhaegar mused, the Velaryons riding our dragons is a perilous undertaking. Rhaenyra paused, taken aback, and responded, that is solely due to Aunt Rhaenys. It is confined to Aunt Rhaenys alone. The sun hung high in the sky, and the sailboats anchored in the waters governed by Dragonstone. The guards rowed 2 light boats, ferrying the group to the sandy shore. Upon concluding their voyage, Viserys exhaled in relief, relishing the solid sensation of the soft sand beneath his feet. Your Majesty, the castle has prepared a sumptuous feast and fine wine, announced the acting Lord of Dragonstone, who had been awaiting their arrival along with his attendants, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing of the banquet, a smile graced Viserys' face. Excellent. That is precisely what I desired. He beckoned his wife and children to approach, attempting to mend the rift from the previous night with words and smiles. Alicent walked alongside him with the children on his right, while Rhaegar and his sister held hands on the left, clearly delineating their allegiances. The acting Lord of Dragonstone, observing this scene, wisely initiated conversation. It is the young prince and princess's first visit to the island. Would you like me to provide an introduction? Rhaegar did not even glance his way, stating, my sister is the princess of Dragonstone. Rhaenyra squeezed his hand, signaling him to refrain from such declarations. The acting lord appeared somewhat embarrassed. Rhaenyra swiftly intervened, Lord Robert. Would you kindly explain to my younger siblings? At your command, Princess, Robert replied, nodding slightly while maintaining a smile. Dragonstone is a vast island, adorned with rugged rocks and scarce crops. However, due to the presence of an active volcano, it is exceptionally suitable for dragons. Though this gentleman appeared stern, he was, in fact, quite loquacious. Despite receiving no responses, he continued to chatter incessantly. Viserys shook his head in amusement, while only Rhaenyra engaged with him occasionally. As they passed majestic cliffs, they approached a pitch-black gate adorned with dragon carvings. Lord Wood ceased his speech and called out to the sentinels stationed at the towers flanking the gate. The dark entrance slowly creaked open, revealing to Rhaegar a winding staircase that stretched for miles, ascending the mountainside to the colossal castle perched atop. This imposing structure was constructed entirely of black stone, designed in the likeness of a great dragon. Behind the gate, a pair of statuesque guards stood sentinel on either side. At the moment the doors opened, a resounding greeting was offered to Viserys, whose magnificent presence left a profound impact on Rhaegar. Leading the way, Viserys ascended the stone steps resembling a bridge, clearly pleased with the warm welcome. Lord Robert began his incessant chatter once more. The castle on Dragonstone, built during the ancient Valyrian era, served as a stronghold on the continent of Westeros. Thanks to the stone civilization of that epoch, the castle was entirely crafted from black stone, showcasing an architectural design that could not be replicated with current technology. From a distance, it appeared as if an ancient dragon rested atop the mountain, surveying the land of Westeros. Rhaegar listened intently this time. The dragon-shaped castle on Dragonstone and the long staircase beneath him were truly awe-inspiring, akin to divine craftsmanship. After a while, they finally entered the castle. The hall was predominantly adorned in black and red hues, perfectly aligning with the aesthetic of House Targaryen. After a brief hand-washing, they formally took their seats. As the meal progressed, Viserys, content, rubbed his belly and inquired about the state of affairs on Dragonstone, having sent a raven earlier. Lord Robert reported, "Your Majesty, a couple of days ago, the island's volcano erupted, startling Rhaegar and Silverwing. Fortunately, they did not harm anyone and soon returned to their nests. It is good to hear there were no incidents. We can prepare my 2 sons for dragon riding tomorrow," Viserys replied with a smile. Lord Robert shook his head, expressing his concern. "Due to the turmoil, the 2 young dragons we had secured have all hidden away, and we are still searching for their whereabouts." At these words, Viserys' expression darkened in an instant. He set down his goblet and fixed a questioning gaze on Robert. How could both young dragons have vanished? What were the dragon keepers and guards on the island doing? Robert bowed his head like a chastised child, apologizing, "I am truly sorry. The young dragons were initially quite calm, roaming freely on Dragonstone, which made us overly complacent." Robert's acknowledgement of the mistake was commendable, as he did not shirk responsibility. Viserys' eyes widened in anger, his recently filled belly appearing even larger, as he exclaimed, "You must find the young dragons as soon as possible. It takes time for the princes to bond with them." "Yes, your gracious majesty," Robert bowed repeatedly, hastily urging the search for the young dragons. The dining table was left with only the family, and Rhaenyra raised a question. "It is quite unusual for Rhaegar and Silverwing to show themselves after so many years of slumber. There is nothing extraordinary about it. A volcanic eruption is a natural disaster, and dragons possess the instinct to seek safety." Viserys reflected on his own dragon, Balerion, the Black Dread. That dragon was larger than Rhaegar, with wings that spanned the sky, and its flames could melt stone. Alas, he had been too late in mastering Balerion. He had only managed to soar above King's Landing a single time in his youth, unable even to make the journey to Dragonstone. Remembering those bygone days, Viserys chuckled softly, pushed back his chair, and stood up. "Your king and father has dined sufficiently. It is now time for a delightful afternoon nap." As he departed, a profound silence enveloped the dining table. In a hurried attempt to satiate their hunger, they each departed from the table. The day was still young when Rhaegar entangled himself with Rhaenyra, beseeching her to accompany him on a stroll around Dragonstone. With little else to occupy her time, Rhaenyra acquiesced to his request. The two began by wandering through the castle, marveling at the grandeur of the ancient Valyrian architecture. Rhaegar was utterly awestruck, not only by the castle's dragon-shaped design, but also by the 2 towering spires that soared skyward, their dragon heads surveying the surroundings. As the afternoon wore on, Rhaenyra, unable to withstand Rhaegar's persistence, took him for a walk along the beach. Gazing at the towering cliffs, Rhaegar felt an overwhelming sense of elation, exulting in the natural beauty. He found Dragonstone, alive with the essence of nature, far more delightful than the confining Red Keep. Observing her brother frolicking on the shore, Rhaenyra chuckled softly, lamenting the fact that he had never ventured far from home. Rhaegar remained blissfully unaware that Dragonstone was merely the doorstep of House Targaryen, and it was only beyond the realm of the crown that one truly entered the Seven Kingdoms. "Sister, come quickly. There's a cave here, deep and dark," he exclaimed. Chapter 54. Dragon Crystal. As she treaded upon the soft sands, Rhaenyra shook the water from her boots, hearing the distant call of Rhaegar. Lifting her gaze, she found that Rhaegar's figure had vanished from sight. In a moment of panic, she cried out, "Where are you? I shall come find you. I'm going to look here." Rhaegar's voice echoed back, albeit much fainter. Rhaenyra hastened towards the direction of the sound, the moss-covered cliffs stretching endlessly, riddled with numerous caves. Where could he have gone? Glancing around the cavernous cliffs, Rhaenyra murmured in confusion, unable to discern which cave Rhaegar had ventured into. "Rhaegar, do not hide from your sister. Come out," she shouted, her frustration and anger mounting as she searched for her brother, convinced he was playfully toying with her. However, after a prolonged wait, there was still no reply from Rhaegar. Panic seized Rhaenyra entirely. Inspecting each cave entrance, she found only bat droppings and shells washed ashore by rising tides. There was no sign of Rhaegar. Taking a deep breath, her pupils dilated as she realized that Rhaegar was not merely playing hide-and-seek with her. He had genuinely entered one of the caves. Seven hells! Who could fathom how deep these caves were or what lay within? Rhaenyra, in a state of urgency, sprinted back, intent on summoning the guards to conduct a search. Within the castle, Viserys lay in a deep slumber in his chamber. Now, in middle age, his physique had begun to swell, and his vitality was a mere shadow of its former self. Had it been before Rhaegar's birth, he would have held his wife close, reveling in their intimacy before drifting into dreams. Alicent peered through the door, finding him soundly asleep, and with a furrowed brow, she retreated to another room. After many years of marriage, the refined lady still found her husband's scent of alcohol distasteful. She entered an adjacent chamber, equally adorned, yet with a fresher atmosphere. With the children entrusted to the maidservants, she sought a moment of relaxation. Knock, knock. As she sat in an armchair, drifting in and out of sleep, a series of knocks jolted her awake. Alicent turned to glance at the door, initially thinking it might be the children crying or a maid calling for her. Yet, the door remained still, devoid of any maid's voice. Knock, knock. Alicent furrowed her brow slightly, searching for the source of the sound, only to be startled upright in her chair. The knocking emanated from the wall of the bedroom, more precisely from within the wall itself. A wave of unease washed over Alicent as she contemplated calling for help. In that very moment, the wall of the bedroom began to shift, slowly rotating open. Alicent, taken aback, hastily grabbed a small knife from the table and retreated to the doorway. The wall turned halfway, revealing a pitch-black space. Alicent could hardly fathom that in selecting a seemingly ordinary room, she had stumbled upon a hidden passage. Cautiously, she scrutinized the entrance to the secretive corridor, her grip on the knife growing clammy with sweat. Who is there? Knock, knock. Two more knocks resounded, and a gentle breeze whisked through the entrance of the passage. The next moment, a shadow cloaked in black surged forth. In the dimly lit cavern, rustling sounds echoed. The sound of flint striking echoed through the cavern as a torch was ignited. The flickering flame illuminated the darkness, casting a rosy glow upon Rhaegar's face. Where was Rhaenyra? Surely she hadn't fallen behind? Rhaegar murmured to himself as he returned the flint to his spatial bracelet. Ever since acquiring this treasure, he had discreetly stored a fair amount of supplies for unforeseen circumstances. Surveying his surroundings, Rhaegar found himself in a tunnel, marked by the remnants of past excavations, suggesting that others had traversed this path before. Since he was already here, he might as well venture deeper. Calming his racing heart, he held the torch aloft and proceeded forward. The cavern was spacious, with good airflow, making it an inviting place for adventure. More importantly, Rhaegar yearned to find the fledgling dragon that had escaped. It was possible that the young creature was hiding within the cave, just waiting to be discovered. As he walked, the tunnel gradually narrowed, the signs of mining becoming increasingly evident. A peculiar dark crystal appeared on the stone walls, seemingly capable of swallowing the torchlight. Was this Dragonstone? Rhaegar touched the black crystal and recalled the intensive education he received from 2 scholars over the past 6 months. He had learned that this crystal was known as Dragonstone, a unique mineral found on Dragonstone Island, also referred to as obsidian. The Red Keep also possessed Dragonstone, adorning certain special garments and weapons. Its practical use was nearly negligible. Rhaegar pried a piece of Dragonstone from a loose excavation pit and tucked the rare find into his spatial bracelet. He couldn't leave empty-handed after venturing this far. Illuminating the path ahead, Rhaegar noticed that the tunnel delved even deeper, and he continued onward, reassured by the singular nature of the path. As he progressed, the tunnel continued to constrict, with Dragonstone deposits becoming increasingly dense, saturating the walls. Ultimately, the entire tunnel was hewn from the Dragonstone itself. Soon, he reached the end of the passage. Under the torchlight, Rhaegar discerned intricate carvings etched into the Dragonstone wall, depictions of shepherds, colossal dragons, giants, and even a monstrous figure with a ghastly visage. Drawing closer, Rhaegar examined the carvings, eager to comprehend their significance. The Song of Ice and Fire. The legend sprang to mind. The carvings on the Dragonstone wall represented the prophecy of ice and fire, spanning from the 14 flames of ancient Valyria to the ocean-crossing journey of Aegon. It also depicted a long night brought forth by monsters, occurring many years ago. Was the prophecy of Aegon the Conqueror indeed true? Did the others truly exist in this world? Rhaegar stared in astonishment at the Dragonstone wall, whispering to himself. This revelation was far more profound than the mere existence of a dragon. The legendary monsters were real, and someone had foreseen this calamity. Inscribed within the Dragonstone mine of Dragonstone Island. He reached out to wipe the dust from the carvings, but as soon as he touched them, a system notification chimed in his ear. The exploration task had commenced, with the objective being the Dragonstone wall. He summoned the system panel, which displayed the exploration data. Dragonstone wall, exploration progress, 0-2. The exploration task had begun, indicating that these carvings were indeed authentic. From the initial progress of the exploration, Rhaegar surmised that the quality of the Dragonstone wall was quite high. This implies that it is either sufficiently precious or remarkably ancient. The prophetic carvings upon it are undoubtedly valuable, and the recorded timeline far exceeds his knowledge. It seems that he is about to acquire yet another exquisite relic. Rhaegar retrieved a small stool from his spatial bracelet, leaning against the wall of dragon crystal, awaiting the conclusion of his exploration. He hoped that Rhaenyra would not fret, thinking he had lost his way. In the bedroom belonging to Alicent, a cold sweat broke out as she sat angrily in a chair, glaring ahead. The figure in the black robe stood before her, arms crossed over his abdomen. Alicent, breathless with anger, demanded, "How did you come to be on Dragonstone? And what is your purpose?" The cloaked figure, undeterred by her hostility, replied in a low voice, "My purpose is inconsequential. It is your objective that bears significance." "What do you mean?" Alicent asked, perplexed. The black-robed figure continued, "The 2 princes seek to tame the young dragons, but alas, they have been frightened away. The guards are tirelessly searching and will soon uncover where the young dragons are hiding." "Is that so? I happen to know the whereabouts of 2 young dragons." "What is it that you desire?" Alicent inquired. "I will inform you of their location, and Prince Aegon may choose first, but you must share the other location." The black-robed figure articulated with profound significance. Alicent regarded him with confusion, unable to grasp his intentions. However, considering the importance of a dragon to the Targaryen heirs, she pressed, "Where are the young dragons?" Chapter 55. The second legend in the blink of an eye. Dusk enveloped the sky. Within the depths of the dragon crystal mine, before the ancient wall murals, the young prince was ensconced in slumber, blissfully unaware of the passage of time. Suddenly, Rhaegar shivered awake, roused from his dreams. Groggily, he surveyed his surroundings just as the system notification chimed. The exploration was complete. He was instructed to collect the lost treasure. Instantly alert, Rhaegar's eyes scoured every corner of the cavern. Dragon crystal wall, exploration progress. 100. Where could it be? After a thorough search, he finally spotted a plump, Crimson glow shimmering on the ceiling's dragon crystal wall. Red. It was a legendary relic. Rhaegar's eyes widened as he cautiously prodded the crimson aura. A dazzling display of red sparks erupted, cascading above him. Treasure collected successfully. Scanning. Scanning complete. Identified as a legendary relic, the last ember. Indeed, it was of legendary status, comparable to the enigmatic relic, Bloodfire's kin. Rhaegar rubbed his hands together in anticipation, examining the faint flicker of flame that materialized on the system panel. The core of the flame glowed an orange hue, its edges flickering a restless crimson. It resembled a dying ember, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. The last ember appeared to be nearing its end. Driven by curiosity, Rhaegar attempted to activate the feeble flame. Activation failed. Legendary relics possess uniqueness and require specific conditions for activation. Reflecting on the system's explanation, Rhaegar recalled his initial exploration of Balerion's skull, where he acquired the legacy of the dragon. That scarred dragon scale demanded true dragon blood to awaken its power. Precious items are invariably singular in nature. Rhaegar furrowed his brow slightly as he accessed the annotations on the system panel, seeking insight into the last ember. Fire signifies the dawn of civilization. Ancient cultures evolved from infancy into colossal entities, transitioning from prosperity to ruin. Each civilization carries a unique heritage, with immortal crystals preserving the last ember, awaiting a valiant warrior to rekindle its glory. 2 lines of text outlined the origin of the last ember, yet they divulged no secrets on how to ignite it. Rhaegar frowned, lamenting his fortune of possessing a treasure without the means to utilize it. Since it was the last ember, it must surely be connected to fire and magic. And when fire and magic are mentioned, dragons immediately come to mind for Rhaegar. The legacy of the dragon required true dragon blood. Could it be that the last ember demands dragon flame? His thoughts spiraled into a whirlwind of speculation. As night fell, the temperature within the cavern dropped, and the breath he exhaled transformed into a misty cloud, juxtaposing ice and fire beside the torchlight. Alas, it must be quite late. Having successfully obtained the relic, Rhaegar had accomplished his adventure, yet now he had to face the consequences of sneaking out. Retracing his steps, Rhaegar pondered how he might concoct a plausible excuse. Outside, a luminous crescent moon hung high, its silvery light adorned by countless stars. The waves crashed against the shore, unable to hinder the patrolling footsteps of the guards. As Rhaegar emerged from the narrow opening, he lifted his gaze to behold flickering torches and heard the cacophony of voices calling his name. "I am here," he exclaimed, raising his torch to catch the attention of a nearby guard. "Your Highness, come quickly. We have found Prince Rhaegar," a soldier shouted urgently. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed across the sandy beach as Rhaegar was surrounded by guards. Soon, the figures of Viserys and Rhaenyra appeared before him. Before Viserys, as a father, could utter a word, Rhaenyra rushed forward and tackled him to the ground. Her fair face was contorted with fury, her voice laced with a hoarse sob. "You fool, where have you been?" "I was in the cave and discovered something," Rhaegar replied meekly, lowering his head. "What could be more important than your safety? You nearly frightened me to death." Rhaenyra, resembling a furious mother dragon, let tears cascade down her cheeks as she choked out, "You vanished right before my eyes. What would I do if something happened to you? Mother left me with you as my only support. Without you, what am I to do?" As she spoke, tears streamed down Rhaenyra's face, and in her anger, she pinned Rhaegar to her lap, giving him a firm swat. Faced with his sister's distress, Rhaegar dared not resist, covering his face with his hands and enduring her chastisement. Enough, Rhaenyra, Viserys, who had initially been angered, approached his daughter to offer comfort. "Your brother has just been found. Do not let your anger harm yourself." Rhaenyra ceased her actions, wiping her tears with her sleeve, and warned with a threatening tone, "If there's a next time, I shall break your legs and drag you back to the Red Keep, locking you away in an attic for life." Rhaegar nodded vigorously, repeatedly assuring her that there would be no next time. Meanwhile, he pulled a piece of dragon crystal from his pocket and, in a tone tinged with uncertainty, said, "I did not mean to wander off. I felt an inexplicable calling." "That's nonsense. Just an excuse," Rhaenyra retorted bluntly. Viserys furrowed his brow, intrigued. "You entered the dragon crystal mine?" Indeed, an unknown presence guided me to the mine, unveiling ancient legends. Rhaegar affirmed with conviction. What was it? Viserys regarded his eldest son's cryptic words with skepticism, yet was willing to listen to his son's adventure, knowing the weight a dreamwalker held in his mind. Rhaegar drew several representations in the sand and solemnly stated, "Long ago, someone carved the legend of a song of ice and fire within the dragon crystal mine." Viserys examined the sand drawings, hastily inquiring, "Is it truly a song of ice and fire? In which mine?" He recalled the prophecy inscribed within the dragon's dagger. How could he resist investigating a similar legend? Rhaegar indicated the entrance of the cave, and Viserys instructed, "You and Rhaenyra should return to rest. She's been searching for you all day." He then led the captain of the Kingsguard, Harold, along with 2 soldiers into the cave. Rhaenyra, half understanding and utterly perplexed, asked, "What is this a song of ice and fire? Isn't that merely a legend?" Finding it difficult to explain in the moment, Rhaegar took her hand, offering comfort. "Let's return for now. Return and explain it clearly to me." Rhaenyra averted her gaze, tightly grasping his hand. It was already the dead of night. She had been searching since after lunch, utterly exhausted, both weary and famished. After dinner, in Rhaegar's chamber, the siblings had completed their evening routines and lay on the bed in their nightclothes. Rhaegar meticulously recounted the history of Song of Ice and Fire and his experiences within the caverns. Rhaenyra's eyes widened with wonder as she whispered, "Do White Walkers and armies of the dead truly exist in this world? Who knows? The last era of legends was thousands of years ago." Rhaegar leaned against her, relishing the soft warmth, and with his eyes half closed, he said, "Our ancestors were the dragon lords of old Valyria, and if we trace back further, they were merely a flock of shepherds. I believe a song of ice and fire represents a calamity unique to the continent of Westeros." Rhaenyra raised an eyebrow playfully. "Much like the apocalyptic calamity that befell old Valyria? Perhaps not. The long night was an extreme cold brought about by the White Walkers. Historical accounts indicate that the human armies triumphed over the Night King, saving the continent. In contrast, the civilization of old Valyria boasted numerous dragons, its overall strength far surpassing that of any period in Westeros, yet it still succumbed to apocalyptic disaster. This illustrates that such cataclysmic events are indeed far more terrifying, leaving no room for resistance. Chapter 56. Determination. "Hello, you seem to possess a wealth of knowledge," Rhaenyra remarked, pinching Rhaegar's cheek as she observed his loquacious demeanor. "Indeed, I have been compelled to read thousands of tomes, my mind brimming with information," Rhaegar replied, a hint of trepidation evident as he recalled the burdens of a rote education. Rhaenyra let out a light huff and inquired, "Given your intellect, could you assist me in analyzing a conundrum?" "Bring it on," Rhaegar declared with unwavering confidence. "My father has considered a matrimonial alliance with Lenino, the son of the sea snake," Rhaenyra stated in a flat tone, concealing the fact that Rhaegar himself was also a prospective match. Rhaegar paused, taken aback that her inquiry pertained to such matters. What could a mere child know of politics? After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Do you like him?" "I do not," Rhaenyra replied decisively. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, attempting to piece together the situation. Is father attempting to curry favor with the sea snake? Rhaenyra tightened her embrace slightly and replied, "The sea snake is a renowned naval commander, and the Velaryon family is immensely wealthy, supported by 3 dragons, making them worth any cost to ally with. It is a sound strategy that aligns with father's modus operandi." Rhaegar seemed to sense his sister's quietude, his tone losing its buoyancy. "Should I agree to shoulder the responsibilities of the heir?" he asked. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Rhaenyra's eyes. "If it were me, I would acquiesce." Rhaegar whispered his response, his head bowed in shyness, "I suppose." Rhaenyra pushed him away, chuckling, "I knew you and father were in cahoots." "No, I am not," Rhaegar retorted hastily, his anxiety evident. "But you are the heir. Before a better solution presents itself, one must confront the trouble." "Who is the trouble, me?" Rhaenyra queried, her displeasure evident. "Is the sea snake," Rhaegar asserted with newfound clarity. Rhaenyra paused, rubbing her temples. When Aunt Rhaenys lost the throne, the sea snake harbored a deep-seated grudge. It is common knowledge that he is the source of our troubles. We cannot solve the troubles, but we can eliminate the instigator, Rhaegar stated earnestly. Rhaegar, I will not permit you to entertain such perilous thoughts, Rhaenyra exclaimed, startled by his conviction. Rhaegar shook his head. I do not intend to eliminate the sea snake. The Velaryon family is vast, and without one Corlys, there are still many lions and seals. His every action is driven by a thirst for power. We can exploit this weakness to dismantle his defenses. Rhaenyra pondered aloud. If I were you, how would I proceed? The strength of the Velaryon family lies in their naval fleet and the three dragons. The Battle of Stepstones has severely weakened the sea snake's fleet, and it will take time for them to recover. Our focus should be on the dragons of their family. Rhaegar paused, his brow furrowing. Rhaenys is a princess of House Targaryen. She would not oppose her family. However, her two children, the eldest, Lena, has tamed Rhaegar, and it is rumored she is already betrothed, destined to marry outside the family. Rhaenyra's steed, a creature of a new age known as the Sea Smoke, had participated in the Battle of the Stepstones, showcasing formidable military prowess. What are your thoughts? Rhaenyra inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Rhaegar pondered. To dismantle the three dragons, we must first establish appropriate regulations. We could attempt to form a royal dragon rider corps, summoning those of Targaryen lineage back, ensuring proper governance. Currently, the only dragon riders aside from the Targaryens are the two children of the sea snake, which is too specific a focus. Rhaenyra dismissed the idea as impractical. It would be futile to seek their allegiance. We must employ a series of coercive incentives. Rhaegar contemplated deeply but found himself lacking sufficient means of deterrence, sighing in resignation. If only our father possessed a mature dragon, we would not be so beholden. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Ever since Balerian's passing, our father's desire for dragons has waned. Rhaenyra soothed, smoothing his furrowed brow, and added with a smile, You are already quite clever. When you mature, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable statesman. I wish to assist you. Rhaegar expressed his disappointment. You will be able to assist me once you grow up. Rhaenyra's voice was gentle as she kissed his forehead. I fear time may not be on our side. Suddenly, Rhaegar lifted his head, seriousness etched across his face. I no longer wish to tame a hatchling. Since I did not hatch it myself, I would prefer to tame an adult dragon. How did you come to such a notion? Rhaenyra inquired, intrigued. I may not be able to help you, but I am certain that I could assist you by mastering an adult dragon. Rhaegar climbed from the bed, donning his shoes as he declared, I shall seek Lord Robert. He knows the lairs of Rhaegar and Silverwing. Do not be foolish. Have you not learned enough from the lesson of Dreamfire? Rhaenyra pulled him back with one hand, her gaze a mixture of concern and exasperation. Adult dragons are perilous. Rhaegar, known as the Bronze Fury, possesses a temperament more vicious than Dreamfire's. You must obediently train a hatchling and nurture it gradually. It will inevitably aid me. I was almost able to tame Dreamfire before. I possess the capability to tame an adult dragon. Rhaegar's confidence stemmed from his pure bloodline and innate talent, undeterred by challenges. I absolutely will not permit you to take such risks. Do you understand, Rhaegar? Rhaenyra insisted, firmly grasping his shoulder, refusing to take no for an answer. Rhaegar's lips moved slightly under her intense gaze, but ultimately he sighed in resignation and nodded. Very well, do not provide me cause for worry, and you shall be a good brother. Rhaenyra embraced him, placing him back on the bed. Rhaegar remained silent, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Yet deep within, he was plotting how to tame Rhaegar or Silverwing. Alicent had bullied him, knowing he and Rhaenyra were without a mother. The sea snake, emboldened by the three dragons he had tamed from House Targaryen, was driven by ambition. Ultimately, he believed it was simply because he thought he could easily intimidate their father, Viserys, that he acted so recklessly. He felt it was time to tame an adult dragon, to alter the dynamics of power from weak to strong. Father needs me, and so does Rhaenyra. Just before darkness enveloped the room, Rhaegar lay on his side, resolutely making his decision. The following day, upon awakening, Rhaegar was greeted by a series of knocks at the door. Immediately following was Ser Cole's reminder. Your Highness, the king has just dispatched someone to summon you for discussions. Very well, Ser Cole. Rhaenyra hastily donned her gown and admonished Rhaegar. You must not wander off. Do you understand? Rest assured, Rhaegar replied, patting his chest. Rhaenyra exited the room and instructed Cole, keep an eye on him, and do not let him stray. Rhaegar was a mischief maker with a dubious past, and she could not trust leaving him unattended. Cole nodded in affirmation. Of course, Your Highness. Only after confirming that there would be no mistakes did Rhaenyra feel at ease to depart. Within the confines of the chamber, Rhaegar had already dressed. A servant brought breakfast. Rhaegar picked up a piece of bread and, glancing back at the sentinel at the door, inquired, Have you eaten? Would you care to join me? Cole politely declined. Thank you for your kind offer, but I shall not trouble you. Rhaegar did not press the matter and continued to dine alone. It was unfortunate that Elric had not accompanied them. The King's Guard had only brought Captain Harold and Cole along. Otherwise, he might have had company. Sir Cole, have there been any updates regarding the search for the young dragons? Rhaegar suddenly posed the question. Chapter 57. Mutual inquiry not yet. But I have heard that Queen Alicent has dispatched additional personnel, Cole replied candidly. Is Lord Robert also in search? Rhaegar feigned casual conversation. Indeed, Lord Robert is personally leading the search, and even ventured to the seaside last night to look for you. The prince, Cole responded. Rhaegar's eyes flickered as he stood up, stating, I am sated and shall wander the castle. Regardless of Cole's willingness, he strode swiftly towards the exit. Cole hesitated briefly, recalling the princess's instruction to merely keep an eye on the prince. Remaining within the castle should not be deemed as wandering aimlessly. He followed closely behind Rhaegar to protect him. What do you suppose my sister and father are discussing? Rhaegar inquired after walking a short distance. Naturally, the king and the princess are conversing about significant matters. I could hardly speculate. Cole maintained his humility. Take a guess. My sister places great trust in you, Rhaegar urged. With more inquiries directed at him, Cole began to waver, slowly responding. Recently, their discussions have predominantly revolved around the princess's marriage. My knowledge is limited. Do you know Lanyon, the eldest son of Lord Corlys, the sea snake? It appears you are acquainted. When Lord Corlys served as the master of ships, the princess often interacted with his children, and I had the fortune to meet them, Cole recounted. Rhaegar turned his head, his demeanor abruptly serious. What sort of man is Lanyon? Answer me earnestly, sir. Cole maintained a composed exterior, offering a fair assessment. Sir Lanyon is remarkably handsome, amiable in nature, and an exceptional knight. But does he possess any unsavory habits? Rhaegar pressed on. Given Rhaegar's understanding of Rhaenys, if Lanyon were truly as flawless as Cole described, it would be an ideal match. Rhaenys is drawn to handsome, gentle men, and there seems no reason for her to resist. Cole fell silent, choosing not to respond. Rhaegar understood. Lanyon must harbor issues. Yet the chivalric spirit compelled Cole to refrain from speaking ill of him. Rhaegar probed. Does he indulge in drinking and gambling? Sir Lanyon enjoys wine, but never gambles. Cole replied with precision. Rhaegar continued. Does he frequent brothels, lead a chaotic private life? Cole hesitated, opening his mouth before finally saying, Sir Lanyon does not engage in such activities. What is private life? Rhaegar sensed the crux of the matter. I have heard that Sir Lanyon is not inclined towards women and has no such rumors surrounding him. Cole carefully selected his words. Rhaegar furrowed his brow. You do not deny his chaotic private life, yet assert he is disinterested in women. This is contradictory. Cole turned his head away, radiating righteousness. Receiving no response, Rhaegar continued forward, contemplating Cole's implications. Suddenly, Rhaegar halted, a possibility flashing through his mind. Does he prefer men? Rhaegar looked at Cole in astonishment. Cole lowered his gaze, neither affirming nor denying. This reaction left Rhaegar with little doubt. Is father truly considering marrying Rhaenys to a man with an abnormal sexual orientation? Unconcerned about the potential discord that may ensue, Rhaegar pondered privately. The members of House Targaryen are not to be trifled with. Each one a predator. Absurd. Father's decision is utterly misguided. Rhaegar whispered resolutely, his plans growing ever more steadfast. Take me to Lord Robert's chamber. He must possess the map of Dragonstone. Rhaegar commanded Cole. Cole inquired with a hint of impertinence. May I ask what purpose you have for the map of Dragonstone? To locate the dragons. Having the map will facilitate our actions, Rhaegar affirmed. The search for the young dragons will have its guards. You need only to wait. The queen has already dispatched individuals to seek them out, and should she find the dragons, It is certain that Aegon would be the first to tame them. I cannot afford to wait idly. Rhaegar's reasoning was sound, and Cole concurred, proposing, "There is no need to go to Lord Wood's chamber for the map. A copy is hidden in the princess's quarters. Why did you not mention this sooner?" Rhaegar replied, exasperation etched upon his features. "You only just asked," Cole responded candidly. Rhaegar smacked his forehead and turned back. Upon returning to the chamber, he unearthed a map of Dragonstone, spanning nearly 2 meters in width, tucked beneath the bed. Leaning over the map, Rhaegar scrutinized it closely, searching for the location of the volcano. Rhaegar and Silverwing resided in the caverns beneath the volcano. Thus, one must approach from that vicinity. In this place, the peculiar mountain range east of Dragonstone stands out. Beyond dragons, it is the stones that define the island. This range stretches from east to west, with an active volcano nestled within. Having memorized the general location, Rhaegar resolved to venture forth in search of dragons, concocting a plausible excuse. "I am determined to seek the young dragons." Cole wished to refuse, but Rhaegar, adopting a stern countenance, expressed his displeasure. "Taming dragons is the duty of every Targaryen. I must join the quest and contribute. If I allow you to venture out, I cannot account to the princess," Cole replied, shaking his head. "Then accompany me. We shall return before dinner," Rhaegar stated as he strode towards the exit, not granting Cole an opportunity to object. With a deep sigh, Cole reluctantly followed suit. The prince's status was too unique. Both the king and the princess cared deeply, and he could only strive to ensure the prince's safety. The castle lay to the north of Dragonstone. Exiting the Red Keep, Rhaegar bypassed the stone staircase and made his way towards the agricultural area behind the castle. Dragonstone was home to numerous commoners, a portion of whom were the bastards of House Targaryen and their descendants. They had lived on Dragonstone for generations, enjoying relatively comfortable conditions. As their conversation concluded, Rhaenyra stepped out of her father's chamber, a faint sorrow flickering in her eyes. Viserys had spent the night poring over the prophetic stone wall and returned just as dawn broke. Without time to rest, he was eager to find Rhaenyra and share with her the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire, showing her the account of the Dragonbone dagger. This revelation filled her with dread regarding the potential of an eternal night and the White Walkers. She pondered deeply, asking herself if, when that day arrives, she would possess the confidence to lead the 7 kingdoms against the eternal night and navigate through the turmoil. The answer she found was a resounding no. Fortunately, the eternal night had not manifested for thousands of years, and the prince foretold in the prophecy was named Aegon, certainly not that whimpering coward. As thoughts of Alicent's son Aegon crossed her mind, Rhaenyra's confidence rekindled. On her way back, she heard Alicent's voice trailing behind her. "Rhaenyra, shall we have a conversation?" Rhaenyra turned her head, dismissing the suggestion. "What is there to discuss? It is not yet time for afternoon tea. Come now. I deeply regret my previous doubts about you and wish to speak from the heart," Alicent implored, her expression earnest with expectation. "Just like the old days when we shared everything." In response to Alicent's current demeanor, Rhaenyra felt a deep-seated aversion. The tension between them was palpable, as if they were on the brink of a confrontation. Yet, they still clung to the pretense of sisterly affection. "Very well, let us converse," Rhaenyra acquiesced, curious about Alicent's ulterior motives. Alicent stepped forward, taking Rhaenyra's hand and cheerfully leading her toward the castle gardens. As they walked, Alicent inquired, "Why is Rhaegar not with you?" "He is resting. I forbade him from going out after he sneaked away yesterday," Rhaenyra replied candidly. "I have heard he discovered an ancient prophetic mural." "Indeed, the Song of Ice and Fire," Rhaenyra admitted. "I thought that was merely a frightening tale to lull children to sleep," Alicent remarked with a hint of amusement. "It is indeed steeped in myth," Rhaenyra responded, choosing not to elaborate further. "The Song of Ice and Fire is a prophecy that heirs must comprehend, not something for Alicent to grasp." Chapter 58, The White Robe at Dusk. Rhaegar's footsteps halted in a stretch of farmland, while the distant, unyielding stone mountains loomed, devoid of any vegetation. "My prince, we should return to the castle," urged Cole, serving as his guardian. Rhaegar gazed at the mountains afar, murmuring, "The island's active volcano lies in that direction. Your Highness, if we linger any longer, the princess will be displeased," Cole sighed in resignation. I am aware. We shall return before nightfall, Rhaegar replied nonchalantly. Having wandered through the small town on the island, Rhaegar had gleaned a wealth of information, including the approximate location of the lairs where Wormsore and Silverwing resided. Let us depart, Sir Cole. After casting a final glance at the silver-haired children frolicking at the town's entrance, Rhaegar turned to retrace his steps. Cole followed closely, his curiosity piqued. My prince, do you lack companions for play? No, it merely intrigues me to observe their hair color. Upon seeing the children's distinctive hair, Rhaegar pondered whether one among them could be his illegitimate brother. Father was quite the vigorous young man in his youth. That evening, after the family had dined, they retreated to their respective chambers. As usual, Rhaegar was drawn into Rhaenyra's bedroom, where the siblings exchanged whispers. Rhaenyra initiated the conversation. Cole mentioned you visited the town? I aspire to seek out a young dragon and tame one, Rhaegar replied with composure. That would be ideal. A young dragon is better suited for a young Targaryen. I grew up alongside Syrax, Rhaenyra acknowledged, understanding a child's yearning for dragons. After a moment's contemplation, she added, Alicent sought me out for a conversation, and we spoke at length. What did you possibly discuss? Rhaegar inquired, perplexed. I posed the same question to Alicent, Rhaenyra mused. She mentioned my betrothal and offered some advice, which I declined. And then, I spoke rather harshly. Yet Alicent remained unperturbed and even brought up the sightings of 2 young dragons. Thus, you suspect. Something's amiss, the siblings exclaimed in unison, exchanging knowing smiles. Rhaegar chuckled. Alicent is a woman of petty nature. Her willingness to lower herself to seek you out surely harbors ulterior motives. I share your sentiment. Alicent has always excelled beyond me, and she harbors a deep-seated disdain for my position. Her goodwill is not given lightly. Rhaenyra smirked, demonstrating her self-awareness. Rhaegar then asked, did she mention where the 2 young dragons were spotted? The 2 young dragons have been sighted along the eastern coast, engaged in a skirmish, Rhaenyra stated. That vicinity is near the active volcano. It must be so, Rhaegar analyzed based on geographical context. Dragons thrive in warm environments. The caverns beneath volcanoes provide optimal habitats. Rhaenyra twirled a strand of hair around her finger, her gaze resolute. We must locate the 2 young dragons before she does. They are likely in proximity to one another. There is no need to rush, Rhaegar remarked, displaying indifference. What do you understand? Dragons vary in caliber. A gifted young dragon will grow rapidly in the future. Rhaenyra playfully smacked him, incensed. I am unfamiliar with the appearance of the 2 young dragons, making it difficult to discern their height differences. Rhaegar felt a sense of injustice. Rhaenyra sat up and declared with utmost seriousness, choose Sunfire, the golden-scaled dragon with pale, pink wings. Is it the hatchling from the same clutch as your Syrax? Rhaegar inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Sunfire hatched a few years after Syrax and is a remarkably handsome dragon. You must strive to bond with it, Rhaenyra emphasized earnestly. The thought of the Targaryen siblings commanding their golden dragons seemed delightful to Rhaegar, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the image. Rhaegar, I am not jesting with you. Sunfire is truly a fitting companion for you. You wouldn't want to let Aegon snatch it away, would you? Rhaenyra expressed her concern for her brother's choice of dragon. She had paid special attention to the golden hatchling, initially planning to bring Rhaegar to tame Sunfire when he turned 10, should the dragon egg remain unhatched. With both Rhaegar and Aegon set to tame dragons on this journey, she had arranged for Rhaegar to meet Sunfire first. However, the volcanic eruption caused both young dragons to flee their lairs in fright. Should Aegon find Sunfire first and succeed in taming it, Rhaenyra would certainly be distraught. Observing her sister's mounting frustration, Rhaegar suppressed his laughter and assured her, I will do my utmost to tame Sunfire and deny Aegon any opportunity. Well, that is more like it, Rhaenyra huffed lightly before resuming her repose. In her view, it was only fitting that the siblings each bond with a golden dragon. It was Destiny's design. The following morning, Rhaegar rose from his bed and, attended by a maid, donned a black dragon-riding attire. He touched the shoulder guards, resembling dragon scales, and sighed, Must I truly dress in this manner? Rhaenyra, languidly reclining on her bed, replied lethargically, The dragon-riding attire is of excellent material, durable and breathable. ideal for prolonged activity. As long as you agree to my venture in search of dragons, you may wear whatever you wish. After much persuasion the previous night, Rhaegar had finally received her consent to join the dragon-seeking expedition. Just before he departed, Rhaenyra called out to him, reminding, I am unwell, so Cole will accompany you, along with a contingent of dragon guards. Rest assured, no matter how cunning Alicent may be, she wouldn't dare act against me. Rhaegar patted his chest, filled with excitement as he set forth. Exiting the castle, he made his way toward the active volcano. Rhaegar's goal was never the young dragons. There was no need to venture to the eastern coast. Your Highness, our itinerary should lead us to the eastern coast first, Cole pointed out, noticing their diverging path. The eastern coast is based on Alicent's intelligence. How much of it do you believe to be credible? Rhaegar countered. Cole found himself momentarily speechless. He had heard of the conflict between the queen and the prince during their voyage and understood that relations were exceedingly strained. Rhaegar continued, so follow my lead, if you please. You make a valid point, Your Highness, Cole conceded, pressing his lips together and choosing to remain silent. Rhaegar cast a sidelong glance at the diligent Cole, noticing the white cloak draped over his shoulders. With a momentary pause, Rhaegar remarked, Does the white cloak signify the honor of the King's Guard? Indeed, Your Highness, Cole affirmed. Cole gently caressed his white robe, a flicker of pride crossing his gaze as he remarked, I hail from humble beginnings. In my youth, I served as a page to a certain nobleman, and later, through great peril, I distinguished myself in a battle against the invaders from Dorne, earning the honors I possess today. Surely you cherish your current life? Rhaegar inquired with a light chuckle. Cole nodded earnestly. It is this robe that bestows upon me unprecedented honor and dignity. His deep reverence for his mission was evident. For some inexplicable reason, Rhaegar felt an odd sensation regarding Cole's white robe, immaculately clean and purely unblemished. Suddenly, he recalled a dream from long ago and questioned, if it were to be tainted with dust, would it not become akin to a soiled handkerchief? Glancing back at the earnest-faced Cole, Rhaegar's expression shifted between light and shadow. Cole, treasure it well, and do not allow it to gather dust. Rhaegar's tone was unwavering. I shall, my prince. Although Cole was somewhat perplexed by the prince's admonition to safeguard the robe, he nevertheless smiled with assurance, his eyes brimming with anticipation for what the future held. Chapter 59. The Gray Shadow. Following a brief interlude, the group resumed their journey in silence, aiming to reach a canyon within the bizarre stone mountain range before the sun's relentless heat took hold. An accompanying dragon guard elucidated that the active volcano posed a threat due to the risk of magma eruptions, prompting the adult dragons on the island to nest in nearby subterranean depths to avert disaster. This very canyon had once been the dwelling of Vomisol and Silverwing, but it had been abandoned for reasons unknown. Rhaegar inquired, Shall we venture inside? There is no need for you to take such risks. We can send a dragon guard for reconnaissance, Cole replied, signaling several guards to step forward and hasten towards the canyon. Rhaegar did not oppose the suggestion, recognizing that it was merely an abandoned lair with a low probability of encountering dragons, an expedition not worth his personal involvement. After a considerable wait, the dispatched dragon guards had yet to return, but two soldiers approached from the rear. The soldiers came before the group and bowed respectfully. What brings you here? Rhaegar asked. One soldier promptly replied, My Lord Robert has located two young dragons. One is currently imprisoned, while the other was discovered at Dragon Mountain. The Dragon Mountain, situated on the western flank of the active volcano, was a rugged expanse of towering peaks where Silverwing had recently laid her eggs, as explained by the accompanying dragon guard. What are we waiting for? Let's depart. Rhaegar's spirits soared at the mention of Silverwing's presence at Dragon Mountain. Cole leaned closer and whispered, Your Highness, there are adult dragons roaming Dragon Mountain. It would be unwise to take such risks. We should confine our search to the vicinity of Dragon Mountain. As my Lord Robert will also dispatch men to assist, it shall be sufficient. Rhaegar was precisely in search of adult dragons and lamented the lack of opportunity to encounter them. He signaled for a soldier to remain in place, awaiting the return of the dragon guard, while instructing another to lead the way. The two groups were not far apart, and they soon arrived at Dragon Mountain. Due to its proximity to the active volcano, the area appeared even more desolate, strewn with dark, grotesque stones devoid of life. The temperature was noticeably higher than in ordinary places, evoking a sense of summer's sweltering embrace. Upon entering the cave of Dragon Mountain, Cole inquired, "When is my Lord Robert expected to arrive? Can our men truly capture a violently resisting young dragon? He may not have arrived yet, my lord," the soldier responded, a hint of uncertainty in his voice as he continued to guide them deeper into the cave. As they progressed, the heat within the cavern intensified, accompanied by an unpleasant stench. Rhaegar surveyed his surroundings, pointing at the soldier and demanding, "Who relayed this information to you? Have you seen my Lord Robert with your own eyes?" The soldier's complexion paled, and he stammered, "My Lord Robert is on his way. Please do not be anxious." "Your Highness." Rhaegar, discerning the soldier's trepidation, barked, "Cole, seize him." Without hesitation, Cole drew his sword, pressing it against the soldier's neck while the remaining 2 dragon guards subdued him to the ground. The soldier pleaded, "Your Highness, I have spoken no falsehood. The young dragon truly resides at Dragon Mountain, and my Lord Robert will surely come." "Silence him," Rhaegar commanded, his patience waning as he dismissed the soldier's protests as mere fabrications unworthy of trust. Furrowing his brow, Rhaegar crouched down, fiddling with 2 small stones. "This is the East Coast, and this one is the active volcano." While situated in Dragon Mountain, he cautiously contemplated the scant information at hand. Allison revealed the East Coast, and the guard spoke of the young dragon in Dragon Mountain. It was profoundly perplexing. Rhaegar murmured to himself, "The East Coast is rife with half-truths. The guard has lured me into Dragon Mountain. What could their intentions be? Surely, it cannot be a benevolent guide to help me find the young dragon." Rhaegar recalled the information about the silver-winged dragon laying eggs in Dragon Mountain, and his thoughts suddenly expanded. It is highly probable that the silver-winged dragon has just laid eggs there, and I have been drawn into Dragon Mountain to face an enraged silver-winged dragon. This possibility struck Rhaegar immediately. Understanding the implications, Rhaegar took a deep breath, his mind devoid of fear regarding the conspiracy, instead filled with an insatiable desire to tame an adult dragon. The silver-winged dragon is in Dragon Mountain. I shall attempt to master it. He was aware that a mother dragon, recently having laid eggs, would be extremely irritable and hostile towards any living creature that entered her sight. Yet, he could not resist the temptation to at least take a glance. If it proves too perilous, I shall retreat. With a sense of reckless hope, Rhaegar approached the bound guard, looking down at him with authority. The messenger claimed the young dragon resides in Dragon Mountain. Indeed, Lord Robert's intelligence conveyed precisely that. I swear I speak no falsehood. The guard replied in a panicked defense. Who delivered this information? Rhaegar pressed further. It was one of Lord Robert's dragon keepers, a highly regarded individual. It seemed that someone had corrupted that dragon keeper, Cole interjected. Rhaegar nodded. I understand. A scheme has been devised. We must return and confront Lord Robert, exposing the traitor. Cole's countenance grew grave. No, we have already entered Dragon Mountain. We cannot return empty-handed. Rhaegar steadied himself, eager to continue his exploration. Cole positioned himself in front of him, sternly stating, Your Highness, Dragon Mountain is exceedingly perilous. I cannot allow you to venture into such danger. A piercing roar echoed from the depths of the cavern, causing Rhaegar to pause in thought. All of you, protect the prince and retreat. Cole immediately reacted, positioning himself with sword drawn before Rhaegar. The dragon guards formed a protective circle around Rhaegar, and the roar sounded once more. Rhaegar grasped Cole's white robe, exclaiming with delight, Listen, this is not the voice of an adult dragon. Cole's gaze sharpened, straining to listen. Indeed, the roars reverberated, lacking the deep timbre of an adult, sounding somewhat juvenile and high-pitched. A smile emerged on Rhaegar's face. This is precisely our target. Let us proceed to investigate. After several moments of hesitation, Cole saw Rhaegar advance ahead. With a resigned fist, he commanded the dragon guards, Take this traitor along. Should danger arise, toss him to the dragons as bait. The guard shook his head in panic, unable to articulate his protests, as he was despairingly dragged away. The cavern twisted and turned, and Rhaegar navigated through the dimness, the young dragon's roars growing increasingly distinct. He cared not whether the young dragon truly existed. The mere notion of its presence would allow him to delve deeper into Dragon Mountain, and that was sufficient. Soon, the cavern began to widen, revealing a vast cavernous space. Rhaegar pressed against the warm stone walls, and before him appeared a restless beast. It was a dragon. Rhaegar scrutinized the creature before him. The dragon's scales were a delicate shade of gray, while its wing membranes appeared as a translucent pale white. Its gray-blue, slit-like eyes were filled with terror. "That is Grey Shadow, my prince," proclaimed the dragon guard who had accompanied him, revealing the name of the Grey Dragon. Both Grey Shadow and Sinflar had hatched from their eggs during the same period, their sizes comparable, both belonging to the juvenile category of dragons. Rhaegar remained silent, continuing his watchful observation. The size of Grey Shadow surpassed that of a horse, and its large frame sprawled on the ground. Yet at that moment, it emitted a fearful roar. "It is injured," Rhaegar murmured. He observed Grey Shadow's body writhing in agony, its once well-concealed, pale gray scales now marred with scars. Drenched in blood, the most grievous wound was located on one of its wings, nearly torn from its ribcage, dragging helplessly on the ground, robbing it of the ability to fly. The injury is severe. Rhaegar recalled the information shared by Alicent regarding 2 juvenile dragons fighting along the eastern coastline. It seemed she had not lied about that. The injuries sustained by Grey Shadow were likely inflicted by Sinflar. Chapter 60. The Glutton. A dragon guard whispered, "Your Highness, shall we capture the Grey Shadow?" "Shut your foul mouth." Cole snapped, warning, "An injured young dragon can strike at any moment. Do you wish to be reduced to ashes?" The dragon guard fell silent, retreating to oversee the messenger sentinels. "Your Highness, we must return at once and request Lord Laobao to dispatch additional forces to rescue this dragon." The dim surroundings combined with the young dragon's roars kept Cole on edge, urging Rhaegar to prioritize safety. Rhaegar shook his head, speaking to himself, "This is a trap. There should not be just one injured Grey Shadow. Precisely because it is a trap, we must evacuate swiftly." Cole, unable to contain his impatience, struggled to keep his voice down. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the cave, like the howling wind before a storm. The group looked up to see a colossal creature with wings that blotted out the sky, circling above Dragon Mountain. 7 layers of hell. Cole gasped, his eyes wide with shock, unable to tear his gaze away. With a mighty sweep, the massive creature descended, its talons sinking into the rocky cliff above the cave, stabilizing itself atop the mountain. Creak! The creature extended its neck, unfurling its wings with all its might, and the fearsome dragon head roared towards the heavens. Through layers of obstruction, Rhaegar glimpsed the full form of the behemoth. Its scales, as black as coal, were comparable to a small mountain, and it possessed piercing green vertical pupils. The details were overwhelming, and in his youthful experience, Rhaegar had never encountered such awe. This dragon was truly immense. Neither Calaxis, whom he had seen for the first time, nor Dreamfire, nearly a century old, could compare. It was as if comparing a crow to a sparrow. "Quick, we must retreat with the prince." Cole was the first to regain his wits, shoving several dragon guards aside to shield Rhaegar behind him. "Glutton," murmured one of the forward guards, dumbstruck, uttering the name of the gigantic black dragon. "Snap out of it. We need to hurry." Cole delivered a sharp slap to him. Another guard trembled, fear evident in his voice. "This is the Glutton, the largest wild dragon on the island." Cole did not understand what Glutton meant, but he knew that if they did not flee now, they would soon become dragon dung. "Roar!" The Glutton growled, its serpentine neck bending downward as it sniffed the air, seemingly searching for something. "Your Highness, let me take you away." Cole grasped his sword with one hand and seized Rhaegar's hand to lead him away. Rhaegar shrugged him off, standing transfixed, gazing upward. Cole cast a puzzled glance at him, noticing Rhaegar's body trembling, his pupils widening, breath growing heavier. "Your Highness, what is the matter?" Cole waved his hand in front of Rhaegar, thinking he was frightened. Rhaegar appeared oblivious, his eyes fixated on the enormous black dragon above, his voice trembling with excitement. "Glutton. Such a magnificent dragon. I have seen it." The moment he laid eyes on the Glutton, Rhaegar fell into a state of rapt attention, as if the world around him had vanished. He had encountered that colossal black dragon within his dreams, a total of 3 times. The final occurrence was the night before their arrival on the island, where it revealed some of its physical traits. Initially, he thought it was merely a prophetic dream foreshadowing the taming of a dragon. To his astonishment, this dragon truly existed in reality. With eyes gleaming, Rhaegar felt as though his heart would leap from his chest, overwhelmed by an indescribable surge of excitement. Cole shook him, attempting to bring him back from his stupor. Meanwhile, the insatiable creature ceased its scent tracking, its dragon head dipping toward the cavern below. It had found its quarry, an appetizing little morsel. The gluttonous beast flapped its wings, its maw wide enough to engulf several warhorses as searing currents of air brewed within its throat. In an instant, a torrent of eerie green flame, matching the color of its pupils, erupted forth, cascading like a deluge into the cavern. The air crackled and roared as the wave of heat surged forward, the surrounding stone walls melting like wax under the dragon's fiery breath, viscous drips falling relentlessly. Run! Flee quickly! Scalding magma splattered onto the ground, bursting forth like fiery blossoms, as one of the dragon guards cried out in terror, driven by fear to turn and escape. Swiftly, Cole acted faster, his sword cleanly severing the guard's head. Kulvat, D. He bellowed. The remaining dragon guards, both startled and afraid, urged, "My lord, the glutton is the most perilous wild dragon. To it, even its kin are mere food. We must flee. I am aware we must escape, but first, I must ensure the prince's safety," Cole reprimanded, turning to Rhaegar and murmuring, "I apologize, your highness. I must take you away." He intended to hoist Rhaegar onto his shoulder. However, Rhaegar abruptly evaded his grasp, his expression resolute. "You go on without me. The 7 gods have guided me here to arrange for my encounter with it. Now is not the time for stubborn faith." The glutton had evidently come to prey upon the young dragon. There was no saving it. Cole believed Rhaegar harbored misguided compassion for the injured gray shade. "No, that is not what I seek." Rhaegar shook his head with a smile, dashing past Cole's obstructing figure. Under Cole's incredulous gaze, he charged into the expansive cavern, braving the rain-like droplets of molten rock. Rhaegar lifted his head, cupping his hands to form a trumpet shape around his mouth, and shouted at the top of his lungs in High Valyrian, "Glutton, look at me." His youthful voice echoed within the cavern, reaching the ears of the immense black dragon. The glutton ceased its fiery breath, swinging its head from side to side, assessing whether the cavern could accommodate its massive form. Confirming it was safe, the glutton folded its wings, releasing its claws from the shattered rock, and gradually descended into the cavern. The trembling gray shade lay quaking on the ground, fearfully gazing at the approaching glutton, letting out a hoarse, threatening roar. Even as Rhaegar approached it, the creature remained oblivious. Rhaegar pressed his hands against Grayshade's tail, calling out in High Valyrian, "Stand up, change your position." With repeated calls, Grayshade finally emerged from its terror, struggling to crawl and casting uncertain glances at him with its slit pupils. "Conceal yourselves. Venture deeper into the cavern." Rhaegar continued to convey his message in High Valyrian. A low growl emanated from Gray Shadow, ever vigilant, as its head scanned the surroundings for a suitable hiding spot. Rhaegar was also searching and soon discovered an incline suitable for climbing. He beckoned to Gray Shadow, maneuvering around the pools of magma, sprinting towards the slope. At that moment, the devourer had already burrowed into the cave, its claws gripping the cliff, descending step by step, as if to taunt its prey. Cole remained within the cavern, staring blankly as Rhaegar dashed inside to communicate with the young dragon. He took a step forward when suddenly, a large mass of magma plummeted from above, crashing directly in front of him. The fiery lava swept past his eyes, singeing the hair on his forehead and enveloping him in searing heat. In that critical moment, his instinct for survival kicked in. Cole propelled himself backward, narrowly evading the splatter of magma upon impact. He fell to the ground, and the dragon guards swiftly rushed to assist him. "My lord, we should depart at once," one urged. "Indeed, the prince is risking himself. It is imperative we return to seek help." The dragon guards clamored in agreement, eager to flee. Cole, with a fierce swing of his sword and eyes ablaze with determination, growled, If you fear for your lives, then go. Should anything happen to the prince, none of you will escape. Chapter 61. A daring leap. Witnessing the prince plunge into a tempest of molten rock, Cole's resolve teetered on the brink of collapse. This was the king's eldest son. Any misfortune would weigh heavily on his conscience, burdened by the white robes of those who stood behind him. Summoning his courage, Cole yearned to dash forth from the cavern once more. Yet, the temperature within the cave soared perilously high. Molten droplets rained down, rendering the vicinity unfathomable for an ordinary person. Cole could only watch helplessly as the prince led the young dragon, Gray Shadow, up the incline, unable to draw near. A roar echoed through the cave as the devourer landed with a resounding thud, its head held high, announcing the predator's judgment upon its prey. Meanwhile, Rhaegar and Gray Shadow ascended the slope, their backs pressed against the searing stone wall as they cautiously advanced. After the roar subsided, the devourer turned its gaze toward Rhaegar and Gray Shadow, its enormous green vertical pupils gleaming with a mocking light. The 2-minute figures struggled to ascend, barely reaching the height of its chest. To consume them, it would need to lower its head. The devourer twisted its neck, surveying the surroundings, its keen sense of smell detecting the scent of the living. It was a dragon with an insatiable appetite, typically hunting large fish in the sea. Occasionally, it would pilfer the eggs laid by the female dragon on the island or prey upon weaker younglings. Humans were not part of its usual diet. Yet, should they intrude into its line of sight, they would not escape its hunger. The devourer bent its foreclaws, arching its back, bringing its massive head close to the ground as it discovered the hidden humans within the cave. Its green pupils were devoid of warmth as it opened its maw, preparing to unleash its fiery breath. No! Cole, positioned at the cave's edge, found himself directly opposing the monstrous maw of the devourer. Faced with the seething emerald flames, he felt a paralyzing chill envelop him. In that moment, he envisioned his late grandmother beckoning to him, an invitation from the unknown. Just as the dragon's flames were about to be unleashed, a resounding cry echoed throughout the subterranean cavern. "Devourer, look at me!" The dragon, capable of comprehending a fragment of High Valyrian, recognized some meaning in the command. Casting a disdainful glance at the paralyzed humans within the cave, the devourer extinguished its flames and turned away. Its gaze fell upon a human child precariously perched on a steep cliff, beneath which lay the delectable young dragon it coveted. The devourer's indifference morphed into irritation at being interrupted during its meal. It resolved to devour this audacious human child first. Meeting the gaze of a brutal adult dragon, Rhaegar felt exhilarated, shedding the timidity he had felt in the presence of Dreamfire. He was Rhaegar Targaryen, a scion of pure dragon blood, for whom the fear of dragons would only be experienced once in a lifetime. Turning to Gray Shadow, who cowered in fright, Rhaegar commanded, "Stay put, you timid dragon." The young Gray Shadow, still unfamiliar with High Valyrian, sensed the intent of the human before him. Trembling, he curled his body, burying his head beneath his wings. Too frightened to look up, Rhaegar found himself both amused and exasperated, thinking how could a dragon be so cowardly, truly a disgrace to their kind. With a piercing cry, the gluttonous beast could no longer restrain its inner fury, roaring as it revealed its murderous intent, dragon fire coiling in its throat. In this moment of peril, Rhaegar gently patted the pale membranes of Gray Shadow's wings, uttering, "Take care of yourself. I am about to embark on my own adventure." With that, he took a bold step forward, unflinchingly confronting the crouching glutton below. "Fate decrees that you shall be conquered by me," he bellowed in High Valyrian, summoning every ounce of courage within him as he leaped fearlessly from the precipice. As Rhaegar plunged downward, the dragon fire erupted in a low growl, unfurling a verdant curtain of destruction. From a distance, Cole sat limply on the ground, his gaze vacant. "Madness," he murmured. The tales were true. Targaryens are indeed mad. He could scarcely fathom that a mere 6-year-old child would dare to charge at a fully grown dragon. Yet, none of that mattered now. He sensed the impending fate of this draconic creature. His life was nearing its end, and his honor had become meaningless. However, the dragon fire always lagged a heartbeat behind Rhaegar. In the fleeting moment of the emerald flame's breath, Rhaegar spread his arms wide, evading the torrent of fire with the grace of a bird. His small frame struck the broad back of the gluttonous beast with precision. Thud! He landed heavily, the rigid dragon scales akin to steel, the recoil nearly rendering him unconscious. An overwhelming desire for conquest surged through his mind, tightening the only nerve he had left, urging him to rise. Rhaegar staggered to his feet, his head spinning, unleashing a primal scream to affirm his determination to survive against all odds. Gluttonous one, soar, he commanded in High Valyrian, recalling the wisdom etched in the dragon riding manual. Yet, the reality was harsh. The glutton paid no heed to his command, roaring in fury and thrashing its massive body, intent on casting off this human whelp who sought to tame it, reducing him to ashes in a breath of dragon fire. It was the oldest and largest wild dragon king ever known on Dragonstone and across the continent of Westeros. Countless humans had attempted to tame it in years past, all meeting a charred fate. The small creature on its back would be no exception. The ground shook violently beneath him, and Rhaegar could hardly maintain his footing, tumbling to the ground. In a moment of desperation, he grasped the glistening scales of the glutton's back with all his might, straining to stabilize himself and avoid being flung away. Ha! As peril loomed over him, Rhaegar felt not a shred of fear. Instead, he could not suppress his laughter. In that moment, he walked a razor's edge. The looming disaster would not crush his spirit. It only ignited the madness and fearlessness that lay dormant in his bloodline. Gluttonous one, I command you to soar, to carry me through the skies. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Rhaegar used every limb to steady himself, issuing the flight command once more. This time, the glutton did not refuse his directive. With a heart ablaze with fury, the vertical pupils were filled with ferocity. Its powerful legs supported its massive frame, while the talons of its wings clung to the stone walls as it swiftly ascended from the narrow cavern. Longing to soar? Then let it soar to its heart's content. On the steep slope, the gray shadow, battered by the dragon's flames, lay gasping for breath, its head helplessly resting on the ground, blood streaming from its dragon kiss. In its gray-blue vertical pupils, the slender figure of Rhaegar was reflected. As the devourer climbed out of the cavern, that clear reflection gradually blurred until it vanished, prompting a mournful cry from the gray shadow, which gazed longingly at the massive creature. The devourer, colossal as a mountain, remained astonishingly agile. In no time, it emerged from the subterranean cave, once again revealing itself beneath the vast and boundless sky. The devourer took flight. The blinding light forced Rhaegar to squint, as he clung desperately to the scales on its back, repeatedly issuing commands. He sought to demonstrate his unwavering will to the devourer. A dragon would never acknowledge a coward with a wavering heart. Having tasted defeat once, he would not tread that path again. Underneath the azure sky and white clouds, the devourer, as black as coal, resembled a mountain of coal, its mighty form stretching as it flapped its wings. Disturbing words reached his ears, and the devourer turned its neck, its fearsome dragon head drawing near to the small being on its back. A maw as deep as an abyss opened wide, the dragon kiss curling into a bloodthirsty arc. Chapter 62. The sky and the sea, it did not unleash a torrent of dragon fire, nor did it intend to rend anything asunder. The devourer flapped its enormous wings, lifting its colossal form from the mountain peak and soaring into the boundless sky. As a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, Rhaegar managed to pry his eyes open just a crack, discovering that there were no obstructions around him, only the drifting clouds above. I am flying. His eyes widened in astonishment, and Rhaegar whispered in disbelief as he took in the breathtaking vista before him. Suddenly, a wave of exhilaration surged through him, and he laughed joyously. I have taken to the skies. I have successfully mounted the dragon's back. Rhaegar adjusted his position to better secure himself atop the dragon's back, leaning forward to gaze down at the earth below. The devourer flew with remarkable speed, effortlessly soaring above the clouds. What had once been the vast expanse of Dragonstone Island, which would take a day to traverse on foot, now appeared to Rhaegar as a mere ordinary isle. He understood then that it was not Dragonstone Island that had shrunk, but rather, from the dragon's back, all towering entities seemed diminished. Just as he relaxed for a moment, the devourer unleashed a breath of dragon fire skyward, abruptly accelerating into the searing flames. Rhaegar's pupils constricted, and he quickly lowered his body to evade the torrent of dragon fire. Each dragon possesses unique characteristics, and the form and hue of their flames vary accordingly. The devourer's fire was a deathly shade of green, taking on a smoky shape, fluctuating between gaseous and liquid states, and exhibiting formidable adhesive properties. Once tainted by its flames, one would find it nearly impossible to extinguish, akin to a relentless parasite. Rhaegar could temporarily withstand the searing heat of the dragon fire, but he could not endure the lasting damage of being contaminated by it. With a thunderous roar, the devourer surged through the overwhelming green flames, soaring onward. Rhaegar clung tightly to its back, the flames scorching the fabric of his clothing, leaving behind red, swollen burns. Though he was singed once more, the severity of his injuries was notably lessened. Perhaps due to a purer lineage, his resistance to the dragon fire had grown stronger. Rhaegar extinguished a singed lock of hair, a defiant expression gracing his face as he shouted, "Dragon fire!" He sensed the devourer's resistance. This black behemoth did not acknowledge him. Very well, let the all-consuming flames come. With unwavering determination, he issued his command. Let's see whether this enraged dragon yields first, or if Rhaegar meets his end in the inferno. Upon hearing the command in High Valyrian, the devourer grew increasingly agitated, twisting and turning in midair, spewing dragon fire while attempting to cast him off. Rhaegar gritted his teeth, refusing to let go. He sensed that victory would belong to the one who persevered until the end. Within the cavern, the silhouette of the devourer had long since vanished. Along with it, so had the king's eldest son. After a moment of respite, Cole regained his composure and led a swift retreat. The prince was missing, and he needed to report to the princess and the king. Regardless of the outcome, he must bear the burden of responsibility. Emerging from Dragon Mountain in disarray, Cole encountered the dragon guards returning from their reconnaissance of the canyon. The guards attempted to join him, but he brusquely pushed them aside, heedless as he rushed toward the castle. Unbeknownst to him, the clear sky had transformed. Dark clouds began to gather ominously. The patter of raindrops cascaded upon the earth, the chill of the wind mirroring the icy grip upon his heart. After a strenuous return to the castle, he arrived just in time to witness the royal family gathered in the hall. Observing Ser Cole, drenched like a wet hen, Viserys was the first to speak. Inquiring with perplexity, "Ser, what is you in such a fluster?" With his head bowed and a look of desolation etched upon his face, Cole replied, "The prince has been taken by a dragon." "A dragon?" Viserys was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Rhaenyra sprang from her seat, her gaze fixed intently upon Cole as she demanded, "Were you not supposed to be searching for the hatchling?" "We were misled by false information into the dragon mouth, where we found a hatchling, only to be confronted by a massive adult dragon." Cole shook his head helplessly, continuing, "The prince sensed the danger, but still refused to retreat, leaping onto the dragon's back, intending to tame it. Curse it! You stood by as Rhaegar charged toward a dragon." Viserys erupted in fury. Rhaenyra rushed to Cole, her urgency palpable. "Where is Rhaegar? Where's that dragon?" "I do not know. The prince commanded the dragon to fly, and we were unable to intervene." Having accompanied Rhaenyra for years, Cole retained a familiarity with certain High Valyrian phrases. A resounding slap echoed through the empty hall as Rhaenyra, her right hand raised in fury, pointed at Cole, her heart swelling with anger as she seethed. "I have but one brother, and it was my trust in you that led me to entrust his protection to you. I am sorry." A handprint blossomed on Cole's face as he looked down in profound shame. "Enough of your excuses. Dispatch men to search for the dragon's whereabouts." Immediately, Rhaenyra's voice was icy as she stormed out of the hall. Taming an adult dragon is no trivial endeavor. Each year, daring souls attempt to secretly subdue wild dragons on Dragonstone, yet none have succeeded. Ultimately, they either turn to ash or are left in a grotesque state. She had hoped that, having learned from the lesson of Dreamfire, Rhaegar would be content to tame a hatchling. Little did she know, Rhaegar's ambition to subdue an adult dragon remained unquenched. The wild dragons on Dragonstone, long devoid of riders, were untamed and perilous. The challenge and danger of taming them far surpassed that of the bound Dreamfire. Rhaegar's desire to conquer an adult dragon stemmed from a wish to aid her. If Rhaegar were to encounter misfortune, she dared not contemplate it. The remainder of her life would be steeped in unending remorse. The soaring dragon eclipsed all earthly steeds. A frenzied dragon, its unleashed power capable of obliterating any town. It could not shake off the human rider clinging to its back. The greed's emerald eyes flickering with madness, each roar reverberating through the heavens. Greed, drag on fire. Rhaegar commanded from atop the dragon, incessantly issuing orders. Yet the greed, defiant and unruly, ignored him, its massive form stretching out, neck slightly inclined downward, its slit pupils fixated on the cerulean sea below. It sought to plunge into the depths, washing away the insignificant creature upon its back. In a rapid dive, Rhaegar felt himself suspended in midair, his hands, now blistered, clung desperately to the dragon's scales. The atmospheric pressure rendered him breathless, and Rhaegar clenched his eyes shut, his mouth involuntarily agape. He yearned to cry out in support, yet the rushing air filled his mouth. With a thud, the glutton plunged into the undulating sea, its entire form submerged beneath the waves. After the tempest, Rhaegar found himself overwhelmed by an inundation of water. The seawater choked him, swiftly flowing through his mouth and nose into his lungs. For a fleeting moment, a sensation of helplessness washed over him. Instinctively, he longed to release his grip. Roaring, the glutton bellowed beneath the sea, devouring the passing fish, its powerful tail thrashing as it surged upward with determination. The obsidian dragon broke through the surface, soaring towards the azure sky. While the dragon could momentarily dive into the ocean, it could not linger for long. The glutton despised the seawater and soon burst forth from the waves. This provided Rhaegar a moment to catch his breath. Seizing the opportunity as the glutton freed itself from the ocean's grasp, Rhaegar pounded his chest, violently coughing up a bellyful of seawater. As he opened his eyes in confusion, he beheld the dark dragon gliding just above the water surface, its powerful legs stirring up swirling sprays. Chapter 63. Mastering the Glutton. Do you still not acknowledge me? Rhaegar lay helplessly upon the back of the dragon, attempting to communicate with the colossal creature beneath him. He had anticipated silence, yet the glutton unexpectedly turned its head, its green slit eyes devoid of frenzy, replaced instead by a more human-like scrutiny. It was undeniable that the will of the small insect upon its back had moved it. With a disdainful snort directed at Rhaegar, the glutton arrogantly withdrew its head and continued to soar forward. In that fleeting moment, Rhaegar gazed into the gluttonous eyes, where his own reflection emerged. A brief, fragile connection was established. Within this indistinct bond, Rhaegar sensed the essence of the glutton's heart, ferocious, haughty, and indifferent. This was a portrayal of the untamed soul of the pitch-black dragon. It regarded all with contempt, desiring no rider to intrude upon its solitude. Now, the glutton perceived Rhaegar's determination and was willing to grant him a chance to prove himself. Understanding its will, Rhaegar smiled broadly. Bring it on. The more arduous the challenge, the more worthy the risk. With a deafening roar, the glutton arched its neck skyward and ascended abruptly. The speed shattered the air currents as it soared into the heavens, breaching layers of moisture-laden clouds. Upon reaching its utmost height, the glutton steadied itself. It glanced back at the small insect lying on the ground, a cruel grin spreading across its face. With a swift motion, the glutton arched its muscular neck backward, executing a backflip mid-air. Once, twice, thrice it spun, utilizing the momentum to align its body upright before diving downwards with powerful strokes of its wings. Rhaegar clung desperately to anything within his grasp. He withstood the 3 rotations, but dizziness surged to his head, leaving his body weak and numb in a state of weightlessness. The glutton roared, breaking through the cloud cover, and Rhaegar could no longer maintain his grip on the dragon's scales, plummeting from its back. The glutton had kept a watchful eye on the small insect behind it. Upon witnessing its fall, it emitted a triumphant screech. Its heavy body descended with increased speed, stabilizing itself before Rhaegar could. Below, it opened its gaping maw, gathering a torrent of dragon fire within its throat, intent on incinerating him to a crisp, a mere morsel to be savored later. With a thunderous roar, the green flames erupted, cutting through the darkened sky like a brilliant curtain. Rhaegar retained a clear awareness as he fell, witnessing the flames rushing toward him. Feeling their searing heat, the pressure of impending death bore down upon him, and he widened his eyes, contemplating how to save himself. The glutton-esque form loomed directly below. His chances of survival were not absolute. Rhaegar spread his arms and legs, exerting every effort to alter his trajectory. The dragon fire surged toward him, inescapable. I am Rhaegar Targaryen. My will is sufficient to tame any dragon in existence. Repeating this mantra in his heart, Rhaegar closed his eyes and embraced the flames. Engulfed by the dragon fire, every piece of clothing on his body was consumed. As the flesh was seared by the dragon's flame, a system notification echoed. Congratulations. The final ember has been activated. You have obtained Blood of the True Dragon, level, legendary, red, effect, 50 affinity for fire elements evaluation, an ancient lineage brimming with mysterious power. You are the embodiment of blood and fire. A flicker of flame, hidden within the system panel, suddenly burst forth and entered Rhaegar's chest, merging with his heart. In an instant, Rhaegar opened his eyes, an unnatural flush of red appearing on his pale cheeks, and the veins on his neck throbbed violently. His personal panel materialized before him, beginning to transform. Rhaegar Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, longevity, green, bloodline, ancient Valyrian dragon king, 20 skills, mastery of Valyrian. Relics, bloodfire convergence, 50 fire resistance. Blood of the True Dragon, 50 affinity for fire elements, evaluation. The ancient bloodline further ignited, pure as ever. Rhaegar's gaze fixated on the bloodline section, the percentage steadily climbing. 20, 23, 27. In the span of a breath, the bloodline surged to 33, and the increase vanished. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of flame erupted from his skin, soon vanishing within the dragon's fire. He sensed nothing amiss. Only a surge of power erupted from his heart, coursing through his veins. His body still plummeted. The eerie green dragon flame enveloped every inch of his skin, the searing heat deeply stimulating his nerves. Rhaegar emitted no cries of anguish, allowing the dragon's fire to erode his flesh. His skin remained tender and pale, the surface temperature gradually rising. He was acclimating to the fire. Maintaining his gliding motion, Rhaegar soon broke free from the encircling dragon flames. He evaded the gaping maw of the devourer, instead altering his trajectory to narrowly escape its dragon kiss, rolling along its spine. The distance between the head and tail of the devourer was vast. After a strenuous struggle, just as he was about to fall again, he finally grasped the tip of its tail. Silence. In that moment, the sky and ocean seemed to still. The howling wind ceased, and the rain no longer fell. The devourer hovered above the sea, its wings stirring a strong breeze, no longer moving erratically. Perhaps it was questioning its own dragon flame, or perhaps it was taken aback by this tiny creature. Seizing the opportunity, Rhaegar scrambled upwards using both hands and feet, returning to the devourer's back. Gripping its dorsal scales, he braced himself for the creature's resistance. Yet, the devourer remained still. Rhaegar, filled with suspicion, raised his head, locking eyes with the fearsome dragon's gaze. At some point, the devourer had turned its head, calmly observing Rhaegar. The two, a man and a dragon, met each other's gaze, reflections of one another shimmering in their eyes. The dragon's kiss loomed less than a few meters from Rhaegar, its breath scorching. Sensing something, Rhaegar tentatively extended his palm. The devourer's green slit pupils flickered with doubt, and it exhaled heavily through its nostrils, nearly causing Rhaegar to lose his balance. Rhaegar turned his face aside to shield himself from the sulphurous breath of the colossal dragon. His raised hand remained suspended in the air. After a moment of waiting, the rough texture of the palm conveyed a profound sensation as Rhaegar slowly turned his head, his brow instantly relaxing. The devourer extended its neck, the dragon's kiss beneath its scales pressing against his hand. Rhaegar stared at this scene in a daze, his lips twitching lightly. The words he longed to utter caught in his throat. The devourer gazed back at him, its slit pupils brimming with a sense of pride, as if to say, "You have triumphed, young one." Suddenly, a smile blossomed on Rhaegar's face as he caressed the devourer's scales, a feeling of indescribable accomplishment swelling within him. The devourer, take flight. Rhaegar withdrew his hand, grasping the ridges of the devourer's back, issuing commands in High Valyrian. A sharp hiss echoed the same command, the same roar. This time, the devourer did not resist the weight of Rhaegar upon its back. It flapped its mighty wings, soaring into the sky with unparalleled stability, devoid of any turbulence. Rhaegar was filled with wonder, astonished by the devourer's remarkable flying prowess. He attempted to loosen his grip, closing his eyes to relish the cool breeze that greeted him. In that moment, the bond between Rhaegar and the devourer deepened. He sensed the creature's discomfort, still unaccustomed to accepting him as its master. The devourer, in turn, felt Rhaegar's thoughts, deliberately slowing its flight to carry him gracefully over the ocean, occasionally emitting proud cries. It was aware that Rhaegar had never ridden another dragon. With its head held high during flight, it showcased its most magnificent aspect to him. Rhaegar found amusement in this sentiment, and an overwhelming sense of emotion washed over him. Pressing his cheek against the cool scales of the devourer, they embraced tightly. This was his dragon, uniquely belonging to Rhaegar, a Targaryen dragon. He harbored boundless anticipation and affection for it. With his eyes closed, inhaling the devourer's scent deeply, he whispered, "From this moment forth, our story shall echo through the ages." Chapter 64. The Return of the Dragon Rider Dragonstone Castle. Rain pattered incessantly as armored soldiers emerged from the fortress on all sides. Viserys sat alone in the dimly lit hall of the castle, his gaze deeply attuned to the sound of the rain. The castle hall was opened, and a drenched Rhaenyra strode in with determination. "Is there any news of Aegon?" Viserys asked in a grave tone. Rhaenyra, her spirits low, replied, "Fishermen have reported sighting a massive black dragon soaring over the narrow sea. Dispatch more men, gather all available personnel from the castle, and mobilize every ship capable of sailing from the island," Viserys commanded, his expression shifting as he sighed deeply. He had already uncovered the origins of the black dragon. It was the largest and oldest of the wild dragons on the island, often preying on young dragons and their eggs, and known among fishermen as the glutton. It was a particularly vicious black dragon. Aegon, merely a 6-year-old child, had a minuscule chance of taming the glutton. Their only hope now lay in the peculiar nature of the glutton's taste for human flesh, praying it might spare Aegon's life. Rhaenyra wiped the moisture from her face, her expression distant. "All the men we could spare have already been sent out, and I have arranged for a large ship to return to King's Landing." "Return to King's Landing?" Viserys looked at her in confusion. Rhaenyra's face was clouded with worry. "If we do not receive news of Aegon tonight, I shall return to King's Landing to ride Syrax and set out in search of that black dragon. That is not a prudent idea. The size of that black dragon far exceeds that of Syrax. You and your dragon would merely become its prey," Viserys replied, his mind clear as he firmly rejected the proposal. "If it comes to that, I shall slay the wild dragon," Rhaenyra insisted resolutely. On the third floor, Alicent sat at the edge of her bed. A figure cloaked in black stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the commotion within the castle. "You orchestrated the boy's fate, allowing the wild dragon to carry him away," Alicent said, her expression tense and her tone laced with anger. The cloaked figure turned, speaking with indifference. "That was merely misfortune for him. I had intended to lure in the silver-winged dragon that had lost its egg, never anticipating the intervention of a wild dragon. You instructed me to reveal information to Rhaenyra, misleading him towards Dragonstone." Alicent's eyes were red, a sense of inexplicable fear gripping her. She was well aware that the cloaked figure had sought her out to ensnare Aegon. Yet, now that the deed was done, the chaos in her heart left her unsettled. The cloaked figure, recognizing her turmoil, scoffed. "With the death of the king's firstborn, your son Aegon becomes the foremost male heir. Shouldn't you rejoice? But I am afraid. What if Aegon is not dead? What if he still lives?" Alicent stammered, her words faltering. The cloaked figure interrupted. The glutton is the most brutal of wild dragons. That boy, in his folly, wishes to tame it. He is likely already its meal. He did not believe a wild dragon that had survived for decades could be subdued by a mere child. He had already relocated the informant who had spread false news. And with only the 2 detained guards to interrogate, nothing could be unraveled. Alicent fell silent, her hands covering her face in despair. The fear clung to her, gnawing at her conscience. The figure in the black robe nonchalantly remarked, "Rest assured, even if that boy miraculously survives, I have other means at my disposal." The castle was in a state of turmoil, with Rhaegar becoming the focal point of conversation. Unbeknownst to him, Rhaegar was reveling in the exhilaration of dragon riding. After soaring over the vast, narrow sea for some time, he finally satiated his desires. "Gourmand, let us return to Dragonstone," Rhaegar commanded in High Valyrian. Their connection remained insufficient, with most instructions still reliant on verbal communication. The Gourmand was a proud adult dragon, and having accepted Rhaegar, it no longer resisted. The dragon turned its head, flapping its wings to accelerate their departure. With its full might, the Gourmand soared swiftly, breaking through the billowing clouds like a black meteor. Before long, it descended in altitude, revealing Dragonstone below. "Gourmand, descend from the clouds. I wish to showcase your might to Rhaenyra and the others," Rhaegar said, his face brimming with anticipation. Returning in wealth and glory was akin to wearing fine garments in the night. He had tamed the most formidable wild dragon alone, and he must astonish everyone. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the castle. Rhaenyra had an argument with Viserys and rushed out of the castle hall. She found Lord Robert and commanded him to prepare the returning ship. "I must return to King's Landing before dawn. There can be no delay," Rhaenyra insisted. Lord Robert looked troubled, hesitant to arrange the princess's return without the king's consent. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the castle. Rhaenyra looked up as a fierce wind swept through, scattering her damp hair. In her line of sight, a colossal beast, as dark as coal, soared above the castle. Its immense wings cast a shadow over half the castle, blocking the rain from one side. "A dragon! A dragon!" exclaimed a guard, his voice trembling with fear. The others snapped back to reality, watching with trepidation as the dragon loomed overhead. A disheveled Cole rushed from a corner towards Rhaenyra, urgently declaring, "Princess, it was this dragon that took the prince." "I know, I saw Rhaegar." Rhaenyra, lost in a trance, gazed up at the circling black dragon, her eyes fixated on the figure atop its back. Despite the distance obscuring the view, she instinctively knew it was Rhaegar. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the Gourmand circled the castle 3 times before slowly gliding down. With a resounding thunderclap, it evaded the castle's towers and landed gracefully atop the towering walls. As its feet touched the battlements, the Gourmand spread its wings wide, extending its long neck skyward in a mighty roar, unleashing a torrent of emerald dragon fire that pierced through the downpour. Witnessing the overwhelming blaze, the guards stood frozen in fear, too terrified to move. Rhaegar, seated upon the dragon's back, softly instructed, "Gourmand, set me down." The Gourmand let out a low growl, folding its wings against its body and lowering its elongated neck closer to the ground of the castle training yard. As the glutton bowed its head, the dragon Rhaegar was exposed to many gazes. Rhaenyra stood below, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Rhaegar," she exclaimed, hastening towards the edge of the castle walls. Rhaegar looked down at his sister, refraining from leaping off the dragon's back at once. He climbed along the dragon's neck, reaching the top of the glutton's head. Supporting one of its curved, gray-white horns with a hand, he gazed down from his elevated position. Rhaenyra sprinted to the front of the glutton's head, pausing as she locked eyes with its piercing green gaze, instinctively swallowing hard. The glutton truly embodied the might of a wild dragon. Its colossal form and fierce nature were undeniable. Merely gazing upon it could haunt one's dreams. Its body was as black as coal, devoid of any blemish. The green eyes glimmered like 2 specters of flame, indifferent to all. The fearsome dragon's head was adorned with sharp, menacing spikes. A total of 3 pairs of horns, 1 large and 2 smaller, curved backward, forming a crown of grayish white. Standing before the glutton and meeting its gaze would likely invoke the sensation of confronting an evil deity, overwhelming in its malevolence and terror. Feeling the heat of the glutton's breath, Rhaenyra took a step back, signaling her lack of hostility. She turned her eyes to Rhaegar atop the dragon's head, exclaiming with joy, "How wonderful, Rhaegar! I feared something had happened to you." God knows how worried she had been. He was her only brother. Losing him would mean losing everything. Rhaegar raised his chin high, responding with composure, "I told you I could tame an adult dragon, and now I have." Chapter 65. The Nightmare Indeed. You have succeeded. You are a valiant young man. Tears streamed down Rhaenyra's cheeks as she experienced a profound resurgence of emotion, her voice trembling as she offered her praise. Upon hearing her words, Aegon's lips curled into a proud smile. "Of course, I promised to protect you." However, the moment of joy was fleeting. Rhaenyra's cheeks flushed, and with a smile breaking through her tears, she remarked, "A gentleman should first don some clothing. Exposing oneself before a lady is rather ungentlemanly." A chill breeze swept through, causing Aegon to lower his gaze. His bare form was fully exposed, and he shrank into himself against the cold. Aegon's face reddened visibly, and he hastily covered himself, attempting to deflect. "Do not focus on such trivialities. Come down. I have much to discuss with you." Rhaenyra wiped her tears and stifled a laugh behind her hand. Aegon, now stripped of his earlier bravado, obediently slid down from the dragon's back. Rhaenyra stepped forward, wrapping him in her cloak to shield his exposed body. Aegon struggled to mask his embarrassment, gesturing towards the dragon, and inquired, "My dragon, its name is Rhaegar. Isn't that name given to it by fishermen?" Rhaenyra, however, was indifferent to the name of a dragon, holding her brother tightly. Aegon boasted, "Rhaegar enjoys this title, and so do I, as it perfectly complements its dark exterior that devours all light." "Very well, you have matured, Aegon." Rhaenyra's gaze was mixed with emotion as she kissed his cheek. "Gulme, father nearly fainted upon hearing the news of your abduction by Rhaegar." She cradled him in her arms, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Lacking any covering, Aegon made no objection. He turned to Rhaegar and shouted, "Do not wander off. I shall return for you tomorrow." "Roar," Rhaegar responded, leaping from the castle walls to rest on the outer cliffs. It was not until Rhaegar closed its eyes that the castle guards dared to emerge, encircling the brother and sister in the rain. Aegon pointed to one of the guards and instructed, "Prepare ample cattle and sheep for my dragon." "Yes, your highness." The guard, fearing delay, scurried off to fulfill the order. Entering the castle hall, Viserys had long awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Rhaenyra holding Aegon, his eyes welled with emotion, nodding repeatedly, "It is good that you have returned. All is well." Aegon's smile faded as he lowered his head, saying, "I apologize, father, for secretly training a dragon without your consent. It is of no consequence. I was once concerned for your safety, but it has become clear that you have accomplished what we deemed impossible." Viserys, unusually open-minded, approached and gently caressed Aegon's cheek, speaking softly, "Good boy. Your sister has informed me of your purpose in training the dragon. It is not solely for yourself." "Not entirely. I indeed desire a fully grown dragon." The unexpected sentiment left Aegon flustered, as he awkwardly revealed the truth. He held little regard for a young dragon. Only a powerful adult dragon would be worthy of him. Upon hearing of Rhaegar, the largest dragon in the world, he had once fantasized about that ancient creature. Alas, Rhaegar had been tamed by Lena Valerion. Yet fate seemed to favor him, preparing the formidable beast known as the Glutton for his service. The creature's fearsome exterior and indomitable strength captivated him entirely. Viserys smiled, non-committally stating, "As long as you wish to protect your family, that is sufficient." As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and he added with utmost seriousness, "Both of you have been caught in the rain. Hurry and take a warm bath. I shall instruct Lord Robert to prepare a sumptuous feast to celebrate your taming of the greatest wild dragon." His emotions had fluctuated wildly that day. Initially, he feared that his eldest son's reckless attempt to tame a dragon would lead to peril, yet he realized he had underestimated the boy. He possessed a lineage to be envied, blessed by divine light. Miraculously, he had tamed the black wild dragon that no one had ever conquered. This dragon was a second-generation giant, hatched during the same era as Dreamfire, Rhaegar, and Silverwing. Because it had never been tamed, the glutton remained feral, growing larger and more robust. Rhaenyra, heeding her father's advice, led Rhaegar back upstairs. Soaked to the skin, she had not noticed the chill before, but now felt cold and uncomfortable. Viserys watched the retreating figures of his children, his eyes filled with both pride and melancholy. He mused softly, "The family has regained control of an adult dragon. We have grown stronger." He had never seen the true magnitude of the glutton, but he imagined it to be on par with Rhaegar, a creature of immense destructive potential. At dinner, Alicent did not make an appearance. The maidservant mentioned that she was unwell, having been frightened. Viserys felt a twinge of displeasure, yet he feigned joy in front of his children, concealing his true feelings. Rhaegar appeared somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to boast about his dragon. After the meal, Rhaegar was forcibly dragged by Rhaenyra into her chamber. Without a word, she pushed him onto the soft bed. Rhaegar, his face taut with anxiety, asked, "Sister, what are you planning to do? What do you think?" Upon entering the room, Rhaenyra's demeanor shifted dramatically, her brows furrowing as she glared at him. Rhaegar muttered, "I didn't mean to keep it from you, but I truly desire an adult dragon. As you mentioned, once you tame an adult dragon, what do you intend to do?" Rhaenyra recalled his earlier words, fearing he might unleash chaos at Storm's End while riding his dragon. An unpredictable child. By day he dared to leap onto the back of a wild dragon, and by night he might ride it, breathing fire across the land. "Rest assured, I promise to be very responsible. A dragon is not a weapon, I understand." Rhaegar vowed earnestly. Rhaenyra pinched his cheek, pulling it sharply as she scowled. "When has your promise ever been honored? You have no credibility with me. Then what do you suggest?" "I have tamed the glutton. You cannot deny me the right to ride it," Rhaegar replied, resigning himself to the bed. Arguing with words while his mind fantasized about soaring away on a dragon the following day. He yearned to explore the world beyond, and now that he had a dragon, he felt compelled to embark on an adventure before returning to King's Landing. "Humph, do not attempt to play tricks on me. At least during our journey to and from Chaos Island, you must not act on your own," Rhaenyra stipulated. "Very well, I shall obediently comply." Rhaegar feigned the demeanor of a docile child. Rhaenyra pinched his chin and bit down firmly on his cheek, warning, "You had better remember this." This younger brother was far too unruly, exhibiting an unprecedented audacity. If left unchecked, it would not be long before he stirred up considerable trouble. Their conversation concluded. The lights in the room dimmed, and Rhaenyra and Rhaegar each took to their respective beds, turning their backs to one another in silence. Gradually, Rhaegar drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he traversed the continent upon the back of the Devourer, leaving behind a tapestry of legends. Upon returning victorious, he and the Devourer arrived back at Dragonstone. Before they could land, two distinct dragon roars echoed from the island, causing Rhaegar to feel dizzy. Suddenly, two colossal dragons soared from Dragonmount, launching a coordinated assault against the Devourer. He commanded the Devourer to engage in battle, managing to repel the two dragons and narrowly escaping. Just as he believed he was safe at the edge of a cliff, another dragon, its form indistinct, lunged from the shadows, exhaling a torrent of crimson flames that sent him tumbling from the dragon's back. The other two dragons pursued relentlessly, encircling the Devourer in a formidable trap. Severely injured and grounded, he could only watch helplessly as the Devourer was mercilessly torn apart by the three dragons, its body left battered and bloodied. In the end, only the unblinking head of the Devourer remained, its green eyes filled with a lingering defiance as they gazed upon him. Chapter 66. The Dance of Dragons as Expected. Rhaegar was awakened from a nightmare. Unlike his usual startled cries, he opened his eyes in a daze, remaining silent. Dragons were attacking me and the glutton. As a dreamwalker, such a horrifying dream was bound to provoke his thoughts. After a brief moment of stillness, he heard a series of groans emanating from beside him. Turning his head, he looked towards the position of Rhaenyra. The room housed only the two of them. It could only be Rhaenyra, oblivious to his gaze. She continued to moan, her voice imbued with an unbearable agony. "What ails you, sister?" Rhaegar inquired, rising with concern to assess Rhaenyra's condition. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, he beheld her face contorted in distress. Her delicate countenance was unnaturally pale, tinged with a flush of red, her brow furrowed, and beads of cold sweat adorning her forehead. Scattered around him were numerous herbal tomes, and it was evident to him that Rhaenyra was unwell. "Rhaenyra, do you have a fever?" He pressed his hand against her forehead, discovering it to be alarmingly hot. "Honora, come quickly. My sister is ill." He called out urgently to Rhaenyra's devoted maidservant. The night watch maid rushed in upon hearing his cry, lighting a candle to assess Rhaenyra's state. "The princess has a severe fever. I shall fetch the scholar," she declared after testing Rhaenyra's temperature, hurrying out in haste. After a flurry of activity, Rhaenyra stirred from her slumber, painfully opening her eyes. Rhaegar, with a damp cloth, attempted to cool her forehead, but she turned her head away, evading his touch. Her lips moved as if to utter something, yet her throat was inflamed and sore. Rhaegar leaned closer, hastily asking, "What do you wish to say?" "It hurts. My stomach aches terribly." Tears welled in Rhaenyra's eyes as she clasped her abdomen, groaning in distress. Though Rhaegar was perplexed by the cause of her abdominal pain, his worry for his sister was paramount. "Hold on. The scholar will arrive shortly." He rubbed his hands together for warmth and placed them under her blanket on her belly. To his shock, it was icy to the touch. "Prince, the scholar has arrived." The maid soon returned, accompanied by the elderly scholar, disheveled and carrying a bag of remedies. After examining Rhaenyra, the scholar stated, "You've caught a chill from the rain during your menstrual cycle. Drink some ginger tea and keep warm." The maid hurriedly set about preparing the ginger tea, while Rhaegar offered Rhaenyra a few sips of warm water. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated from outside the castle. Rhaegar's hand trembled as he held the water, a foreboding thought creeping into his mind. Handing the basin of water to the maid, he approached the window to survey the situation outside. The heavy rain had ceased, yet his attention was drawn to a flicker of flame. At the castle's edge, where the wall once stood, now lay a ruin ablaze, billowing thick smoke. Above the wreckage, a colossal dragon circled, roaring in fury. It was not the glutton. The colossal dragon, significantly smaller than the devourer, caused Rhaegar to furrow his brow in confusion as to why it would launch an assault on the castle. A piercing dragon roar echoed through the night sky, followed by a torrent of golden flames descending upon the cliffs outside the fortress. Rhaegar's heart raced with anxiety, for that very cliff was the resting place of the devourer. Simultaneously, the tremendous commotion roused all within the castle. Lord Robert, disheveled and hastily emerging from his chamber, rallied the guards to secure the king's safety within the main keep. Flames ignited throughout the castle, yet Rhaegar's focus remained undeterred by the clamor of the guards. He fixated on the castle's periphery. Sure enough, a familiar roar resonated, a furious bellow from the devourer. The immense black dragon soared from the ground below the cliffs, its emerald eyes fixed upon the audacious intruder of its kind. With the appearance of the devourer, two dragons emerged from the night sky. Illuminated by the flickering lights of the castle, Rhaegar discerned their forms, a massive dragon with bronze scales and brown wings, alongside a slightly smaller dragon adorned with deep green scales and silver wings. Although Rhaegar had never encountered these dragons, he had perused the Targaryen bestiary. If his assumptions were correct, these two were the legendary Vhagar, known as the Bronze Fury, and its mate, Silverwing. Both were currently unclaimed dragons, once belonging to Rhaegar's great-grandfather, King Aegon III Targaryen, and his first wife. Since the passing of these venerable elders, the dragons had resided on Dragonstone for nearly 2 decades. Witnessing the two dragons, Rhaegar inhaled sharply. A dreadful nightmare had materialized. Thunderous roars aside, the sight of the 3 dragons under the night sky was already spine-chilling. Vhagar and Silverwing launched simultaneous assaults on the Devourer, unleashing torrents of dragon fire. The Devourer, undeterred, faced its adversaries with fierce resolve, deftly maneuvering its wings as emerald flames illuminated half the night sky. The 3 dragons engaged in a tumultuous dance of fire-breathing and ferocious pursuit. Even from a considerable distance, Rhaegar could sense the palpable fury emanating from the Devourer. "Hold on, I shall come to your aid," Rhaegar murmured as he stepped away from the window. As he passed by the bed, Rhaenys, her voice hoarse yet tinged with fragility, called out to him. Rhaegar, what has transpired? The devourer seems incensed by some unknown cause. I must go and soothe it. Rhaegar fabricated a minor deception. Rhaenys, lying on her side, struggled to keep her eyes open, panting heavily. Do not deceive me. I heard the roars of battling dragons. It is truly nothing. I will calm the devourer and return swiftly, Rhaegar reassured her, gently wiping the sweat from her brow. Unexpectedly, Rhaenys gripped his wrist, her plea disoriented yet earnest. Do not go. Dragon fights are perilous, and you are still too young. I am no longer a child. I am now a dragon knight, Rhaegar asserted, freeing himself from her feeble grasp, his voice resolute. My dragon needs me. I must fight alongside it. To me, you are more important than dragons. Rhaenyra reluctantly opened her eyes, unwilling for her brother to venture into danger. Rhaegar stated earnestly, to me, dragons hold equal significance. After speaking, Rhaegar bent down to place a gentle kiss upon her forehead before rising to depart. As the Knight of the Greedy, he could not falter in the face of peril. Otherwise, the dragons would not acknowledge him, nor would he find self-acceptance. The thunderous clash of dragons reverberated throughout the castle. Viserys was already awake, having dressed and remained in his chamber under the guard of soldiers. The corridors were lined with numerous guards, the atmosphere thick with tension. 3 dragons battled at the castle's edge, striking fear into the heart of anyone who witnessed. Rhaegar evaded the gaze of the guards and dashed out of the castle down the stairs. From a distance, the 3 dragons continued their fierce engagement. The Greedy, initially holding its ground, gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Vhagar and Silverwing, longtime companions, executed their assault in perfect harmony. Flanking the Greedy, they ensnared it, preventing an easy escape. The golden and orange flames erupted simultaneously, leaving the Greedy with nowhere to evade, inevitably struck by a torrent of dragon fire. In that moment, aerial supremacy was firmly held by Vhagar and Silverwing. They unleashed their flames from a higher altitude, creating fiery curtains that forced the Greedy to retreat step by step. The Greedy, attempting to dodge and weave, found its massive size a hindrance, often unable to avoid the onslaught. It could only rely on its broader and more potent green dragon fire to counterattack while confined to a lower position. Chapter 67. The limit of 1 against 2. With a sharp screech, Rhaegar dashed out of the castle, where 2 dragons engaged the glutton in fierce close combat, their roars echoing through the air. As a cunning wild dragon, the glutton possessed vast combat experience, ensuring that neither of the 2 colossal dragons could tear it apart. Undaunted by the size of either dragon, it was confident in its ability to vanquish one. However, facing both simultaneously would shatter its already precarious position. While unleashing torrents of dragon fire, the glutton maneuvered with remarkable speed. One dragon soared high, raining down flames, while the other recklessly lunged at it. In no time, the glutton found itself cornered. One of its wings was scorched by golden dragon fire, causing it to emit a piercing cry as it plummeted uncontrollably towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, it struck the castle wall, sending stones and clouds of dust flying in all directions. Hold on, glutton! Through the stifling dust, Rhaegar reached the glutton's side. The glutton writhed as it collapsed, turning its head to see Rhaegar approaching. Its green slitted eyes flickered with caution. Rhaegar extended his hand, raising it high as he had done during the day, proclaiming in High Valyrian, "Glutton, I stand with you," gazing at the unwavering resolve of its rider. The glutton's wariness gradually dissipated. It snorted heavily, raised its neck high, and unfurled one of its wings in front of Rhaegar. "Excellent, let us fight together." Rhaegar stepped onto its wing and ran along the membrane to the saddle on its back, his face alight with unprecedented excitement. With the dragon rider now in position, the glutton planted its wings on the ground and rose, shaking off the debris. Under Rhaegar's command, it soared once more into the night sky. As the black dragon took flight, the 2 wild dragons circled above, their eyes gleaming with malice, ready to launch another assault. Rhaegar, perched on the glutton's back, watched the movements of the 2 colossal dragons intently, instructing, "Listen to my commands, glutton." Having only recently bonded with the glutton, their connection was still tenuous. Any conflict in their intentions during battle could lead to dire mistakes. The glutton let out a low growl, its maw gathering green dragon fire, signaling its understanding. Suddenly, a torrent of orange dragon fire descended from above, striking the glutton's neck. Fortunately, the glutton's thick scales provided formidable resistance, allowing it to regain its balance. Glutton, unleash all your fury upon that deep green dragon. We must take down one first. Rhaegar pointed at the silver-winged dragon, issuing a priority attack command. He had previously observed the stark contrast in the offensive tendencies of Wormsoul and the silver-winged dragon. Wormsoul was larger and more ferocious, yet curiously, it had refrained from engaging the glutton closely, opting instead to bombard from above. In stark contrast, the smallest dragon among them, the silver-winged beast, remained in a state of rage, relentlessly embroiled in a near-manic struggle with the far larger glutton. This behavior was profoundly inconsistent with typical dragon instincts. Rhaegar had no time to ponder. The immediate priority was to repel the two colossal dragons or divert their attention. The devastation wrought by the chaotic clash of three dragons was nothing short of terrifying. Should they continue their battle unabated, the castle on Dragonstone Island would surely be reduced to ruins. With a hiss, the Devourer accepted the command, soaring to greater heights while unleashing a long-prepared torrent of dragon fire towards the Silverwing. The Silverwing, exhibiting remarkable agility, deftly evaded the oncoming flames. Above, the golden dragon fire of Vormissol surged forward once more, targeting the Devourer. Rhaegar's gaze remained fixed on Vormissol's movements, and upon witnessing its fiery breath, he swiftly issued a command to evade. The Devourer hesitated slightly in its attack against the Silverwing, then promptly adjusted its flight path. In the next instant, the golden flames grazed its back, the intense heat warping the surrounding air. Perched upon the Devourer's back, Rhaegar barely escaped the searing dragon fire. A strand of silver hair at the back of his head ignited, swiftly threatening to engulf him. Fortunately, Rhaegar's quick reflexes extinguished the feeble flames, averting an embarrassing fate of riding bareback on the dragon. Devourer, trust me, I am your second pair of eyes. Having narrowly survived the initial skirmish, Rhaegar was drenched in cold sweat, now acutely aware of the bond between dragon and rider. Moments earlier, had the Devourer hesitated for even a second longer, he would have faced the full force of Vormissol's flames. Even with his Bloodfire kinship and true dragon's blood, he would not have perished in the inferno. But prolonged exposure to dragon fire could indeed inflict severe burns. Through their recent evasion, the Devourer recognized the value of its rider's guidance and accepted his command. With a fierce cry, it resumed its pursuit of the Silverwing, recalling the rider's instruction to eliminate the seemingly insignificant green dragon first. The Silverwing, undeterred by the approaching Devourer, spread its wings wide, preparing for close combat. It had an ally, as long as it could hold off the black dragon that had stolen its eggs for a brief moment. Its companion would rush in to assist in tearing the foe apart. The Devourer, with its volatile temperament, roared in fury at the audacity of the Silverwing to approach, baring its fangs and claws in a display of ferocity. It yearned to rend the Silverwing to pieces and devour it whole. The battle of the two dragons was imminent. With a thunderous clash, the two rampaging titans collided, their wings flapping to sustain flight, claws tearing at each other, and jaws snapping in a relentless struggle. Rhaegar, precariously balanced on the back of the Devourer, hunched low to avoid any errant injuries. He turned his head to keep a vigilant eye on Vormissol above. The moment that temperamental dragon made a move, he would command the Devourer to separate, evading the onslaught of the two dragons. Unexpectedly, Vormissol did not descend, but continued to circle high above, observing the duel below with a calm demeanor. Rhaegar furrowed his brow in confusion. Logically, Vormissol and the Silverwing shared a partnership. Having launched an offensive together, it should not remain a mere spectator. Most critically, dragons were solitary creatures, rarely forming lasting bonds. In matters of hunting and combat, they typically acted independently. Vormissol's apparent detachment indicated that it was merely a reluctant ally summoned by the Silverwing, unwilling to commit fully to the fray. This is an opportunity, Facing a single dragon is far preferable to confronting two. Rhaegar, fully aware of his strategy, resolved to act swiftly. Glutton unleashed dragon fire. Rhaegar commanded loudly. The glutton and Silverwing were engaged in a fierce struggle, their claws raking against one another's bodies. Necks elongated in evasive maneuvers and teeth gnashing. Upon hearing the command, the glutton arched its neck, narrowly avoiding Silverwing's bite, and unleashed a torrent of emerald flames. With a resounding crash, the dragon fire struck Silverwing's head, eliciting a horrific scream as it flailed its wings in a panic. Seizing the moment, the glutton lunged forward, sinking its fangs into Silverwing's thrashing neck, the glint of its teeth betraying a chilling hunger. With a powerful bite, it pierced Silverwing's throat, blood gushing forth in an instant. Seeing this gruesome scene, Womizar finally sprang into action, roaring as it charged at the glutton. Glutton retreat. As Womizar moved, Rhaegar immediately issued the withdrawal command. The scent of blood ignited the glutton's ferocity. It seemed oblivious to the order, fiercely snapping its jaws, intent on delivering a fatal bite to Silverwing. Chapter 68. Great or Mad? With a sharp hiss, at the brink of life and death, Silverwing plunged its claws into the abdomen of the glutton, unleashing a roar as it exhaled dragon fire. However, its neck was seized, rendering the fiery breath ineffective, merely streaking through the night sky without impact. Severely wounded, the glutton could not restrain its furious howl, causing Dragonkiss to instinctively loosen its grip. In that critical moment, Vomisol glided into the fray. Its golden flames surged like a celestial pillar, crashing against the glutton's head as it clutched Silverwing. The glutton, struck hard, succumbed to a moment of dizziness. Dragonkiss involuntarily released its hold. Its wings ceased their flapping, and Silverwing seized the opportunity to kick away with its claws. As the two dragons separated, Silverwing, blood gushing from its neck like a column, retreated immediately, swaying unsteadily to regain balance. Vomisol let out a low growl directed at it before turning to pursue the falling glutton. Rhaegar found himself deeply troubled by the predicament caused by the glutton. Though he had previously instructed obedience to commands, its ferocity had led it astray. With the glutton's defeat, Rhaegar too began to plummet. Experiencing weightlessness once more, he deftly clung to the protective scales, determined not to plummet to the ground. "Glutton, awaken," he shouted, desperately trying to rouse it before their descent culminated in disaster. Should it fail to awaken, the moment they struck the ground would mark Rhaegar's demise. At last, the glutton opened its eyes, shaking off the dizziness and flapping its wings to halt its descent. A formidable wild dragon that had roamed the world, its thick hide was its greatest asset. A mere strike from dragon fire would not fell it. Just before hitting the ground, the glutton regained its balance, spreading its wings to glide and gradually ascend alongside the steep cliff. At this moment, Rhaegar took note of the glutton's injuries. Its neck and wings bore deep wounds, and its abdomen had been gouged with two large holes, dragon blood gushing forth, revealing glimpses of its pulsing innards. Rhaegar immediately realized that this dragon battle could not continue. The glutton had inflicted severe damage on Silverwing, yet it too was grievously wounded. Moreover, Vomisol remained unscathed. Should that bronze behemoth engage, even a victory would lead to mutual destruction. Rhaegar could not accept such an outcome. "Glutton, fly towards the sea," he commanded, glancing back at the pursuing Vomisol as he issued the order to retreat. Both colossal dragons were converging upon the glutton. Once it departed, the battle would cease. With a hissing sound, Vomisol relentlessly pursued, its golden flames slicing through the night like a bolt of lightning. Sensing imminent danger, the glutton's instinct for survival overcame its ferocity. Obeying Rhaegar's command, it flapped its wings and soared over the cliff, heading towards the beach. Rhaegar kept a vigilant watch behind. Silverwing, perhaps too gravely wounded, lay on the ground, raising its head to roar, only to rise and fall again. With Silverwing incapacitated, there was finally room for maneuver. Rhaegar breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As Vomisol drew closer, Rhaegar steered the glutton to evade, occasionally turning back to unleash green flames in resistance. The glutton's fire was immensely powerful, consistently overpowering Vomisol's flames in their confrontations. Impediments hindered a swifter pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the gluttonous one soared above the beach, poised to plunge into the sea. Suddenly, Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the towering cliffs along the shore. In a fleeting moment, his heart raced, an unsettling sensation washing over him. He recalled a scene from a nightmare, where a treacherous dragon emerged from such precipice. As the thought took root in his mind, Rhaegar's expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively shouted, "Dragon flame!" After a fierce clash of dragons, a nascent bond formed between the gluttonous one and Rhaegar. At the instant Rhaegar proclaimed the dragon flame, the gluttonous one, struck by inspiration, turned its head and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire towards the cliff below. In that moment, another scarlet flame erupted from the base of the cliff, colliding directly with the gluttonous one's emerald fire. The crimson flames were swiftly dissipated. The two streams of fire clashed in close proximity, generating a formidable shockwave. The gluttonous one was momentarily buffeted by the force, but quickly regained its composure and surged away from Dragonstone Island without a backward glance. Rhaegar struggled to maintain his position on the dragon's back as the fierce winds threatened to disorient him. He lay low upon the gluttonous one's back, casting a wary glance at the cliffs. Who was the ambusher? Rhaegar fixed his gaze upon the cliffs, yearning to catch a glimpse of the hidden dragon below. He was convinced that tonight's dragon duel was no mere coincidence. Someone had orchestrated it from the shadows. Regrettably, all he could see were the moss-covered cliffs, devoid of any revelation. "Do not let me find you." Thinking of the silver wing on Dragonstone Island and the pursuing Vomisol, Rhaegar clenched his jaw and commanded an immediate retreat. This conspiracy was aimed directly at him. Remaining on Dragonstone Island posed not only a threat to himself, but also endangered his family within the castle. The wisest choice was to depart swiftly. The gluttonous one's speed was unmatched, making it difficult for the slumbering Vomisol to catch up. After a brief exchange of pursuit, the gluttonous one distanced itself, leaving Vomisol seething in frustration. Cloaked by the night, the gluttonous one vanished from sight. On Dragonstone Island, a figure in a black cloak concealed himself in the shadows of the beach, gazing intently at the now invisible dark dragon. Blocked. Was it mere coincidence? Or had he foreseen this? The cloaked figure murmured to himself, retrieving a coin from his pocket. At the birth of every Targaryen, the gods cast a coin to determine whether the child would be great or mad. Which are you destined to be, great or mad? The figure's voice was imbued with profound depth, tinged with skepticism. He tossed the coin high into the air, catching it deftly with his hand. Palms upward, he revealed the face of the coin. The cloaked figure fixated on the side, facing up, lost in an inexplicable silence. After a lengthy pause, he angrily hurled the coin far into the sea and departed in silence. Meanwhile, in the castle, Viserys stood before the grand window, his fury directed at the ruins of the walls. He had just received the news. During the tumult of the Three Dragons battle, Rhaegar had slipped away, riding his dragon into the fray. The thought of the earth-shattering chaos moments ago filled him with dread, fearing for his eldest son's safety. Fortunately, the dark dragon had vanquished the Silver Wing and escaped under Vomisol's pursuit. As long as a mature dragon is not slain on the spot, it is exceedingly difficult to bring it down. This also implies that his eldest son has managed to escape, thus momentarily evading danger. What did the two guards, who disseminated false information, reveal during their interrogation? Viserys inquired of his chancellor, Leonor. Leonor promptly replied, "The guards were unable to extract any information. The deceitful dragon keeper has vanished, and our leads have run dry. We shall continue our investigation. There exists no wall that remains impervious to whispers." Containing his fury, Viserys continued, "Moreover, regarding the dragon attack tonight, Vormisol and Silverwing have customarily resided within their lairs and could not have appeared together without cause to instigate an assault. Your Majesty, according to the guards stationed at the tower, Vormisol and Silverwing were driven by a confrontation with the glutton, and upon encounter, they engaged in a fierce skirmish." Leonor posited, "The glutton is the largest wild dragon on the island, frequently stealing eggs and hunting younglings, which likely incited the wrath of Silverwing after her recent laying. The spectacle of the dragon fight was witnessed by all. It could only be the theft of dragon eggs that could provoke the usually docile Silverwing to madness. Investigate. Conduct a thorough search. Leave no one within the castle unexamined. Viserys' knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. This is a conspiracy against the heir to the throne. Whoever is responsible must pay dearly for their actions. Chapter 69. The Crabclaw Peninsula in the Darkness of Night. Over the narrow sea, Rhaegar navigated the turbulent waters atop the Devourer. The creature bore grievous wounds in its abdomen, blood streaming from its injuries and staining the surface of the sea. After enduring a series of harrowing events, Rhaegar felt his heart racing with a delayed sense of urgency. He patted the scales of the Devourer and inquired, "What prompted those two dragons to attack you?" He sensed that a conspiracy was afoot, yet he remained curious about how Wormizer and Silverwing had been provoked. The Devourer let out a low growl, expressing its discontent. Rhaegar discerned its meaning. During the night, someone had fed it an abundance of cattle and sheep, even tossing it a dragon egg. As a wild dragon with a penchant for dragon eggs, the Devourer readily accepted the offering, compensating for its failed hunt of the young dragons. Rhaegar sighed in exasperation. He suspected the Devourer had committed some egregious act to incite the wrath of Wormizer and Silverwing. Dragon eggs and young dragons are treasures of Dragonstone Island. You must not steal them again. Rhaegar issued a stern command. Despite its grievous injuries, the Devourer remained proud, growling defiantly. Rhaegar attempted to engage in dialogue, discussing the need to relinquish its obsession with dragon eggs and young dragons. The Devourer, being a straightforward creature, did not conceal the reasons behind its thievery. The territory of Dragonstone Island was too confined. If it did not steal dragon eggs and young dragons, the growing dragons would encroach upon its living space. Rhaegar understood its plight. Rest assured, there is indeed insufficient space for many dragons on Dragonstone Island. I shall seek new habitats for the next generation of dragons. And you, my friend, must cease your thievery. I will ensure that enough livestock is provided for you in due time. Understanding the Devourer's concerns, Rhaegar proposed a solution. The Devourer continued to soar silently, neither agreeing nor refusing. Rhaegar chose to remain silent. Matters of territory and living space were not easily compromised, whether for dragons or humans. By discovering more suitable lands for dragons to inhabit, the Devourer's nature would inevitably evolve. As the Devourer flew farther and farther, Rhaegar found himself uncertain of its destination, likely still within the confines of the narrow sea. However, one troubling realization dawned upon him. The Devourer's flight speed was gradually diminishing, and its breathing had become labored. "Your injuries are severe. We must find a place to land," he cautioned, noting the blood-soaked abdomen and other wounds of the Devourer, with a low growl in response. The Devourer seemed weaker than before. At dawn, the sun's rays pierced through the clouds, and Rhaegar, exhausted, lay upon the back of the Devourer, gazing down at the sea below. Suddenly, he spotted the edge of land. Gradually, more of the land became visible, adorned with lush forests and undulating mountains. "Quickly, we have found land, Devourer!" Rhaegar exclaimed in excitement, pointing below. The Devourer cast a sidelong glance at him and silently descended. It certainly knew where the land lay. As a wild dragon fond of wandering, Rhaegar is well aware of suitable places to perch. From the ocean to the land, he experiences a myriad of novelties. He originally intended to ride the Glutton and roam the continent in search of adventure. However, before he could finalize his plans, he was compelled to set forth. The Glutton crossed the desolate coastal terrain, soaring amidst the intricate peaks of the mountains. It descended into a valley woven with dense forests, swamps, and rivers. Upon landing, the Glutton stumbled unsteadily, losing its footing and crashing heavily onto the muddy grass, carving a deep trench into the earth. Having not slept a wink throughout the night, Rhaegar was utterly exhausted. He failed to secure himself before the descent, and, as the Glutton fell, he was flung from its back. With a thud, he hit the ground, rolling twice before losing consciousness. In an instant, both the man and the dragon lay sprawled on the ground, a rather pitiable sight. Despite suffering a second injury that caused blood to flow from its abdomen, the Glutton, embodying the strength of its kind, managed to rise unsteadily to its feet. Its slit pupils gazed down at the unconscious Rhaegar, a flicker of hesitation evident in its eyes. Lowering its head, the glutton nudged Rhaegar's body, shifting him from a prone position to lying flat. The steady rise and fall of its chest confirmed that its rider was still alive. Fortunately, the soft grass where Rhaegar had landed effectively cushioned his fall. He was merely fatigued and disoriented from the tumble, with no apparent injuries. The glutton extended its neck, surveying the valley's surroundings. It had deliberately chosen a favorable spot to land, one where it could find elements to aid in healing its wounds. The valley was devoid of large predators, and the cliffs were dotted with numerous caves suitable for concealment. Gently, the glutton picked up Rhaegar in its mouth and proceeded toward a spacious cave. It placed Rhaegar at the cave's entrance and cautiously nudged the opening. It needed to search for healing resources, as its rider was far too fragile to venture into such territories. Hiding was a prudent choice. After all, with its speed, it would return swiftly. The glutton crawled out of the valley, pausing at the mouth to glance back at the cave where Rhaegar was concealed. After a brief moment, it lifted its tail slightly and left a pile of dragon droppings, marking its territory to deter any potential beast from intruding. With everything in place, the glutton let out a long, resonant roar and took to the skies once more. By noon, the sun hung high in the sky, bathing the forested valley in warmth. Rhaegar, nestled within the cave, stirred slightly, as if on the brink of awakening. At that moment, a commotion echoed through the valley. "Come quickly, there's a huge and lengthy blood trail. I wonder what giant beast left it. Tormund, be careful. There's something strange about this valley." Amidst the chaotic chatter, Rhaegar slowly opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Where was he? Where was the glutton? Observing the cobweb-laden cave, Rhaegar felt a sense of confusion wash over him. He remembered the glutton discovering a piece of land, leading them to a secluded valley, and then everything faded into obscurity. A sudden realization struck him. He had been ambushed, with dragons lurking in the shadows. Rhaegar recalled vividly the moment of the surprise attack. But who possesses the capability to infiltrate Dragonstone and secretly contrive a scheme against him? In Rhaegar's mind, the only individual who came to mind, possessing both the motive and the means, was one. "Upon my return, I shall not let you go unpunished." Having deduced the identity of the culprit, Rhaegar clenched his fists in silent resolve. "Elder sister, come quickly. There are fresh tracks in front of this cave." As he pondered, a youthful voice echoed from outside the cave, calling for its companions. A rustle of footsteps soon followed. Rhaegar's heart raced, and he cautiously rose to his feet, retrieving a dagger from his spatial bracelet, concealing it behind his waist. In mere moments, the sound from outside grew increasingly nearer. Furrowing his brow, he tightened his grip on the dagger. Being in an unknown location, with the dragon absent, he was but a solitary child, rendered exceedingly vulnerable. "Who is in there? Come out." A girl's authoritative voice rang out from outside the cave. Rhaegar tilted his head, his mind racing. Judging by the previous voices, there seemed to be 3 individuals outside, 2 young boys and a girl referred to as sister. Rhaegar blinked, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As long as he wasn't left amidst a throng of wild folk, he was confident that, due to his innocent age and noble lineage, no one would be foolish enough to harm him. If he were to encounter hunting nobles, it would be even better. Not only would they likely host a grand celebration in his honor, but at the very least, they would ensure he was well-fed and safely escorted back to King's Landing. Chapter 70. Free people relax, I'll be out shortly. After careful consideration, Rhaegar decided to err on the side of caution and present himself honestly. He sheathed his dagger into the spatial bracelet and raised his hands as he slowly emerged from the cave. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of a drawn bow aimed directly at him. Startled, Rhaegar took a half-step back. Was it a child? The archer was a half-grown girl clad in a leather skirt and jacket, her gaze fixed quizzically upon Rhaegar. The sight of her attire sent a chill down his spine. The girl did not lower her bow. Instead, she cautiously stepped forward, declaring, "If there are others in the cave, make yourselves known." Rhaegar stood frozen, daring not to move, and replied earnestly, "There's no need to shout. It's just me." "Bullshit. How could a little child like you have traversed the marshes and jungles? The girl retorted sharply, her keen eyes scanning Rhaegar from head to toe. In an instant, Rhaegar understood. She had mistaken him for a child from some noble family, due to his clothing. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Are you from a certain tribe?" His words were deliberately mild. He refrained from using the term savage. The so-called savages were the free people who defied the authority of local lords, a group of unruly, uncivilized brutes. That is how his tutor had described them. The girl disregarded his inquiry, continuing to fix her gaze on the cave entrance. Behind her, two boys burst forth, clad in animal skins and wielding bone axes and shovels. Each seized Rhaegar firmly by an arm, dragging him to the side. "Be gentle. There is no need to be so rough," Rhaegar protested, feeling their grip painfully tight. One boy appeared to be around 10 years old, frail and thin, while the other seemed slightly older, with dark skin and a robust build. They paid no heed to Rhaegar's words, focusing intently on the movements of the girl in the leather skirt. As it turned out, Rhaegar had not lied. The girl darted to the cave's mouth, releasing an arrow that struck the hard rock wall with a thud. She surveyed the cave, finding it utterly vacant. There were no hidden people, not even a mouse. The tension in the air eased somewhat. The girl silently exhaled in relief, retrieved her bow, and signaled for her two companions to bring Rhaegar into the cave. The slender boy bound Rhaegar with a rope and unceremoniously tossed him into a corner of the cavern. Displeased, Rhaegar shifted his position to avoid the dusty cobwebs. The girl approached him, pinching his chin with her fingers, and demanded fiercely, "Who are you? Which family do you belong to? And where are your elders?" The pressure on his chin was painful, and Rhaegar shot an annoyed glare at the girl. "Dare to glare at me again, and you'll regret it," she threatened, tightening her grip. After a moment of interaction, Rhaegar felt a surge of courage. He stole a few glances at the girl. Her chestnut curls, prominent nose, and well-defined features marked her as a capable young woman. However, these details mattered little to him. He focused solely on two things: her sun-kissed, smooth skin and the blood blisters on her knuckles. With a glimmer of insight in his eyes, he spoke. "You are not a savage, are you?" The young girl's expression shifted slightly as she coldly remarked, "I am the one questioning you. Do not stray from the topic. That is your brother, and neither of you are savages." Her change in demeanor only solidified Rhaegar's suspicions. Under the scrutiny of her doubtful gaze, Rhaegar spoke confidently. "Savages grow up in the wild, unable to cultivate smooth skin, nor can they nurture a frail child." He cast a pointed glance at the weak boy. As a seasoned sufferer of health ailments, he was particularly sensitive to issues of physical well-being, and he could easily discern that the frail boy did not possess the vigor typical of a child from the wild. Alternatively, it could be said that savages would struggle to raise a child with inherently poor health. The girl's countenance darkened as she released Rhaegar's chin, stating bluntly, "So what? You are clever, but mere cleverness will not save your life. Reveal your origins, or I shall show you no mercy." No, no, no. I am merely 6 years old. Child abuse is unacceptable anywhere," Rhaegar protested, shaking his head fervently. "If you untie me, we can have an open and honest conversation. Perhaps I can be of assistance to you." He emphasized, "I know many scholars well-versed in herbal medicine who could aid your brother's ailment." "My brother is not ill," the girl retorted dismissively. Rhaegar, unconvinced, replied, "Your brother's pallor suggests otherwise. I will strike you if you continue to speak," the girl threatened, raising her fist. Rhaegar immediately complied, offering a sheepish smile. Under the circumstances, he did not wish to endure physical punishment, given Rhaegar's slight stature. The girl pondered for a moment before deciding to untie the ropes binding him. "Big sister, he seems to be a child of nobility," the frail boy whispered. "Of course, look at his attire. It is evident he hails from a noble family," the sturdy boy interjected. The frail boy fell silent, sulking in a corner. The girl shot a glare at the sturdy boy and said sternly, "Tezsin, go fetch Uncle Juan and the others. I will interrogate this one with Tommen." "But," Tezsin protested, his reluctance evident, but the girl's fierce gaze compelled him to retreat, awkwardly scurrying out of the cave. With one less person present, the girl's demeanor softened considerably, and she spoke gently. "I am Balon. This is my brother Tommen, and we belong to the Peregrine tribe." What is your surname? Rhaegar inquired tentatively. We have no surname. We are bastards, despised by both man and beast. Her tone and demeanor conveyed deep indignation regarding her origins. Indeed, who could accept such a status with equanimity? Balon then asked, Who are you, and what brings you to this cave alone? What are the bloodstains and that pile of excrement outside? Rhaegar pressed his lips together, hesitating on whether to reveal his true identity. If she were a rational individual, detaining him could lead to a ransom from the royal family. Yet, given that she harbored such discontent regarding her birth, who could predict the irrational actions she might take out of jealousy? The azure gaze of Balon never wavered from him, and with a mere hint, she discerned his apprehensions. With a hint of disdain, she remarked, Speak freely. I assure you, I mean you no harm. The Falcon tribe is a well-ordered community that protects the young and the women. Very well, I hope you're not too taken aback. Rhaegar shrugged and stated, I am Rhaegar Targaryen. The king is my father. I have come riding a dragon, traversing the splendor of the continent. This declaration was a blend of truth and embellishment, revealing his lineage while simultaneously instilling a sense of intimidation in his counterpart. Targaryen, you are a prince? Balon was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the revelation. Her younger brother, Tommen, with eyes alight with excitement, leaned forward and inquired, You mentioned arriving on a dragon. Where is your dragon? Patience. I shall address each question in due time. Rhaegar replied earnestly, Let me reiterate, I am indeed a prince. Behold my silver hair and violet eyes, the very symbols of House Targaryen. He needed to ensure his personal safety, believing that as long as they remained calm, they would not pose a threat to him. The brother and sister before him were still enraptured by the extraordinary notion of having captured a prince of true Targaryen blood, a feat that was indeed remarkable in their lifetimes. Chapter 71. Negotiation. After an in-depth conversation with the siblings, the sky gradually darkened into dusk. Rhaegar had gleaned a wealth of valuable information. For instance, the land beneath his feet was not part of the continent, but rather the Crabclaw Peninsula. This peninsula, neighboring Dragonstone and Tideshead Island, was an inhospitable wilderness with sparse human habitation. According to Rhaegar's knowledge, the Crabclaw Peninsula was rife with swamps and pine forests, its resources woefully scant, and the local nobility was exceedingly limited. This implied that establishing contact with any noble was nearly impossible. A campfire flickered in the cave as 3 children, 2 small and 1 larger, sat around it. Tommen was visibly excited, repeatedly asking, Is your dragon truly out hunting? Is it really that large? Indeed, the devourer is fearsome in size. I feel like a mere flea on its back, Rhaegar replied, munching on a wild fruit while engaging in casual conversation. Out in the world, one's identity was merely a matter of words. Whatever Rhaegar said would shape their perceptions. Although he was unaware of the devourer's whereabouts, it was inconsequential. As long as there was indeed a dragon nearby, no one would dare lay a finger on a hair of Rhaegar's. Your dragon is injured. There's a significant trail of blood in the valley. Initially thought to be from some great beast, it now seems undoubtedly to be from your dragon, remarked Balon, poking at the fire and injecting a note of skepticism. Rhaegar, unfazed, responded, We encountered other dragons over the narrow sea. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here alone. Other dragons? Tommen's eyes widened in astonishment. Dragonstone is teeming with dragons. My ancestors conquered the continent of Westeros with their might, Rhaegar proclaimed confidently. That's nonsense. Only 3 dragons appeared during the War of Conquest, Balon countered sharply. Are you well versed in history? Rhaegar inquired, intrigued. I have read as well. I'm not a fool who only listens to your tall tales, Balon retorted coolly. Rhaegar chuckled lightly, choosing not to elucidate further. It's wonderful that you have read. Knowing the significance of a prince should render him safer. At that moment, a resounding eagle's cry echoed from outside the valley. Balon and Tommen simultaneously raised their heads and stood to exit. Has your tribe arrived? Rhaegar followed closely behind, feeling an unsettling lack of security. He attempted to reach out telepathically for the devourer, yet received no response. The devourer was gravely injured. He speculated it had flown off somewhere to recover. During its absence, Rhaegar's fate rested solely upon his own efforts. Stepping out of the cave, Rhaegar trailed behind the siblings and witnessed a throng of robust individuals surging into the valley. Clad in leather garments and armor, they exuded an aura of primal ferocity. Leading them was a tall, muscular middle-aged man, his thick brown beard braided and eyes sharp as an eagle's. Noticing Rhaegar's gaze, the burly man turned his head, locking his eyes onto Rhaegar's position. Rhaegar felt a slight change in his demeanor, but strove to maintain his composure. This group appeared formidable. He had indeed stumbled into a den of wildlings. Balon interjected reassuringly, "Do not fear. Uncle Falcon is a principled leader and will not harm children." As the entirety of the Falcon tribe entered the valley, the atmosphere became lively and boisterous. The wild leader, named Falcon indeed, possessed some noteworthy capabilities, arranging for individuals to kindle a fire, erect a camp, and meticulously plan their activities. Balon led Rhaegar to the campfire where the Falcon was deftly skinning a wild rabbit. Once the rabbit was eviscerated and skewered for roasting, he slowly inquired, "Is he the noble child you found?" Balon cast a glance at Rhaegar and replied earnestly, "He is the child of the king, a true dragon." "A prince?" The Falcon immediately raised his head, astonished. He might be a savage, but the status of a prince was undeniably lofty. Gazing at the scrutinizing wild leader before him, Rhaegar took a deep breath, conscious that he needed to articulate something significant. Meeting the Falcon's gaze directly, he stated with gravity, "I am Rhaegar Targaryen, born within the Red Keep of King's Landing. I wonder if this esteemed leader has any specific impressions of that place? How could I know of a land 1,000 miles away?" The Falcon replied nonchalantly, "I travel the continent riding my dragon and encountered troubles along the way. If you're willing to assist me, I assure you there will be substantial rewards." Rhaegar presented tangible benefits for negotiation. The Falcon chuckled, "I do believe that you have a father who is a king, and thus can procure mountains of gold and silver. So, does this imply you are willing to assist me?" Rhaegar's eyes brightened at the prospect. "I do not agree." The Falcon's smile faded, and he outright refused. "Why not? I can offer you gold, give you iron tools. All I ask is for protection for a time." Rhaegar was taken aback by the wild leader's rejection and proposed additional conditions. The Falcon, flipping the roasting rabbit, scoffed. "The Falcon tribe does not trust outsiders and will not extend assistance to them. It has always been thus." Rhaegar furrowed his brow and glanced at Balon, who nodded affirmatively. "It has always been thus. So, how do you intend to deal with me? Or what conditions would compel you to assist me?" Rhaegar bluntly inquired. "Join the Falcon tribe and become one of us. I will provide you unconditional protection," the Falcon stated with utmost seriousness. Rhaegar laughed, sitting down on the ground, crossing his arms and staring at the Falcon, retorting, "Do you truly believe a Targaryen prince would join a tribe of savages? There is no greater jest." At this point, Rhaegar's lingering fear had vanished. He recognized that the Falcon had no intention of aiding him. As a dragon rider, the bloodstains in the valley attested to the genuine presence of the greedy one. He did not believe the wild man before him would dare to harm him. The Falcon, unfazed by Rhaegar's words, chuckled, "Aren't you also not planning to seek my assistance?" Rhaegar momentarily lost his words. "That is indeed true. I have a dragon. As long as I wait for the greedy one to find me, I can simply fly away on my dragon when the time comes. What I truly need is to delay these wild men and prevent them from harming me." The Falcon cut a piece of sizzling rabbit flesh and handed it to Rhaegar, stating somberly, "I have seen a colossal beast, but it is injured and flying toward the mire of despair. For the time being, I shall trust in your identity and provide you protection until your dragon returns to find you. Before this, you must ensure that your dragon does not cause harm to my tribe and depart swiftly. He is not a primitive barbarian consumed by chaos and destruction. He is engaged in battles with the nobles of the peninsula, possessing greater insight than the average savage. The young lad before us is the king's son. The bloodstains and ravines in the valley bear witness to a destruction that only that colossal beast could inflict. The pile of excrement at the valley's mouth is likely a mark left by the dragon to ward off wild beasts. From the outset, this young lad has been a highly perilous entity. The untamed dragon could return to the valley at any moment. At this juncture, negotiating further with the lad would be futile. Once the dragon stands before him, all discussions would be rendered meaningless. He could indeed slay the lad and flee into the night. However, the tribe is in peril, and tradition forbids violence against children. In comparison, it would be wiser to keep the lad well fed. When the dragon appears, let him ride away on its back. Should the lad possess a sense of gratitude, he will undoubtedly find a way to repay the favor. Hearing the falcon's sentiments, Rhaegar's perspective on the wild man underwent a significant transformation. Indeed, scholars often prove to be a blind lot, their words lacking precision. This wild man displays considerable intelligence, exhibiting no recklessness whatsoever. You are truly a wise leader. I assure you that I will restrain my dragon and coexist peacefully with you. Rhaegar accepted his roasted meat and offered praise. Being a leader is no easy task. I must consider the well-being of all our heads and bellies. The falcon shook his head, tearing off 2 pieces of meat and handing them to the siblings, Balon. Chapter 72. The shadow monster with the negotiation concluded. The vigilance of both parties significantly diminished. Rhaegar savored the sustenance offered by the wild men and sipped the fresh water they provided, observing the wild men dance around the campfire. Son and Balon remained by his side, sharing the warmth of the fire as they exchanged tales of their lives. Son, picking at the remnants of a rabbit carcass, inquired, "You appear quite youthful. The king's youngest son?" "I am the king's eldest son," Rhaegar replied with a chuckle. "If memory serves, the tradition among nobles dictates that the eldest is the heir. Will you soon become the new king?" Son expressed his astonishment. "Not at all. In truth, the heir is my sister," Rhaegar answered nonchalantly. "Why is that? Does she harbor something akin to your own?" A rough-hewn wild man, eager for entertainment, chimed in, prompting raucous laughter from those nearby. Rhaegar cast a sidelong glance at the man, his gaze shifting to Son, remaining silent. Son's expression darkened slightly as he seized the wild man's leg and commanded, "Sandor, be gone." Yes, Sandor, away with you." The wild man named Sandor repeated dismissively, his demeanor utterly unconcerned. It was only when a white and black speckled hawk alighted on a branch above that he shivered and reluctantly withdrew. As he disappeared into the crowd, Son turned back, his voice revealing no trace of emotion. "The tribe has been restless of late. Many warriors are on edge. With such foul mouths, I wonder how they compare to the dragon dung at the valley's mouth." Rhaegar quipped with a slight smile. "I shall teach him a lesson and admonish the others." Son's movements halted, his tone slightly irritable. His frustration was not directed at Rhaegar's threat, but rather at his tribe's subordinates for causing him to lose face in front of an esteemed guest. As night deepened, Rhaegar, having satisfied his hunger, returned to the cave to rest. Son provided him with soft animal skins and arranged for Balon and her brother to accompany him. Personally laying out the fur blankets, Rhaegar called to the siblings who were resting against the wall, sharing the remaining skin with them. "Thank you," Tommen expressed quietly. "May I inquire about certain matters, such as the upheaval within your tribe?" Rhaegar seized the opportunity to gather information. Tommen, clutching the animal skin, looked blankly at Balon, who nodded and turned to lay out the grass mat. Tommen began, "Our tribe's original dwelling was besieged by a monstrous attack, resulting in several casualties. Uncle Son had no choice but to lead us in migration. Monsters? Crocodiles or pythons from the swamp?" Rhaegar's interest peaked. "Neither. It is a creature that conceals itself in shadows, moving like a python, piercing our bodies," Tommen recounted, fear etched across his face. This creature had instilled a profound psychological trauma within him. "I have never heard of such shadowy monsters. Is this truly the case?" Rhaegar regarded Balon with skepticism. Balon, of an age similar to Rhaenyra, spoke with a credibility that resonated. "It is true. Even the elders of our tribe have never encountered or heard of such monsters. They seem to appear out of thin air. Wow, it seems we have stirred up trouble." Rhaegar hesitated, furrowing his brow, uncertain whether shadowy monsters existed on the Crabclaw Peninsula. Yet, this tribe seemed far less secure than anticipated. Following a brief exchange, silence enveloped the cave. The three lay on their respective bedding, still able to hear the raucous shouts of the wild men outside. After a while, Balon could no longer contain herself and inquired, "Why is your sister the heir?" "There is no particular reason. She and I are both children of our father." "It makes no difference who becomes the heir," Rhaegar replied, his tone laced with boredom. "You are deceiving yourself. Those noble lords prefer a man to lead them," Balon challenged. "While that may hold some truth, My father chose her as the heir. We are family, and I merely wish to assist her. Humph, she will marry, have her own husband, and bear her children. They will be her lifelong kin, Balon retorted coldly. And you, a younger brother with a closer claim, will only serve as her obstacle. Which lord's illegitimate daughter are you? You seem quite familiar with the Targaryen family, Rhaegar countered with a smile. That is none of your concern. After all, I'm just a bastard who cannot control her own affairs, Balon replied, clearly uncomfortable discussing her origins. Then I need not concern myself with your family matters, miss. Rhaegar shot back, using magic to counter her words. He called you Miss Tormund, huddled in the corner, chuckled foolishly. And you, sir? Balon retorted, rising to deliver a swift kick that silenced his laughter. With tensions high, the cave fell into silence once more. Midnight. The damp air thickened with moisture as dark clouds ascended, obscuring the crescent moon. Without the moonlight's glow, the night deepened further. In the valley, the wild men, exhausted from their revelry, began to doze off in scattered groups. The bonfires dwindled, leaving only flickering embers that crackled softly. In the dim environment, a grotesque, shadowy creature emerged, writhing as it slithered from the darkened tree cover. This ebony entity blended seamlessly with the shadows, serpent-like in its movements. It approached a sleeping wild man. Slowly, it penetrated the wild man's nostrils, ears, and mouth. The dark creature seemed to divide itself, infiltrating the wild man's body without resistance. A soft, rod-like appendage pierced his throat, causing him to stir uncomfortably awake. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a twisted, pitch-black creature sprawled across his chest, its tendrils writhing like vines. The wild man's eyes widened in terror, a scream lodged in his throat. Yet, before he could utter a sound, two tendrils invaded his nostrils, penetrating his brain and muddling his thoughts. In an instant, the creature effortlessly claimed the wild man's life. It writhed, retracting its tendrils in search of its next prey. Back in the cave, Rhaegar slept soundly. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the valley, jolting everyone awake. Rhaegar blinked in confusion, surveying his surroundings. Balon and her brother were also roused from their slumber. Seizing the weapon beside him, he hastily dashed out of the cave, issuing a warning. It is perilous outside. Do not venture forth. Rhaegar, momentarily taken aback, quickly rose to his feet and followed suit. He had heard numerous terrifying tales. He understood that in times of danger, the individual who strays alone becomes the most vulnerable. Upon exiting the cave, chaos reigned among the wild men outside. Some tended to the bonfire, while others ignited torches, casting a flicker of light into the darkness. Rhaegar pressed closely behind Balon, peering out to discern the cause of the commotion. The cacophony of wild men's shouts provided no useful information. After a considerable wait, the tumultuous scene gradually subsided. It was the falcon leading the warrior tribesmen back from their patrol. They bore several corpses, all robust male wild men. 3 of them were bleeding profusely from their orifices, yet their bodies bore no visible wounds. One had been struck by an arrow that pierced his heart, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Before the entire tribe, the falcon cast the 3 bodies, having met the same grim fate, into the bonfire, incinerating their remains. He then removed the arrow from the 4th body, his gaze darkening as he scrutinized it. We are being targeted by other tribes. He growled fiercely, gripping the arrow tightly in his hand. Chapter 73. The promise. As soon as Suene spoke, the wild men erupted into a cacophony of shouts, clamoring for vengeance. Rhaegar tugged gently at Tommen's arm and whispered, "What about the 3 charred corpses?" Only one of the slain bore the mark of an arrow. The other 3 deaths were shrouded in mystery, capturing Rhaegar's attention. Tommen turned his head, his voice trembling with fear. Those were the victims of the shadow monster, which has been trailing the tribe. As he spoke, his body quivered, his complexion paling further. Addressing the tribe, Suene raised his hands high and declared, "Silence. The enemy lies hidden nearby. Prepare your weapons at once." The wild man who had been shot was one of the sentinels. In the dead of night, another wild man had discovered the bodies amidst the grass and screamed to alert the tribe. The remaining 3 corpses were only found after most had awoken. For tribesmen had perished in a single night, casting a pall over the Yueying tribe, the atmosphere heavy with despair. Suin led the robust wild men, arming themselves and lighting torches as they split into teams to venture beyond the valley. The death of the sentinel indicated that the enemy lurked nearby, poised to strike at any moment. Rhaegar observed the scene, a frown knitting his brow. This tribe was being targeted by an unknown monster, and now other tribes had discovered their migratory path. Reckless assaults would only lead to ambushes, potentially leading to their annihilation overnight. Rhaegar stepped forward, intending to offer a word of caution. However, Balon seized him by the collar, admonishing, "Do not be foolish. Impulsive wild men lack foresight. Tonight will be perilous." Rhaegar articulated his perspective. "I understand, and so does Uncle Suin, but the wild men's way of life is one of endless bloodshed and conquest." Balon, with a bow slung over her shoulder, grasped Rhaegar with one hand and Tommen with the other. "Let us follow the women with children. Typically, tribes do not harm women and infants." All capable wild men had followed Suin out of the valley, leaving Rhaegar relegated to a heap of the old, weak, and infirm, save for the pregnant women and children resembling wild monkeys. Rhaegar queried, "Your tribe's men appear few, yet there are so many children?" The tribes that were subsumed would see their men and elders slaughtered, women violated, and children abandoned. Balon replied, "Many of these children are orphans rescued by Uncle Suin. He believes they will soon grow into valiant warriors." Suin was indeed a unique wild man. Rhaegar shook his head with a chuckle. As hunters, how could the wild men provide sustenance for growing children? Relying on little wildlings to mature into formidable warriors seemed a daunting prospect. In the early hours, flames erupted outside the valley, accompanied by chilling screams and the frenzied howls of another group. Suin stumbled back into the valley, drenched in blood, with only a handful of figures trailing behind, each severely wounded and bearing expressions of shock and rage. The howling pursued them relentlessly. The flames surged, encroaching into the open valley. "Run! The people of the Bisong tribe are coming. Everyone flee!" As the falcon swung his axe to shatter the pursuing bone arrows, he urged the members of the tribe to flee swiftly. "We must hurry." Without hesitation, Rhaegar dashed toward the narrow exit on the opposite side of the valley. A glance back revealed that others were outpacing him, their panicked cries echoing in the air. Rhaegar, left behind, found his small limbs unable to match the adult speed. Anxious, he endeavored to connect with the devourer, but to no avail. "Don't just stand there, move." The falcon sprinted from behind, hoisting Rhaegar over his shoulder and fleeing with all his might. Stealing a glance back, Rhaegar witnessed the invading wild tribes pouring into the valley. Half of them rummaging through the spoils left by the falcon tribe, while the rest continued their relentless pursuit. The few warriors the falcon had brought back were utterly incapable of mounting an effective defense against the onslaught. They were either caught and slain or struck down by bone arrows. The falcon, tall and robust, surged ahead with swift strides, distancing himself from the pursuers, which granted Rhaegar a modicum of comfort. He truly wished to remain uninvolved in the conflict between the two wild tribes, to avoid a cowardly demise. At dawn, as the light began to seep into the sky, the remnants of the falcon tribe fled westward through vast expanses of pine forest. Many had become separated. Men were slain on the spot, women were pinned down and violated, and children scattered in all directions, some falling victim to death, while others sought refuge in the dense foliage. The falcon, carrying Rhaegar, continued to flee, accompanied by only a handful of wild guards. Exhausted, they sought shelter on a hillside for a brief respite. "The tribe is lost," a wild man named Sandor lamented, confronting the leader. "We can rebuild. As long as we survive, there will come a day we can retaliate." The falcon growled, lowering the jostled Rhaegar to the ground. "The tribe is nearly extinct. Why are you still burdened with this child?" Another wild man pointed at Rhaegar, whose pallid complexion betrayed his exhaustion as he cowered behind the falcon. "He has a dragon, and he is the king's son, more noble than anyone you've encountered in any castle. He can bring wealth to our tribe." The falcon spread his arms, urgently explaining. "You lie. If he truly possessed a dragon, it would have incinerated us by now. Indeed, perhaps the White Pine tribe was lured here by him. He is a harbinger of disaster. Regardless of his noble lineage, we cannot rely on him. He is merely a child full of deceit." having seemingly found a scapegoat. The wild men glared menacingly at Rhaegar. Some grasped their weapons, casting sinister glances in his direction. Alarm bells rang in Rhaegar's mind, prompting him to declare, "My dragon is on the way back. I will command it to avenge the Falcon tribe, bringing you unimaginable riches." Deep down, he understood the unreliability of this tribe. They had crumbled within a single night. Upon hearing his words, the cacophony of accusations from the wild men subsided, their collective gaze shifting to the Falcon, awaiting his response. With a deep breath, the Falcon assumed the demeanor of a leader and solemnly proclaimed, "He claims to possess a dragon. Let us wait a day, and the truth shall reveal itself. If he truly has a dragon, I shall offer my head as a wine vessel." Sandor scoffed repeatedly before turning and departing. The other wild men exchanged glances, contemplating following him, but disheartened by the presence of the Falcon, they resigned themselves to sitting on the ground. The Falcon did not hinder Sandor's departure and instructed, "Rest here. We shall set forth at dawn." With that, he seized Rhaegar by the collar and ascended to a higher vantage on the hillside. He gazed into the pine forest from whence they had come, scanning for any pursuing wild men. Rhaegar squatted nearby, feebly asserting, "I truly have a dragon." "I know. Your tribe has scattered. What do you intend to do?" "Wait. Wait for what?" Rhaegar inquired, puzzled. The Falcon turned his gaze upon him, his expression indifferent as he replied, "Wait for your dragon to find you and incinerate the White Pine tribe." "Do you truly believe me?" Rhaegar was taken aback by the wild leader's unwavering trust. "I do not," the Falcon replied coldly, "but my tribe has been attacked, the men slain, the women and children captured. I require your dragon to reclaim all that has been lost." Rhaegar, feeling a sense of release, promised, "Rest assured, once my dragon finds me, I shall avenge your tribe. I have upheld my end of the bargain. You must remember your words." The Falcon's statement was abruptly cut short as a dark arrow shot from the shadows, piercing straight into his right eye. Before Rhaegar's eyes, the bone arrow emerged from the back of the Falcon's skull, penetrating through his head. Chapter 74. Grudges do not linger until morning. What is it like to witness death with one's own eyes? If asked, Rhaegar would respond, "I do not know." Blood spattered from the Falcon's head, staining half of his silver hair. Rhaegar exhibited no signs of discomfort, fear, or trembling. Wiping the blood from his face, he gazed quietly at the Falcon's corpse, its mouth still agape. He blinked and turned his attention towards the direction from which the bone arrow had come. There stood a large pine tree, its needles dense and lush. Sandor, who had fled, remained in the shade of the tree, still poised with bow drawn. "Dead?" After a prolonged moment, Rhaegar murmured softly, nudging the Falcon's body with his foot. This wild chieftain was quite remarkable, more rational and intelligent than the average savage. He even remembered to protect him during the escape. "Is this how it ends? Get up, everyone! That fellow is dead. We must find another way." Having slain the chieftain, Sandor hurried up the slope, directing the several wild men who had yet to realize the situation. It was only at his urging that they noticed the Falcon lying in a pool of blood. Aside from one tall wild man who expressed outrage and intended to avenge the Falcon, the others remained silent, scrutinizing Sandor. He drew his bow and swiftly shot the tall wild man, silencing him instantly. Then, boldly standing before the others, he proclaimed, "The Falcon tribe is no more. Do you wish to wander aimlessly in the pine forest? Follow me, and we shall seek refuge with the White Pine tribe, a stronger clan free of curses." Sandor seduced the others into defecting. The wild men were not fools. Immediately, one stepped forward to question, "We are but remnants of the Falcon tribe. Why would they take in an enemy?" Sandor pointed to the still figure of Rhaegar, speaking grandly. "His father is a king, possessing vast wealth. If we present him to the White Pine tribe, they will surely accept us." His argument held merit, and several wild men wavered. Ultimately, Sandor personally bound Rhaegar, hoisting him over his shoulder. "Let's go find the White Pine tribe and see if there are any stragglers." Sandor had clearly taken on the role of leader among the wild men. Rhaegar offered no resistance, allowing himself to be bound and remaining silent. His large violet eyes, round and unblinking, fixated on Sandor. "Little brat, if I send you away, we might have a chance at survival," Sandor observed with a sinister grin. "Quite reasonable. I am indeed valuable." Rhaegar conceded in agreement. This Then you best behave, lest I break your arms and legs. Fear not, I shall be compliant. As dusk fell, the wild men found several of their scattered companions, young and old alike, merging into their ranks. They trembled as they made their way to the temporary encampment of the White Pine tribe. It was the same valley. Upon reaching the outskirts, they were discovered by patrolling wild men, who called for reinforcements to capture the group. Once again, they entered the valley. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was littered with heaps of corpses, most of which were the slain of the Falcon tribe. Rhaegar and several wild men were brought before the chieftain of the White Pine tribe. At that moment, Rhaegar noticed that the assault on the Falcon tribe was not solely the work of the White Pine tribe. Gathered around a campfire with the chieftain were 4 burly leaders from different tribes. Observing the kneeling and pleading Sandor, the chieftain of the White Pine tribe displayed disdain, showing no interest in inquiry and swiftly breaking his limbs. Pointing at Rhaegar, who had been tossed to the front, he impatiently ordered, "Lock this brat away with the women and children. The other shall remain for the sacrifice of the spirits." Sandor and his companions were given no chance to explain as they were interrupted, their limbs broken and dragged away. Their cries echoed as they hoped for Rhaegar's salvation. Yet the chieftains were entirely dismissive, uninterested in their plight. They were merely a band of wild men from the mountains. Who among them had ever seen a king? Your word alone does not suffice. One particularly brutish leader, however, took a fancy to Rhaegar's bracelet and seized it without hesitation. Before Rhaegar could utter a word in protest, he was shoved to the ground. A useless little brat. Let him stay for now. Rhaegar fell heavily, struggling to rise. He remained silent, refraining from any cries of despair, resigned to his fate. Thus, Rhaegar found himself untied and cast into a pen filled with captives, amidst a throng of women and children. It was there that he spotted the Balon siblings. At that moment, Balon was covered in mud and filth, huddled in a corner with Tormund. Upon seeing a familiar face, Rhaegar rubbed his aching belly and approached. "It's you. Weren't you with Uncle Falcon? How did you end up here?" Balon, wary, quickly recognized him. Rhaegar's expression shifted to one of difficulty as he stammered. Falcon was a decent man, though his life was cut short. "Uncle Falcon is dead." Balon could hardly believe it. "He was betrayed during our escape," Rhaegar lamented. "It's a pity. If even Uncle Falcon, who was so formidable, has perished, we are surely doomed." Balon's head drooped in despair. "There might still be a chance," Rhaegar urged. He then inquired, "These wild men intend to sacrifice the traitors to the spirits. Is this your tradition?" Tormund, crouched on the ground in fear, spoke up. "I heard the captors say that the surrounding tribes have been attacked by monsters. They believe it to be the work of vengeful spirits. Hence the capture of people from other tribes for sacrifice." Rhaegar nodded, choosing not to probe further. He quietly moved to another corner and sat down, contemplating how best to secure his escape. The Falcon tribe had proven unreliable, and the tribes clustered in this valley appeared rather dim-witted. Sighing, he resigned himself to waiting in silence, for the time being, feeling somewhat safe. As night fell, the victorious wild men engaged in revelry, igniting bonfires and expressing their emotions following the slaughter. It was not until midnight that the cacophony subsided. Men lay with women, and women with children, all sleeping soundly like dead pigs. A gust of wind swept through the valley, dissipating the foul stench of the wild men's gathering. Rhaegar opened his eyes, silently gazing at the dim night sky. The moment had arrived. With a whisper, Rhaegar rose from the ground, casting a glance at the frightened women and children who could not find solace in sleep, then made his way to the edge of the fence. A few wild men stood guard at the fence, but as night deepened, their weariness led them to slacken their vigilance. Rhaegar, slight of build and clad in black dragon-riding attire, blended seamlessly into the shadows. He quietly slipped through the dilapidated fence, treading lightly as he ventured forth. Within the valley, wild men patrolled in small groups, and Rhaegar deftly evaded their gaze, arriving at a steep cliff where Sandor and his companions were imprisoned. He surveyed them. Each one bore wounds, limbs severed, tongues extracted, bound tightly to the ground. Rhaegar retrieved a medium-sized iron axe from the flickering bonfire nearby and approached the unconscious Sandor, who was losing consciousness from excessive blood loss. He raised the axe, aiming for Sandor's head, but hesitated and lowered it. Then he targeted Sandor's neck, contemplated once more, and again refrained. Gently, he kicked Sandor's head, murmuring, "Hey, wake up." The force of his kicks grew heavier until Sandor was forcibly roused. Startled, he opened his eyes, trembling, his words a jumble of incoherence. "Look at me, Sandor." Rhaegar called him back from his terror. Sandor, in a flurry, raised his head to behold Rhaegar standing alone. "It's you," he began, but before he could finish, Rhaegar swung the axe down with sudden ferocity, striking his neck. The arteries severed, blood gushed forth like a fountain, drenching Rhaegar's side. Glancing down, he muttered softly, "You and Falcon each took a half. This attire has been wasted." With that, he continued to wield the axe. Chapter 75. The Return of the Dragon. Axe after axe fell, as Rhaegar appeared tireless, until the ground was soaked with blood and his severed head rolled away. Having taken a life with his own hands, Rhaegar was overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling, one that was decidedly unpleasant. This axe was indeed heavy, yet felt quite manageable. Muttering softly, he cast aside the axe and retrieved the filthy trophy. This was merely an appetizer for the night. He had much more to attend to. This time, he did not shy away from the watchful eyes of the patrolling wildlings. He strode openly to the center of the camp. A group of patrolling wildlings immediately noticed him, weapons in hand, and closed in around him. "Halt, you little brat!" With a harsh command, several wildlings swaggered forward, their eyes gleaming with malice. A runaway pup like him would go unnoticed if slain. Rhaegar regarded them quietly, calmly stating, "Fools, you ought to show some respect to a Targaryen." "Huh, damn little bastard. Let me show you what I can do." A gaunt, grotesque wildling cackled shrilly, advancing with a stone spear. Rhaegar neither flinched nor dodged. Instead, he pointed upwards. "Look up." The wildlings, puzzled, instinctively raised their heads. Buzzing. In the pitch-black night, a pair of enormous green lights flared to life, resembling two clusters of eerie will-o'-the-wisps. The wildlings halted, frozen in place. The green glow began to sway slightly, as if the very fabric of the night trembled in response. Only then did they realize that the darkness above was not merely the night, but a colossal creature as dark as coal. At this moment, the immense beast lowered its head, observing all living beings in the valley below. Thump, thump. Upon catching sight of the beast, the wildlings' pupils dilated, their bodies trembling, one by one collapsing to their knees, discarding their weapons and shrieking in panic. "Devour him." Rhaegar passed by the thin wildling, softly pronouncing his sentence. Hiss! The glutton roared as it bowed its head, a fetid gale sweeping the wildling away. Before it could hit the ground, the dragon extended its agile tongue, snatching the wildling into its maw. Accompanied by the sound of crunching bones, it chewed and swallowed. It has returned. Rhaegar's dragon, the largest wild dragon of Dragonstone, was once again by its master's side. When Rhaegar was captured in the daylight, the glutton sensed its rider was in peril and instinctively returned. Rhaegar had also established a connection with the glutton, silently awaiting the dragon's arrival. All the restraint exhibited in the daylight was for the sake of this moment of retribution. He was a true dragon. He had conquered the dragon. Now, Rhaegar would wield his dragon to incinerate the disrespectful ones with dragon fire. In the darkness, the glutton's obsidian form lay in wait, allowing the young prince to ascend its back. After 2 days and nights of separation, man and dragon reunited. Rhaegar looked down at the wildlings below, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze icy. The glutton's massive talons strode past them, and Rhaegar's indifferent voice rang out, "Go summon your leader. I shall wait for them here." Perched upon the dragon's back, he issued orders to the remaining patrolling wildlings without a backward glance. Monsters, a pitiful group of individuals, frozen in terror at the sight of their companions being devoured. The sound of Rhaegar's voice echoed like a demon's whisper. As they scrambled to their feet in panic, they scattered in all directions. Rhaegar made no attempt to stop them. Their cries stirred the entire camp, drawing everyone towards the center. Soon, a ragged band of wild men, brandishing weapons, surged forth. Upon catching sight of Rhaegar and his gluttonous companion, they halted, too frightened to dare approach further. What a colossal beast! The timid among them felt their knees weaken, unable to even consider the thought of resistance. As the chieftain of the wild tribe, he stood at the forefront with a few burly figures he had encountered during the day, feeling like an ant beneath the foot of a dragon. Gazing up at Rhaegar in terror, Rhaegar surveyed them one by one, remaining silent. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the wild chieftain, the one who had shoved him. "It was you, wasn't it?" Rhaegar tilted his head, disregarding the wild man who nearly fled at his words, and pointed to one among them. This man, with a face full of coarse features, was remembered by Rhaegar as the thief who had taken his bracelet. What?" stammered the chieftain, shrinking back in humility. "You took my possession. Return it to me." Rhaegar gestured with a casual air. At his command, the chieftain grasped a woman from behind, hastily retrieving a silver-gray bracelet from her pouch. With a thud, he knelt before Rhaegar, presenting the item with both hands. "Why your item?" Rhaegar remained unmoved, instead tossing the head of Sandor at the chieftain's feet, murmuring, "That's a gift for you. Clean it well and use it as a drinking vessel." The chieftain quickly acquiesced, staring dumbfounded at the severed head, too frightened to move. Rhaegar patted the back of the gluttonous creature, saying, "Help me out, buddy." With a fierce roar, the glutton intimidated the wild men into submission, forcing them to kneel. Yet it did not unleash its fiery breath. Its elongated tail reached out, wrapping around the wild chieftain and drawing him before Rhaegar. Rhaegar took the bracelet, waving his hand dismissively. The tail of the glutton flicked, and the chieftain collapsed to the ground, rolling away and losing consciousness. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Whether you live or die is up to you." Rhaegar cast a calm glance at him. When he looked down again at the wild men, the glutton sensed his intent. It raised its head high, roaring as it unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, illuminating half the valley and causing the temperature to soar. This action shattered the wild men's psychological defenses. They all knelt simultaneously, dropping their weapons, calling out in terror and reverence to their gods, the fire god. Rhaegar paid them no heed, his voice cold as ice. "Who is the chieftain of the White Pine tribe? Step forward." His voice, though not loud, cut through the clamor. The wild men, driven by fear, whispered among themselves and pushed their chieftain forward. Before him stood a robust young savage, his visage resolute and unyielding. Rhaegar, with an impassive expression, inquired, "Numerous tribes of savages have assaulted the Falcon tribe. Who orchestrated this?" "It was I. We gathered here due to the curse of the malevolent spirit," the leader of the White Pine tribe replied, gritting his teeth in an effort to suppress his terror. "Excellent. I appreciate your candor," Rhaegar praised him, gently caressing the back of the devourer, and uttered calmly, "Dragon fire." The savages, unable to comprehend the High Valyrian tongue, gazed at Rhaegar in bewilderment. In the next instant, the green dragon fire surged forth. With a roar, the devourer engulfed the leader of the White Pine tribe in an instant. Within a fleeting moment, flesh and blood were reduced to mere ashes, obliterated by the flames. Rhaegar averted his gaze, choosing not to witness the scene. To take a life was a simple task, yet he did not relish the sensation. Nevertheless, he had pledged to the Falcon to avenge his tribe. The Targaryens are true to their word. Run. Quickly flee. This wretch is the embodiment of a demon, riding a beast to annihilate us. The dragon fire awakened the primal ferocity in some. They lacked the courage to attack Rhaegar and the Devourer, hastily seizing their weapons and fleeing. Rhaegar observed this spectacle with an unflinching demeanor, his lips parting to utter, "Dragon fire." With a roar, the Devourer unfurled its wings, soaring into the sky, its immense form casting a shadow over the panicked savages below. Its throat brewed with dragon fire, which it mockingly exhaled, showering the fleeing savages in flames. Amidst their terrified screams, it took mere moments for none of the escapees to survive. The Devourer, finding little amusement in the chaos, circled above the valley, disdainfully gazing down upon the wretched insects. In this instant, the savage's frailty was magnified infinitely. Witnessing the overwhelming might of the dragon, the survivors could only kneel in supplication, pleading for mercy. Rhaegar, astride the dragon's back, soared through the night sky, surveying the tumult below. Truth be told, he could not comprehend the utterances of the savages. They were a disorganized collective. Though they spoke a common tongue, Their accents varied greatly. To his ears, their words sounded like a cacophony of incoherent cries. Rhaegar reveled in the caress of the night breeze upon his face, the tranquility within granting him an unparalleled sense of security. The Devourer circled the valley twice, liberally unleashing dragon fire, a venting of its rider's emotions. After a moment, Rhaegar regained his composure and cast a sidelong glance at the multitude of savages kneeling submissively below, issuing his command: "Safeguard the members of the Falcon tribe and detain all from the White Pine tribe." "Yes, great deity, we are at your service." In that moment, whether one was a savage leader or a mere brute, all bowed in reverence. Beneath the dragon's mighty wings, all beings were equal. Rhaegar gestured towards the charred remains strewn across the ground, displeased, and commanded, "Gather the corpses. We shall burn them collectively shortly." Chapter 76. The indestructible shadow, the tender voice of Rhaegar resonated with an authority akin to a divine decree, compelling all to heed his words. A few audacious wild men cautiously rose from the ground, their eyes fixed anxiously upon the colossal dragon soaring above. They crouched low to gather the charred remains that had not been entirely consumed by the flames. In this moment of elation, Rhaegar remained industrious, gesturing lazily towards several other wild chieftains, urging them to introduce themselves and explain their presence here. The names of the wild men mattered little to him. However, he placed great significance on the curses they spoke of. The Falcon tribe had suffered grievous losses at the hands of a shadowy creature, the evidence of which he had seen in the form of lifeless bodies. It was highly probable that these tribes had similarly fallen victim to the same monstrous entity. Compelled to unite for survival, he sought clarity on the matter of the curse. "Great Lord, your loyal servant is named Glang, Sanshan Treng." The wild chieftain, indicated by Rhaegar, trembled with fear, confessing as meekly as a lamb. 5 tribes of wild men had gathered in the valley. Aside from the chieftain of the White Pine tribe, who had perished in the dragon's flames, and the one who had been flung away, the remaining 3 were present. Rhaegar signaled for the glutton to descend, its massive form stirring a cloud of dust that rendered the wild men unable to open their eyes. Rhaegar summoned one of the chieftains for questioning, inquiring about the nature of the so-called curse. The bearded wild man, named Tranger, trembling with trepidation, replied, "The curse emanates from the shadows, silently claiming the lives of free men. It cannot be killed or captured. Our only recourse is to offer living sacrifices." Indeed, it was the shadow creature. Rhaegar nodded quietly, pressing further. "How many curses exist? Does each of your tribes bear one?" "There is but one curse," Tranger responded. "It wanders through the darkness of the marshes and pine forests, seeking suitable prey." "Have you witnessed the sacrifice victims being slain by the shadow?" Rhaegar furrowed his brow. "Yes. Many have seen the curse emerge from the shadows, taking the lives of the living. It appeared to be some bizarre monstrosity." Rhaegar pondered silently, recognizing the gravity of the situation. A creature that traverses through shadows, a harbinger of death, is a terrifying existence anywhere. Currently, it was confined to the Crabclaw Peninsula. Who could say if it might spread to the mainland? With a dragon at his side, Rhaegar could not afford to remain indifferent. After a brief pause, Fusk returned with captives from the Falcon tribe. The wild men of the White Pine tribe were also dragged from the crowd, kneeling on the opposite side. Rhaegar contemplated for a moment before coldly declaring, "Bring forth those traitors to draw out the shadow creature. I wish to ascertain the weight of this monster." "Are you not afraid of dragon fire?" The wild men, devoid of compassion, immediately obeyed, bringing forth the traitors, including the decapitated Sander. From atop his dragon, Rhaegar observed as the wild men bound the traitors to a tree, extinguishing the surrounding campfires, leaving only a patch of shadows. All that remained was to await the creature's arrival. According to the wild chieftains, the shadow monster visited almost every night, claiming lives within the tribe. This had incited widespread fear and unrest among them, ultimately leading to their decision to ally with one another. 5 small tribes united to form a formidable clan. They launched assaults on neighboring tribes, plundering resources and abducting individuals. Though unspoken, Rhaegar was acutely aware of their intentions. They were engaging in so-called sacrifices with their captives to avert the curse that threatened to annihilate the wildlings within their alliance. As time slipped away, around 2 o'clock in the morning, a multitude of wildlings knelt on the ground, their heads bowed in trepidation over their impending fate. Rhaegar lay atop the glutton, his taut nerves beginning to ease, feeling a sense of lethargy wash over him. Ah, the curse has come. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. Rhaegar jerked his head upward, gazing toward the source of the sound. It was not beneath the shade of trees binding the captives, but rather among the wildlings of the isolated White Pine tribe. A female wildling shrieked in terror, causing the crowd to part swiftly, revealing the site where the curse had manifested. Rhaegar rose, peering intently. He beheld a male wildling sprawled on the ground, writhing black tendrils emerging from the shadow beneath him, ensnaring him tightly. Beside him lay a corpse, blood oozing from its 7 orifices. Clear the way. Rhaegar urged the surrounding wildlings aside, propelling the glutton forward, and commanded, "Dragon flame." The glutton regarded the shadow with disdain, hesitating momentarily. Upon hearing its rider's command, it shook off its reluctance, and from a distance, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire upon the shadow. Boom! The dragon flame descended, its eerie green blaze roaring to life, dispersing much of the darkness. As the flames subsided, only charred earth remained, pockmarked with deep craters. The shadowy creature had vanished. Was it not incinerated? Rhaegar pondered, glancing around in confusion. Ah! Another agonizing scream erupted from the direction of the Peregrine tribe's wildlings. Rhaegar turned back. The tendrils extending from the shadow rose from the ground, ensnaring several female wildlings and their children. Before Rhaegar could issue the command for dragon fire, the tendrils penetrated their ears, noses, and mouths, siphoning away their lives. Rhaegar stared in disbelief at the shadowy creature, astonished to discover that with each life extinguished, the shadows on the ground expanded, and the tendrils grew thicker and longer. Dragon flame. Without the luxury of contemplation, Rhaegar hastily directed the glutton to unleash its fire. This time, the shadow creature failed to claim the wildlings ensnared by its tendrils. As it retreated into the darkness, it was struck by the dragon flame. The vast expanse of shadow on the ground writhed violently, as if it had been dealt a grievous blow. It sought to close in on Rhaegar, yet was repelled by the glutton's fire. Ultimately, it emitted a high-pitched shriek, fading into the surrounding shadows. What manner of creature is this? Even dragon fire cannot vanquish it. Rhaegar's eyes widened in astonishment. The glutton's dragon fire was formidable, surpassing that of most adult dragons, capable of melting stone. This creature had withstood a blast of dragon fire and retreated into the shadows to escape. It was utterly perplexing. Rhaegar was astonished by the peculiarities of the shadow creature. It was the most bizarre, unknown entity he had ever encountered. Yet, the sight of the dragon fire repelling the shadow creature had profoundly shaken the wildlings. The ignorant savages fell to their knees, fervently calling upon the divine for salvation. Rhaegar, perturbed by the clamor, gestured for the glutton to silence their cries with a roar and spoke sternly, "I am no deity. I am a Targaryen." Silence. Among the crowd, Balon grasped Tommen's hand, her eyes alight with admiration and awe as she gazed upon Rhaegar. Upon hearing his denial of divinity, she immediately echoed, "You can command dragons. You are the Dragon King." With her fervent proclamation, the wildlings followed suit, chanting Dragon King. Dragon King. Rhaegar cast a sidelong glance at the instigating Balon, raising an eyebrow. He was a descendant of the Dragon King, not the Dragon King himself. Yet, the title of Dragon King was far more esteemed than that of a mere deity. Rhaegar surveyed the subservient and fearful wildlings, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. He had vowed to avenge the Falcon's tribe, and a single wildling leader was evidently insufficient. Previously, he had contemplated reducing everything to ashes, but now, a new idea took root. The shadow creature was an anomaly. It had attempted to assail Rhaegar and was likely fixated upon him. Rhaegar would not permit such a threat to persist, nor could he allow a monster that devoured life to roam the earth. To vanquish the shadow creature, he would require the wildlings' unwavering loyalty. After a brief moment of reflection, Rhaegar proclaimed loudly, "The curse has taken root in the Crabsclaw Peninsula, plundering your lives and compelling you to wander endlessly, unable to live in peace. I am the firstborn of the king, the prince of House Targaryen, and I command the fiercest wild dragon king, wielding flames that can incinerate all. Submit to me, and I shall shield you from the curse's wrath. Serve me, and I will harness the dragons to eradicate the curse, uprooting fear from its very foundation." Chapter 77. The Conquest of the Peninsula. Rhaegar's voice, still youthful and unrefined, emanated from his slender form, which bore little intimidation. Yet beneath him lay a colossal dragon, as formidable as a mountain. All the wildlings could do was gaze upward in awe. Upon hearing his words, they submitted without hesitation, kneeling before the towering figure of the devourer. With circumstances favoring him, Rhaegar continued, "Since you have pledged your allegiance to me, you shall adhere strictly to my commands. Otherwise, the flames of the dragon shall not spare you. Please deliver your edicts." The leading wildling chiefs displayed fervent expressions, devoid of any signs of conquered defiance or hatred. Wildlings, being human, understood the instinct to seek advantage and avoid peril. The curse of death loomed over them, yet the dragon's flames promised to preserve their lives. In the presence of the terrifying beast, the disorganized wildlings hastened to offer their loyalty to a stronger leader. Gaining their admiration, Rhaegar raised his brow, feeling an unfamiliar sensation swell within him. After a moment's contemplation, he issued his first command: "The shadow beast shall attack every wildling tribe. Before it matures, you will unite all wildling factions under my leadership and conquer the peninsula." This was a spontaneous strategy he had devised. By gathering all the wildlings, the shadow beast's subsequent onslaught would be confined to Rhaegar's vision. There would inevitably be a time when the flames of the dragon would claim lives. Upon hearing of the plan to conquer the peninsula and vanquish all wildling tribes, the wildlings erupted with fervor, cheering wildly, eager to set forth at once. For these battle-hardened wildlings, nothing was more exhilarating than conquest and passion. The following day, Rhaegar summoned several wildling chiefs, instructing them to maintain order within their tribes. The White Pine tribe, having lost its leader, elected a new chief, unifying under the name Crabclaw, signifying their role as Rhaegar's subordinates, commanding their respective clans. The valley served as an excellent encampment choice. Rhaegar commanded that women and children remain in the valley, assigning 100 warriors to guard them. With 5 wildling tribes, the total population of elderly, weak, and women exceeded 3,000. After excluding those incapable of battle, only slightly more than 1,000 warriors remained. For Rhaegar, this was sufficient. These 1,000 warriors were tasked with dispersing throughout the marshes and pine forests, seeking out wildling tribes across the peninsula. Upon discovering each tribe, Rhaegar would command the devourer to circle above their heads twice. No words were necessary. The wildlings would instinctively kneel in submission. In a mere 5 days, Rhaegar, riding his dragon, traversed the eastern expanse of Crabclaw Peninsula, subduing numerous smaller tribes and amassing tens of thousands of wildlings. On the edge of a fetid swamp, Rhaegar sat within a hastily erected tent of beast pelts, inquiring, "How many have we integrated today?" "Your Highness," came the reply, "over 2,000 in total, with only around 800 capable of combat." Standing before him in a newly donned burlap garment was Balon, reporting the latest figures of their burgeoning population. It was undeniable that the strategy employed by the wildlings across the peninsula was remarkably straightforward. Rhaegar expended little effort, occasionally intimidating recalcitrant tribes with his dragon, while the remainder of the time was spent awaiting the crab claws to organize their forces. Balon continued to report. "In the eastern part of the peninsula, you have traversed the tribes of wildlings, yet in the west lie the castles of the nobility, which we dare not approach recklessly. It matters not, for the nobles of the peninsula must still pledge allegiance to the Iron Throne." Rhaegar regarded this with a hint of indifference. The conquest of the peninsula was far less exhilarating than he had imagined. It felt more akin to playing house. A band of ignorant wildlings, so easily subdued that they fell to their knees, begging for mercy without the need for dragon fire. At that moment, the great tent was flung open, and a towering figure strode in. "Your Highness," The leader of the White Raven tribe has refused to submit. I have taken his head and present it to you." One of the first to kneel in submission, Trangel, reverently held forth a bloodied, severed head. They often met with Rhaegar, who forbade them from addressing him as the Dragon King, insisting they call him Prince instead. The Crabclaws were quite pleased, believing themselves closer to Rhaegar than the average wildling, hence the differing titles. Rhaegar frowned, disliking the display. "Take it away and burn it. Do not present such bloody trophies before me. Were it not for the necessity of eradicating the shadow creatures, he would not wish to linger in the presence of these dullards. They were all so foolish. He was still quite young. Why should they show him such grisly sights?" Trangel scratched his head and murmured, "Your Highness, the assimilation of the White Raven tribe is complete. There are no other tribes in the Eastern Peninsula. We shall rest for a night and march westward tomorrow." Rhaegar had already plotted the route. "Very well, Prince," Trangel replied, thumping his chest before rising to depart. Balon wore a hesitant expression and cautioned, "Our provisions are dwindling. The game is insufficient, and the valley has become overburdened. If this continues, we shall go hungry. How much longer can we endure?" Rhaegar sat up straight. "At most, 3 days," he stated. Balon replied matter-of-factly, "Indeed, with thousands to feed daily, how did you survive before?" Rhaegar sighed, "I am tasked with conquest. Logistics are a skill I have yet to master." Balon, with a tone of resignation, explained, "Tommen and I were taken in by Uncle Falcon 6 months ago. For most of that time, we have barely had enough to eat. We must migrate westward as swiftly as possible to resolve the shadow creature issue." Rhaegar, his brow furrowed with concern, inquired, "Have the shadow creatures made an appearance?" "No. It seems the monsters are aware of our pursuit and have hidden themselves," Balon responded earnestly. 2 days later, along a desolate mountain path, a long line of wildlings marched westward. A great black dragon soared high above the clouds, its expansive wings casting a shadow over a vast expanse of land. After consolidating the Eastern Peninsula, Rhaegar led the wildling horde on a grand migration. He was not foolish enough to bring everyone along. The old, the weak, women, and children, along with half the wildling warriors, remained in the Eastern Peninsula to fend for themselves through hunting. The remaining warriors, equipped with enough provisions to last 3 days, followed him westward. 20 or so Crabclaw leaders, numbering over 2,300, was hardly sufficient for a war renowned across the continent. Yet in this barren peninsula, they had formed an unusually formidable armed force. Along the way, they encountered several minor noble factions. For generations, they have been entrenched in a certain valley, bearing noble titles while living in the depths of poverty. When the wings of the glutton swept over their abode, these minor nobles emerged from their mansions to pledge their loyalty to the prince. Alas, loyalty holds little value. Rhaegar made a request for grain, but upon learning it was intended for the wildlings, their demeanor shifted faster than the turn of a page. Even with Rhaegar's promise to repay double, they remained miserly. Ultimately, it was only due to the glutton's display of power that a meager supply of grain was procured. Slay. Execute the lackeys of House Belen. Kill that wretched pleb. Annihilate them all. Soaring through the skies, Rhaegar traversed an expanse of open land, hearing the chaotic sounds of battle below. "Glutton, let us descend and witness," he urged, patting the creature's back as both man and dragon lowered their altitude. Below, a large throng of soldiers, armed with iron implements, was embroiled in a fierce melee. These soldiers bore no proper armor, most clad in coarse linen garments. Their weapons were antiquated, lacking the refinement of a regular army. Rhaegar surveyed the tumultuous scene as both sides fought with fervor, charging recklessly. Among them, some farmers, armed only with hoes and mallets, were crushing their enemies' skulls. Rhaegar scanned the surroundings and noticed flags planted on either side of the clearing, one depicting the swamp marigold and the other displaying a skull suspended from a withered tree. Chapter 78. The loyalty of the Kleb family. As the two factions clashed with fervor, the battle escalated into a fervent frenzy. Under their respective banners, knights commanded the fray. Upon seeing these two flags, Rhaegar was immediately reminded of the largest noble families on the peninsula, the Blen family of Craghold and the Kleb family of Whispering Keep. These two houses were among the only ones on the peninsula to have established castles. Despite being referred to as semi-barbarians, they at least maintained the dignity of their lineage. Particularly notable was the Kleb family, which had once boasted members in the elite Kingsguard and served as ministers, enjoying a period of great prominence. Rhaegar pondered how these two families had come to blows, especially in such dire circumstances. With wealth dwindling, why engage in such a chaotic melee? After a moment's contemplation, Rhaegar refrained from rash action, choosing instead to remain mounted upon his dragon, observing the unfolding events. Once war ignites, hatred proliferates, and it cannot be quelled by mere words. He resolved to intervene once the skirmish had sufficiently exhausted both parties, which would facilitate his persuasion of the two beleaguered semi-barbarian families. The melee continued unabated, with both sides locked in a tumultuous struggle, cries and roars echoing through the air. After half an hour of relentless fighting, fatigue began to settle over the battlefield. Rhaegar's wild army arrived from the rear, encircling the combatants. The order to surround was issued by Rhaegar himself, as he sought to practice his command and strategic planning. Though still youthful, he recognized the importance of familiarizing himself with the intricacies of warfare. As he observed the waning momentum of the conflict below, Rhaegar understood it was time to make his presence known. He patted the back of the Devourer, signaling for it to descend from the clouds. With a resounding roar, the colossal beast broke through the cloud cover, casting an ominous shadow over the battlefield. In an instant, soldiers embroiled in combat were swept away by a fierce gust of wind, their ranks thrown into disarray. Before the commanders of either side could issue commands, the Devourer circled above, unleashing a plume of emerald dragon fire as a display of power. A dragon. How could there be a dragon on the peninsula? Flee! What manner of beast is this? At the moment the dragon appeared, the battlefield was irrevocably disrupted. Soldiers, gripped by terror, gazed up at the Devourer, abandoning their weapons and fleeing. However, the deserters found their escape thwarted by the surrounding wild men, who, led by the crab claws, tightened the encirclement, taunting with shrill cries. The time had come. Rhaegar guided the Devourer to land in an open space, revealing himself to the gaze of both commanders. Upon seeing a figure atop the dragon, particularly one with silver-golden hair, the hearts of both sides eased slightly, though they still raced within their chests. A dragon with a rider was manageable. Far more fearsome was an untamed dragon, which could unleash its wrath upon humanity at whim. Seated upon the dragon's back, Rhaegar surveyed the battlefield below and proclaimed, "I am Rhaegar Targaryen, the eldest son of King Viserys I. We're the knights loyal to the Iron Throne." As his words echoed, the commanders of both factions hastened to him, kneeling upon one knee, bowing their heads in reverence, and exclaimed in unison, "We greet you, Prince. The Boleyn family and the Kleb family extend their sincere salutations to you." Rhaegar cast a sweeping glance at the two commanders and several aides, all clad in the attire of armored knights, and questioned, "The noble families of the peninsula have always been solitary. Why have you instigated this conflict? Your Highness, it is the Boleyn family that has gone too far, brazenly seizing our farmlands." A knight officer from the Kleber family responded indignantly, "Preposterous! It is clearly your Kleber family that has pilfered our merchant vessels arriving from distant shores, and you refuse to acknowledge it," retorted the commander from the Boleyn family, his face contorted with frustration as he glared at his counterpart. Rhaegar observed their mutual accusations with a furrowed brow. Both sides had their grievances, evidently stemming from long-standing animosities. He pondered aloud, which party instigated this dispute? It was the Kleber family that stole our merchant vessel. The ship was empty. We inexplicably lost 3 warriors. A clear frame-up by your Boleyn family. As soon as the question was posed, both parties erupted into a cacophony of shouts. In the heat of the moment, they unsheathed their swords, advancing menacingly towards one another. Rhaegar felt a throbbing headache from the scene before him, utterly exasperated. Truly, these families on the peninsula resembled half-wild savages, their tempers so brutish that they resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. He had no time to untangle their petty disputes. With a roar, Rhaegar commanded the draconian beast to interrupt their quarrel, and the atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. With a stern countenance, he declared, Summon your lord to meet the king's eldest son. It is far more convenient to directly summon one with authority. Yes, your highness. Both parties, wary of his displeasure, shot glances of animosity at each other as they instructed their aides to inform their lords. Meanwhile, they gathered their remaining forces and collected the bodies of their fallen soldiers. Rhaegar ordered the barbarian army to retract their encirclement and consolidate into a single encampment, dispatching scouts to search for the wild tribes in the eastern part of the peninsula. As noon approached, several swift steeds bore the lords of two castles to the blood-soaked battlefield. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of the enormous draconian beast, lying prostrate and resembling a small mountain. By the seven gods, a Targaryen prince has descended upon Crabclaw Peninsula, exclaimed the lord of the Kleber family, an elderly man with graying hair and a stout figure, as he gazed in awe at the colossal black dragon. The peninsula was impoverished, seldom graced by outsiders. A royal member riding a dragon was a rare sight indeed. Ignoring the protests of his guards, he dismounted and hurried toward the dragon. Upon seeing the drowsy Rhaegar atop the dragon's back, his eyes widened in disbelief. At such a tender age, he had tamed such a magnificent beast. Kneeling on one knee, he raised his sword to his chest and proclaimed with vigor, "Lord of Lightstone, Sam Kleber pays his respects to the prince." Rhaegar, drawn by the sound of his voice, looked down at the elder kneeling before him and inquired with curiosity, "Lord Sam, presenting a sword is not the customary gesture for addressing a prince." "I am aware," Sam replied, breathless as he gazed up at the youthful prince basking in sunlight. "You possess the noble blood of true dragons, commanding a magical dragon. On behalf of the Kleber family, I humbly request that you accept our loyalty and allow us to become your vassals." "I am but a prince, not the heir to the Iron Throne," Rhaegar mused, his brow furrowed in perplexity. Sam smiled. "My ancestor, Clarence Clabe, was a legendary hero of the Crablands. My great-uncle, Claremont Clabe, served as a sworn sword to your great-grandfather, the venerable King Aegon. In these times, the Clabe family has distanced itself from the Targaryens for far too long. I care not whether you can ascend the Iron Throne. I merely request that the noble prince accept the loyalty of the Clabe family, allowing the banner of the Swamp Marigold to bask once more in the glory of the crown." Rhaegar quietly regarded the emotionally charged Sam Clabe, his expression a mixture of contemplation and concern. Truth be told, he held little regard for the half-wild families of the Crablands. Poverty, savagery, and remoteness were their true descriptors. To accept Sam's fealty would yield him no tangible advantage and would only invite unwelcome scrutiny. After carefully choosing his words, Rhaegar gently declined, "My Lord Sam, I hold great admiration for your unwavering loyalty to the crown. Yet I am not the heir to the Iron Throne and possess no authority to accept the fealty of a lord." Chapter 79. The Land of Shadows. The prince, having been rebuffed, seemed poised to utter more, but was interrupted by a young man at his side. "Old Sam, the prince looks down upon your frail form. Do not trouble a young sovereign." This individual, clad in dark garments, was the lord of the Terror Pit Fortress. He too knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Wells, Blen extends his most sincere salutations to the prince." A flash of anger crossed Sam's face as he scoffed and turned away disdainfully. "Rise, both of you," Rhaegar commanded, casting a sidelong glance at the arrogant Wells, gesturing for them to stand. With the key figures assembled and with little pleasantries exchanged, Rhaegar inquired, "I wish not to involve myself in the disputes among the peninsula's nobility. I have come here for but one matter. Pray tell, have you encountered or heard of an unnatural shadow creature?" "None, your highness," Wells replied bluntly. Sam's expression shifted subtly as he hesitated before responding, "Your highness, I have heard whispers of such a creature." "Oh, do enlighten me," Rhaegar urged, invigorated by the unexpected lead. Sam cast a sideways glance at Wells and, with a heavy voice, recounted, "A fortnight ago, a merchant vessel encountered a tempest in the narrow sea, stranding upon the sands of the peninsula. Soldiers patrolling Light Whisper Fortress discovered the ship along the coastline and sent men to investigate. The vessel was eerily empty, devoid of shipwrecked sailors or cargo. As the soldiers disembarked in disappointment, a creature lurking in the shadows attacked, resulting in the deaths of 3 men. Wells interjected once more, "Nonsense. That vessel was engaged in trade with the Terrapit fortress and was waylaid in the narrow sea, stripped bare by your lot. In your telling, it has become a phantom ship bereft of both crew and cargo." Silence. Rhaegar admonished sharply, warning, "Lord Wells, I did not inquire of you. Remain quiet." Taken aback by the reprimand, Wells, who seemed scarcely older than a child, was momentarily at a loss. He opened his mouth, hesitated, and then lowered his gaze. With a huff, Rhaegar turned back to Sam and urged, "Please continue." Sam shook his head, stating, "That is all I know. Thereafter, the Blend family accused us of plundering the merchant vessel and sent agents to seize farmland within the domain of Light Whisper Fortress." Rhaegar pressed his forehead in frustration. It was unfortunate that despite a multitude of inquiries, few yielded any substantial information. However, at least the origins of the shadow creature had been uncovered. He consoled himself. Glancing at Wells, who wore a troubled expression, he asked, "You claim the merchant vessel traded with the Terrapit fortress. Do you know from whence it came and through which ports it passed?" Wells replied sullenly, "The vessel set sail from Quails, passing through Slave Bay, the Stone Steps Archipelago, the Free Trade City-States, occasionally navigating Crab Bay on its return journey to exchange goods with Seagull Town and the Terrapit Fortress." Quails. Rhaegar recalled the world map within the Red Keep, recognizing Quails' location on the eastern continent, nestled between the Summer Sea and the Jade Sea, backed by the Red Wastes and adjacent to the Land of Shadows. The Shadowlands, the shadow creatures. The mere association of the two with shadows instilled a sense of doubt in Rhaegar. Sam reminded him, "Your Highness, the Shadowlands is a bizarre territory perpetually shrouded in darkness. Home to shadow binders and blood witches, a place rife with terror and chaos." Perhaps, Rhaegar mused, the distance from Westeros rendered it unworthy of pursuit. He contemplated before responding. "My Lord Sam, in the Western Peninsula, shadow creatures ruthlessly slaughter wildlings, growing stronger by siphoning their lives. My journey on Dragonback is to eradicate this menace." The Kleb family listened attentively to the prince's directive, ready to assist should the need arise. Sam placed his hand upon his chest, his demeanor earnest, still unwilling to abandon his desire to accompany Rhaegar. Rhaegar nodded and glanced toward Wells, who surveyed Sam and the nearby encampment of wildlings with a hint of disdain. Turning away, he remarked, "Your Highness, you ought not to heed old Sam's words. He merely seeks to deny the fact of the looted merchant ships and deceive you. Thus, do you imply that the shadow creature I have witnessed with my own eyes is also a fabrication?" Rhaegar's eyes narrowed. "Not at all. I merely believe that, given your youth, it would be wise to steer clear of wildlings who are nothing more than uncivilized brutes," Wells retorted coolly. "Enough, Lord Wells," Rhaegar asserted, his gaze turning serious. "The shadow creatures are indeed real. They're consuming lives to empower themselves, and the inhabitants of the peninsula must cast aside their prejudices and unite to eliminate this threat. With all due respect, I have yet to encounter this so-called shadow creature, nor do I wish to collaborate with a band of wildlings and enemies." Wells countered defiantly, his neck stiff with youthful arrogance. Rhaegar scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "Then you may take your leave. Your Highness, heed my counsel. You should not." Wells attempted to voice his opinion, but Rhaegar interrupted him. "Begone, Lord Wells. Return to your castle, and do not provoke conflict until the shadow creature is dealt with." Rhaegar dismissed him impatiently, aware of Wells' condescension towards his age, which stemmed from a deep-seated disregard. Rhaegar found little desire to engage in a futile exchange. Better to send him away and avoid further irritation. Wells, indignant, met Rhaegar's gaze, opening his mouth to protest. The greedy beast, sensing its rider's annoyance, let out a low growl, spraying foul saliva over Wells, drenching him. Coughing, Wells felt the dragon's spittle scorch his throat, the stench overwhelming as he clutched his neck, the intensity surging to his head. "Take it back," Rhaegar instructed the commander of the Dragon's Denver. "My apologies, my lord. It was not my intent," the commander said, pulling Wells away while offering his apologies. "Gather the remaining forces and swiftly retreat from this clearing," commanded Rhaegar, ensuring the safety of all at the Dragon's Denver. Sam glanced at the darkening sky and extended an invitation to Rhaegar. "My prince, Would you care to grace Whispering Keep with your presence? The Kleb family shall spare no effort in preparing a splendid feast for you." Rhaegar raised an eyebrow. His words struck a chord within him. During his days on the Crab's Claw Peninsula, he had endured the elements, sleeping under the stars. Were it not for his insatiable thirst for conquest and his fixation on the shadowy monsters, he would have long since returned to Dragonstone atop his dragon. Rhaegar smiled graciously. "I am grateful for your generosity, Lord Sam." With a slight pause, Rhaegar hesitated before continuing. "If Whispering Castle has any surplus provisions, I wish to provide them to the Free Folk warriors. Upon my return to King S Landing, I shall repay you double." Sam rubbed the back of his neck, casting a glance at the throngs of wildlings surrounding them, feeling a wave of reluctance wash over him. Yet, the prospect of securing the prince's friendship compelled him to consider the offer. After a moment of contemplation, Sam nodded. "Very well. Whispering Castle will supply the wildlings with provisions for 3 days. Beyond that, we shall be hard-pressed." Rhaegar led over 2,000 able-bodied men, and their daily consumption of food was no trifling matter. For a poor family like the Klebes, deeply rooted in the peninsula, 3 days' worth of sustenance was indeed substantial. "That will suffice. Once again, I thank you for your kindness, my lord." With the immediate food crisis averted, Rhaegar breathed a sigh of relief. His impression of Sam Klebes greatly enhanced. Chapter 80. The Terrorist Bastion. The following day, Rhaegar awoke from a soft, down-filled bed, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his eyes. "My prince, Lord Sam awaits you in the parlor for breakfast," came the bright voice of a maid from outside his elegantly adorned stone chamber. "I understand," Rhaegar replied, rising from his slumber, still appearing somewhat weary. He had dreamt once more the previous night, visions of Rhaenyra weeping incessantly, grasping his hand, expressing her concerns for his well-being. He also dreamt of his father, the king, whose typically affable countenance was replaced by a rare fury. The king had punished many, severing their heads and displaying them upon the shores of Dragonstone as a grim warning. "Do not worry. I shall return soon," Rhaegar murmured to himself, resolutely deciding to confront the shadow creature before making his way back to Dragonstone. As Rhaegar pushed open the grand door, he noticed a young girl clad in a silken gown standing nearby. "Miss Yara, you need not have come to inform me personally," he said, recognizing her as one of Lord Sam's many daughters, too young to be subjected to such courtesy. Yara smiled faintly. "It is my duty as instructed by my father. I hope you do not mind." "Not at all. You are far too courteous," Rhaegar replied with a smile. Indeed, Lord Sam Kleb had an uncanny knack for hospitality. The night prior, he had orchestrated a modest family feast in Rhaegar's honor. The meal was sufficiently sumptuous, devoid of the clamor typical of larger gatherings. Rhaegar found both the fare and his accommodations entirely satisfactory. As the two descended the staircase to the parlor, Lord Sam was already seated at the dining table, awaiting his guest. "My prince." Sam rose with a smile to greet him. Rhaegar returned the gesture, motioning for him to take a seat while he settled into the opposite chair. As they savored the simple yet exquisite repast, Rhaegar inquired, "Lord Sam, what are your thoughts on my proposal from last night?" Sam paused momentarily before responding earnestly. "The shadow creature poses a considerable threat to the peninsula. The Kleb family is willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, my prince. Unlike the wild men of the western peninsula, the eastern side is governed by the Brune and Kleb families, leaving little room for the wild men to thrive. To locate the shadow creature and rally the scattered wild men, we will need the assistance of both families." Rhaegar, having perused numerous historical texts, understood the significance of aligning with local nobility. While the Brune family had been driven away, the Kleb family was indeed a commendable ally. It was apparent that Sam would not refuse the prince's appeal, readily accepting his offer. As breakfast concluded, Rhaegar pondered how to command an army to vanquish the shadow creature. Sam proposed a suggestion: the derelict ship, the initial sight of the shadow creature's appearance, remained stranded on the beach. We could not approach it before, but now, with you riding the dragon, we can attempt a search. After a moment's contemplation, Rhaegar acquiesced. "Let us proceed as you suggest, Lord Sam." With their plan established, 100 fully equipped soldiers were summoned from Whispering Bastion, and Sam personally led the expedition. Rhaegar mounted the Devourer, soaring above them. The wild men, for the time being, found themselves without purpose, encamped in the wilderness. Whispering Bastion, situated near the coast, was not far from the beach. An hour later, upon reaching the beach, a derelict cargo ship, stranded in the distance, came into view. "Devourer, descend," Rhaegar commanded, directing the creature to land upon the sands. The vessel, long battered by storms and sun, lay in utter disrepair, its bow inclined skyward and its mast severed halfway. Sam dispatched 10 soldiers to scour the wreck, pairing them in twos, instructing them to call for aid at the first sign of danger. However, after a thorough search, the soldiers returned unscathed, reporting that the ship was devoid of any contents. Rhaegar and Sam exchanged glances, disappointment evident in their eyes. "Let us return to Whispering Keep and await news from the wildlings," Rhaegar instructed, soaring into the sky upon his dragon. A mere search would not suffice to ensnare the shadowy beast. They would need to lure it out with bait. At Whispering Keep, the Devourer arrived gracefully. As Rhaegar alighted, he noticed a messenger on a white steed being restrained at the fortress gates. The messenger was fervently pleading, but the guards remained indifferent, forcefully shoving him away. "Wait, from whence do you come, messenger?" Rhaegar inquired with curiosity. Upon spotting Rhaegar, the messenger broke free from the guards, urgently exclaiming, "Your Highness, I am a knight from Terror Hollow. You must read this letter." "Terror Hollow? The Brun family?" Rhaegar furrowed his brow, questioning, "What business does Wells have?" "I have informed him that the peninsula is under a temporary ceasefire. Lord Wells has passed." The messenger's expression turned mournful as he fell to his knees. "What?" Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback, unsure if he had misheard. The messenger continued sorrowfully, "After parting ways with you yesterday, Lord Wells returned to the castle in a fit of rage, and none dared approach him. This morning, when a maid entered to attend to him, she found him lifeless in his bed. What was his condition? Was it an assassination?" Rhaegar sensed an ominous undertone. The messenger recounted. There were no external injuries on Lord Wells' body. The scholar examined him and concluded that his mouth, nose, and ears had been punctured by a blunt instrument, damaging his brain. Rhaegar absorbed this information, his mind racing as he realized that the shadowy creature must be responsible. Not on the derelict ship, but rather targeting that fool Wells, Rhaegar murmured. The shadowy being had previously only attacked wildling tribes, but with their integration and newfound defenses, it had resorted to assassinating a noble lord. This was a perilous sign, indicating that its targets could be struck without warning. Had the shadowy creature chosen to attack Wells last night instead of finding Rhaegar resting in Whispering Keep? Rhaegar felt a chill run down his spine, unwilling to contemplate further. No, from now on, I must remain in close quarters with the Devourer. He quickly touched the creature's scales to calm his nerves. With a sense of reassurance, Rhaegar took the messenger's letter, opened it, and read intently. The contents detailed Wells' demise, an agreement for a truce with Whispering Keep, and an invitation for Rhaegar to attend a banquet at Terror Hollow. The letter was signed by Babart Brun, Wells' younger brother. Rhaegar perused the letter, exhaling softly as he spoke. "I have read your message. Please await Lord Sam. I shall proceed ahead." The demise of Wells weighed heavily upon him. He intended to visit the Shadow Hollow Fortress to ascertain whether he could corner the shadowy creatures. With that, Rhaegar mounted the Devourer and departed, heading straight towards the coastal stronghold of Shadow Hollow, situated opposite Whispering Fortress across a vast expanse of wilderness. Fortunately, the Devourer was remarkably swift, allowing for a round trip within half an hour. Soon, Rhaegar arrived at Shadow Hollow Fortress, a foreboding edifice nestled against the mountainside. The Devourer circled the fortress before gently descending. With a resounding roar, it announced the arrival of a Targaryen prince, unleashing a plume of eerie green flame. The soldiers atop the walls were struck with fear, their resolve crumbling in an instant. Rhaegar gazed down at the fortress's tightly shut gates, awaiting the reception of its lord. As anticipated, the heavy wooden doors swung open, revealing a throng of elegantly dressed men and women. At the forefront stood a tall, slender, and strikingly handsome youth, bearing a remarkable resemblance to Wells, whom Rhaegar had encountered the previous day. Behind him trailed a slightly plump woman with reddened eyes and a rugged, armored middle-aged man. The Devourer landed in the courtyard before the fortress just as the group emerged, startling them with its towering presence. They quickly recognized Rhaegar upon the dragon's back, recalling that it belonged to the esteemed Targaryen lineage, of which they were vassals. The handsome youth stepped forward first, bowing respectfully. "Noble prince, I am Barbath of House Bruin. Extending my greetings to you." Rhaegar, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Has your brother passed away?" Chapter 81. The truth indeed, he was attacked last night under mysterious circumstances. Barbath spoke with a tone of regret before continuing. "Prince, I kindly invite you to enter the castle. We are preparing a welcome banquet in your honor. Your brother has just departed. Let us forego the welcome banquet." Rhaegar gently shook his head. Barbath momentarily found himself at a loss for words. A middle-aged man behind him remarked, "Wells was a foolish fellow, bringing misfortune upon himself. His demise does not warrant our sorrow. In contrast, a Targaryen prince deserves our utmost hospitality." "Very well then, lead me on a tour of this castle on the peninsula," Rhaegar replied with a faint smile, sliding down from the dragon's back. The gluttons awaited outside. He felt no fear of the current company. His identity and the presence of dragons were his privileges, and none could disregard either. As Rhaegar dismounted, he was warmly ushered into the castle by the gathered crowd, revealing no trace of Wells' arrogance. Indeed, it is the foolish who perish first. Those who survive may not necessarily be wise, but they are certainly not simpletons. Upon entering the castle, Rhaegar appeared as an innocent, naive child, imploring Barbath to show him around. As a fortress constructed on a peninsula, the Terror's Keep was not particularly grand, possessing only a foreboding exterior and a semblance of intimidation. It was rather conventional, comprising 3 levels, protected by stone walls. After a brief tour, Rhaegar returned to the reception room to rest. While sipping the juice offered by a serving maid, he cast a glance at Barbath, who stood nearby, and inquired, "Sir, it seems you have something to convey to me?" "Indeed, Prince." Barbath immediately seized the opportunity to respond. Kneeling on one knee, he accepted a sword from a servant, holding it before his chest and bowing his head. "Having heard of the Cleaver family's oath of fealty to you, I, representing the Brune family, likewise pledge my loyalty and seek your response." Rhaegar sampled the grape juice and feigned curiosity. "Sir, your brother has only just passed. Have you already assumed the role of Lord of Terror's Keep? To pledge loyalty on behalf of the family is a privilege reserved for a lord." "Not yet, but my letter has been dispatched via Raven to King's Landing. I trust a reply will arrive shortly," Barbath explained, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Rhaegar set down the glass, shaking his head. "I am afraid, sir, I lack the authority to accept the fealty of a lord, and you have no right to pledge loyalty on behalf of your lord." "Prince," Barbath stammered, feeling anxious at the rejection. The middle-aged man behind him abruptly pulled him up, admonishing, "Enough. You have brought disgrace upon the Brune family with your actions." With his head bowed even lower in shame, Barbath dared not speak further. Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man, noting the emblem upon his chest. Unlike the Brune family's emblem of a hanging skull, this bore a brown bear's paw against a white background, surrounded by brown trim. Rhaegar blinked, unable to recall which house it represented, and asked, "From which house do you hail?" He refrained from addressing him with a title, uncertain of the man's status. Listening to his inquiry, the middle-aged man released Babette and bowed, introducing himself as Sorrelbran, a knight hailing from a branch of the Bren family, whose ancestral lands lie in the Brown Pit Mountain. Rhaegar recalled with clarity, descendants of the Bren brothers, the 2 who conquered the Crabclaw Peninsula, celebrated as heroes. Indeed, clever prince. Upon a mention of his ancestors' illustrious deeds, Sorrel's demeanor softened, his rugged countenance revealing a hint of warmth beneath his cropped hair. Rhaegar shifted the conversation, settling into his chair and adopting the demeanor of his father, Viserys, stating coolly, "Sir, could you disclose the matter at hand? Why have you summoned me?" He doubted that a letter inviting a prince was merely for the purpose of mourning Wells. At Rhaegar's words, Sorrel's smile faded, replaced by a grave expression. "This invitation from Babette seeks your aid to rescue the Bren family." Intrigued, Rhaegar urged him to elaborate. Sorrel continued, "The Terror Pit Fortress has fallen victim to a curse, its origins rooted in Wells's foolishness and avarice. The derelict ship indeed originated from Curlis, but it bore no trade ties with the Bren family. When the cargo vessel returned from Bravos, it encountered a storm, ultimately drifting into the waters near the Terror Pit, where it was salvaged by fishermen. As the Lord, Wells summoned the captain and crew of the cargo ship. After a conversation, he learned of the considerable value of the ship's cargo and, under the cover of night, sent men to infiltrate the hold, planning to plunder it unawares. The scheme was remarkably successful. The sailors and mercenaries offered little resistance before being slaughtered, leaving only a figure in a black cloak adorned with a red mask. This individual claimed to hail from the Shadowlands, a Shadowbinder. Rhaegar's expression shifted in alarm, interrupting, "A Shadowbinder. Is that not the mysterious entity of legend?" The soldiers accompanying him also believed it to be a mythical being and attacked the Shadowbinder, severing its head. Sorrel nodded gravely, his voice laden with weight. And what transpired thereafter? Did the Shadowbinder utter a curse before its demise? Rhaegar inquired, excitement mounting as he sought the truth. After a moment of hesitation, Sorrel replied, "In a manner, yes. Upon its death, the headless corpse transformed into a dark shadow. This shadow slipped into the darkness, following the soldiers back to the Terror Pit. And that night, it claimed the lives of several soldiers. Since then, the shadow has periodically attacked those within the fortress. Recently, it inexplicably vanished, leading Wells to believe the curse had lifted. Little did he know, the shadow reemerged, ultimately claiming his life. At this juncture, there was no sorrow in Sorrel's words regarding the Lord's demise, only a palpable sense of frustration. Thus, Wells deceived me. He was aware of the shadow creature's existence from the outset, Rhaegar stated, his countenance darkening. Babette knelt on the ground, pleading he did not intend to conceal the truth. Intercepting merchant vessels is a grave offense, and he did not dare. Knowing it to be a serious crime, he should have refrained from such reckless actions. Rhaegar interjected. It seemed both brothers were fools, one bold and met a swift end, the other timid and opportunistic. Rhaegar exclaimed in indignation. The curse arose from the sins of the Terror Pit fortress, afflicting the entire Crabclaw Peninsula. This matter warrants the severing of Wells's head a dozen times over. You ought to contemplate how to eradicate the curse and atone for past misdeeds. Should we report this to the king? The timid, plump woman spoke up. Rhaegar cast a disapproving glance at Babette and Soror. Babette immediately interjected. She is my brother's wife. Do you truly wish to escalate this matter? Rhaegar, resting his chin on his hand, narrowed his eyes. After several days of relentless travel, he found himself weary of the journey to the peninsula. Yet, the thought of seeking his father's assistance left him hesitant. He believed that as the one who could master the glutton, he should be capable of resolving this predicament alone. This was an adventure solely belonging to him and the glutton. Certainly not. Wells aired gravely. We are not entitled to seek aid from the kingdom until we rectify our mistakes, Sora replied, the oldest among them, burdened with the weight of thought. With the first voice raised, Babette quickly followed suit, asserting that as long as the curse remained unbroken, the Brun family would continue to lose its luster. Rhaegar shrugged and sighed. Very well, you truly have exhausted me. Chapter 82. The Forest Witch's notes the Bryn family has revealed the truth, and the bizarre details have finally come to light. Has anyone in your family ever encountered a Shadowbinder? And is there a means to resolve this? Rhaegar scrutinized the group intently. Babette swallowed nervously and replied cautiously, no, but the severed head of the Shadowbinder is still preserved within the castle. The headless corpse of the Shadowbinder has undergone strange transformations. Wells believes that the head is remarkable in its own right and has commanded the soldiers to bring it back. Take me to see it, Rhaegar instructed. As you wish, Your Highness, Babette bowed respectfully, leading Rhaegar to the castle's sunlit attic. The attic was empty and covered in dust. At its center, a circle of tallow candles illuminated a singular object, a pallid head. Babette explained, the curse can lurk within shadows, by illuminating the head with candles. The curse cannot seize it. Did the shadow creature attempt to take the head? Rhaegar inquired, frowning at the grim sight. Not at all. The curse appears to lack intelligence. We are merely being cautious, Babette replied respectfully. Thought, before Rhaegar could examine the unsettling head further. Sounds of footsteps ascending the stairs echoed from below. Sorrel hastily entered the attic, his expression urgent. "Your Highness, a large group of wild men has surrounded the castle, claiming to be your subjects." Rhaegar paused momentarily. "I have reclaimed a band of free men to prevent them from being scattered and slaughtered by the shadow creatures." With that, Rhaegar turned to descend the stairs, instructing, "Keep a close watch on the head. It may prove useful." Babette nodded vigorously. "Yes, Your Highness." Sorrel cast a disapproving glance at him, quickly following Rhaegar's lead down the stairs. Upon exiting the castle, Rhaegar heard the cacophony of the wild men's cries. The insatiable beasts, sensing his presence, prostrated themselves, offering their backs for him to mount. "You go to the wall," Rhaegar instructed succinctly as he climbed upon the back of the beast. Amidst Sorrel's astonished gaze, the dark dragon leapt forward, taking to the skies. Beyond the walls, thousands of wild men had gathered. Most bore expressions of panic, while a few were stained with blood. The beast circled above the crowd twice. Seeing the great dragon, the wild men quickly dispersed and knelt in reverence. With a resounding thud, the beast descended to the ground, shaking its fearsome head, its green slit-like eyes indifferent. Rhaegar, perched upon the dragon's back, surveyed the scene and inquired, "What has transpired? Why have you come here?" A stout figure rose from among the wild men. "Prince, while searching for other tribes, we were ambushed by the curse. Many have been injured. When we saw your dragon flying overhead, we followed." Tranger explained in a muffled voice, blood streaming from a gaping wound in his shoulder. "How many have been hurt? How large has the shadow creature grown?" Rhaegar asked in astonishment. Tranger responded, "About 100 wild men warriors and over 300 from the local tribes. The shadow of the curse looms over a vast expanse of land. Had it not been for the campfire igniting the local tribe's skin tents, driving away the curse, our escape would have been exceedingly difficult." At this point, Trangel's grotesque visage revealed a flicker of fear. Could we still track down the shadowy creature? Rhaegar pondered the possibility of pursuing it on Dragonback. "I fear that is unlikely, for the curse has concealed itself within the shadows, eluding capture," Trangel lamented. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, his wariness of the shadow creature intensifying. "The only certainty we have in injuring the shadow creature lies with Dragonfire. Yet, it remains elusive, striking from the darkness, leaving him in a position of vulnerability." On the city walls, Rossel overheard the exchange with clarity and expressed his concern. "Prince, the curse is quite troublesome. If we allow it to fester, the peninsula will know no peace." "I am aware," Rhaegar acknowledged, "the shadow creature stems from bizarre magic, and resolving it will not be an immediate task." He contemplated strategies to lure the creature. After a moment of reflection, Rhaegar proposed, "Let us prepare ample provisions of food and water for these free folk. Lord Sam will arrive upon hearing this news, and we shall discuss our strategy together." His youth rendered him devoid of intricate schemes. He required the wisdom of those older and more astute to devise a plan. Noon arrived, and Sam Clabe arrived hastily at Terrorhole Fortress, leading a contingent of soldiers. Upon spotting the massive figure of the glutton from a distance, he exhaled in relief. Under the leadership of the long-awaiting Babette, they entered the fortress with great vigor. He learned of Well's demise, realizing that the prince had come to meet, for otherwise he would not have done so. In the reception hall, upon meeting Babette and Sorrel, Sam's expression turned hostile. The revelation of Well's murder of the Shadow Binder incited his fury. Not only had he been unjustly accused by Wells, but the latter had also retaliated by seizing vast tracts of farmland within his domain. This humiliation and hatred were intolerable to him. As tensions escalated, Rhaegar could not stand idly by as discord unfolded. He intervened, demanding that Babette formally apologize for inheriting Terrorhole Fortress in place of Wells, provide double compensation for the farmland losses, and offer 1,000 gold dragons. Sam remained somewhat dissatisfied. Yet for the prince's sake, and due to the looming threat of the shadow creature, he reluctantly acquiesced to the Bren family's compensation. After all, Wells was dead, and pursuing a feud with the Bren family was not a prudent course of action. Following a raucous exchange, Rhaegar and the others convened at the council table to deliberate on how to confront the shadow creature. Sorrel bluntly stated, "With 9/10 of the wild men gathered on the peninsula, We could use some of them as bait in the wilderness. You vile scoundrel. Why not send your father to be the bait? Trangel erupted in a tirade. Foolish wild men. Granting you entry to the fortress was already a significant mercy. Do not force my hand to sever your head. Sorrel retorted defiantly. Come on, let us see who will behead whom first to serve as a drinking vessel. Trangel leaned forward as he spoke. Silence, or I shall have you both thrown out. Rhaegar shouted, slamming the table in anger, glaring at them. What time is it? Are we still squabbling amongst ourselves? Oomph. The two men huffed disdainfully, turning their heads away from one another. Seated nearby, Sam observed the conclusion of the quarrel and rose to speak. Your Highness, the source of the curse is magic, and we ought to counter it with an equal force. Magic is perilous, aside from Dragonfire, who among us possesses knowledge of it. Rhaegar scanned the assembly before him. A look of pride illuminated Sam's countenance as he continued. Your Highness, you must have heard of my ancestor, Clarence Klebb, a legendary hero who unified the Crabclaw Peninsula. He left behind numerous astonishing tales. For instance, do you know why the Klebb family's castle is named Whispering Keep? Rhaegar furrowed his brow in confusion, realizing he was not well versed in this lore. He turned to the timid Babette, who immediately grasped the cue and elaborated. It is said that Clarence possessed immense strength, and his wife was a forest witch. Every foe he vanquished would have their head severed and brought home. The forest witch would then kiss the lips of the severed head, reviving it and transforming it into Clarence's advisor. However, as they possessed only their heads, their voices could not be loud, and thus they would pass the time through conversation. Hence, his castle was dubbed Whispering Keep. Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he eagerly gazed at Sam, inquiring, My good Sam, do you possess such wondrous magic as well? The ability to revive severed heads that can still speak is truly remarkable. Sam cleared his throat softly and replied, The glory of our ancestors cannot be replicated. You cannot. Rhaegar's disappointment was palpable. Then why mention it at all? Sam clarified, While I am not adept in any magic, the forest witch's notes detailing such enchantments remain in Whispering Keep. However, they are inscribed in Valyrian, a language none in my family can decipher. As a descendant of old Valyria, you surely can distinguish its contents. Would you be willing to share this invaluable tome of magic? Rhaegar's youthful visage grew serious. Knowledge of magic is not rare. The Academy has its studies of the arcane, though they have never proven effective. As he continued to explain, Sam rose from his chair and knelt on one knee before Rhaegar, respectfully stating, Yet I still hope to aid your Highness in restoring peace to the peninsula and forging unparalleled glory. Chapter 83. The Marsh Marigold. Observing the earnest expression of Sam Claybrook, Rhaegar found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. This individual was indeed persistent, wholeheartedly pledging his loyalty. Upon reflection, if the Forest Witch's notes indeed contained arcane knowledge, not only could the shadow monsters be vanquished, but he might also endeavor to learn some magic himself. Who among mortals would not yearn to wield extraordinary spells? Taking a deep breath, Rhaegar solemnly declared, My Lord Sam, if the contents of the notes prove beneficial, I shall consider your previous request. Indeed, your Highness, Sam replied, his eyes alight with surprise. The glory of a hero shines upon you. I have a premonition that you shall become the new champion of the Crabclaw Peninsula. Let us hope so, Rhaegar remarked with a faint smile, then pondered. The shadow monsters continue to grow. Our time is limited. It is imperative that we examine the Forest Witch's notes. My lord, time is of the essence. I can summon the dragon to return to Whispering Fortress. Could you kindly inform me where the notes are kept? Without hesitation, Sam responded, They are located in the castle's basement. You may seek assistance from Yara. She knows where the notes are stored. Excellent. I shall depart immediately. With a singular focus on resolving the shadow monster issue, Rhaegar concluded the conversation. He cautioned Trangel to secure the wild men outside the walls and then mounted the Greedbringer to soar towards the southern coast and Whispering Fortress. In a mere 10 minutes, Greedbringer reached its destination safely at full speed. The dragon landed before the gates of Whispering Fortress, where the guards promptly offered their salutes. Sam's children emerged from the castle to greet him, and after a brief exchange, Rhaegar sought out the young Yara. Upon stating his purpose, Yara appeared momentarily taken aback. However, being the straightforward daughter of the peninsula, she led Rhaegar into the castle's basement without pretense. The basement was divided into two distinct sections, light and dark. They traversed through the illuminated area and entered the shadowy depths. With a flick, Yara ignited the oil lamps adorning the walls, casting a flickering glow upon the dim surroundings. The atmosphere in this layer of the basement was particularly eerie, cluttered with various treasures and boxes. In a corner stood a table, heaped with an array of skulls. "This is the place, Your Highness," Yara whispered as she approached the table and lit a thick candle resting atop it. Confronted with such a macabre scene, Rhaegar felt a twinge of discomfort. Suppressing his unease, he leaned closer and noticed a wooden box among the scattered items. Yara retrieved a key from one of the skulls and unlocked the box. Inside lay a thin, yellowed book. With caution, Yara picked up the book, cradling it in her hands as she extended it to Rhaegar. He accepted it, and the soft texture sent a shiver through him. It was not ordinary paper, but likely parchment. "Let us step outside, Your Highness," Yara suggested, noting Rhaegar's aversion to the dim basement. "Very well, let us go." Rhaegar did not decline. As they walked, Rhaegar began to peruse the Forest Witch's notes. The chaotic script within caused his brow to furrow deeper with each passing moment. The text was undeniably in Valyrian. However, in stark contrast to the noble Valyrian tongue of House Targaryen, this is a vernacular Valyrian, a hodgepodge of various dialects interspersed with the common tongue, enigmatic script, and collaboratively penned. Thanks to Rhaegar's proficiency in Valyrian, he managed to decipher it reasonably well. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed to dizziness after reading just a few lines. Natural magic, the flower of life, the whispers of the dead. By the time Rhaegar emerged from the cellar, he had perused the scant few pages of the tome. The book primarily detailed 3 spells alongside some knowledge of natural magic. Of the 3 spells, he comprehended only one, the Whispers of the Dead, which allows a forest witch to resurrect a severed head. The other 2 consisted of a shape-shifting spell for controlling animals, which requires innate talent, something beyond the reach of ordinary folk, and the final one involves sensing nature, attuning oneself to the voices of flora, demanding a similarly high aptitude for natural magic. Mastering these 2 spells necessitated a vast array of natural magic knowledge. Rhaegar found himself laboriously decoding the tome, and the prospect of learning from it seemed exceedingly daunting. Fortunately, the Whispers of the Dead was relatively uncomplicated, requiring no special talent, merely unique materials. Rhaegar murmured softly, "This spell demands a rare ingredient, the flower of life, which sustains the head's decay through its potent vitality and awakens the memories of the deceased through incantation. Memories are not consciousness. This implies that the resurrected head is not the original living being, but rather a mere puppet, incessantly speaking yet devoid of wisdom. The forest which employs this method to create numerous puppet heads, querying them about their past to glean richer knowledge. What a nefarious form of magic." Rhaegar furrowed his brow, harboring a strong aversion to such sorcery. What he yearned for were the grand swords ablaze with fire from tails, fireballs cast from staffs, or methods to vanquish shadowy beasts, not the vile art of stealing memories from the living. It is no wonder that the Academy shuns magic. This indeed leads one to corruption. Disappointed, Rhaegar returned the book to Yara. "Is it the content of the notes that does not meet your expectations?" Yara inquired. "It is precious knowledge of magic, yet it is ill-suited for me," Rhaegar replied, shaking his head. Nevertheless, a thought occurred to him. The head of the Shadowbinder still resided in the Terror's Keep. If he could resurrect this head, perhaps he could extract knowledge on how to combat shadow creatures. "Miss Yara, are you familiar with the Flower of Life?" he asked. He had committed the incantation for the Whispers of the Dead to memory. To perform this magic, the essential ingredient, the Flower of Life, is required. Yara's expression turned curious as she pointed to the family crest prominently displayed on the wall of the parlor, saying, "Prince, our family emblem is also known as the Flower of Life." Rhaegar turned to see the vividly engraved marsh marigold on the banner. "This is the Flower of Life? I had thought it merely an ordinary marsh orchid," he exclaimed in surprise. Yara smiled, The marsh marigold bears a resemblance to the marsh orchid, yet its hue and habitat are vastly different. Some believe that the marsh marigold, thriving in the mire, embodies a formidable vitality and an indomitable spirit. Thus, it is affectionately referred to as the flower of life. Where might one find such a bloom? Rhaegar inquired. Isla shook her head, responding, the marsh marigold is exceedingly rare, flourishing solely in decaying swamps, and it vanished from sight over a century ago. We all assumed it to be extinct. Is there any chance of discovering it in the marshes of the peninsula if I were to ride my dragon there? Rhaegar was reluctant to abandon this pursuit. The peninsula is vast and sparsely populated, with half of it being marshland. If you were to traverse the swamps on your dragon, you might just uncover the flower of life, elusive to ordinary sight. Isla offered her perspective without dousing his hopes. That is reassuring. As long as it is not entirely extinct, it must be findable. Rhaegar expressed his confidence in himself and his dragon. Take note. The forest, which is indeed a master of natural magic, Rhaegar kindly reminded. Chapter 84. Shadows approaching after bidding farewell to Yala. Rhaegar mounted his dragon and departed from Whispering Keep. It was rumored that the last marsh marigold bloomed in the heart of the Despair Swamp, the largest marshland on the peninsula, perpetually shrouded in miasma and teeming with venomous insects. In recent years, no one dared to approach the Despair Swamp. Rhaegar believed that traversing the swamp might lead him to the long-lost marsh marigold. Thus, he thought and acted accordingly. Upon reaching the edge of the Despair Swamp, Rhaegar gazed skyward. The day was still young. If he could swiftly locate a marsh marigold, he might return to the hollow keep before nightfall. Screeching, the greedwings circled above the seemingly endless marsh, growling in reluctance to advance. Rhaegar gently stroked its scales, perplexed. What troubles you, Greedwing? The dragon shook its head, flapping its wings in the air. Do you sense danger in the swamp? Rhaegar surmised. Roar. The dragon's vertical tail arched, poking Rhaegar's shoulder. Am I in peril? Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback. The Greedwing roared and soared over the swamp, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire upon a patch of mud. Boom! Before the flames could touch the mire, they erupted in the air, unleashing a foul gust and spraying thick sludge. Rhaegar observed the scene, his brow furrowing. Is this miasma? He recalled the lessons from his scholarly tutor. In stagnant air, harmful gases accumulate, and when ignited, they can cause explosions. The Despair Swamp had existed for countless years, amassing an extraordinarily dense miasma. Only the Greedwing's flames could ignite it. Are you concerned that I might inhale the miasma? Rhaegar affectionately patted the Greedwing's back, feeling a tinge of admiration. The Greedwing, being the mightiest and largest of wild dragons, certainly possessed the wisdom to discern danger. Screech. The Greedwing turned to gaze at its rider, its green slit pupils conveying a sense of warning. Have you been here before? Rhaegar quickly grasped. I am in search of a flower with remarkable vitality. Do you know where I might find it? As he spoke, Rhaegar produced a family crest of House Glebe, embossed with a vivid depiction of the marsh marigold. The Greedwing's eyes flickered with curiosity as it grasped the crest in its mouth, flapping its wings and guiding Rhaegar in another direction. Its speed was swift, and the flight path seemed casual. In no time, the duo arrived at another corner of the Despair Swamp, an area where multiple marshlands had eroded a pine forest, resulting in a muddy mire. The miasma here was considerably weaker than that of the Despair Swamp. The Greedwing glanced back and let out a low growl towards Rhaegar, seemingly conveying something. As Rhaegar peered down at the grim and decayed marshland, he immediately understood. He retrieved a handkerchief from his bracelet, dousing it in clean water to cover his mouth and nose. The Greedwing, noticing this, snorted in dissatisfaction and lowered its altitude. Its intention was to signal the rider to descend, a notion that the foolish rider evidently failed to comprehend. The Greedwing glided over the marsh, its massive form casting a shadow over a vast expanse of land, while a few scattered pines brushed against its belly, snapping effortlessly. The fearsome dragon's head swiveled back and forth, seemingly in search of something. Rhaegar understood it was in pursuit of the marsh marigold. The glutton must have encountered it before, perhaps even feasted upon its blossoms. When they first arrived at Crabclaw Peninsula, the glutton had been grievously wounded concealing Rhaegar in a valley before departing on its own. Rhaegar had refrained from inquiring about its destination. Now it seemed likely that it sought the flower known as the life blossom, for otherwise its injuries would not have healed so swiftly. The glutton soared through the skies, its nostrils flaring as it inhaled the noxious miasma of the swamp without a hint of disdain. Rhaegar, perched upon the dragon's back, seized moments to catch his breath as they ascended, patiently awaiting the outcome. The glutton had matured into a full-grown dragon, capable of locating the treasures required by a fledgling dragon rider. Suddenly, an unsettling chill ran down Rhaegar's spine, as if something were watching him. He turned around, only to find the swamp and pine forest as his only company. Glutton, I harbor a foreboding feeling. Assume a defensive stance. Ever since being betrayed on Dragonstone Island, Rhaegar had become increasingly cautious. The slightest disturbance would draw his attention. With a shriek, the glutton called out, lowering its head to continue searching. Yet the rhythm of its powerful wings revealed it had not disregarded its rider's command. After a short while, a shadowy tendril emerged from the darkness, lunging towards the glutton as it glided low. The glutton had anticipated this, and the moment the shadow appeared, it deftly maneuvered to evade the attack. Dragon fire, Rhaegar commanded almost simultaneously. The glutton unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, engulfing the shadowy tendril. A sizzling sound erupted as the tendril met the flames, disintegrating into drops of viscous, inky liquid. Rhaegar pinpointed the origin of the shadowy tendril, beneath the shade of a withered old pine. Over there, after spending considerable time together, the bond between the glutton and Rhaegar had strengthened. The dragon's maw aimed at the ancient pine, and dragon fire erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, the old tree was consumed by flames, reduced to charred remains. Yet, the shadowy tendril had vanished without a trace. Just as Rhaegar and the dragon were engulfed in confusion, tendrils emerged from all directions, resembling a massive, closing net. The glutton sensed the imminent danger, flapping its wings with great force to ascend swiftly. The green dragon fire cascaded from above like a deluge, cleansing the shadowy tendrils below. In an instant, the tendrils were entirely incinerated. Rhaegar gazed intently downward, alert for any further assaults from a shadowy creature. However, after a considerable wait, the shadowy menace failed to reappear. Glutton, let us depart. Searching for the marsh marigold is of utmost importance. The shadow creature does not approach on its own, and our dragon fire holds no sway over it. Reviving the head of the shadow binder remains our priority. The glutton surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of the shadowy tendrils before changing its flight direction. Crabclaw Peninsula was abundant in swamplands, and surely, within one of those marshes lay treasures unattainable by ordinary means. As the sun began its descent, the glutton soared over several small swamps. Ultimately, I found myself in a marshland adjacent to a babbling brook. The swamp was littered with bleached bones, remnants of local fauna that had succumbed to the noxious miasma. The glutton descended at the heart of this morass, its talons snapping several pine saplings as though they were mere stepping stones. Before it, upon a stone slick with mud, bloomed a resplendent orchid, its golden petals shimmering like sunlight. Rhaegar, seated upon the back of his dragon, immediately recognized it as the coveted marsh gold cup. "Glutton, you are truly magnificent," Rhaegar exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for the majestic beast. The glutton raised its head regally, casting a disdainful glance at its rider, as if to say, such an uninformed creature. Yet, Rhaegar bore no resentment. He slid gracefully down along its neck, stepping onto the pine that had sunk into the mire, making his way to the stone before him. With both hands, he cradled the roots of the marsh gold cup, discovering it to be a rare specimen infused with trace magical elements, prompting an automatic analysis. The assessment was successful. The life flower, rooted in decay, signaled the commencement of this exploratory endeavor. The moment he made contact, an abrupt system notification rang out. Rhaegar's eyes lit up, intensely focused on the marsh gold cup before him. To his astonishment, this flower held the promise of yet another exploration opportunity. He opened the system panel to examine. Life flower, exploration progress. 0. 5 Chapter 85. essence of life, the initial exploration progress was rather meager. It seemed that the quality of the swamp marigold was commendable. Rhaegar, having had several exploration experiences, was elated and intended to pluck the flower. Suddenly, a shadowy tendril emerged from the corner, lunging toward Rhaegar's lowered head. He felt a fierce wind rush past him, leaving him no time to evade. Just in the nick of time, the greed eater's elongated tail whipped out, striking the shadowy tendril with precision, severing it in two. The events unfolded with such rapidity that by the time Rhaegar realized what had transpired, the two segments of the shadowy appendage had already fallen to the ground. He swiftly yanked the swamp marigold from its stem and turned to flee. However, more shadowy tendrils erupted from behind him. The greed eater let out a low growl and opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. The sound of flesh being rent asunder echoed through the air. Instinctively, Rhaegar glanced back, his eyes widening in shock. From the depths of the corner's shadow emerged not only the tendrils, but also a headless figure. At that moment, the headless apparition gripped a steel spike, silently piercing the tail of the greed eater. As the spike was withdrawn, streams of crimson dragon blood gushed forth, releasing plumes of scalding white steam. The headless figure inserted the blood-stained spike into its own abdomen and turned, standing motionless. Rhaegar's gaze was fixated on the headless figure. He felt an unsettling awareness, as if the entity was also observing him. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Suddenly, the greed eater, sensing the pain in its tail, flicked it violently, scattering the headless figure into oblivion. As it disappeared, the shadowy tendrils lurking in the darkness dissipated as well, along with the steel spike concealed within the headless figure's body. Rhaegar hurriedly approached the greed eater, climbing onto its back with urgency, cradling the swamp marigold in his arms. He swiftly commanded, "Greed eater, we must depart at once." He felt an acute disquiet regarding the headless figure, which struck him as profoundly unnatural. In previous encounters, shadow creatures had behaved like mindless beasts, yet this headless entity exuded an eerie semblance of humanity. A chill ran down Rhaegar's spine, prompting him to urge the greed eater to hasten their retreat. The greed eater, equally repulsed by the shadow creatures, flapped its wings and soared skyward. As Rhaegar gasped for breath, he pondered whether the shadow creatures had evolved to possess intelligence. Later that night, Rhaegar piloted the greed eater in a graceful spiral above the Terror Pit fortress, making no haste to descend. The exploration had concluded, and it was time to collect the lost treasures. It was not until the system notification chimed that Rhaegar checked the exploration panel. Flower of Life, exploration progress. 100 at long last, the task was completed, and the timing was impeccable. Rhaegar sighed in relief, secretly grateful. After leaving the swamp forest, he did not return immediately to the Terror Pit fortress. Instead, he turned back to Whispering Fortress to inform Isla and her companions to ignite the beacon and increase patrols to guard against potential shadow creature attacks. He also summoned a portion of the wildling army stationed nearby to gather at the Terror Pit fortress. After a flurry of activity, he finally returned to the fortress. Let me see what treasures the swamp marigold has yielded. Cradling the resplendent golden blossoms, a luminous orb emerged, cascading onto the dragon's back. The orb, a vibrant shade of purple, was as large as a coconut. Purple. Could it possibly be of epic caliber? Rhaegar's heart raced as he pierced the purple orb. Dazzling purple motes scattered, and the system notification chimed. Artifact successfully acquired. Scanning. Scanning complete. Classified as an epic-level artifact, the Greedy Blossom. Splendid. It was indeed of epic status, second only to legendary artifacts. A smile graced Rhaegar's face. He then perused the textual prompts on the exploration panel. Rooted in death, blossoming with the radiance of life. Rhaegar read with a furrowed brow, somewhat puzzled. The greedy blossom death and life gazing at the delicate cluster of blossoms in his hand. He speculated that the method of activation must be closely tied to the themes of life and death. After a moment's contemplation, Rhaegar issued a command to descend. The gluttonous one folded its wings and landed outside the city walls. The barbarian army was gathering, and the crab-clawed warriors approached the mighty dragon, bowing in reverence. Rhaegar inquired straightforwardly, Do you have any freshly hunted animals? Corpses will suffice. Indeed, my prince. The one who had previously pilfered Rhaegar's bracelet, Fusk, had also transformed into a crab-clawed warrior, dutifully scurrying to the campfire bearing the carcass of a deer. Rhaegar slid down from the dragon's back, placing the greedy blossom atop the deer's corpse. The blossom emitted a faint glow. Before the onlooker's eyes, the deer began to decompose at a visible rate, emitting a foul stench and crumbling into a pile of brittle bones. The sight horrified the surrounding barbarians. Rhaegar himself was taken aback, astonished at the ferocity of this blossom. It had consumed an entire deer, yet the blossom continued to shimmer, seemingly urging for further sacrifice. Rhaegar commanded his men to fetch a collection of animal corpses, which he cast beside the blossom. As before, the animal carcasses were devoured, reduced to mere remnants of bones. Fortunately, the blossom finally seemed sated, the glow dissipating as the system notification rang out. Congratulations, the greedy blossom has been activated. You have obtained Essence of Life, Level, Epic Purple, Effect, Monumental Vitality, Awakening Latent Talents. Remark: do not consume if you are a non-magical being. The blossom withered, exuding a droplet of golden dew that landed in Rhaegar's palm. As he gazed at the information on the exploration panel, his mouth fell slightly agape. The ability to enhance life potential was truly wondrous. Noticing the special note in the evaluation section, Rhaegar shook the dew, feeling a sense of longing. He was human, despite the lineage of the Dragon King. He bore no magic within him. He was not considered a magical being at all. This droplet of dew was beyond his reach. Turning to look at the gluttonous one, he found it also gazing back at him. Its green, slit-like pupils were filled with scrutiny, fixated on the droplet in his hand. Rhaegar strode forward, raising his palm, and smiled. Come forth, gluttonous one, this is your well-deserved reward. Your contributions in the quest for the swamp marigold have been invaluable. This droplet rightfully belongs to you. With a keen gaze, the gluttonous one stared intently at the dew, creeping forward with a soft hiss, its dragon maw lowered to the ground. Here you go. Rhaegar, with a playful demeanor, tossed a dewdrop into the gaping maw of the glutton. The diminutive droplet was insignificant against the abyssal opening, swiftly dissolving in the creature's saliva. With a gulp, the glutton responded in kind, shaking its head as it rose to its feet. Rhaegar scrutinized it, glancing left and right, attempting to discern any differences. The glutton, irritated by his gaze, flicked its tail and ensnared him, placing him atop its back. It then leaped over the outer walls of the castle. Well, it seemed the dewdrop's effect had yet to manifest, and Rhaegar gripped the scales on its back, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The glutton lay prostrate outside the castle, resting with closed eyes. Clutching a marigold from a marsh, Rhaegar was ushered through the grand entrance of the fearsome fortress. In the dead of night, the inhabitants of the castle were far from restful, most consumed by the unease stemming from their lord's assassination. Rhaegar entered the reception hall, where Sam, Sorrel, and Barbath had long awaited his return. Sam was the first to greet him, anxiously exclaiming, "By the 7 layers of hell, you have returned safely. I feared you had met with misfortune along the way." Chapter 86. The Shadowbinder. Rhaegar recoiled from his embrace, explaining that an unexpected incident had occurred on the journey, though it had not delayed their progress. What transpired? This flower appears to bear our family crest, Sam inquired, his gaze fixated on the marsh marigold. Rhaegar did not conceal the truth, recounting the deciphering of the forest witch's notes and the quest for the marsh marigold, detailing each experience. The expressions of the others grew tense, astonished that so much could unfold in little more than 10 hours of separation. Solar scrutinized the marsh marigold, questioning, "Prince, magic has been absent for many years. Are you certain the enchantment left by the forest, which can still be effective? Let us attempt it. There seems to be no better alternative," Rhaegar replied as he ascended the staircase to the attic, his anticipation palpable. The steps of the Wraith's Whisper are not overly complex. One merely requires suitable materials, and the rest is contingent upon innate talent. If I falter, you may each take your turn. The activation of the spell hinges on the purity of intent. Deep down, Rhaegar harbored reluctance towards the invocation of the Wraith's Whisper, feeling rather dubious about his ability to execute it successfully. You speak the truth, Prince, Solar conceded, beckoning Babart to join him on the ascent. Sam naturally followed, his eyes never straying from the marsh marigold. Within the attic, the head of the Shadowbinder remained ensconced amidst a circle of candlelight. Rhaegar stepped across the ring of candles, placing the marsh marigold atop the head. He commanded a servant to procure the fresh blood of white doves, applying it to the head according to the instructions outlined in the Forest Witch's notes. He then retrieved a parchment detailing the translated incantation, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. However, contemplating the necessity of vanquishing the shadow creatures, he proceeded to recite the words. Adara, Gujanu. The peculiar incantation flowed from his lips with a demeanor as calm as one reading from an ordinary text. Yet, the head beneath him remained unresponsive. Is it ineffective? Rhaegar tilted his head, glancing back at Sam and the others before reciting once more. This time, he narrowed his eyes, harmonizing body and spirit, fervently uttering the incantation. A hum resonated as the marsh marigold flickered with a faint luminescence. Simultaneously, Rhaegar's voice faltered. For reasons unknown, a wave of heat surged through his limbs, his body temperature soaring, his fair skin flushed crimson, wisps of white smoke emanating from his surface, as if he had emerged from a steam chamber. A flash of fire ignited, instantly incinerating the parchment in his hand, reducing it to ash that fell to the ground. Rhaegar's narrowed eyes widened in shock as he staggered back 2 steps. His body felt unbearably hot, as though his blood were boiling. He had yet to comprehend the nature of the phenomenon. However, the intense heat validated his sensations. At that moment, Sam hesitated and remarked, Prince, my grandmother once told me that magic is a creation that selects its wielder. You possess the blood of true dragons, a fusion of blood and fire, which naturally repels such necromantic magic. Rhaegar regarded him with suspicion, inquiring earnestly, Are you well versed in the principles of magic? No, I have never encountered magic. It is merely the folklore of the forest which, passed down through generations. Sam shook his head in denial, stating, The magic of the forest which is malevolent. Even we, her descendants, are unable to learn it. Do you wish to give it a try, Lord Sam? Rhaegar fixed his gaze upon Sam's face. Stepping out of the